I caught a cold by the air conditioner, topheavy, stiff limbs, disordered thinking, take a rest day. Written request for leave, the space bar on the keyboard fell off, and I struggled to type a few hundred words, which was really painful. Ask for a day off, and 2 more tomorrow. Crab. By the way, read the previous article I wrote and read the book review. Consider the follow-up plot and sort out the foreshadowing of the previous article. Some key roles have not yet played and need to be arranged as soon as possible. The overall rhythm is still too slow. Some plot bugs also need to be dealt with. After that, I plan to pass the plot of the lower grades as soon as possible. This start was a bit too light. When Dumbledore returns, we will enter the Grindelwald plot, and the plot will be more tense and splendid afterwards. Thank you for your support. Tom Riddle. I think no one understands Harry Potter better than me. We always face various disasters in our lives. It may be a sudden bad news or a long and numbing torture. 8 on the 4th, Chen Yang, who had just finished watching Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, walked out of the cinema and talked to his friends around him. But we must always maintain a high morale. This is not just a hope for a better future. Is even more an uncompromising attitude. If we live in the gutter, we still need to look up at the sky. The friend held the ice cream stick in his mouth and looked at him in a daze, nodding, as if he had heard a golden sentence in life. But how should we get out of the gutter? For example, now, I think I can be a hero. He suddenly ran towards the middle of the road, and the shocked eyes of his friend reflected this picture. A semi-trailer carrying steel pipes slammed to the side of the road, the driver's eyes were full of panic, and the tires rubbed against the ground and raised the sky in the smoke and dust. There was a stunned child standing in the middle of the road, with a magic wand issued by the cinema in his hand, and his ordinary friend from childhood to large ditched his bag and sprinted towards the child. Our protagonist hugged the other half of the child on the road and ran wildly, but because he rushed too fast, he lost his balance, hit and fly out to the side of the road. After a while, his friend ran up anxiously and saw him staring at the sky in a daze. The blue was the last thing he saw. Crying, laughing, screaming, glaring red and hot air occupy the 5 senses. Am I in the incinerator? I can definitely save it. Chen Yang was about to call for help, but found that he could not speak. The body does not listen to it, and can only cry. Soon, sleepiness came like a tide. Amidst the ruined walls burning fiercely, a woman in a black dress quickly walked through the alleyway, a little baby curled up in her slung basket, sleeping soundly. Zhengxiang. On July 30, 1938, 11-year-old Nelson sat on the roof of the West Side orphanage in London, watching the friends downstairs singing and dancing around the campfire, the aroma of barbecue drifting to his side. I and my aunt often give me food, leave these good things to them really oftens. He swallowed, but, it's so fragrant. Even in such a corner of the city where children gather, the cloud of war still hangs over the courtyard. Even the largest sunless empire in the world can only allow the children in the orphanage to eat meat during the holidays. The grilled meat made from the leftovers of the factory. The gentlemen who used to come to Prestige in the neighborhood are no longer here. They are busy in the newspapers calling on the people to be rational and not to be afraid of war. They are scrambling to buy real estate in the former colony on the other side of the ocean and give it to the whole family, preparing the annual ticket of the Dutch Ferry Company. I am afraid that I have already made the plan to leave at any time. These gentlemen don't even bother to do the face project. Before at least they could drink fish soup when they were fine. Nelson murmured boredly. Yes, Nelson, they really make me sick. Seeing Tom, who suddenly turned next to him, Nelson was startled and almost rolled off the top of the building. Tom, why don't you eat below? Looking at his roommate speechlessly, Nelson added, no one in the royal family has a birthday this year. If you want to eat again, you can only wait for next year. Eating with them also makes me feel sick. Tom is a handsome boy. His hair is brushed back like a black jade. He has a long and thin body. His fingers on the ground are long and thin with joints. It is clearly a good hand holding a pen. His face is fair and even sickly pale. In fact, except for the naturally dark children in the orphanage, Most of them have such pale complexions, but they are different from the way they look like tuberculosis ghosts. He looks like a noble boy who doesn't like sports. Nelson looked up at Tom. Tom's eyes were like black jade, and his shadow reflected in his pupils. What kind of boy is this? He is dressed in pale blonde soft semi-long hair, and his figure is also tall and healthy. He has a soft face and always smiles. It seems that everything in the world can make him feel happy from the heart. The sapphire blue, there was light in the pupils. What a handsome boy. If you don't like to eat together, you can serve it, Nelson suggested, not interested. And if you bring it up, Mrs. Cole might kill us. But there is something you should be interested in. I heard that Germany is recruiting people with supernatural powers around the world. If we go, we might be able to mix an officer, Tom said excitedly. This is related to the biggest secret of the two of them. They are both supernatural beings, able to fetch things from the air, talk to animals, and summon the capable people of flames, which makes him full of confidence and ambitious. Such a starting point is enough for us to become a truly powerful person by virtue of our ability. You will only be treated as a white mouse dissection experiment, Nelson retorted weakly. He clearly understood what kind of power this is. This is magic, and they are in the world of magic. Yes, this is the world of Harry Potter, and the ability they master is magic. And Tom is the famous second-generation Dark Lord, Voldemort, Tom Marvolo Riddle. And our protagonist is Chen Yang, who was unfortunately killed in a car accident. Fortunately, Chen Yang finally practiced his understanding of the spiritual core of Harry Potter before his death. Although he was ordinary in life, even called useless, but at the moment he rushed to the road, he achieved his courage and became a hero of others. After all, the hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage. After a few years of ignorance, he realized that he had come to Europe before World War II and became a child named Nelson Wilkning Williams. This kind of possession is arguably the most common way of crossing up. The unique memory made Nelson very early in his childhood, which made him look very different from other children, and also attracted the attention of Tom Riddle, another teenager in the same orphanage who was incompatible with everyone else. When Nelson knew for the first time that the person living upstairs had the same name as Voldemort, he refused. This sense of absurdity reached its peak after Tom showed him his unique talent in private, and he could only accept it. He understands this cruel fact being a mole in the magical world, but when he tried to rescue a cat from falling into the water and the cat flew out of the water, he understood that in this world, he is also fortunate enough to be a lucky member. He has the qualifications to be a wizard. Childhood friendships are easy to conclude, and such friendships are often pure and long-lasting. According to the trend of the plot, Tom will show his magic and power to the children in the same orphanage in a way that is incomprehensible to ordinary people, and will become a black magician in the future. But is Tom not a victim of cold violence? The lonely environment led to an awkward personality, and his magical ability made his self-protection sharp. Even scary. Nelson believed that no one would be a born dark demon. It is not our ability but our choice that determines who we become. Dumbledore's aphorisms were always in his heart. Tom quickly became close friends with Nelson. Even the most powerful Dark Lord would not long for loneliness when he was young. Even though Death Eaters were his servants, they would be called family. Nelson often chants some positive energy quotations to Tom, which makes young Tom always confused. Tom also often shared his ideals with Nelson, such as becoming a nobleman, becoming an officer, becoming prime minister, and so on. Although Nelson was relieved that he did not have ideals such as becoming the Dark Lord, he was always being vigilant. He felt the pursuit of power and strength from Tom's dream, as if it were a natural ambition, and this tendency became stronger as the dream grew bigger and bigger, and he didn't want to be the Dark Lord because of Tom did not know the existence of magic. Why do you want to be an officer? You have to train every day, and you have to fight wars. The wind and the sun. Nelson tried to make Tom give up the idea of being a warmonger. Our talents are innately suitable for depriving those mediocre people. Tom used his own second and proud logic to argue. Those mediocre people are in high positions but have no achievements. It makes me feel sick. You are a villain. Why don't you want to be a decent character, such as Superman? Superman? What is that? That's a comic that just came out last month. An American superhero. Wait for me to bring you that action comic. Where did you get the American comics? Did you not notice? There are more and more Americans on the street recently. At this moment, when the two were sitting on the roof discussing comics and ideals, an uninvited guest came to the orphanage. He has long auburn hair and beard, and he is wearing an elegant fuchsia velvet suit. He has a handsome face and a brisk pace, but he is covered with a trace of sadness. He is carrying a magic wand in his right hand. He is Albus Dumbledore. Profitable. Albus Dumbledore knocked on the door of the orphanage building and nodded to the girl who opened the door for him. Good afternoon. I have an appointment with a Mrs. Cole. I think she is the manager here, right? The helper girl nodded in a panic and called Mrs. Cole's name, and Mrs. Cole's response was immediately heard from the building. Dumbledore stepped back away from the door before entering the building, looked at the roof, and saw the two teenagers looking at him. He winked at them and smiled. Seeing Dumbledore, Nelson understood that the wheel of history had begun to turn. Oh no. It was the broomstick of history that had begun to fly. Should a gentleman like me go to Gryffindor, or Ravenclaw? He thought happily. Tom snorted disdainfully. What kind of aesthetic is this man? The color of his suit makes me feel sick. Chapter Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore strode into the building of the orphanage. He was tall and extraordinary. In the orphanage where the average per capita was malnourished, he looked yellow and skinny. But compared with the children playing around the campfire downstairs, he seemed to match the bare yard and gloomy buildings of the orphanage better. He walked into the entrance hall of the orphanage and saw Mrs. Cole, who had an anxious face and was as thin as everyone else. At this moment, she was holding a handkerchief to clean a little girl's charcoal-stained face, while threatening her. Chickenpox also messes up your face. If you don't wash your face well, be careful to leave scars later. She turned her head and saw Dumbledore entering through the door. She raised her head in surprise and finally saw Dumbledore's face. Good afternoon. Dumbledore extended his right hand to Mrs. Cole. I am Albus Dumbledore, who wrote to you before. You invite me to come here today. Mrs. Cole was stunned. She seemed to have forgotten the invitation to this guest. She hurriedly stretched out her hand, drew back and rubbed on her apron, stretched out to Dumbledore again, and took his hand. Please come to my room, let's sit down and talk. After that, Dumbledore was led into a room as shabby as the foyer and courtyard. You are a respectable lady. Dumbledore looked around the room and said deeply to Mrs. Cole. Mrs. Cole smiled awkwardly at him and asked him to sit on a rickety chair while she sat across the table. Mrs. Cole, I'm here mainly for the things of Tom Riddle and Nelson Williams. Dumbledore was straight to the point. What about them? Mrs. Cole was still a little confused. She glanced at the purple suit on the man opposite, and asked Dumbledore nervously, are you planning to adopt them? No, I am a teacher, Dumbledore explained. I want to invite them to our school. Your school? What school is it? The name of the school is Hogwarts, Dumbledore replied. Why are you interested in them both? We think they have some qualities that we value. Mrs. Cole became more suspicious of the man claiming to be a teacher. She asked, you mean they won a scholarship? But as far as I know, they have never submitted an application to any school. Yes, their names have been written in our files since they were born. Mr. Williams has relatives alive, maybe they helped to register. But what about Riddle? Did his parents register for him? Mrs. Cole continued. Dumbledore could hardly resist Mrs. Cole's continuous questioning. This shrewd woman gave him a lot of pressure. He decided to solve the problem by magic. Took his wand from his pocket and pointed it at a blank sheet of paper on the table. With a wave, he handed it to Mrs. Cole. You can understand everything by looking at this. Mrs. Cole took the paper in a daze, stared at it for a while, and returned the paper to Dumbledore. "There is no problem with the procedure." She nodded to Dumbledore. "Do you like gin? It would be great if I could have a drink." Dumbledore responded with a smile. Mrs. Cole filled 2 glasses of wine, clinked glasses with Dumbledore, picked up her own glass and said it was dry, then smashed her mouth and spoke. "Dumpton. Sorry, Mr. Dumbledore, you would give Tom that the future of the child is really good, and we have always been worried about his future." Dumbledore raised his glass and motioned her to continue. Tom's child's life is not very good, but which child in the orphanage has a good life? Tom and I came here almost together. I remember it clearly. That was my first time since I came here. One New Year, on the night before the New Year, it was snowing that day, and a girl with a big belly came here. Harmful. We have experienced a lot of this kind of thing. But she helped the little girl before she took out that piece. The girl wiped her eyes with her handkerchief. I can understand. Dumbledore was solemn and affectionate. I have experienced this kind of thing. You are such a delicate person. Mrs. Cole continued. She fell on the steps and we helped her into the house. In less than an hour she gave birth to Tom, and less than an hour later she died. Does she have any last words? Dumbledore became interested. Like the father of that child? She said that she hopes her child will look like her father. I have one thing to say. I think her idea is correct. She does not look upright, but Tom's eldest should follow her father. You will see him later. You know, he is very handsome. She poured herself half a glass of wine and drank it in one sip. Then she named the child, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Tom is the child's father's name. Marvolo in the middle follows her father, and Riddle is the child's surname. Tom's name is quite ordinary, and Marvolo is a bit weird, she said in a polite way. Later we named the child according to the last words, but no one named Tom, Marvolo or Riddle came to him. He seemed to have been alone since he was born, and he could only grow up in an orphanage. Mrs. Cole seemed to be drunk. Her face flushed. We are all worried. Generally speaking, this kind of child is prone to psychological problems, and he is also a little withdrawn, a little weird from his infancy to the present. In these days, you are an educator, and you should know that our orphanage does not have the budget to hire a psychologist. That's it. Dumbledore nodded and asked with some curiosity, you said, generally speaking? Yes, generally speaking. Tom made friends in the orphanage, which made him a lot of sunshine. Yes, made friends. You are going to bring another child to school. Mr. Williams is his good friend, they are inseparable. But who resists making friends with Nelson? He is very good, very sensible, humble and gentle, not like a child of this age. Mrs. Cole's eyes lost focus again, as if he was reminiscing something. But after they got together, strange things often happened. Weird? What's weird? Dumbledore asked gently. I don't know if the staff have developed the habit of blaming their negligence on their heads. There are many such things. For example, Martha's was injured. We bandaged her, and the gauze fell off the next day. Later, I found that Martha had no injuries at all on her leg. It was like a prank. Oh yes, Martha lived next to Nelson. Once they were playing chess in Tom's room, and then the window of the room exploded. Do you understand? It exploded, then Tom had to live in the hall. Mrs. Cole said happily, one more time. I saw a cat flying out of the water to the shore in front of Nelson, just like a water bird, flying out. After all that, you didn't say anything about Mr. Williams. Dumbledore became a little curious. Can you tell me about him? Mrs. Cole looked up at Dumbledore and said, Nelson would have been adopted by his aunt, but you know, our government has a special policy for war orphans. His uncle is a reporter who travels frequently, and his aunt does not have a stable job. So the adoption procedures have not been completed. He himself said that he wanted to live with his friends. Sometimes he would go to live with his aunt. Today is a Sunday. Generally, he will come to the orphanage to help after attending the service on Sunday. Our nurses like him very much, and no one will dislike him. A war orphan? Dumbledore whispered. Tom Marvolo and Nelson Wiltning. You are sure to take them to your school, right? I am sure. Tom really should change to a new environment and make some new friends. Other kids dare not deal with him. He will like the new school. I hope so. You must really want to meet them in person. Mrs. Cole stood up. That couldn't be better. Dumbledore stood up after her. Mrs. Cole led him to the door of the office. Dumbledore opened the door first, and asked Mrs. Cole to go first, only to see a person standing by the door. It is one of the purposes of his trip. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Dumbledore carefully looked at the boy blocking the door. Although Tom was shorter than Dumbledore, Tom was taller for an 11-year-old human child, with black hair, black eyes, and Dumbledore looked at each other. Mrs. Cole was a little surprised when she saw Tom, and then said, "Tom, this Mr. Dumbledore is here to see you. You can take him to your room and talk. He'll go to Nelson." "No, ma'am. Nelson is on the top of the building. He'll call him in a while." He was talking to Mrs. Cole, but his eyes never moved away from Dumbledore. Mrs. Cole nodded and motioned for the two of them to talk first, then walked back to the office and closed the door. "Hello, Tom." Dumbledore stretched out his hand to Tom. Tom hesitated, and reached out to hold Dumbledore. Then he turned and led Dumbledore to his room without saying a word on the way. In Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore spoke first after Tom took out a chair and invited Dumbledore to sit down. "Professor?" Tom made a strange expression. "Why did the professor want me when I was not in college yet?" He was a little alert. "I work in a school called Hogwarts, and I'm here to invite you to my school, your new school." Tom looked at him without speaking, and Dumbledore continued, "Hogwarts is a school for people with special talents." Tom looked at Dumbledore's fuchsia suit suspiciously. He felt that the man was a liar, and he still did not speak. "Hogwarts, it's a school of magic." Hearing the words "school of magic," Tom was shocked, raised his head, and looked at Dumbledore's eyes again. Chapter Nelson Williams. "Yes, school of magic." Dumbledore smiled at Tom. "Tom, you are a wizard." "Magic?" Tom repeated softly. "Those skills of mine. Are they magic?" "What are your skills?" "Various." Tom's tone became excited. This recognition and the feeling of finding the same kind made him flushed and uncontrollable. "I can let things that are far away from me fly in the air, and I can understand the language of snakes, if I want to. I can hurt the people I hate." "This is not a good habit, Tom." Dumbledore looked serious. "I know, but you understand. I think you should call me Professor Rorsa." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows and told Tom. "Oh, well, Professor," Tom said dryly, dragging a long tone, "you don't care if you trample an ant to death, right?" "Tom, casting magic on moles, or even hurting them, is not allowed. Besides, if an ant is trampled to death, I would care too much." "Well, Professor, you are really a saint." Tom perfunctorily, but as if he had discovered a new world, excitedly said, "You said moles? Do you mean those mortals?" "I knew I should use a different one. To call them by name distinguish them from extraordinary people like us." "Yes, Tom, but I think you should be willing to study at Hogwarts." "Of course I do." "Then I think I should give you a lesson first. Although school has not yet started, as your teacher, I should make you understand that you should not be indifferent to life anyway." Dumbledore looked at the opposite face with some worry. "Excited handsome boy," he thought of a close friend of his once. I understand. Tom's tone became more and more perfunctory. "Now always chants these words next to me." "Nall?" Dumbledore said with a hint of surprise. "Mr. Nelson Williams?" "Tom, can you take me to find him? I have something for you." Dumbledore stood up. He was amazed by the fact that Tom accepted that he was a wizard so quickly. Such things are rare among the little wizards who have never been in contact with the wizarding world. "I know where he is." But Tom also stood up. He tried to look at the adult wizard opposite, but his eyes could only fall on Dumbledore's fuchsia chest. "But can you prove that you are not a liar?" "What?" "After all, there are always traffickers in our orphanage who want to take advantage of the loopholes." Dumbledore nodded with interest, took his wand out of his pocket, and waved at the chair he had just sat on. The old wooden chair turned into a luxurious sofa, and he waved his wand again. The sofa turned back into a chair. Tom stared at the chair intently, for a while, then stared straight at Dumbledore's wand. "Where can I get one?" "There will be," said Dumbledore. "Then take me to Mr. Nelson Williams, Tom." The two walked out, and Tom led the way. "Nar lives on the second floor, downstairs from mine, but now he is basking in the sun on the roof." Baking in the sun? Dumbledore looked at the sky outside through the corridor window. It was the most common big, cloudy day in the UK, accompanied by the smog peculiar to London. People should really bask in the sun. He seemed to be convince yourself. When the two reached the top of the stairs, they happened to see the blonde teenager climbing down the ladder from the skylight. "Nah, come here!" Tom shouted at him. Dumbledore looked at the young man walking towards him. His face was softer than the British people around him. He had light blonde hair, but the blonde was too light, like silver, which reminded him again. His former best friend. He shook his head, threw the distracting thoughts from his mind, and nodded at Nelson with a smile. "Presumably you are Mr. Nelson Williams." "I am a teacher, and I work in a school named Hogwarts School. Invite you and Mr. Riddle to come to our school. You can call me Professor Dumbledore." Nelson walked in front of the two of them and looked up at the young Dumbledore. "Just call me Nelson, Professor Dumbledore. Could you please introduce us to this school?" He rushed to Dumbledore's side. Tom blinked, and Tom saw him making a grimace, turning his mouth at Dumbledore, turning his face to the other side. "Why don't we find a place to sit down and talk slowly?" Dumbledore said briskly. "Oh, okay." Nelson looked at Dumbledore in front of him, and finally saw the real person, staying with the greatest wizard in modern times, and his excitement couldn't be restrained. "Let's go to the lobby, sir." "So you mean, Tom and I are wizards?" "Are they?" "Yes, from the description of Tom just now, I think you two have unique magical talents. If you come to Hogwarts, I believe you will have extraordinary achievements. For young wizards like you, yours the abilities are amazingly perfected and mature, and the most interesting point is to have found that you can control these abilities to some extent and begin to use them consciously." "Thank you for your praise," Nelson complimented. "This seems to be a picture cake." "Painting a pie? Is drawing a pie to satisfy your hunger?" "You are really knowledgeable." Dumbledore fought back a little. "But you have to believe that what I said is true. Maybe you were just two fronts of the West End orphanage in London before. Confused orphans, but now, you have entered the world of magic." "Nah, we can do great things," Tom interrupted. "Yeah, the world of magic is unbelievable." Nelson leaned on his chair and looked out the window, his mind drifting into the distance with his gaze. Couldn't help sighing. The world of magic. "However, we don't have money." Tom quickly jumped out and pointed out the most serious problem. Looking at Dumbledore's face, he quickly added, "Professor, it's not a problem." Dumbledore took out 2 leather bags from his pocket. "Hogwarts has a special fund to support students who are temporarily shy in their pockets, and I brought this money today." Tom took the purse and took out a gold gallant to look closely. It was a thick shiny gold coin. "Then where should we go to buy the books and the things we need, Professor?" "In Diagon Alley," Dumbledore said. "I brought your admission notice with a list of needed books and school supplies. I can help you buy everything." He took it out of his pocket again. 2 rolls of parchment. "You want to accompany us?" Tom raised his head and asked. "Of course, after all you know." Tom rebuffed. "I can go with Na. We are familiar with London." "How can I get to this Diagon Alley, Professor?" Dumbledore was speechless for a while, and quickly handed the parchment to Tom, and told him the specific route from the orphanage to the Broken Cauldron Bar, and then said, "You can definitely see it, but the muls around you can't see it." "Yes, inquire about Tom the Bar near easy to remember. The name is the same as yours." Tom was unhappy. Dumbledore perceived sensitively, "You don't seem to like the name Tom." "There are too many people named Tom. There are probably tens of thousands in London," Tom muttered, waving his arms, as if driving away an invisible mosquito. "With so many mortals with the same name, it makes me feel nausea." "You are also a mortal, Tom," Nelson said suddenly beside him, and Tom grumbled, still muttering something that he didn't understand. Dumbledore glanced at him approvingly, wondering why he didn't take the money. "Mr. Williams, Why didn't you take away your notice and bursary? I have to go back and discuss it with my aunt. What else to discuss? Don't you want to learn magic? Tom began to wave his arms again. Mr. Williams, you are right. Family is the most precious thing. Dumbledore patted Nelson's shoulder approvingly, then handed him the parchment. You should keep the admission notice first. Nelson took the parchment. Look, Dumbledore cheered. He untied the thread that had tied the parchment paper, spread it on the table and smoothed it, took a deep breath, and looked at the text on it. Principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Armando Dupite, Special Grade Magic School recognized by the International Witchcraft League Association. Dear Mr. Nelson Wildning Williams, we are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Attached is a list of books and school supplies needed for studying. The school will start on September 1st. Please use your OWL to send a reply letter before July 31st. You are loyal, Principal Armando Dupite. You don't need to reply. After all, you don't have an owl yet. Dumbledore added. The owl is the most common messenger in the wizarding world, and you will need one in the future. You can use the school first while you are studying. You take the train to school on September 1st, from King's Cross Station. Dumbledore took another envelope from his pocket. I also brought the ticket. The details are on the parchment in the envelope. Tom took the envelope, opened it, and put it in his pocket carefully. Then, Mr. Williams, let's go. Let's find your aunt. Dumbledore got up happily, as if he had discovered something interesting from the two young wizards. As an educator, and a student's parent, keeping in touch is a must. Nelson was already impatient. He couldn't wait to plunge into the great adventure of the wizarding world immediately. Before that, he needed a short goodbye with his family. He got up and opened the door, asking Dumbledore to go first. Thank you. Dumbledore went out and said goodbye to Mrs. Cole. Tom clutched his money bag and Nelson's money bag tightly, followed out the door, and chased the two who went first out of the orphanage. Chapter 4. Bellatrix. Nicholas Nelson and his team walked out of the orphanage, walked through the dirty streets of London, and across 2 blocks. They reached a street that was more dilapidated than the ordinary London street. This was an unnamed street on the outskirts of West End, and the street stood silently. 2 rows of old, standard two-story houses. These houses are quite different from the styles that can be seen everywhere on the streets of London. Most of them have tall and steep 4-pitched roofs, and the elongated doors and windows are arranged vertically in a grid, with a strong French style. If it is clean and tidy, this should be a pleasant neighborhood to live in. There were scruffy men talking in French everywhere on this street, and occasionally tired women hurried past. When the 3 of Nelson came from the corner of the street, some people on the side of the road nodded to Nelson, and more people did. Staring at Dumbledore warily, they came to the door of a house. Compared with the filthy and run-down of other neighbors, this family's life was much more refined. The doors and windows were carefully cleaned, and the lawn in front of the door was relatively neatly trimmed. There was a house in front of the house. The mailbox was packed full with the host's surname, Nicholas, engraved on it. Nelson stepped forward, rang the doorbell, and rang the metal sweet, crisp knocking sound, which seemed a little abrupt in the whispering street. Soon, a thin woman in a black dress and apron pushed open the door and walked across the lawn, came to the main entrance and opened the door for them. Seeing Nelson, she smiled in surprise. Nal, aren't you going to worship today? She stepped forward and bent over to hug Nelson, and saw Tom next to him. Tom is here too. Today I made a stew. The dishes will be eaten in a while. She bent down and hugged Tom again. Tom looked a little awkward, hugged her stiffly, turned his face, and looked a little shy again. She straightened up and looked at the strange man behind the 2 children. Hello. Presumably you are Na's aunt, and I am Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore put his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly to salute. I am a teacher. Come and invite Mr. Williams and his friend Mr. Riddle went to our school to study and came here to ask for your advice as a relative. Ah, okay. Please come in. She introduced the 3 of them into the house. I am Bellatrix Nicholas. As you can see, I am Nar's aunt," she introduced. "Nar is the son of my sister Elizabeth." "Hello, Mrs. Nicholas." Dumbledore saluted again. "You said here to invite Nar to study?" Bella asked the three of them to sit down in the living room and take out 4 sets of teacups to pour tea. "Ah, sorry." She poured the tea while serving Dumbledore out of the cup. Some spilled on the table. She turned to the kitchen to get a rag, and her voice floated far away. "Then I can ask, what kind of school is this?" "It's okay, ma'am." Dumbledore took a sip from his teacup and introduced the school where he worked for the 3rd time today. "Our school is called Hogwarts." "This is a smack." Bella came out of the kitchen and the rag in her hand fell to the floor. She stared at Dumbledore dumbfounded, and realized that she was losing her mind. She hurriedly covered her mouth opened in shock with her right hand, slowly bent down and picked up the rag from the ground with his left hand. But his eyes never moved away from Dumbledore. Nelson and Tom sat next to them, feeling the dignified air around them, a little restless. "Mrs. Nicholas, you seem to know something about Hogwarts." Dumbledore was also a little shocked. He felt that his day was spent in shock. He found 2 in an orphanage. A talented young wizard. This lady who does not know how to magic seems to know about the magic world. He sorted out his expression. "Sorry, I think you seem to." "Yes, I know Hogwarts." Bella put the rag in her hand on the shelf next to her and shook her head, seeming to drive some unpleasant memories out of her mind. "Someone will come to him when he grows up." "I thought it would be a letter from Buzzbart and moved to London from France." "Oh." She turned her head to see Nelson and Tom listening to the story attentively, feeling that it is not good to let them know these things, so she said to Dumbledore, "Well, let's go to the study to talk." "Let me put the table first." She picked up the rag that had just been placed on the shelf. "Don't bother you." Dumbledore drew his wand from his suit pocket and waved it towards the table. The tea stains on the table disappeared immediately. Then he stood up and walked towards Bella, his teacup and Bea's teacup. As he floated, he slowly followed behind him, occasionally clinking glasses. Bella asked Nelson and Tom to drink tea in the living room and led Dumbledore to the study. "Your aunt may be a witch." Tom was talking excitedly as soon as they left. "Impossible. She has never used magic." Nelson categorically denied. "Who knows? Dumbledore told me that wizards are dealing with Ma." "What is Ma?" "Muggles are not allowed to use magic, so she may never reveal to you. After all, she is not sure if you will become a wizard." Tom proudly showed off the new words he had just learned, and added at the end, "Muggles are just those mortals." "This is." Nelson leaned on the pillow of the sofa and began to think about this possibility. "Anyway, I can be sure that your mother has magical powers. I don't know." Tom also began to think about his life experience. "My mother can't be magical, otherwise she wouldn't die like that." "Maybe." Nelson thought of Melop Gunter's bloody love story. "Then it must be my father," Tom said to himself, as if analyzing to Nelson, and as if talking to himself. "They said my father has the same name as me, also named Tom Riddle, etc. I went to school. I must find someone by this name." Tom squinted his eyes, lay on another pillow on the sofa like Nelson, and began to imagine his magical life. But Nelson's thoughts did not know where it went. He was curious about his biological parents, but his aunt only told him that he was an orphan from the war, so that he would definitely cherish peace in the future. He never mentioned his life experience. The early wise Nelson was deeply knowing the uselessness of interrogation. He could always suppress the desire to ask, but this time the meeting between Dumbledore and his aunt evoked curiosity in his heart again, and he was going to do the same thing with Tom. "Tom, what kind of magic do you think we will learn?" he asked Tom lying next to him. "I don't know, but I think magic should be omnipotent." Young Tom Riddle's dark eyes were a little bright. "I think magic can help us gain strength, gain honor, seize power, and extend life. It must be able to satisfy all our imaginations." Tom. Hearing Tom's response, Nelson was a little worried and called Tom's name weakly. "What's the matter with Na? What about you? What magic do you want to learn?" Tom was excited, really like a child of his age. He could not wait to vent his unique talents. Don't know if there is magic that travels through time and space. Do you want to be a traveler? That's pretty cool too. Ah, maybe. I want to see some places. I have been in London for many years. After learning magic, where can we not go? Mrs. Nicholas, I'm sorry, but I think you seem to. Dumbledore, who had just entered the study, expressed his confusion to Bella. I'm just an ordinary person, Bella explained. But my sister, Elizabeth Williams, is a witch. She and her husband entrusted Na to me 11 years ago. News. I know that Na must be a wizard, but I thought he would be admitted to Booth Baton, a French magic school. She introduced Nelson's parents. I thought your enrollment in the magic school would follow the human principle, but I didn't expect it to be territorial principle. She was a shrewd accountant before marriage. That's right, ma'am. That's it, Dumbledore responded. He didn't understand what Bella was talking about, so he had to respond. So, Mr. Nelson Wiltoning Williams is Elizabeth William, the child of Ems and Melgan Wiltoning? He just heard a familiar name. That's right. Those are the names of my sister and brother-in-law. Do you know them? She said sharply and quickly, holding Dumbledore's sleeve. Then suddenly she lowered her voice, seeming a little expectant and a little afraid, released the hand holding Dumbledore and swallowed the second half of his own sentence. Sorry, Miss Williams. Dumbledore lowered his head and said in a heavy voice, your sister and brother-in-law died in the battle 11 years ago. They are all respectable people. Bella's eyes were dark, and she stood in a daze. Her thoughts drifted back to the two people who suddenly appeared at home 11 years ago. Her sister just looked at the child in the basket and smiled gently, as if she couldn't see enough. The brother-in-law smiled and confessed the child's name. The child's name? Oh, my name starts with M, so the child can use N. Think about it later, it's not going to come back. There are so many people in Paris. How can I be stupid? Go up and fight with the Dark Lord. Ha 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 ha. Melgan seemed to be amused by his idea. He smiled, and said intermittently, Bella, if I really die, the kid will let Jonas name it. He is a cultural man. Dumbledore looked at Bella guiltily. He knew the couple. They were the best talents in that session of Booth Baton. It was all because of the attack planned by his old friend in Paris in 1927. He has to blame him. And in order not to cause more pain, he must find a way to end it all. Chapter 5 The One Shop in Diagon Alley. If you are lucky enough to be able to live in the world of magic, what is the first thing you want to buy? For Harry Potter, it may be a new flying broomstick. For Hermione Granger, it may be an esoteric spell book. For Tom Riddle, it may be a powerful magic wand. And for Nelson, he prefers to obtain a history book of the magical world. He knows that manpower is endless and time is endless, and sometimes the unquestioned answer may be hidden in something that happened a long time ago, in a story. The curse can't do many things, otherwise there wouldn't be so many great wizards who have left their names in history to die with regret. Nelson was standing in front of the bookshelf in the last row of Lyhan Bookstore. The huge bookshelf occupying the entire wall was full of books. He had basically selected the textbooks that he and Tom needed for the first grade, and he was standing in front of the bookshelf. Thinking about it, this bookcase is full of dust on the innermost shelf. Unlike other bookshelves, there are so many books that need to be piled up on the ground, and the ceiling is high. The ones stored here are no one cares about, even for many years. History books that are not updated once have no magic power, and the recorded stories are already in the past. For most wizards, the value of the most expensive book here is not as valuable as the latest Daily Prophet. Important magic events of the 19th century. This is not bad. The Great Wizard of the 19th century, you can watch it. And I can give it to myself when they come to me to write. The Great Wizard of the 20th century set up a cool character. Hogwarts, a school history. Buy a copy of this. History of Magic. How is it compiled by the editorial board of the History of Magic? It shouldn't be Bartilda Middledot Bagshot's books. Forget it. Buy one. The reason why Nelson was able to buy expensive first-hand books so lavishly was due to a box that Aunt Bella took out of the basement when Dumbledore left yesterday. She took out a key from the box. Professor Dumbledore, The key was left by my sister and brother-in-law. It may be related to their inheritance. I wonder if you know where it is? I hope it can help these two poor children in the Wizarding Society. La is a delicate and sensitive but strong woman. At the moment she settled down with her nephew, looking at her sister's belongings, she finally couldn't help but began to secretly wipe her tears. Let me see. Dumbledore turned out the key. Oh. This is the key to a vault. Look at the address, it should be in Gringotts in France. Gringotts is a magic bank opened by fairies, worldwide chain. He explained to everyone, it's not easy to get there from London, but you can get some from Gringotts in Diagon Alley. Dumbledore handed the key to Nelson. Sorry, but I want to ask, after so long, will this bank since the birth of the financial industry? The Williams family has been engaged in financial work for generations and has been accustomed to the various operations of the London Bank. Bella can't help but worry about her nephew's wealth. Don't worry, Dumbledore patted Nelson on the shoulder. Even the fairies are greedy, but they will be able to pick up the key when they see it. He didn't explain much, only that he still had something to do in London. Once again emphasized the route to Diagon Alley for Tom and Nelson and left. Mr. Williams, the clerk at Lyhan bookstore, saw Nelson and ran to him. We have already packed the book you ordered, and we will ship it to you later, but there are still 2 copies of Adbwar Flynn's Theory of Magic. There have been more freshmen at Hogwarts recently, and this book is a little out of stock. Can we send it directly to Hogwarts after school starts? He said like a cannonball. I can't help him not paying attention to it. The powerful magic books are hidden in the study rooms of various pureblood families. Their usual business is only the school textbooks and some life magic books and entertainment books in the weekdays. Such large customers are rare. I noticed that the address you left seems to be a mole neighborhood in London. Do you think you used an owl or London's way? Nelson frowned. However, we plan to prepare for our homework during the holidays, so we will not have such a textbook. The clerk looked at the pile of books that Nelson had picked for fear of disrupting the business, so he concentrated on his wisdom and said hurriedly, Sir, why not do this? Our store will also accept some second-hand books. Why not give you 2 second-hand books first? Yes, you can make do with it first. Although the version is old and the pages are old, the content is the same. Seeing Nelson's disgusting expression, he hurriedly added, these 2 books are for you. No money. Waiting for us to restock. Yes, I will send you the latest new book right away. Seeing Na's brows stretched, he added, our bookstore will give you 2 more sets of automatic ink filling and leak-proof quill pens as compensation to customers who love books and knowledge like you. Nelson was comfortable with being photographed. He pointed to the pile of history books he had just selected and said to the clerk, take these books now. Are you there? The shout came from the door of the bookstore. The voice was not small, but the deliberately controlled voice did not affect the customers who selected books in the bookstore. This was Tom's voice. Wrap these books and send them, and send the bills together, and I will send you the book fees. Nelson hurriedly walked to the door. When he walked through the bookshelf of the first grade class, he almost tripped over a little girl who was squatting on the ground looking at the books on the bottom layer. He straightened up with the bookshelf and turned to look at the girl who was almost stepped on. She was wearing a with glasses covering half of her face. There were a few small freckles on her face. Her skin was fair, and some babies were fat. At this moment, she looked at Nelson in a flustered face, shivering and afraid to speak. Are you all right? I'm sorry I almost stepped on you just now. Nelson reached out his hand to her, trying to pull her up. The girl didn't seem to appreciate it. She shook her head, still rubbing back, and leaned against the bookshelf. Nelson was a little confused. For the first time in many years, he had doubts about his appearance. He did not take back his outstretched hand. The 2 of them froze in place. The scene was a bit like Michelangelo's mural Genesis, but it should have been. Adam, who stretched out his hand, shrank in the corner. Metal, where did you go? A woman's voice came. The girl suddenly stood up on the bookshelf, took 2 steps back, turned and ran away. Nelson looked at his hands in the air, feeling a little funny. and turned around and walked towards the door of the bookstore to find Tom. "Why are you so inked?" As soon as he arrived, Tom said impatiently, "The great Mr. Riddle has bought us robes, crucibles, protective gear and all school supplies." His indifference only lasted. In less than half a second, he began to claim credit. "So we just need to buy wands now?" Nelson ignored him, looking around. "Where is Ollivander's wand shop? I've inquired about it before, and it's just a turn ahead." Tom then asked for credit, and the two of them walked forward. "Yes. There are pets. We also need a pet. I really don't understand why these people ask students for it. You have to bring pets to school. Are you afraid that they are too lonely? Look at the list. Toads, owls, cats, slimy, squeaking or furry animals make me sick. Toads have good tolerance to all kinds of potions and have a long lifespan. They should be used to assist in the study of potions. Owls can be used to deliver letters. Cats are the most common spiritual creatures, conducive to the study of divination. I think the school has its own reasons for choosing these three animals. At least it can help campus life a bit." Nelson thought of the books he had just read about creatures and magic, and magical creatures. It turned out to be like this. "Then I will raise a toad. I am too lazy to feed it. This kind of long-lived thing is suitable for me. I hope I won't be killed by it." Tom walked to the crossroad and pointed to the inconspicuous family on his right. "Shop. Buy the magic wand there." Nelson looked at this small shop. The old blackened sign had already peeled off the gold letters. Nelson squinted his eyes and read, "Ollivander has been making excellent wands since 382 BC. Do I have a magic wand too?" Nelson adjusted his mind, calmed his breath, and walked towards the magic wand shop with his leg raised. Tom had already walked into the shop. Nelson opened the door. The wand shop was very small. There was only one bench in the middle of the house. Thousands of long and narrow boxes with wands leaned against the wall and piled up almost to the ceiling. "Look, it is crumbling up. And the unique environment makes this shop look empty and crowded." It is empty, because there are few people in the house, and there is nothing to display. It is crowded because every little wizard who has just entered the world of magic walks here. When you shop, you will feel surrounded by countless, unique and magical elves. Nelson greeted Ollivander with his eyes, and quietly walked to Tom and stood still. Ollivander's voice floated to his ears, echoing in the empty room, looking psychedelic and ethereal. "Yes, the magic wand is choosing their wizard." He suddenly turned his face to Nelson, and his big silver eyes looked completely transparent, like a ghost with a solid body. "Each magic wand will have a wonderful reaction with its destined wizard. This kind of reaction is more than banging out of a rough spell, than boiling some leaves in a cauldron, and more than them, a lot of precision and a lot of splendor." Although Ollivander was still young in 1938, his mysterious appearance is not weaker than his old age. However, in fact, Ollivander is such a person. He treats the wand is extremely pure. This kind of belief trumps everything. Every time a freshman at Hogwarts enrolls in school, I get very excited. This excitement has existed when I was an apprentice for my father, and it has endured. Ollivander looked left and right at Nelson and Tom. "Every young man in Britain, take away their destined wand from me and embark on a wonderful life journey." This feeling is intoxicating. "So, you two, who will first accept your destiny?" "Chapter Magic Wand please, Mr. Riddle." "You come first." Nelson took a step back and gave up a few feet of the stage to Tom, who was impatient for a long time. "Come on. I'm also very curious. Was that fateful wand that chose you in the end?" he thought to himself. "Mr. Riddle?" "Tom Riddle." Ollivander chanted Tom's name in a long voice with his unique ethereal voice. "Which one is your dominant hand?" Right hand." Even Tom, who was precocious, seemed a little nervous when facing such an important moment in life. "Okay, Mr. Riddle." Ollivander took out a silver tape measure from nowhere. The scale on this tape measure was severely worn and the color was extremely close to Ollivander's eyes. "Extend your arm, like this." He measured Tom's shoulders to fingertips, and measured Tom's forearms, height, wingspan and even waist and head circumference. Nelson noticed that although Ollivander was holding the tape measure, his hands, it seems that there is no force to control it, and the tape rushes up and down as if it is alive. Paying attention to Nelson's gaze, Ollivander explained, "This tape measure has been with our family since the establishment of Ollivander's wand shop in 382 BC. It has been able to complete its tasks perfectly for generations, help every magic wand made by Ollivander in the past to find the best partner for them. Each Ollivander's wand is unique and unique." He took out a book and began to look through it, as if looking for something. Each wand has its own unique core, made of materials from powerful magical creatures. We only use unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers and dragon heartstrings as the core. They are all beautiful and powerful magic creatures. These magic creatures are unique. After all, there are no two identical unique creatures in the world. Horned beast, dragon or phoenix. Ollivander waved his magic wand, and the tape began to measure some embarrassing parts of Tom, such as the width of his nostrils. At the same time, boxes with magic wands flew out of the pile of similar species. These unique wands will choose their own masters, so when you use other people's wands, there is a high probability that you will cast crappy magic because you are not recognized. "Try this, Mr. Riddle." Ollivander put away his ruler, the heartstrings of the blackthorn and the dragon, 12 3/4 of an inch. "This magic wand can display great power. Magic will accompany you through difficult times and make contributions." Tom took the wand, and a ball of flame roared up from the tip of the wand, rolling up a whirlwind with heat waves. Nelson felt a little dazzling and uncomfortable, and closed his eyes unconsciously. Tom looked at the scene he created. His face was excited, and he was about to speak. "Not bad, but not enough." Ollivander drew his wand from Tom. "Let me think about it. The heartstring of ebony and dragon, 10 inches long, stubby and tough, a good wand for a fence." Tom took the magic wand and suddenly burst of electric light burst out all over his body. Nelson watched from the side and couldn't help but fuck in his heart. It seemed that the scene of the explosion of static electricity didn't seem to move Ollivander. He didn't care about his surroundings. The beating electric light stretched out his hand and took out the magic wand. "Not stable. Try this one, alloy Juan and unicorn hair, 11 inches. This is a loyal wand. Try this, a rare and extraordinary combination, applewood and phoenix tail feathers. Try this." Standing in place, Tom, who was at the mercy of Ollivander, was a little bit scorched. Nelson watched the cool CG that seemed to be awakened more than a dozen times. He had already developed aesthetic fatigue, even some numbness, but Ollivander still enjoyed it. The picky customer, isn't it? Ollivander's wand maker likes picky customers the most. In fact, every customer is very picky. After all, for a wizard, the wand spends more time with him than his lover. It's long, so you need to be more careful. He went through the boxes and took out one from the pile of boxes. "Try this bear. The tail feathers of the phoenix, 13.5 inches. Powerful, extremely powerful." Tom, who took the wand, slowly floated up. Although he was in a small shop with closed doors and windows, the jacket he was wearing was still raised backwards, as if a hunting wind was sweeping here. Tom raised his right hand, looked down at the magic wand in his hand, and raised his left hand, stroking this extraordinary and destined magic wand like a lover, then lowered his head and pressed his thin, pale lips to the wand. Just floating in the air, kissing it. "You is often associated with death in legends, but the phoenix is famous for being reborn from nirvana." Ollivander looked at Tom floating in the air, with silver eyes like a mirror, and said with satisfaction, "I am in this line of business. You have never seen such a scene in so many years, and you will accomplish great things, Mr. Riddle. This is a magic wand that was born to you. Mr. Williams, it's your turn." The landed Tom still pretended to show a calmness like an avalanche before, but kept secretly wiping with the cuff of his left hand under his hand and clinging tightly with his right hand. "Live wand." Hearing Ollivander's call, Nelson also suppressed his nervousness and stepped forward for a medical examination. "Which hand do you usually use?" "Right hand, sir. With the lessons learned from the past, Nelson's unusual cooperation, the measurement ended smoothly and quickly, and after a while, more than a dozen boxes with magic wands flew up and yards in front of Ollivander. Try this one first. Birchwood, phoenix feathers, 13½ inches, beautiful and sacred. Nelson took the wand, and nothing seemed to happen. This. He was about to open his mouth to break the embarrassment, but suddenly felt a little cold in his ankles and looked down. The entrapped water vapor was permeating the entire shop, and soon clear and translucent water droplets condensed on the floor. These water vapors were not as eye-catching as the fire that broke out when Tom got the first wand, but they were extremely harmonious, uniform and symmetrical. That's it. Nelson was wondering what this was, and suddenly Ollivander drew his wand away. No way, I should try this one. Willow wood, unicorn hair, 14 inches, extremely flexible. It is a good wand for high-level magic skills. Nelson took the wand, and the water vapor in the room became thicker, and it was even like a thick fog, developing to a level that makes people breathless. Just about to speak, Ollivander quickly took the wand away. The strange thing is that after releasing the wand, the water vapor in the house did not disappear immediately like Tom's special effects before, but entangled for a while and dissipated like real fog. Looking at the fog in the shop, Ollivander stood in front of the pile of wands thinking hard. Can I try to do the fog hiding technique in the future, or the rain tiger free technique? Nelson stood bored on the spot. His calf was itchy by the water vapor, but he was embarrassed to bend over to scratch. Ollivander it also seemed to be disconnected, so he had to think of something strange to radiate his thoughts. In the future, I can duel with other wizards. I can first say my pain is above you, and then use the first mover advantage of fashionable value. Come to crush the opponent. Ollivander clapped his hands, interrupting Nelson's cranky thinking. You must have grown up in London. Let us try these wands. He held out a bunch of wands and let Nelson try one by one. But these wands are in Nelson's hands, which will only make the fog that happened in the wand shop bigger and bigger. Even after trying more than a dozen of them, the fog after the wand is removed from the hand no longer gradually thins or dissipates, but instead forms. A substantial fog spreads from the cracks in the door of the shop to the street outside. Fluorescence flickers. Ollivander's wand tip lit up, allowing him to see his customers. Tom, who was taken aback by the light, retracted back into the thick fog, struggling unscrupulously with others invisible. With his wand's hand, he put the wand back in his pocket, looking left and right. Why does this happen? Ollivander was also wondering. Mr. Williams. Sorry, Nelson didn't know how to explain. Sorry, this shouldn't be a problem that annoys customers. I must find a wand that suits you. After a while, Ollivander came out again with a stack of boxes. I think we should change our thinking. Although we are in the fog, we should not lock our brains in the fog. These things seem to be related to yours. A magic wand with no attributes. Ollivander stopped his analysis, and his silver eyes showed extreme surprise. He saw a slender black wand flying out of the pile of wands and flew into Nelson's hand to be held by him. It seems that it has a lot to do with your traits. Nelson raised his hand, and the mist escaping from the shop surged frantically towards the wand in his hand. The hem of the short windbreaker he wore was dancing with the surrounding wind, which was different from Tom's wand when he was in the air. There was a gust of wind in the store. The black walnut tanned wand body is extremely strong and not easy to bend. The dragon's heartstring is used as the core to make this wand stronger. Beautiful wand, 14 inches, slender, straight. A perfect combination. Mr. Nelson, you have a special talent. Please explore it carefully, but before that, you should always ask your heart. Ollivander played the role of a qualified narration or narration. When he said the last word, the magic wand in Nelson's hand just sucked all the mist into it, and then the wind was calm. Tom was watching his friend looking for the magic wand next to him. He seemed to have a secret contrast in his heart, and suddenly smiled. Unfortunately you can't fly. His expression is too easy to read. Nelson raised his hand and looked at the wand held in his hand. As Ollivander said, it was a slender, straight wand. The length of 14 inches made it look longer than other people's wands. Nelson and Tom grew taller among their peers, barely able to hold 14 inches and 13.5-inch wands. Nelson took the wand close to his eyes and examined it carefully. The unique texture of black walnut made the wand look gorgeous and mysterious. He gently waved his right hand, and the only chair in Ollivander's shop collapsed. He is connected by blood, like a sensation of an arm making a finger. Sorry, Mr. Ollivander. It's okay. Restore as before. Gently waved the wand. The chair was intact. Ollivander smiled and looked at them with those big transparent silver eyes. The wands in my shop are like my children. They found it. The right partner. I am the happiest person. Tom and Nelson rubbed the wands in their hands and smiled at each other. However, Ollivander added, Mr. Riddle, you have to pay 7 gallons for your wand. And Mr. Williams, you have to pay 7 gallons and 13 sick. The intelligence of these wizards really makes me sick. After leaving Ollivander's wand shop, Tom began to commit daily nausea again. Why can a gingy oolong be exchanged for 17 psychs or 400 donats? Obviously they have 10 fingers, and their daily arithmetic is decimal. I don't know. Maybe the creatures that ruled the magical world at the beginning had 17 fingers and 29 toes? Nelson couldn't imagine this strange creature either. I used to say that Chamberlain was a fool, but now I think he is fully qualified to be the Minister of Finance. In fact, his grandmother can also be. Tom relentlessly criticized the financial system under the Ministry of Magic. The pet shop is right in front of this. Seriously? Don't you think it's silly to carry a toad? That's a toad. But I think I can buy an owl or something. The two walked into the pet store. The clerk on duty was a blond and slightly fat 30-year-old man. He saw 2 little ghosts in mole costumes coming in, and he moved his butt from the stool. Put it down. The 2 little ghosts. The mouse is in the corner, and the snowy owl costs 40 gallons. Don't touch it. What kind of attitude are you? Tom had never felt this way before. He took out his wand and pointed to the clerk. The clerk showed disdain and sneered. How strange, I was pointed to my head by a mudblood with a wand. Then he took out the wand from under the table, pointed at Tom and Nelson, and drove them contemptuously. Get out. Tom seemed to want to fight for reasons. Nelson saw that the situation was not good. 2 11-year-olds who had just gotten their wands couldn't beat an adult wizard. He pulled Tom out of the shop. What? Tom spit on the ground. He no longer cared about his former restraint. He told me to get out. And he also said that I am a mudblood? What is a mudblood? Nelson had a headache on the side, comforting Tom while cursing bad luck. He was also very angry in his heart. The first time he came to Diagon Alley, he encountered this kind of face-slapped bridge. The most sad thing was that he failed to act, was only slapped in the face. Tom was still furious and kept asking, what is mudblood? Mudblood is an insulting term for a pure-blooded wizard to a mole-born wizard. This is a very vicious word that can never be uttered from the mouth of an educated wizard. A calm male voice suddenly sounded behind the two of them. Nelson turned his head to see that it was Dumbledore, Professor Dumbledore. He hurriedly said hello. Tom turned around immediately when he heard it, saw Dumbledore, suppressed his emotions, and greeted Dumbledore. Tom, Nelson. Let's go. I ask you to eat ice cream. Dumbledore took them by the shoulders and took them out of here. By the way, I ask you to help. Let's go to the Shelton cold drink shop. Mr. Sheldon Fosco's ice cream is the most delicious in the UK. Dumbledore smiled and blinked at the two of them. Unpleasant things. They walked to a cold drink shop on the side of the street. There were a lot of customers. There was only an empty table outside the shop. Dumbledore took the two of them to sit down there. Sheldon, 3 raspberry sundaes, thank you. He greeted the shopkeeper. The 3 sat down. Sheldon brought a cold drink. Dumbledore quickly finished his glass. Nelson poked the sundae spoon by spoon, and Tom sat at the table, watching the sundae slowly melting. His face solemn. The good mood of getting the beloved wand seemed to disappear. Nelson, when school starts on September 1st, Can you give this letter to Professor Slughorn for me? Dumbledore took out a letter and handed it to Nelson. I have something on the day of school. It may not be possible. Be on duty on time. If I arrive, you can just return this letter to me. Nelson nodded, and Dumbledore patted Tom on the shoulder again. Born does not determine your future, Tom. Your achievements will be limitless. Tom nodded at Dumbledore with an ugly face. Eat it. Tom. There is nothing in life more fascinating than sweets. Tom picked up the spoon and poked the sundae slowly. You guys rest here for a while, I'll do something. Wait a moment. Dumbledore patted Tom on the shoulder again, this time with great strength. Nelson saw Tom tremble. Nah, I'm not a mudblood, am I? Tom raised his lowered head when he saw Dumbledore leave. Nah saw that his face was haggard after being denied. He was originally black. The jade-like eyes were flushed red, and he seemed to be holding back tears, but his eyes didn't seem to shed tears at all. Without lacrimal glands to secrete tears, his opened eyes became even redder. Yes, Tom. Nelson hesitated for a moment. He didn't know whether to tell the Tom Gunter family. He knew that Tom urgently needed such news to cheer himself up, but how could he explain that he knew the Tom family's past? Yes, Tom. You are not. Hearing his friend's hesitant answer, Tom didn't know what he was thinking. Yeah, he responded softly. The answer was so erratic that Nelson didn't even hear it. He just watched Tom put his head on his chest again, eating the sundae silently, not knowing how to comfort this extremely proud and sensitive young man. I just saw you with Professor Dumbledore. Are you freshmen at Hogwarts? A voice broke in untimely. Nelson looked up and saw a sturdy boy with a black flat head and dark grey eyes. Alphad Black, a newborn in Hogwarts. He carried a bird with a white snow owl inside, and said excitedly, Al, I told you not to run around. An older girl ran after Wahlberger. Sorry, this is my brother. He is a bit naughty. I'm sorry to disturb you. It's okay. Nelson looked aside and found Tom with a cold face. He seemed to have adjusted his mood, with a cool expression, holding the sundae and looking at the bird cage in Wahlberger's hand. It's okay. Nelson also followed. I take the liberty to ask, can we sit here? There is no more space in the Sheldon cold drink shop. Alphad's sister stared at Tom and said lightly, I will definitely go to Slytherin. Alphad mumbled vaguely with his mouth full of shaved ice. My whole family is Slytherin, and 8 generations of my ancestors are Slytherin. If I didn't enter Slytherin, my mother might burn my name off the genealogy. What are you talking about? Wahlberger poked at his brother who was running the train and cast apologetic glances at the two. Her name was Wahlberger Black, Alphad's relatives, Slytherin's 3rd grader students. The two come from the ancient pureblood family, the Black family. I want me to go to Ravenclaw. Nelson waved to Wahlberger, indicating that it was okay. I heard that there are the most intelligent wizards in Britain. Ha, you'd better come to Slytherin. Ravenclaws are just a bunch of nerds in the library. Wahlberger continued to pinch his brother and instilled Slytherin's values in Nelson. She suddenly turned to Tom. Riddle, you are so good. You will definitely be selected by Slytherin. Me? Tom played with his spoon boredly. A mudblood like me, I am afraid it is not worthy to go to Slytherin to study with a noble pure blood. Ah? Wahlberger was so surprised that all the spoons fell to the ground. She hesitated for a long time before squatting out, you are so good, so handsome, surely you won't be mudblood. What's good about Slytherin? Alphad interrupted. Tom, you should go to Gryffindor. That's the best college in Hogwarts. Dumbledore is ... Why ... What are you doing? He got his sister's education again. Tom then played with his spoon, his face gloomy. It's great, I'll leave for a while, and you will find new friends. A vibrant voice suddenly squeezed in from the side. It was Dumbledore, who was carrying 2 cages. Dangdon, this is the beginning of school for you. Gift, Professor Dumbledore. The 4 said hello quickly. Hello Nelson, this is for you. Dumbledore picked up the cage on the left-hand side and handed it to Nelson. Inside was a British short with a ridiculous moustache, matching the pattern on his face. It was as if a question mark was drawn on his face. Pump. Nelson laughed the moment he saw the kitten. "I'll call you a question mark from now on." Nelson teased the kitten and said happily, "Tom, this is for you." Tom looked up. Inside the cage was a brightly colored owl. Its face was surrounded by stripes and patterns. It looked very gorgeous. It's called the streaked owl. It is a very rare owl. It has a bad temper, but it can send far away letters, and its mission must be fulfilled. Dumbledore put the birdcage into Tom's arms and rubbed his head. "Is the raspberry sundae delicious?" "It tastes good, but a little sour, Professor." Tom raised his head and said to Dumbledore solemnly, "Ha ha ha." Dumbledore laughed, and everyone laughed, and finally Tom hugged the birdcage tightly, showing a slight smile. "Noel, you won't use your magic." Tom looked at the thick fog outside the train and expressed his doubts to Nelson. "I didn't. And I said it. It's not magic at all." Nelson argued weakly. Alphad was beside him, and under the control of his sister, he tried his best to ask Tom to repeat what happened in Ollivander's wand shop. At this moment they have been on the train to Hogwarts. For a whole month of August, Nelson and Tom lived at Aunt Bella's house, hiding in the room to practice magic. After a month of hard work, they had reasons to believe that they will shine in the upcoming Hogwarts life. As the Magic Express took the four people laughing in the compartment away from London, the door of the magical world finally opened to them. "First-year freshmen, please come here and come with me," a short man shouted at the end of the station, holding a wand high in his hand, and the tip of the wand was glowing. A group of little wizards shoved and shoved from the train and squeezed in a panic. Nelson, Tom, and Alphad wore neat wizard robes and followed the crowd leisurely. They listened to the advice of their senior Wahlberger and changed early. After removing the clothes, he won't panic when the train broadcast sounds 5 minutes to reach Hogwarts. Behind them, a little girl crawled out of the carriage timidly. When all the first-year students gathered in front of the man, he pointed his wand to his neck. "The voice is loud." Sure enough, a loud voice came. "I am the keykeeper of Hogwarts, Og. The first-year students are following me, must follow me, don't get lost." After he said, he held up his luminous wand. "Go down a steep path." I don't know how long I walked. I went down the slope for I don't know how long, and turned I don't know how many turns. When most people were panting, Og's voice came again. "We are here." Nelson looked up. The large black lake traverses the left and right sides of the field of view. In a quiet evening, there is no ripple on the lake. It seems calmly not the surface of the water, but a bottomless pothole. Between the two steep peaks behind the lake, there is a magnificent one. The castle is built on the hillside, looking at the cliffs on both sides. This castle looks very old but not dilapidated. The stretch of the city walls connects towers taller than the mountain peaks. Among these towers, many turrets are built in a patchwork pattern. The inside of the castle is brightly lit. The aliens of the castle are brilliant, and the long and narrow stained glass is shining under the baptism of the castle lights and the stars. "Come on the boat in groups of 4. Og pointed to a row of small wooden boats tied to a small pier by the Black Lake. Alphad looked a little anxious. "Let's hurry up. There will be no boats late." "No." Tom shook his head slightly. The strange environment and strange society of Diagon Alley made him nervous before. When he came to Hogwarts, he knew that he had returned to the place he knew most among a group of children. He can be their leader wherever they are, or they can be someone they respect, which makes him feel like a fish in water and gradually relax. "The school must have prepared a boat for us according to the number of new students. There is no difference between the first one and the last one. We will be late, so we won't be crowded, and we won't be crowded, and we won't be too dissatisfied with the boat in front of us and separate us." Oh, Alphad said that he had a long experience. The 3 people lined up slowly, talking and laughing, and the line quickly reached the end. "Are the 3 of you left?" Og asked. "No, there is one more." He pointed behind the 3 of them and shouted, "Run faster! Just wait for you." The Nelson trio looked back in surprise. What a stealth ability this is! The three of them have never found anyone behind them. I saw a long-haired little girl slowly running to the lake. She had long golden brown hair and a pair of glasses that covered half of her face. She had fair skin, a little baby fat, and her face was dotted a few small freckles. It was the girl Nelson nearly stepped on at the Lion bookstore. Og grabbed her by the arm and pulled her into the boat. She struggled desperately, but it didn't seem to be of any use. Before the four people got on the boat sailed away. "Hey, what's your name?" Tom looked at the girl shrinking on the side of the ship, and asked her angrily and funny. "My name is Metal Warren," she replied in a low voice. She was able to communicate normally with people. Her pronunciation was standard, and her words were discreet. This contradicted Tom's guess. He thought that Metal and West City, the most common kind of children in orphanages who are abandoned and unadopted because of certain disabilities, are the same. After all, she just behaved too strangely. Now it seems that she is just afraid of Nelson. "Nell, what did you do to her?" Tom whispered to Nelson sideways. "I don't know. I only met her at Lion bookstore and almost tripped over her. But I also apologized." Nelson swore. Seeing Metal huddled in the corner alone, the Nelson and the three did not find themselves boring, and started chatting one after another. Soon, the wooden boat approached the castle. Looking up from the water near the castle, the fleet went to the waterway directly below the castle. From here, the castle is more magnificent than the distance. It seems to be suspended above the heads of everyone, so huge that it is difficult to look directly at. Finally I drew off the boat, and it seemed that someone pushed and shoved in front and caused it to fall into the water. The first-year freshmen who lined up again climbed a stone ladder and soon gathered in front of the castle's huge oak gate. "Everyone is here, right?" Og counted the number of people, raised his hand with thick joints and slowly knocked on the door. Boom boom boom. The vigorous knock on the door repeatedly refracted on the cliffs on both sides of the castle, echoing far away, and the noisy crowd instantly quieted down under this long echo. Squeak. The door opened, and inside the door stood a tall, handsome teacher, with his well-groomed auburn hair and beard. It was Albus Dumbledore. "Thank you, Og. Let me take them in now." "Clean up." He frowned, took out his wand and pointed at a little boy with waterweed on his head. He sneezed and looked at Dumbledore with grateful eyes. He waved his hand, and the heavy oak door was fully opened. Nelson saw a magnificent hall that was big enough to squeeze the next house. They climbed up the stairs in the middle of the hall and came to the door of the banquet hall. This door is not as huge as the gate of the castle, but it is far more gorgeous. The gold-rimmed door does not show the original material at all. It is embossed with the history of the four great wizards who founded Hogwarts. It is countless. The precious gems embellish it, although luxurious, but not vulgar. Dumbledore led the freshmen into a small room hidden diagonally across the banquet hall. The distribution ceremony will begin in front of all the teachers and students in the school in a few minutes. I personally suggest that you can tidy up your appearance, or dress yourself up with personality. I have to say that the one who blushed the Weasley family last year, the young man, is very creative. Dumbledore couldn't help reminding these little wizards who were disheveled because of the panic when getting off the train. In addition, before the sorting ceremony begins, I need to give you some enrollment exhortations. Dumbledore's face became serious. No matter what rumors you have heard about the various colleges, you must understand after you enroll. Each academy in Hogwarts has its own unique advantages and tendencies in cultivating talents. Any wizard in any academy may become the most outstanding wizard in the future. Therefore, please be sure to cherish yourself in Hogwarts. You will soon become a true member of Hogwarts during the time when Oz was studying. At that time, you will learn, live, and grow here. All your time from the age of 11 to 17 will be condensed to the end. Your four-poster bed at Hogwarts. So cherish your opportunity to learn knowledge, cherish your friends, cherish everything you are here. Welcome to Hogwarts. The little wizards in front of Dumbledore cheered, but quickly became noisy. They began to worry about the content of the sorting ceremony, but they didn't have time to intimidate themselves. because the sorting ceremony was about to begin. Under Dumbledore's leadership, the freshmen repassed the foyer and walked to the door of the banquet hall. Halfway down the road, Nelson took a look at the end of the corridor and found that someone had stopped the ghosts of Hogwarts, and they were watching this new year with a friendly look. Dumbledore opened the door of the banquet hall, and everyone filed in and walked into the auditorium. As soon as he entered the door, Nelson's eyes flashed. Senior students were sitting at 4 long tables, and the ceiling above them turned out to be a starry sky. Thousands of candles floated in midair, the whole auditorium was as bright as day, and the gold tableware on the table was shining. In front of the 4 long tables, there was another slightly shorter long table. A dozen wizards and wizards with different looks were sitting there and looking at them. In the center was a stern-faced white-haired old man. It was Hogwarts' current principal, Armando Dupit. Dumbledore led the freshmen up to the high platform, facing the senior students, standing with his back to the teacher, standing in a row. He took out a 4-corner stool and a pointed mage hat that looked like a rag from the cubicle next to him. As the new students were waiting for the follow-up development, the hat suddenly cracked. It splits a seam and sings like a human opens its mouth. I used to be just an ordinary mage hat torn to pieces by the dragon and repaired by Hufflepuff. She is a kind woman, good at sewing. She advocates teaching without class, and opens her arms to all seekers. Slytherin doesn't think so. He believes that the noble lineage is always more reliable. The middle process is not important. Important results are done. Ravenclaw is cold and arrogant. She thinks wisdom is better than everything. The wizard who can enter her door wall. There is a lot of ingenuity. Gryffindor is a warrior. He thinks the courageous wizard is the best. People that treat dragons as lizards treat the lion as a kitten, until one day the conflict intensified. They broke up unhappily. With few words from the old Slytherin, they indoctrinated me. Let me find posterity to take the torch, inherit the glory. Today's world is precarious. The Wizard of Hogwarts unite. 5 fingers are squeezed into a fist. Tomorrow, it will finally come. The Sorting Hat sang a broken song with no beginning and no end, and forcibly rhyming. And then he stayed on the stool and closed his eyes and rested. Nelson didn't know what was faltering. After all, from his point of view, the wizarding world seemed to have only a villain of Voldemort. A few decades later, the classmates in the front row completed the division one after another. Seeing that they just need to put their hats on their heads, most of them took a sigh of relief. Facing the division, Nelson thought of Harry Potter's classic Don't Go to Slytherin, so started to think, wait, is it better to go to Gryffindor or Ravenclaw? Alphad Black. Hearing the familiar name, Nelson looked up. Slytherin. Nelson lowered his head again. It was worthy of being the genes of the Black family, so strong. Tom Riddle. Hearing the familiar name, Nelson raised his head again. Slytherin. Nelson lowered his head again. Worthy of being a descendant of Slytherin himself. After a Gryffindor boy named John Urban stepped down, Nelson stood up, and finally it was the W surname. Metal Warren. Nelson sat down again. Ravenclaw. Nelson Williams. Nelson stepped onto the stage, and finally it was his turn. Nelson Williams. Dumbledore shouted from the stage. Nelson was still entangled between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Under Dumbledore's guidance, he stepped onto the stage, sat on the 4-corner stool, and took the tattered sorting hat and placed it on his head. Pull. He was about to speak, and as soon as he uttered the first syllable, he heard that the sorting hat had made its decision. Slytherin. A round of applause erupted from the side table. It was the long table of Slytherin College. Around the table sat a group of students wearing wizard robes. The collars and cuffs of their wizard robes were dotted with green lace, with a silver badge filled with green. The style of the badge is the same as the huge emblem floating above their heads. A green shield-shaped emblem is entrenched with a snake with its head up and tail high. Compared to the welcome of the other 3 colleges, they seemed to be more reserved and tidy. Nelson looked a little dazed. He was walking towards the long table of Slytherin under his feet, but he was very confused in his heart. He always claimed to be a good person or a smart person, but he was assigned to such a man who had trained many notorious evil wizards. At the college, he couldn't help but look back to see if the sorting cap was still there. He wanted to put on the sorting cap again and make his own choice. But when he turned around, he saw that Dumbledore had left with the hat and the four-corner stool. The banquet hall is the last branch student. Nelson turned his head to look at the long table in front of him. His old friend Tom stood up and clapped at him with a smile on his face. Surrounded by a large group of new students, his new friend Alphad had ran forward to hug Nelson, and his sister was standing behind Tom, stared at his brother's back. The senior students sitting on the table saw their last younger brother approaching the long table and stood up neatly and applauded. They all smiled. Some faces may not be handsome and beautiful, and some may not be sincere or even cunning, but the welcome at this moment is sincere. Nelson felt this friendship. He expelled the thoughts in his mind and ridiculed himself. I still claim to be a morally successful person. Isn't the idea just now wearing colored glasses to look at others? What qualifications do I have to look down on? Where's Slytherin? He smiled and hugged Alphad, who was running, patted him on the back, walked towards Tom, and the two looked at each other and shook hands firmly. Hello, Williams, a flat female voice inserted. Nelson looked in the direction of the voice. It was a black-haired girl with a ponytail. She looked 16 or 17 years old. Her skin was pale, her eye sockets were deep, her lips were thin and lacking blood, and she looked a little bit mean. Boys in lettering. Hello. He released the hand he was holding Tom and greeted him friendly. I am the president of the Female Student Council. She took a badge from the boy behind her. My name is Miranda Gozak. This is your Slytherin badge. Every Slytherin college of students have to pin it to their chests when they wear school uniforms. She handed the badge to Nelson. Nelson took the badge and saw that Tom and the freshman next to him each had the same badge on hand. Thank you. Oh, welcome. Miranda was turning around and preparing to leave, and turned her head when she heard this. I hope you have a good time in Slytherin. Then she turned around and went back to the head of the table, and sat down there. The chairs of the people on the left and right were a little far away from him. She has a weird temper and is not easy to get close to. Everyone is a little afraid of her. Nelson had just found an empty seat and sat down. Tom had taken it for him early in the morning. On the plate in front of him there was a pie that was still warm. He seemed quite sure that his friend would come to an academy with him. Tom handed him a glass of corn juice, and Wahlberg next to him said, gossiping, but she is indeed very good. Her grade is the first. She was still prefect. Maybe I will become Minister of Magic in the future. What did she do? Why should I be afraid of her? Tom clinked glasses with Nelson with his pumpkin juice, and asked disdainfully. It's not. I'm simply afraid of her. It seems just because of a bad personality. Nelson looked at Miranda in the distance and thought. She seemed to have noticed that someone was looking at her. Miranda raised her head and looked in Nelson's direction. The two eyes met. Nelson raised her glass from a distance. She was taken aback and continued to lower her head to eat something. Nelson noticed that she was wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses so that her eyes didn't look so deep and her facial features softened. Squeak! The door of the banquet hall opened. Dumbledore put down the sorting hat and walked back. He walked to the faculty's table and sat down on an empty seat. Nelson looked at him and found that he was talking with someone next to him. The man with a bright and handsome face was saying something. The man was talking while looking at the Slytherin table. The two of them met. He nodded at Nelson and then glanced at the table. Ding! The old man in the middle of the dining table pulled the bell at hand, and the hall soon became quiet, and all the students were sitting awkwardly, looking at him. Welcome. He stood up on the table. Welcome to Hogwarts in the new school year. Armando Dupete is the current principal of Hogwarts. He has short-cut silver hair close to the scalp. His yellow skin is covered with age spots, and his hooked nose is high and strong, dark and black. The eyes were sharp under the bushy eyebrows. You have to admit that it is your luck to be able to come to Hogwarts to study. Armando Dupete scanned the Hogwarts student with his eagle-like eyes, who seemed to be dying. The old man showed a vigorous figure, which made it hard to look directly at him. You are in the safest place in the world, and you have the best teachers to teach you knowledge. You don't have to be born and die like us. You don't have to fight with the most rampant black wizard boss now. You don't need to be poor in the corner of the magical world. Down, hungry. These are all brought to you by Hogwarts. He coughed twice and continued, I don't ask you to give me, your teacher, or Hogwarts in return. I only ask you to calm down during your 7 years at Hogwarts. Learn knowledge and grow up steadily in the ivory tower. When you can be alone, you can face the storm outside the school. At the moment he pulled out a piece of paper and began to read the school rules and other matters. In view of the special circumstances of the wizarding world, in order to prevent you from being harmed by dark magic, the opening of Hogsmeade in recent years will only be open to the 4th grade and above. Students in the 1st and 2nd grades are not allowed to approach the Forbidden Forest. If you violate the school rules, you will be responsible for the consequences. In addition, it is forbidden to use magic in the corridor. The students sounded drowsy, but they didn't dare to move. Noel, I've inquired. The person next to Dumbledore is our Dean, Professor Slughorn, who teaches potions. Tom glanced at the principal, lowered his head and whispered to Nelson next to him, Professor Slughorn? I thought he would be a fat man. Why? By the way, Dumbledore taught Transfiguration. I thought he was very good. He was a defense against the dark arts teacher. In addition, the Quidditch arena will be open 2 weeks after the start of school. Teams who need to reserve the venue at that time should fill out the application form by the captain and submit it to the dean of each college for signature, and then hand it over to the male and female student presidents. The principal's voice floated, and the students became restless. Finally, I hope that you must strictly abide by the school regulations. The list of items prohibited from entering the campus has been posted at the door of Mr. Og. If you violate the school regulations, you will be severely punished once discovered. Armando Dupete noticed that the thoughts of many students had drifted far away. He picked up the bell at hand and shook it again. The crisp bell rang back the souls of the students. Then, let's begin the dinner. He finished reading the school rules, and Dumbledore helped him sit down. The students in the auditorium cheered like a mountain roar and a tsunami. Nelson saw that the table in front of him suddenly became crowded. Rich food appeared on the empty plates, and the people around had started to gobble up. He chose for a long time, and brought a plate of sausages and pies to him. After a while, the principal seemed to be a little tired, and left the banquet hall on crutches. It was like pressing a switch. The hall suddenly became lively. The students exchanged eagerly. The teachers were chatting with each other. Nelson noticed that there were a few sneaky silver-white figures walking through the corners of the hall. The wall came out and looked at the crowd. They are ghosts parasitic on the castle, a group of cowards. Seeing the curious eyes of Nelson and Tom, Wahlberg explained, they are not allowed to touch the students. No, the bloody one next to him was our senior. Seeing everything unfamiliar in the magic school, Nelson and Tom were amazed, and Alphad had already begun to plan which school rule to violate tomorrow. As the dinner came to an end, the long table was in a mess. Nelson had learned the whole picture of the castle from Wahlberg's mouth, and Tom was surrounded by a group of freshmen and sophomores in the center, becoming the indisputable part of the banquet. Focus. Hey, can you hear me? Dumbledore said loudly. Presumably everyone is full and full, so now it's school song time. He took out his wand and lightly nodded on top of his head. A long golden ribbon floated out of the wand and rose into the starry sky above his head, forming one word after another. Sing in your favorite tone. Don't worry about others, Dumbledore said. Everyone stood up and looked at the lyrics above his head. Tom looked reluctant and seemed to be ready to fish in troubled waters. Get ready, sing. Hogwarts, 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 please teach us the knowledge. Whether we are the old man or a child who hurt his knee, our mind can accept some interesting things. Because now our brains are empty, full of air, dead flies and trivialities. Teach us some valuable knowledge. Give us back what we have forgotten. Just do your best and leave the rest to ourselves. We will study hard until it turns into dust. Nah. In the darkness, Tom suddenly called Nelson's name. "What's happening?" They were lying in their dormitory. After the dinner, the prefects of their respective colleges took the freshmen to the lounge of their respective colleges. They walked to a stone wall on the side of the castle and walked into a long and low room. The basement of the Black Lake can be seen through the glass. The prefect assigned them a dormitory. Nelson, Tom and the other three freshmen, Alan Abbey, Dwight Parkinson and George Carrow, were assigned to the same dormitory. Nothing. Listening to the snoring of the other three roommates, Tom was silent for a while and replied, "Chapter Uncle's letter." The next morning, Nelson blocked Dumbledore at the door of the restaurant, and he took out an envelope from his arms. "Professor Dumbledore, this is your letter to me during the holiday." "Thank you, Mr. Williams." Dumbledore took the envelope, stuffed it into the sleeve of the wizard's robe, and stepped forward to the dining room. Professor Dumbledore. Nelson hesitated. "What's the matter?" Dumbledore stopped and looked down at Nelson. "There is nothing in your envelope, right?" "Ha ha." Dumbledore patted Nelson on the shoulder, and didn't answer directly. "Let's go. Be careful to miss the delicacy." He took a step forward and walked to the restaurant. Nelson also quickly went in, found Tom to sit down with him, and began to enjoy his own breakfast. "Noel, our first class today is the Dean's class. After class, I organized a party for Slytherin freshmen. Are you coming to attend?" Tom poked a fork from Nelson's plate. "Small tomatoes." "No, I'm going to go to the library after class." Nelson shook his head and refused. He maintained a good study habit, knowing that books are the ladder of human progress. "Okay," Tom said dryly. "What is it?" A big grey owl suddenly threw a package into his arms. "The magic theory out of stock during the holidays." "Why did you throw it here?" Tom looked at the crushed tomatoes in his hand and threw them on the plate in front of him, preparing to put another one on Nelson's plate. "I left the names of both of us, maybe because your letters are placed higher." Nelson saw an owl hovering above his head. He reached for a newspaper and fell into his hands. "You can put 'I lost that old book during the holidays.'" "No need, it's the Daily Prophet." "Let me see." "Dumbledore has been awarded again, and we Singamore is considering inviting him to be a standing committee member." Celebrating the 850th anniversary of the publication of the Daily Prophet. Under the rule of the British Ministry of Magic, the country is truly peaceful. These media are really disgusting. Tom had already picked up the fourth small tomato, and Nelson brought the plate directly next to him. "I thought you knew. You read books every day. You have to understand current affairs. This helps us to adapt to this world faster." Recently the dark wizards in Europe have become more rampant, and they have even begun to make attacks in Wales. You know, the muggles are also very nervous these days. "Yes, there is going to be a war soon." "Oh, isn't it?" Chamberlain isn't ... It doesn't matter. What does it have to do with us? Mainly the Dark Wizard, you know. He is really good. "Gettle Grindelwald," Tom exclaimed. Hearing this name, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Several people looked at them with strange eyes. Nelson heard the name and finally understood that it was not only the world of moles that was shrouded in the cloud of war, but the world of wizards. There is also an iron curtain of horror that is hard to ignore. Dark Lord Grindelwald and his saints. What does it have to do with us? "Hogwarts is the safest place in the world," Nelson said loudly, and the surrounding noise soon recovered. "That's true, but I think Tom was about to talk loudly. What is this again?" An envelope fell from the sky and landed on Tom's head. He grabbed the envelope, looked at the name on it, and threw it on Nelson's desk angrily. "Your letter." Nelson took the letter, and the envelope was written neatly and smoothly in 2 lines. "Mr. Nelson Wiltning Williams of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Jonas Nicholas. Dear Na, long time no see. I just returned from a business trip in Czechoslovakia. The only specialties there are beer and some bitters. You are not old enough to bring them to you. When you grow up, we can go there together for vacation." To be honest, the situation here is not optimistic. I feel that the whole of Europe is about to change. When the next interview is over, I am going to ask for leave from the newspaper. I will stay in the UK for 2 years and stay with your aunt. I originally wanted to take it seriously. After taking care of you for a while, I didn't expect you to have been taken away by a boarding school. It was still a magic school. After becoming friends with your parents before, I once thought that magic was just a joke your father made to me. I have never mentioned your father to you before, because I don't know where to start, and I don't know if I should tell you that your father is a wizard. Your parents disappeared in a tragedy caused by magic. As far as I am concerned, I don't want you to touch those things again. But the blood of the wizard seems to contain some fatalistic magic. I have not yet returned to London. You are already going to accept your own destiny. Your father is a good friend of mine. His name is Mergen Wiltning. We put his last name in the middle of your name. He left you and disappeared 11 years ago. We don't know if he has what an invincible enemy. So use your mother's Williams as your surname. This is one of the most common surnames in the UK. After all, Wiltning seems to sound like a Nordic family. He is a witty, talkative and charming person, who looks almost exactly the same as you, but he loves to laugh. This is different from you. You have to laugh more in the future. When chatting with him before, he said that he hopes his child will become a brave person. I can't agree. In this era of war and chaos, I hope you can become a wise person. Regarding your mother, you can go home during the holidays and ask your aunt to tell you. As an uncle, I really did not fulfill my obligations as an elder. I spent most of the years running outside, and I didn't accompany you and your aunt well. But the good news is that even so, you have grown up, become an excellent and proud child. The stories of your predecessors shouldn't be a burden on you. Be the person you want to be. I'm leaving for Poland soon, so I won't say much. If there is anything you want to say, remember to write to me. I remember the wizard's owl can find me. It's coming October. Remember to wear 2 more clothes. Love, your Uncle Jonas. September 1st, 1938. Did your uncle go home? Tom asked beside him. Well, we just walked on the front foot. He went home on the back foot. Nelson closed his eyes and raised his head. He thought of his uncle taking himself to eat, drink and have fun and travel around for 10 years. He remembered how his uncle taught himself how to fight and taught himself French and French. In German, I remembered the tie my uncle gave to him for his birthday this year. This tie was longer than Nelson's wand, so he had to put it in a drawer at home. He remembered the little things he had spent with his relatives in the past 10 years. Tom leaned on his back. We will be on holiday for Christmas. It just so happens that your birthday is also on New Year's Day. We can go back to London. Isn't your birthday also on those days? Nelson calmed his mood, turned his face, and handed Tom a plate of small tomatoes. We can spend time together. By the way, do you only eat tomatoes in the morning? This is better. Tom poked another one. Welcome to Slytherin. The image of Horace Slughorn is very different from the walrus-like fat old man in Nelson's memory. The first class of Slytherin was taught by their dean to teach potions. Students from other colleges have classes together. The professor was standing on the podium with 3 lidded crucibles standing on the fire. Potions is an ancient, mysterious and extraordinary subject. Professor Slughorn whispered. His tone was soothing, but it seemed to be full of magic, affecting the thoughts of every Slytherin student. Unlike magic spells, most potions do not need to wave your wand or cast any magic during the production process. This makes many people think that it is not part of real magic, but there are countless potions. You can hardly imagine the effect of relatively. It requires its creator to have extraordinary knowledge, calm thinking, and unshakable patience. Potion is a science that requires a lot of time, energy, and wealth. But even if you pay for it, even if you pay for everything, it will shut the door to those who are not talented. The gains brought by such a huge price are the greatness of potions. Potions can help you increase your strength, grab wealth, brew glory, and even defeat death. Words full of bewitching came from the podium, and his voice was dulled, and many freshmen had already begun to aspire to become a potion master. Nelson noticed that when Professor Slughorn finished speaking, Tom next to him also sat upright, and even a red light flashed through his black eyes. Is this magic? What a vivid form of expression. Nelson murmured in his heart. Does anyone know what the 3 potions on my right are? Those who get the correct answers can get rewards. This is difficult for the little snakes next to them. Doesn't anyone really have finished preparing all the textbooks before school starts? No way, no way. They slandered in their hearts. Professor Slughorn lifted the lids of the 2 cauldrons. One pot was light orange, giving people a soothing feeling. The potion was bubbling, and the other pot was filled with golden potions. Looks like the sun makes people feel happy. Who can answer? Tom and Nelson raised their hands. Slughorn nodded Tom's name, and the handsome black-haired boy looked even more pleasing to his eyes. It's cough potion and euphoria, Professor. Tom stood up and answered politely. The surrounding Slytherin students looked at him with admiration, and of course they also showed jealousy or disdain. Yes, Slughorn opened the roster in his hand. Tom Riddle, you are such an excellent student. As a reward, I want to give Slytherin, my own college, 10 points. Tom bowed slightly and sat down. Now, please open the magic potion in your hands, and we officially start the first class. The classmates hurriedly flipped through the books, and suddenly a girl with short stature and short hair raised her hand and asked, "What's in the 3rd crucible?" Good question. Slughorn was not angry because he was interrupted. He flipped through the roster. Jessica Ollivander, well, this potion is a surprise. I hope all of you will be able to prepare carefully after class. In next week's class, students who can recognize it will win a special reward. Chapter 11 Reply and Night Tour. Dear Uncle Jonas, good news. I am sorry that it took so long to reply to your letter. I have been busy with the beginning of school and finally settled down. The Czech Republic is really a good place. I have always wanted to travel to Prague before, but Mrs. Cole refused to help me get a passport. I don't understand. In this situation, is there any need for a passport? Poland is also a good place. The cousin of my new roommate lives in Finland. He is a male basketball player. He just participated in the last Olympic Games in Berlin. At 2.17 meters, he is a center forward. Can you bring me a piece of amber when you go to Poland this time? It doesn't need to be too big. I heard from Mardine that there may be ancient magical creatures in the amber. It's been more than a month since I came to Hogwarts. Tom and I were doing well. At least the food was much better than Mrs. Coole's. Speaking of food, Tom put a large box of chocolates in the closet in his room, which he left for the children in the orphanage. He has always been relatively shy about this kind of thing. If you tell him, he will definitely say, "How can Lord Riddle leave them chocolate? Those dirty silly boys make me feel sick." Can you help him deliver the chocolate to the orphanage? Our daily life is very fulfilling. The courses are arranged almost from morning to evening. The first day of school is Friday. We only have 2 big classes in the morning, which are taught by our Dean Horace Slughorn. The content of potions is to make potions in a cauldron. Tom performed very well in this class. By the way, Hogwarts has 4 colleges, namely Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Many, Hufflepuff and Slytherin. The freshman's college is not determined by his volunteers or his test scores, but by a broken hat that writes a song a year. I think it's a bit too sloppy, but this may be magic. I was assigned to Slytherin. Most of the Slytherin students come from a family of pure-blood wizards. I understand that certain types of people should not be distinguished by certain stereotypes, but they seem to be the students of Melon origin are full of discrimination. Everyone says that they are good at cultivating dark wizards and careerists, but I don't think I have such characteristics. I always believe that it is not our ability that determines who we become, our choice. There is no class on the Friday afternoon after the potions get out of class. I think it might be left for homework and club activities. Monday morning is the curse class and herbal medicine. The teacher of the curse class is the Dean of Ravenclaw College. She is a stern woman. She teaches many practical curses, some of which are life curses. It can help us save the time occupied by the trivial tasks of cutting vegetables, living, and washing dishes. Some spells are more magical, such as the floating spell and the door opening curse. The opening curse is a bit violent. It will leave a hole in the door, I don't know. Why does the school teach this spell specially? Is it easy for a wizard to forget the key? The teacher of herbal medicine is the Dean of Hufflepuff. He is a funny and generous old man. He always tells us that he hopes that we can study hard and inherit his mantle, so that he can retire early. I have seen a lot of peculiar magical plants. In addition, there are many common plants in life that also have magical effects. I feel that I will soon become as knowledgeable as you. Tuesday afternoon is the history of magic. You know, I have always been interested in history, but in the previous month, I was more interested in the teacher of this course. Professor Binch is a ghost. It is said that for many years the day before, when the elderly Professor Binns went to class, he even forgot to bring his body. That day was his death day, and he has become a ghost ever since. Although he is so confused that he can't remember anything, he remembers history clearly, and he himself is a living history book. The ghost of Hogwarts is not allowed to come into contact with students, except for Professor Binns, who is a truly respectable historian and educator. I have a transformation class on Wednesday and Thursday morning. The transformation class is my favorite and most handy course. Transfiguration can make one thing change into another, and even learn how to transform yourself at a high level. I am the first-day freshman who can turn a match into a needle. Professor Dumbledore, he is in charge of enrollment. He is also the Dean of Gryffindor, said that he would introduce me to an outstanding senior sister. She is Dumbledore, the proud protege, and the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Quidditch is an aerial multiplayer basketball plus mixed martial arts sport on a flying broomstick, very popular in the wizarding world. I can learn from her to some extracurricular, advanced content. I am full of expectations. On Wednesday morning, there is also a defense against the dark arts. The purpose of this course is to help us master the means of self-protection under the dark arts. However, the teacher who taught this course, Professor Mills, gave a little dry lecture, just facing the textbook-based promulgation. The students didn't seem to have any interest. I knew that I could not question the teacher's teaching methods when I was studying, but I was pessimistic about the teaching effect of this course. The situation in the wizarding world is no better than in Europe. There is a terrorist named Grindelwald who is engaged in terrorist attacks all day long, so I plan to study some knowledge in this area after class. There is also astrology that night, which is the subject of fortune-telling. Mrs. Crimmins, she does not allow us to call her professor. It is said that this will destroy the relationship between her and the stars. The gods are talking, but I have a unique understanding of astrology. I don't know if you can go home for Christmas. Tom and I plan to go home during the Christmas holidays to prepare an interesting gift for my aunt and you. I don't know if you are in Poland or have returned to London, but you're right. The owl will find the recipient. Nelson, looking forward to a holiday in the Czech Republic, October 8, 1938. I don't know if my uncle can understand what I wrote. Fortunately, his surname is not Dursley, otherwise I don't even have a letter writer. Nelson was lying on the lounge chair in the Slytherin common room. Next to the blazing fireplace, half of his body was hot. He looked up at the huge French window next to him. Several thick green chains hung from the ceiling along the stone pillars by the window. The outside was quiet and dark. Lake. Nelson took out his bag from under the table next to the recliner, turned the quill that was about to fall apart into a candle, lit it with a flame curse, and began to fumble for the paint he had just bought online. Snapped. The sound of the heavy wooden door slamming on the door frame destroyed the atmosphere Nelson had worked so hard to create. Nah, you must go tonight. Tomorrow is Sunday. You don't have to work so hard. Tom took their 3 roommates into the lounge hurriedly from outside, with 2 boxes of small tomatoes in his left hand. With his right hand holding a golden fork like a nobleman, he put a box on the table and said, "I think you didn't go to dinner today. I brought you something to eat." "Thank you." Nelson looked at the tomatoes in his heart. "Give me a box of negative-calorie food. Are you afraid that I will starve to death on the spot after eating it?" This is the first formal meeting of our freshman mutual aid association. Just tonight, in the Metamorphosis classroom on the 4th floor, I have been there several times. It is well connected and suitable for night gatherings. Tom said slowly. We have united many friends. Bang! This time it was the sound of the door slamming on the stone wall. And I have already said to the students of Hufflepuff that they will let the house elves in the castle serve us some delicious food. This is Alphad, who seems to have a full meal. I found out again today, there is a secret passage from the lounge, and you can walk from here tonight. Freshmen's Mutual Aid Association? Are you going to be independent from the student union? Nelson sealed the envelope, looked up at Tom in confusion, and turned his head to Alphad in confusion. You didn't claim to have discovered all of Hogwarts last week. Is it secret? No, it's just a watch and a see party. Tom explained dryly, almost writing I want to be independent on his face. He saw the envelope in Nelson's hand and bent down and whispered, it's for an appointment. Uncle Naz's. I wrote it. Tom's coincidence. Seeing Tom's face full of resistance to the collapse of human settings and fear of social death, Nelson changed the conversation and chuckled lightly. The great Lord Riddle greetings. I will bring it there. I think that in different time periods and under different conditions, some organs or magic that are usually difficult to trigger will be triggered in the castle, and some more hidden secret channels will be encountered. Alphad answered Nelson's question and added confidently, I am sure I have found all the secret passages commonly used in the castle. Awesome. The Slytherin freshman next to them all gave thumbs up. No natural free person would be uninterested in such things as secret roads. Nall, we have to notify Ravenclaw. Tom commanded the roommate behind him, leaving the fork on the table, and bidding farewell to Nelson. See you tonight. Alphad also went to change his clothes. He seemed to be a bohemian from a purer-blooded family, but sometimes, even if it was such a trivial gathering, he would carefully prepare. Okay, see you later. Under Tom's life-threatening bombing for a month, Nelson was finally going to the freshman party. He took out his watch to check the time, and after winding it up for a while, he put it back in his trouser pocket. Just a while. It was late at night, and squeezing the letter into the bag, Nelson changed to a uniformly heated position and continued to lie on the couch, admiring the schools of fish swimming in the Black Lake. They formed in groups that were not inferior to other lakes. The giant inhabitants of China, through the gaps in the school of fish, you can see that the light from the lake surface is scattered in the water. Nelson wrote a letter by this light. He followed the source of the light and looked at the distant lake. There is a light and shadow floating with the waves. It is perfect, bright, glowing with a cold and warm bright yellow. The moon at 15. Nelson shook his head, humming a song that no one could understand. Chapter 12. The tower struck by lightning. Sitting up from the recliner, Nelson picked up his backpack, opened the door to leave the lounge, and walked through the long, damp hallway like a dungeon to the corridor connecting the towers. The hallway was empty in the middle of the night, and the neat eternal lights on the blue stone bricks on both sides were visible. The candles in the lights flickered happily, as if there was a breeze blowing in the corridor at this moment. The walls on both sides of the corridor are covered with paintings. Judging from the painting style and the degree of oldness and newness, the paintings here seem to have straddled the development of human civilization. The contents of the paintings are almost all the outstanding graduates of Slytherin over the years. Peaceful, looking at passers-by outside the painting. Boom! The entire corridor suddenly brightened like daylight, and then thunder burst, and the sky outside the window was densely covered with dark clouds. The wind was raging, and occasionally lightning flashed across, reflecting the entire sky red, and the tranquil castle. The scenes are very different, and there is a feeling of rain. Another flash of lightning flashed, and a pale face flashed at the end of the corridor. Nelson had never seen such a battle. I knew I went with Tom. He put his hand in the sleeve of the uniform robe, tightly, holding his wand tightly, although he knows almost nothing about the powerful spells outside the first-year books. Just this grasping action seems to bring him enough peace of mind and peace of mind. Boom! Lightning and thunder came again. He had already crossed halfway through this corridor. He fixed his eyes. It turned out to be the armor on the corridor. Nelson said, I really scared myself. Sir McLagan, "Is the Ravenclaw Tower on duty today?" In order to relieve the anxiety in his heart, Nelson couldn't help asking about the most talkative painting in the daytime. The medieval knight was narcissistic and smelly, fart, but if the language is respectful, he is also happy to help the students here meet their urgent needs. "Sir Michael again?" Nelson turned to look at Sir Michael again's picture frame, and suddenly saw a shocking scar across the canvas. The owner of the painting fell into a pool of blood in the painting, knowing whether he was alive or dead. Nelson gasped, and suddenly discovered the violation. All Hogwarts paintings are magical, and whenever students pass by, they will do their own things and even speak. Hit up a conversation. But today's corridor is too quiet. So quiet that it makes him feel even a little creepy. He turned around and took a peek, and found a scene that was even more scalp-numbing. All the portraits were looking straight ahead, and the outside light looked in his direction, like real photos. He buried his head and walked forward quickly, thinking firmly in his heart the truth that pretending not to see it means nothing happened, and walked to the brightly lit Ravenclaw Tower. At the end of the corridor is a portrait of a tall person. The silver-haired girl in the portrait is holding a silver metal box like a Rubik's Cube. Exuberant flames float from the junction of the box shell, illuminating the end of the corridor brightly. Finally saw the moving painting. Nelson greeted her with a bright smile as if he had found a relative, and walked up the stairs on the left. The girl saw his movements and looked at him in surprise. She raised the box in her hand to her right and took the stairs even more bright. Without looking back, Nelson hurried upstairs. Climbing a few flights of stairs, feeling the warmth of the orange candlelight around him, looking at a huge wooden board with a smooth metal knocker on the wall and a few contemplating students under the knocker, Nelson stood on the stairs and looked around, pulling light in through the cracks in the door of Dean Wenclaw's room. He breathed a long sigh of relief, and leaned against the wall to wipe his wand. "What is the difference between 0 and 1? Hearing the question raised by the door knocker, Nelson carried his bag and continued to crawl on the internet to the top of the Ravenclaw Tower, which was the Owl House in Hogwarts. The thunder and lightning tonight is even more violent, assaulting the most magnificent building in this canyon like a group of giant dragons. Nelson's eyes suddenly turned white, and then he heard a moment of earth-shaking thunder and the screaming bird song mixed with thunder, and then he could see and hear nothing. Lightning struck this towering tower. He felt his body tremble uncontrollably, and the floor under his feet was shaking. Some of them were unstable. He was not directly hit by lightning. Just the aftermath of the bombardment of the building made such a huge tower tremble. Naturally, the power of is really amazing. Even in the world of magic, it is difficult for most humans to provoke. He reached into his pocket, just held his wand, carried the bag, and stood quietly on the spot. After a short while, Nelson regained his sight and hearing, ignored the buzzing from his ears, and looked around the Owl House. Almost all the owls were hiding in the cage and shivering, and a few even lay flat. "I don't know if you and Thunderbird are relatives." Nelson picked up one lying under his feet and put it on the shelf next to him. "It is also a bird of prey, but it can call the thunder like just now. It's so high that I don't know where it is." It's okay to find a mental head from a group of languishing owls. Roll up the letter to Uncle Jonas and stuff it into the letter bag on his feet. Please wait for the weather to clear and help me deliver this letter. Nelson took out a small tomato and fed it, patted its wings, picked up the bag and walked downstairs. "What is the difference between 0 and 1? The knocker was still repeating the previous question, and more Ravenclaw gathered at the door. "Maybe they are attacking and defending?" He walked past the knocker, turned his head and said a lot, but he kept resting under his feet. Squeak! The wooden board under the door knocker rotated and moved away, and the door opened. This one understands well. Nelson took a breath, unconsciously speeding up under his feet, put his bag on his back, and walked towards the Dean Ravenclaw's room. "Jocunda, your behavior is reckless." Nelson raised his hand and knocked on the door, but the door was not locked. It was just concealed. With the force of the knock, it opened silently. The Dean of Ravenclaw was angry at the fireplace in his office. She did not have the sternness and demeanor she used to be in the classroom. Instead, She looked like a parent who was frustrated by adolescent children. A warm flame was beating in the fireplace. A woman with dirty braids saw Nelson on the head, and she raised her eyebrows, watching this uninvited guest who broke into the dean's room with interest. The dean, who noticed the woman's eyes, turned around and looked at Nelson, who opened the door with a gloomy expression. She said nothing and didn't move. "Sorry, Professor Sykes." Nelson felt the heat from the fire in the fireplace puffing on his face, as cold as an ice pack, and then jumped a step and closed the door. Knowing that he had made a big mistake, Nelson paced nervously at the door. A Ravenclaw student who had just come out of the lounge asked him from a distance, "Nelson, do you know why 0 and 1 is 1 offense and 1 defense?" From the second quarter, Ravenclaw's transformation class was taken with Slytherin. They were once divided into a group and turned each other's collar buttons into wooden ones. He was also called White, and Nelson's roommate has the same name. "I don't know, Dwight, I just said it casually," Nelson replied anxiously. It was difficult for him to face the problem, and it was even harder for him to face Professor Sykes, who was waiting for a while. He continued to pace in the corridor at the entrance of Ravenclaw's lounge and ran into Metal, who had just climbed the stairs. The two met up. "It has been a month since school started." Metal's behavior is still weird. She always walking around Nelson. Seeing Nelson in her own tower at the moment, she turned and went downstairs and ran away. "Metal, we need to talk," Nelson yelled behind her. "I'm sorry about that, but Mr. Williams, what do you want to do to my students?" Nelson turned around and saw Professor Sykes' ugly face. "Williams, what are you doing in the Ravenclaw Tower?" Nelson followed Professor Sykes back to her office in a desperate manner. He looked at Professor Sykes, who was already sitting behind his desk, and he thoughtfully helped with him. Closed the door of the office. "Sorry, Professor, just now that's just an application of flu fans. I'm just asking what you are here for, Mr. Williams." Professor Sykes interrupted Nelson. She didn't seem to want to talk about the topic just now. "Professor, I came to the owl room to find a Hogwarts owl to send a letter." "I don't have my own owl," Nelson quickly explained. "When I came over from Slytherin, I found Sir Michael Logan. Just a painting is scratched, and Sir Michael Logan in the painting seems to be injured. I think something may have happened, so I will tell you, and then when I knock on the door, okay?" "I see." Professor Sykes interrupted Nelson's speech again. It seemed that she did not seem to talk about the topic of opening the door. "I found the situation report, teacher. You did it right. I'll check it later. You can go back." She picked up the cup on the fireplace and took a sip. "Wait a minute, Mr. Williams." She called Nelson again. Nelson retracted his paws that were about to open the door, ready to listen to the professor's teachings. "I found out." She put down her cup and stared at Nelson. "The content of your spells homework last week and Mr. Black's homework seem to be a little bit the same." "I see, Professor," Nelson Qiangzu admitted. "I will resubmit an assignment as soon as possible." "No." Professor Sykes stood up and looked at Nelson. "Your homework contains second-grade content. I will not punish those who are willing to learn for no reason. I just let you take it as an example. If you want to help your friend, what you should do is help him master the curse learned in class, instead of lending him his homework to copy." Professor Sykes leaned on the chair and put his right hand on the desk. "Hogwarts was founded more than 900 years ago, and there are countless people who come here to study, but there are also many talented people. You are not dealing with teachers, you are just fooling yourself." She raised her left hand at random, and the door opened. "Thank you, Professor." Nelson bowed, leaving the office, closing the door smoothly. Chapter 13. Tom's part in all. "Where have you been?" "Just waiting for you." Nelson found the well-dressed Tom at the door of the transformation classroom. He was wearing a brand new robe, an emerald tie, and a silver tie. The clip is slightly exposed from the bottom of the collar of the robe, the hair is neatly combed, and it is still shiny, and even the eyebrows have been carefully trimmed. It is really beautiful. Went to the tower to post a letter, but was caught by Professor Sykes on the way. Nelson spread his hands helplessly. "You can use my owl. Just put it on the windowsill. Tom stretched out his hand to help Nelson tidy up his robe, looked at the school bag in his hand, frowned, and reached out to grab the school bag. Use yours next time. Nelson thought that there was nothing in the bag anyway, so he took it off and handed it to Tom. Don't you give me a name for the owl, Avery. Take this. Tom called a blonde boy, handed him his school bag, and patted the folds on Nelson's shoulder. The owl is the owl. What's the problem? Where is your cat? I don't know. It only comes to me when it's hungry. I haven't seen it for almost a week, and I feel it might think him a fool. Nelson did a stretch and walked into the classroom with Tom. The classroom was so messy and crowded with a group of first-year freshmen. Slytherin's freshmen were especially large, almost all of them camp for a month. Most of them seemed to have become Tom's fans. Nelson felt shocked to see so many freshmen coming out for night tours in violation of school regulations. The desks in the classroom are arranged in a circle, and some drinks and pastries are placed on the desks. I think too. Tom trimmed his clothes and walked from the gap in the circle to the center. Classmates. Tom walked into the center of the round table and clapped his hands to call. The attention of the freshmen in the classroom was attracted to him, and he quieted down quickly. Classmates, brothers, sisters. Tom waved his hand in a graceful salute. I feel extremely lucky and honored to be here with you tonight, Slytherin's fellow, Ravenclaws the wise, they're warriors of Gryffindor and the family of Hufflepuff. We are able to gather tonight because you have the potential to become great people. Tom opened and raised his arms. A flush of excitement appeared on his pale face. Know how to judge the situation, and seize the opportunity. Understand the applause. Nelson murmured. He secretly sighed about Tom's extraordinariness. This teenage boy has aroused the interest of the classmates, not only because of his handsome appearance and passionate speech, but also because of him. These beautiful blueprints drawn. Nelson looked around. Everyone in the room stared at the Tom in the center attentively, and his thoughts fluctuated with his words. It was not because of him that he was able to invite so many new students. Is it unparalleled personal charm? In Nelson's mind, Tom's image is either a tsundere kid who grew up together, or a noseless bald head who just wants to live. It's really difficult to connect with this high-spirited person in front of him. He seems to have used a little magic to the breeze with him at the center gently raised the corners of his clothes, and the words of the wind were especially clear in people's ears. But the road to great achievement is full of thorns, difficulties and obstacles. I think you must have encountered some annoying small problems in your life or study that can be easily solved by everyone's ability, especially like me. The same, a newborn without any foundation. The big brother's eyes are almost on Tom's face. Nelson looked at Avery who was standing at the door and helping him with his bags. This may be true love. All we need more help. I suggest that from my beginning, everyone should help each other like family members, not only in study, but also in life. Even after leaving school, we are still the closest family members. I suggest. He can always instigate. Looking at the classmates who were sincerely applauding around him, and listening to the impassioned speech coming from his ears, Nelson wanted to applaud Tom. He saw a man who worked hard for the student's study and life, and he did not hesitate. Working hard and not asking for help. Good comrades. As the speech came to an end, Nelson also gave his own applause. I suggest that we hold a mutual aid salon. Those who want to participate can come to Avery to sign. Nelson saw that many people had already started to line up at Avery's small wooden table at the door. The team was extremely green. Nelson noticed many of the freshmen who went to other colleges have awakened from the speech just now. How did I behave just now? Tom saw Nelson sitting aside, and leaned over to pick up a bottle of pumpkin juice in front of him and ate it dry. It's awful. Yes, very handsome. I guess many people will fall in love with you tonight. You don't look at who I am. Tom lifted his chin and stared at Nelson with his nostrils. Are you coming? Help a bunch of fools with homework or something? He lowered his voice and said the second half. It's not that I don't help you, Tom. Nelson said he was helpless. I met Professor Sykes today and she warned me not to copy homework to Alfred. Okay. Tom got up to leave and went to work on his new little club. Many people were very excited. They were busy until 1 or 2 in the morning before they left. Fortunately, they did not encounter any teachers, ghosts or staff on the way back to the dormitory. It was 2:30 in the morning when Nelson lay down on the bed. He looked at his watch and glanced at the school bag that Avery had thrown in the corner from his back. He opened the quilt and lay in the quilt. Meow. With a sharp roar, Nelson lay down on the cat he hadn't seen for a week, and soon the two pulled apart and fought into the night. The next morning, there were a lot fewer people in the restaurant compared to working days. It seemed that there were a lot of people who slept late. The strange thing was that many freshmen who had breakfast looked tired and yawned. Slytherin's first-year students wait for a while. Slytherin's dean, Professor Slughorn, sat down on the Slytherin table. What's even stranger was that Professor Slughorn looked he was also very tired, yawning from time to time, and Professor Slughorn, with dark circles under his eyes, let the other students go first. Soon there were only Slytherin first-year students sitting at the long table looking at each other in the dining room. It's so strange. Slughorn stood up, walked to the top of the table, and said to the students at the table in surprise, "You are all here. Do you know what happened?" "Mr. Carrow," he called Nelson's roommate's name. "Can you tell me what happened last night?" "I don't know, Professor." George Carlo stood up and lowered his head. He didn't know what happened, but it was over with an apology. "It looks like you don't know," Professor Slughorn said, looking at the blank faces under the podium. "Someone broke into the castle last night and cut a picture at the entrance of the Slytherin lounge. Painting. Professor Sykes discovered the situation and called a few teachers he had contacted. "We worked hard to set a very strict protection spell on the Slytherin dormitory, especially the entrance of the first-year dormitory. There was no progress later, and we were going to wake up a few students to ask about the situation. Because the first-year students' dormitory is closest to the entrance to the lounge, we planned to wake up a few first-year students, and do you know what happened?" Professor Slughorn became enraged, and he cried again. "One person, Parkinson, tell me, what happened?" Dwight Parkinson made the same reaction as George. "Don't you know? Then I'll tell you," Slughorn shouted, his voice reverberating in the empty restaurant, and it was particularly loud. "Our first-year freshmen, we use all kinds of magic to protect them tightly. My first-year freshman is not in the dormitory. From when I was studying at Hogwarts, even Gryffindor, I have never seen it before. It's so outrageous. Collective violation of school rules," Professor Slughorn said angrily. He pointed to the 4 hourglasses behind the faculty desk. "Look at the Slytherin hourglass. Only half left. Last night I have to deduct 10 points for every first-year student in my own college. This kind of thing happened in my teaching career. I can't wait to deduct points for myself. Can you tell me what happened now?" Slughorn stopped talking, and the whole restaurant was suddenly silent. Nelson felt Tom move next to him. He turned his head to look at Tom, glanced at the dean, raised his eyebrows, and Tom gave him a stopping look, and then watched Tom move. "Sorry, Professor." Tom stood up suddenly. "Oh, Tom, what are you?" Slughorn looked at this proud student. "In the first class of school, he used his outstanding performance to win 10 points for Slytherin, and in the second week of class, answered the Caorgang question correctly and won his special reward, a small bottle of blessing potion." Slughorn was a little confused. In the eyes of almost all the teachers, Tom was a good student who obeyed the school rules, respected the teachers, and had excellent grades. "Did he organize the group night tour?" "Sorry, Professor," Tom repeated. "You can't blame the classmates. I organized the night tour for everyone." "Tom." Professor Slughorn was stunned. He felt a little big-head, but his preference for protégé students made him realize that he could not question Tom in the public like this, so he said, "Come to my office with me. You can go back now." Professor Slughorn turned and left, and Tom followed him. When he reached the door, Slughorn turned around and added, Everyone writes a note. After the two left, the restaurant suddenly became noisy, and the classmates admired Tom even more and worried about him. Chapter 14 Transformation. Soon the remaining Slytherin students in the restaurant left the long table. They left in groups, expressing their admiration and concern for Tom. Don't worry, Professor Slughorn likes Tom the most. And nothing happened, right? Nelson stood up, put the knife and fork he brought into the small box, and said with relief. He walked around Avery in front of the door and patted him on the shoulder. Across the corridor of the restaurant, Nelson took out from his pocket a desperately struggling note folded into the shape of a cat's head. He caught the note struggling to escape and walked into an unlocked classroom next to it. Use your left hand to press the note on the table. Quickly imprison. Nelson took out his wand from the other pocket, and a reddish rope spouted from the tip of the wand, tying the cat's head firmly. This knot really has enough connotation. Speechlessly stretched out the magic wand again and pointed at the tied cat's head. Cursively stop. Catmo's head gradually stopped struggling, opened on its own, and slowly became a piece of paper lying flat on the table. Nelson picked up the piece of paper, and said become a piece of parchment in beautiful fonts. Nelson put the note on the table and raised his wand to observe carefully. The note was given to Na by a Gryffindor student just now on the dining table. He returned the note before opening it. A little confused, thinking it was a prank by someone in the group of little lions. Seeing the content at the moment, he understood that the special counseling Dumbledore introduced for him was already in place. Transfiguration is different from other magic spells. Casting different spells will produce specific effects. It does not have a specific spell to cast. Its entire content is just turn something into something else. According to the difficulty of transformation, there are different requirements for the magic power of the operator. For example, a first-year student can turn a match into a needle after learning, but if you want to turn an adult into an animal, you have to consume extremely powerful magic. But the purpose of practicing transfiguration is not just to keep deforming things bigger and bigger, and the deeper the transformation magic, you will find that the infinite power of this magic is not only about the size of the deformed object, but also about the continuity, its precision, and its special magic. The main reason for making so many preparations is to illustrate that even if Nelson's transfiguration performance is outstanding among first-year freshmen, he is only better than his classmates who are still deforming matchsticks. He has not yet completed such advanced transformations. Turn a small piece of paper a few centimeters long into a piece of parchment paper of standard size. This is obviously not the content of transfiguration for the first grade. Let me see. What should I do with you? Nelson held his wand aloft, leaned down and approached the note. The note seemed a little scared. If it hadn't been eliminated from the curse on its body, it might have re-rolled itself, become a cat and slip away. Nelson lowered his wand, pointed at the note, thinking about the appearance of a piece of parchment, waved it quickly, a puff of smoke cleared, and there was a small piece of parchment the size of a small piece of paper on the table. And read the words on it. Unclear. It's a pity, Nelson muttered, casting a healing spell, turning the parchment back into a note, and then began to think again. Soon, he began to imagine a piece of parchment paper of standard size in his mind. From its upper left corner to its lower right corner, after constructing a complete piece of parchment in his mind, he waved at the paper magic wand. Shortly afterwards, his body was emptied, and he fell onto a chair. There is essentially no difference between turning a strip of paper into parchment paper and turning a matchstick into needles. They only change in size, but they are always non-magical and lifeless things. Some sharp male voices came from behind Nelson. Turning around, he saw a short boy with a blue silk lace robe entering this classroom, with a gorgeous badge with the letter P pinned on his chest. Senior Flitwick. Nelson recognized him. He was Ravenclaw's prefect, and he was hailed as Ravenclaw's best student, and his skills in spells and defense against the dark arts far surpassed the average Hogwarts graduates. Even taller than many senior adult wizards, in the Duel Club of Hogwarts, his well-deserved and unshakable champion. It is said that in the year he enrolled, The Sorting Hat hesitated for a few minutes in Ravenclaw and Gryffindor when deciding where to go for the two freshmen, and finally put him in Ravenclaw, while the other it is Minerva McGonagall, the prefect of Gryffindor now. "Just call me Phileas, Nelson." Flitwick walked to Nelson and climbed up a chair with some difficulty. I was only 1.07 meters tall, but even this figure couldn't hide his talent. It should be said, dragging such a body that is inherently different from ordinary people, it seems that his magical attainments are commendable. When transforming something that is neither a magical creation nor a living body, you only need to think about its size and material. There is no need to think too carefully or consume too much magic. Flitwick pointed and spoke with his wand. The table, because the target of transfiguration is also an ordinary object that exists in nature. With the wave of Flitwick's wand, the table turned into a wooden dove sculpture equivalent to an ordinary dove. Magic power is not just an unnecessary force that needs to be controlled. Listening to Flitwick's words, Nelson stretched out his wand again and pointed at the paper. Flitwick looked at Nelson's movements and continued to explain. "Many times, as long as you guide properly and complete the most important work, the magic will help you complete some trivial, unimportant things. You want to change a piece of parchment paper. In fact, you only need to think about the material and size of the parchment paper. There is no need to construct this paper inch by inch, because it is always just a piece of ordinary parchment. But when the deformed object or purpose is magical objects or creatures, or even magical creatures, it takes more effort and effort." He turned around, jumped off the chair, and walked to the podium to tap the head of the dove sculpture with a magic wand. It turned into a real dove, and then hovering over Flitwick's head, Nelson also waved his wand, and the note slowly stretched and deformed. So the transfiguration technique is sometimes not as rigorous as other spells. Flitwick stood proudly under the pigeon. Nelson was about to praise him. The pigeon flew out of the opened classroom door, looking at the timing. "Oh!" The lectern flew away. Flitwick picked up the rope that Nelson had conjured with a binding spell, and threw it onto the podium. "This rope was conjured by you with a spell, so even if it's just the rope, I have to spend a lot of effort to deform it. My magic power is already a little insufficient. So at this time, I need to face the trade-offs. What is the most important content of the final result of our transfiguration?" Flitwick pointed to the rope with his magic wand. "I want to change a desk now. The most important thing about the desk is its function. So it needs the shape and size of the table, and sturdiness." A lecture table gradually formed on the podium, no different from the one that just flew away. "Look, this desk is the same." But, he opened the desk drawer, fumbled for a while, and pinched out a thread. "But in order to save magic, it is essentially a rope." "Thank you, Phileas." Nelson picked up the deformed parchment on the table and thanked him sincerely. "Welcome." Flitwick nodded at the parchment in Nelson's hand. "I'm not very good at transfiguration, but I can see that you are very talented in this area. Even if someone explains, this is my first time. It's already in the second grade to complete this transformation." Flitwick walked to the door and gazed at Nelson with satisfaction, who seemed to have experienced the divine enlightenment beside him, and spread his hands at him with some shame. "I watched it in Professor Sykes's office. When it comes to your homework, I think you should come to Ravenclaw, don't you? If you have any insights or confusion about spells, you can come to discuss with me at any time. You can also join the dueling club in the school when you reach the second grade." "I'm going to find the lecture table. I hope it won't fly too far. Otherwise it will wait until Monday." Flitwick stood at the door, took a step back, looked up at the door number of the classroom, and said briskly, "Fortunately, I don't have arithmetic. Divination. See you later, Nelson." After all, he left the classroom and jumped away without looking back. "See you later, Senior Phileas." Nelson grabbed the parchment and stood in the corridor and waved at Flitwick, his bounce back even more excited. Coming to the Black Lake, Nelson saw a tabby cat with a similar eye pattern squatting on a smooth tree stump more than 1 meter high. Next to the stump was a flying broomstick. A group of cats of different breeds squatting under the stump like a meeting. Nelson noticed that the faint-hearted young short with a question mark on his face was lying under the stump, jumping up to the top of the stake, and sliding down. He used looking at it with a foolish look. The tabby cat on the top of the stump's size and movements were unusually spiritual, and he looked at the question mark with the same look as Nelson. Nelson Williams, at 10 o'clock in the morning, I am waiting for you at the stump on the edge of the Black Lake. Minerva McGonagall. Nelson took out the parchment and confirmed the contents. Hello, senior sister. Nelson walked to the stump and greeted the tabby cats. Feeling his footsteps, the cats gathered under the stump evaded one after another. Only the question mark stared dissatisfiedly because the game was interrupted. He glanced. The tabby cat noticed Nelson early, and jumped high from the stump at the moment he spoke. As the air and sunlight twisted slightly, a girl in a long robe landed dexterously next to Nelson. Nelson looked at the girl, and she was also watching Nelson. She stood still on the ground, nodding slightly. Although Minerva McGonagall is petite, she has her head high, looking straight at Nelson. The school uniform robe looks very sturdy. There is no extra decoration on the robe, only a strip of worn-out silver on the neck. The cross necklace. She has a soft, long golden hair that is scattered to the back. The long hair is rippling slightly in the lake breeze, like ripples on the water of a black lake. Hello, Nelson. Very good. You are not late. Chapter 15th. Minerva Middle. Meg. You can call me Minerva. McGonagall raised his chin and picked Nelson. Are you ready? Nelson nodded. He felt that McGonagall was a proud, stern and difficult person. To be honest, I don't want to help Slytherin coach anything. Slytherin has no bottom line in competitive sports. Except for that Prince Copstone, who plays well. Everyone else wants to make a lot of money even in the next wizard chess. It's too competitive. I don't know that this kind of victory is contrary to the glory you have been preaching. She walked around Nelson and looked at him. Nelson raised his eyebrows, and he was a little unhappy. Such a head-to-head prologue was really hard to make a good impression. McGonagall seemed to be a sharp woman, and he didn't like the feeling of being observed from head to toe. But she didn't seem to see Nelson's expression, and her conversation turned. I have to admit that this kind of belief in victory applies to Transfiguration, and it fits extremely well. It's easy to be unsettled when performing transformations. It causes magic to go wrong, casts scrappy magic, and even leads to accidents. Moreover, I often call myself someone who is favored by Ravenclaw. I should also understand that the behavior of individuals should not be used to collectively refer to the whole, and the connotation of the whole cannot be used to arbitrarily define an individual. McGonagall used her amber eyes looked at Nelson tightly, and he said to himself, and then looked away, took out his magic wand, and lightly knocked on the stake that was standing just now. Several pieces of bark fell off. Everything I understand is treated equally. This is what I understood in the 2nd grade, and I hope you can also understand. Come on, Nelson, turn it into something you want to change. In fact, it's good to be able to make parchment. But let me see your transformation technique. Nelson pulled out her wand and looked at Nelson's 14-inch wand. She opened her eyes slightly and said conclusively, you will grow taller, Nelson. Nelson felt the thorns on his back under McGonagall's sharp eyes. He waved his wand cautiously, imagining the appearance of a lectern in his mind. The wrist is stable, but not flexible enough. The force of waving the wand seems to be too strong. Well, black walnut. And McGonagall pointed at another piece of bark under his feet with his magic wand, and it flew slowly into her hand, turning into a small notebook during the flight. Dragon's heartstring, Nelson said to the side. Unlike the scene where the rope under Flitwick's wand suddenly turned into a table just now, the small piece of bark that Nelson pointed to was slowly stretched and twisted. Wooden, a blackened desk because it has been used for some years. Nelson thought to himself. The texture and color of the bark changed. He tried his best to think about the size of a lecture table, and the bark continued to stretch and grow as the desk in his mind gradually filled and perfected. Okay, the heartstring of the dragon. She wrote something in the small notebook. It was deformed with a small piece of bark. Well, a table. a desk. She witnessed a school desk in the dark. The lake continues to take shape, and finally stands on the grass. She walked forward and tapped the desk with her hands. The texture is okay. She tapped and wrote, and put her hand in the drawer. After a while, she stretched out. There is still some roughness of bark inside, but very good. She put the book in her pocket and walked to Nelson. Today our content is mainly to correct some of your oncasting moves and casting habits. Waving the magic wand, the bark scattered on the ground flew in front of them, neatly arranged on the grass under their feet. Try this action with me first. Your actions like this are wrong. When performing the transformation technique, the state of the person should be physically relaxed and mentally focused, so that efficient and accurate transformation can be carried out. As the sun climbs to the highest point, McGonagall's tutoring has come to an end. Nelson has mastered the deformation of non-magical non-living bodies that are not limited to size, material and shape. He is very comfortable with this basic deformation. The action of the mantra is simple and efficient, and the result of the deformation is also in line with expectations. Most people need a lot of preparation and practice to get started with transfiguration. Unlike you are very spiritual, you can get acquainted with a single touch, and you can become proficient very quickly. McGonagall praised. She seemed to have a sense of Slytherin. Deeply prejudiced, he added, "You are not like a Slytherin at all." Does a person's life depend on a hat? Minervae Senpai. Nelson finally couldn't help it. He put away his wand and looked directly at McGonagall and asked, "I don't know why I was divided. Go to Slytherin, but am I going to play chess when I get to Slytherin?" Neither of them spoke. McGonagall just took out the notebook and lowered his head to write on the notebook. This is the time of the day when the sun is the hottest. Even the British who don't see the sun all the year round would not choose this time to go out and hang out. There are only students wandering in twos and threes on the edge of the lake, and they are far apart from each other. Under this closed and broad sky, you can only hear the sound of the waves of the Black Lake and the sound of the friction between the mag's pen and the paper. Sound. The air was embarrassed because of this, and Nelson began to think about what to say. "Sorry, Nelson." McGonagall broke the calm first. She interrupted her words again, and spoke again after a moment of silence. "A hat really does not determine our lives." She tore a piece of paper full of words from her notebook and handed it to Nelson. "The books I listed are for you to read, and some of them are something you will read later. Some of the textbooks used are not. Most of them can be borrowed from the library. There are a few books you may need to ask for help from the Lion bookstore or the teacher's private collection. As for the books on the back, please try to find them. Actually, the magic that I am most uncomfortable with is divination. I think it is just a mystery. Nothing can determine what has not happened." She repeated her words, as if to convince herself. Nothing can decide to return something that didn't happen. Nothing can decide what hasn't happened yet. She emphasized her tone, and seemed to have successfully convinced herself. "Nelson, you need to read and study carefully in the list of books I gave you, and I will use it in subsequent courses. I will inform you in the same way as today. Dumbledore has a lot of other things to be busy with. Although he is very optimistic about you, he can't coach you alone. So as you know, this job is handed over to Menno. I am pregnant with him." The same idea, McGonagall said seriously. "If all goes well, I hope you can start our final study before I graduate, hoping to master the same transformation ability as me." "Nelson, do you know what it is?" "It's animagus." Nelson was a little excited. He was full of curiosity about the almost deepest magic of completely turning into another animal, and he was also full of admiration for this open-minded school sister. "Yes." McGonagall looked at Nelson's eyes with admiration and scrutiny. "I think we can do it. Go to dinner. There will be training in the afternoon. We will see you next time." McGonagall waved his magic wand, and all the teaching aids used for practice before turned back to bark. He lined up and flew to the tree stump and glued it short. The cut stump soon became the same as it was at the beginning. When she lifted her right hand, the flying broomstick leaning on the stump flew into her hand, and she straddled it, kicking off the ground. but a magic wand can determine the future of two people. When she left, she seemed to think of something, suddenly became sad, and muttered to herself softly, "I may know how this tree turned into a stump." Nelson put his right hand on his forehead to cover the sun, looking up at McGonagall's fast flying back. A shadow of long hair and ropes flying in the air was reflected on the surface of the lake, where the black lake occasionally picked up and flew toward the scorching sun. Nelson folded the book list carefully and stuffed it into the inner pocket of his robe. "Find a neat lawn facing the sun and sit down." "Oh." Nelson jumped up suddenly. There was a stone hidden in the grass. He rubbed his butt and picked it up. He took out his wand and pointed it lightly. The stone immediately turned into a bamboo pillow. Sweep the whirlwind. After clearing all the things hidden on the grass, he threw the pillow on the ground and lay down slowly, resting on the pillow, raising his hand, and letting the noon sun shine through his fingers. Listening to the sound of the breeze blowing across the grass, the exhaustion from swimming last night to the early morning suddenly came, and he fell asleep unknowingly. "Noel, why are you here?" Nelson was awakened by a sound. "I have been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to have a hobby of sleeping on the grass." He opened his eyes, and there was a warm orange yellow in front of him. He rubbed his eyes, and Tom stood beside him, bent over and looked at him. The sun had already fallen west. He stretched out his hand and Tom stretched out his hand to pull him up. Standing up for a while, Nelson stomped and looked in the direction of the castle. "Don't look, there is no food right now." Tom took out 2 boxes, roasted quail and small tomatoes. "Make do with some, you can go to Hufflepuff's kitchen later to get something to eat." Nelson looked at him. "Don't worry, I have nothing. After all, I am Riddle." Tom looked at Nelson proudly with his nostrils. "I know Professor Slughorn won't do anything to you." Nelson waved his hand, interrupting his chanting. "I'm just curious how you can find this vegetable accurately in every meal." He pointed out, holding one of the lunch boxes. "This is fruit," Tom said excitedly. "If Yowzu ended like this morning, they should have all fallen to Lord Riddle's feet. Everyone admires you, of course, but to be honest, helping a group of stupid people to bear the blame makes me feel sick, even if I understand that it can gain loyalty." "Tom, no one is a fool. At least those Gryffindor and Hufflepuffs are stupid." "That sprout from Hufflepuff has memorized the entire encyclopedia of magic herbs. Can you?" I'm just not interested in herbalism." Chapter 16th Chapter Magic Lesson. On Thursday morning the week before Christmas, Nelson walked to the library with books as usual after class. "Nah, are you really not going?" This week Robinson is going to share the secret technique treasured by the Lestrange family. I heard it is a powerful summoning spell. After leaving the spellclass classroom, the two of them walked quickly. Walking through the corridor, a few first-year Slytherin students who had just come out of the classroom hung far behind. "No, forgot. We are going home for Christmas. I don't want to do homework at home." "Are you Nelson Williams?" A boy suddenly appeared in front of them. "Here is a note for you." "Sure enough, you still prefer to study with senior sister," Tom said grotesquely from the side. "Yeah, but Nelson has learned how to apparition." I was talking and laughing with Tom in the lounge in the last second, and then he teleported to the Black Lake in the next second. Alphad's voice came from behind, and he also said sourly, he wouldn't even lend me his homework to copy it. I feel like I have been abandoned. Discussing homework publicly, Slytherin deducts 10 points. Blake, my office is closed after dinner. Professor Sykes' voice came from a place further back. Slytherin and Rachel gathered in the corridor because of get out of class. The Wenclaws burst out laughing, the air filled with joy. Nelson clamped the book he was holding on his chest with one arm, smiled and shook his head, and reached out to take the note. As soon as his arm loosened, half of the book he was holding slipped down. Paper, pens, and books were spilled. Ground. "Thank you. No need, I'll do it myself." He thanked Tom and the delivery boy, who was bent down, and simply put the book left in his arms on the ground, drew his wand from his pocket, and waved it against the messy ground. Fly up quickly. The books on the ground floated in the air in order from largest to smallest, stacking themselves up, the scattered papers crawling on the ground, putting the paper away one by one, the pen cap beating to find the roll of the pen in the corner, kicked the nib with the pen clip when it was fastened, and kicked the slightly crooked nib. After finishing these tasks, as Nelson's wrists weighed, they yarded themselves up in sequence, neatly, floating behind Nelson. Tom reluctantly leaned against the wall and watched Nelson perform, but the little messenger saw this kind of scene on his classmates for the first time. He was dumbfounded and speechless. He hurried when he saw Nelson watching him, saying goodbye, ran to the other side of the corridor, looking back at the stack of books and stationery as he ran. Nice spell. Slithering is a little fancy, but very beautiful. Professor Sykes. Nelson and Tom say hello. Yeah? With the handout in his hand, Professor Sykes passed between Nelson and Tom with a serious face, and walked towards the Ravenclaw Tower. When Professor Sykes disappeared in the corner of the corridor, Tom leaned against the wall again, looked at Nelson holding the stack of books with his magic wand, rolled his eyes, "Aren't your arms sore? Help me hold it up." Tom stretched out his magic wand. Nelson took out a sheet from the paper clip and held it in his hand. He raised his right arm and elbow and wrist down in a very strenuous posture. He pointed his magic wand at the piece of paper. He muttered words quickly. On the ground, a mini cart with a drawer appeared in his hand. He put the cart on the ground and tapped it with a magic wand. The cart became a bit bigger, about the same size as a book, and he pushed it from small to small. The cart became a small trolley. Lower, thank you. Tom lowered his raised arms again, and the pile of books fell along with it, floating on Nelson's chest. He pulled out a book of magic theory and 2 pieces of parchment from the pile of books, and put the other books on the small cart. Tom also put his own book on the cart, leaving a copy like him. Slytherin Lounge. Nelson leaned down and said to the cart, which drove away quickly. Not bad. Tom exclaimed beside him, "This is what an elite should have." "It's far worse." Nelson wiped the sweat from his forehead with his cuffs. This operation made him a little tired. "If I can change their legs and let them run back on their own, that would be great." Nelson learns with McGonagall basically every week or every 2 weeks for half a day. His transformation skills are progressing rapidly, and he has been able to easily transform such dead objects that can easily move. This has basically occupied all his spell practice time. The learning of magic is also learning. Although it is magic, for most people, there is no shortcut other than memorizing and practicing day after day. As soon as he received the note, he immediately understood that this was the notice of McGonagall's study this week. Although his accomplishments are excellent, he is limited to a few subjects including transfiguration, spells, and history of magic. Besides, he is often praised by divination teachers because he is good at weaving a tragic fate for himself. Doubts about the rationality of this subject are deepening. His performance in potions class and defense against the dark arts can only be said to be ordinary. He does not seem to have the special talent of becoming a wizard who is good at making money or fighting with magic. His performance in the potions class can basically be said to be terrible. There is no reason, just because he has a weaker sense of color, and he sees the same green color, with only a slight difference in shades. This makes him enter high every time. Chaipuch's botanical garden seems to be soaked in different shades of green paint. Maybe special magic glasses can alleviate this symptom. "Did Avery carry the bag back for you last time?" Tom was smiling and looking at the exhaust of the small trolley driving in the corridor. He suddenly remembered something and frowned. "Yeah? Your bag?" What bag?" "I never recite." Na's conclusive tone suddenly stopped. He remembered that he had a school bag that he had been carrying since the beginning of school, and his straight eyebrows suddenly tucked up, ruining this picture. The beauty of the face. "No, when did I stop backpacking?" "Next time you go to class, remember to pack a backpack or bring a few less books." Tom didn't doubt that he was there, thinking that Nelson was annoyed by his stupid behavior. He laughed suddenly and patted Nelson on the back. "I thought you would always. Nothing can go wrong." "When is the train coming?" The two walked side by side up the stairs, and Tom confirmed the time. "Next Friday, at 9 o'clock in the morning." Nelson forgot what he had just done. He had a lot of things to do today, so he decided to go back to the dormitory to look at the bag at night, holding the book and calculating the time. We are 22. The October is on holiday, and we will leave on the 23rd. There will be enough time for one day to prepare. We went to Hogsmeade to make some purchases that day. Tom suddenly approached Nelson and whispered in his ear. Noah raised his eyebrows and glanced at Tom. The first-year students were not allowed to go to Hogsmeade. He was waiting for Tom's explanation. Alf had found a secret passage, opposite to a basement in Hogsmeade. Tom leaned closer, and his voice became softer. Just forget it. You'll know on the 22nd. The two showed an expression of understanding and understanding. As expected, it is you, Alfred. What can't you do? The first place to go over the wall and drill holes. Nelson sighed in his heart. Soon they walked to the top of the stairs. Their 3 roommates and 3 other Slytherin classmates were waiting for Tom here. It seemed that they had been waiting for a long time. See you this afternoon. Tom reached out and shook hands with him, with a narrow smile on his face. See you in the afternoon. The two said goodbye. Tom led the 6 around the corridor and walked forward. Nelson turned and went down the stairs towards the library. It was almost time for dinner, and Nelson sat in the library seat a little anxious. Except for helping the first-year classmates studying here to answer 2 transfiguration questions, he didn't move a word on his parchment. Nelson took out the note he had gotten in the morning from his pocket and found it was a note folded into a dog's head. Although the note did not move, his experience allowed him to stick out his wand and poke the dog's head. The curse stops immediately. There is no movement. For a moment, Nelson thought that he was not casting a standard spell, so he tried again and again, but the result was no different. There was no movement, and there was no magic on the dog's head. He stretched out his hand, demonstrated his kindergarten level origami technique, and took apart the dog's head. At 1:30 in the afternoon. The Owl Room in Ravenclaw Tower. Why is the Ravenclaw Tower? Nelson was a little confused. Did McGonagall prepare traps that to test his actual level of polymorphism? He felt that he couldn't stay a little longer, and his movement of dismantling the dog's head and casting spells had already affected the people next to him. He sighed softly and saw the school bag hanging on the back of the girl sitting opposite. He remembered the topic he had discussed with Tom in the morning. It was only more than an hour later that he almost put it away. Forget about that bag again. Listening to the shouts of the librarian getting closer, he quickly grabbed the pen beside him and wrote the word backpack on the back of his hand near the tiger's mouth, quickly packed up his books, and hurried away while the manager rushed. The sound waves of going to dinner did not directly affect him, and he quickly left the library. After lunch, Nelson walked to Ravenclaw Tower. Walking around the door of Professor Psyche's office, he drew out his wand and climbed upstairs. Nelson was secretly making up a lesson with Sister McGonagall in Gryffindor's 6th grade recently. Don't you know? In an empty classroom, Alfred and Tom were sitting by the window waiting for people to participate in the activity. Yeah? Tom looked through the window in the direction of Ravenclaw Tower. I have observed that the strips of paper are folded into the shape of small animals, so to help them ease the relationship, Tom added. Yes, I think the Ravenclaw Tower is not close or far away. Nelson climbed to the top of the tower, pushed open the door of the Owl Room, and pointed his wand inside. After adjusting to the darkness in the room, he saw a girl sitting on the table. He was pointing her wand at her. Nelson suddenly remembered Tom's expression when he was separated from Tom. Metal, it's not what you think. Metal, things are not what you think. Nelson stepped back to the door, leaned against the door, and tried to open the door with his backhand, but found that the door could not be opened. The sun was shining outside the window, and there were almost no owls left in the house. Only a few of them were standing on the shelf to sleep. He remembered the night when he came here last time. Nelson Williams, Metal said slowly. She didn't look at Nelson directly, but just chanted his name softly, in a trance, like a dream. Listen to me. He slightly raised his hands and put them to his shoulders, indicating that he was not malicious. Nelson Wiltning. Metal didn't seem to hear Nelson's name, interrupted him, and continued to gently repeat Nelson's name in her dreamlike tone. her voice echoing in the empty owl room. Inside, extraordinarily ethereal. Nelson reluctantly put down her hands and hung them on both sides of her body to see what Metal wanted to do. From the day she almost stepped on Metal at the Lion bookstore before school started, she seemed to have left a psychological shadow on Nelson and was full of fear for him. He always wanted to know what prejudice Metal had against him, but she seemed to be reluctant to give a chance to communicate. "I know you. I know what's going on." This time Metal looked sideways at Nelson. She had big brown eyes. They were supposed to be beautiful on her white face, but through the big glasses that took up half of the face on the bridge of the nose saw them magnified, and it was difficult to look directly at them. Nelson couldn't help but think of Ollivander's magical silver eyes. "You always thought I was afraid of you?" Metel asked. Nelson didn't speak, but just stood there silently. This atmosphere made him puzzled and didn't know what medicine was selling in Metal's gourd. Seeing him not speaking, Metel spoke slowly again, and the dreaming feeling became stronger. "Actually, I am really afraid of you, but it is far from being afraid. Fear and fear feel different. Fear keeps me away. Fear makes me resist approaching. I fear black magic, fear death. Fear can take away everything I have. But I fear the unknown, so at first, I am afraid of you. Then you should be afraid of everything." Nelson couldn't help but speak. "No, that's different." Metal slowly shook his head. "It's just a stranger. You, Nelson, you are different. You are a very uncoordinated person, and so strangers are different from the strangers I have met." "In coordination?" Nelson asked, frowning. He was thinking about when he was seen by Metal, who happened to suffer from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. "It's not what you think." She seemed to see what Nelson was thinking. "Human coordination is not on the surface. I can see a lot of things that others can't see, like magic ... like prophecy, like ... Well, she seemed unable to think of any adjectives for a while. "Yes, color." She slapped her head and jumped off the table. "Color. For example, Professor Dumbledore's color is red, Professor Sick's color is blue, and your friend Tom Riddle is a blockbuster. The black is mixed with red, and your color ... is inconsistent." She walked towards Nelson and repeated, "Your color is not in harmony. I guess you might not even know what color you are." Nelson looked at Metal, who was approaching him, and felt that this man was talking utterly and grotesquely. He couldn't help but want to move back, and his waist was hit by the doorknob. "Hiss, I have never seen such an uncoordinated color, so at first I was afraid of you." Later, Professor Sykes told us that we should never be afraid of the unknown, otherwise it will always be unknown ... and fear will also. It has always existed. She walked to Nelson and stood still, suddenly smiled, and stretched out her right hand. "I think it's funny to play mystery like this. You see, you're already afraid of me, Nelson." Nelson looked at Metal suspiciously. The girl in front of him was far from the image of Metal in his impression. He put his left hand behind his back and fumbled for the doorknob, and his right hand crawled into his pocket quietly. "Touch the wand." "I forgive you about your stepping on me." Metel grabbed his right wrist and lifted it up, holding it with his right hand. "Nelson, do you know what Meitel's fancy language is?" Walking side by side in the corridor, Meitel suddenly took a few steps, walked up to Nelson and turned to face him, walking with his hands on his back and opening his mouth. "Metal?" Nelson was a little confused. Although he was very fond of him, he also felt that Metal's behavior of comparing himself to a delicate flower to the person who was talking for the first time was quite outrageous. "I mean, Myrtle, my name is also a kind of flower name," Metal explained. "What is it?" "Does a bush of purple flowers exude a fragrance?" Nelson stopped abruptly, and Metal turned and looked behind her back, saw that there was nothing, and turned around again. He thought of a lonely ghost floating in the bathroom decades later, crying all year round, longing for someone to share the toilet with him. ... He tried his best to hide the expression of compassion that he couldn't restrain his desire to show. "No, it's weird and mysterious." Seeing that he didn't know anything, Metal explained, "You see that I behaved weird today, scared." "Ah, but I think my life is too simple and too monotonous. I'm just an ordinary person, not mysterious at all," Metal said as they walked to the door of the Ravenclaw lounge, with a tone of voice grieved. "So I think it might be because I'm too ordinary, so everyone doesn't like me very much." "That's not." Metal suddenly stuck out his tongue at him, ran to Ravenclaw's brass door knocker, quietly answered the question, "What is the common denominator of 0 and 1? And then went into the lounge. "Nelson, what do you want to do to my students?" Familiar voices and words came from behind, and he found himself walking to the door of Professor Sykes. "Professor Sykes." Nelson stood reflexively. "I really didn't do anything." "Yeah?" Professor Sykes walked away from him, watching Professor Sykes leave, leaning on the handrail of the stairs, turning his wand with his left hand, and gently touching the handwriting written on his left hand at noon with the thumb of his right hand, looking at the direction of the Ravenclaw lounge. Metal said that his eyes have the magic of a prophet, so why don't he have it? The plot that I know is much clearer than the obscure hints in the prophecy. The fate of most people has been woven into fairy tales by children's literature writers just like this girl with big eyes full of spirituality. Early in this revenge story, the most incomprehensible and most tragic fate is arranged. I want to change them. My life is a gift from fate, but it can also break through the cage of the giver. Since I am here, it should be a little different. He lowered his head and rubbed his dry eyes. "Nelson, are you some girl who likes us Ravenclaw?" Nelson turned around and it was Dwight of Ravenclaw. "Why, it's always you," he muttered in his heart, and could only turn his head to explain. "No, Dwight, you are a good person. Don't worry, you will be happy." He rushed to the knocker and shouted back, "Nelson, do you know what 0 and 1 have in common?" "I don't know," Nelson yelled loudly without looking back. The young man was still warm-hearted. "Aren't you Ravenclaw the most wise?" "It is also a kind of wisdom to ask for help from a wiser person." Nelson felt that the young man was a little annoying when he lifted the bar, and he felt comfortable being licked, turned around and shrugged at Dwight, and went downstairs. Puff puff. "Nelson, welcome." In the afternoon herbal medicine class, Alphad squeezed the pus from Gordy's bulb on Nelson's neckline, his face narrowing after he succeeded in the mischief. "Alphad, you do this kind of thing?" Nelson moved his butt away from Alphad and slowly put on his dragon leather gloves. "How is it? What happened in the end?" Alphad urged from the side. He squatted up with excitement and interrupted Nelson's speech. Nelson noticed that Tom was sitting beside him peeling the clod of dirt stuck to Godigan. "Prick your ears." "Alphad, when you do this kind of thing, haven't you considered that I will meet Professor Sykes?" Nelson squeezed his face when Tom was unprepared. "So what?" Alphad didn't care, and started spraying Gordigan's pus everywhere. "Playing with herbs. Slytherin deducts 5 points." Before Alphad's face collapsed, he heard Nelson say quietly, "Mrs. Sykes told me to let you copy the 3rd chapter of the spell learning textbook once, as a punishment for copying homework. She hopes to see your copy when I see you tonight." Alphad's face completely collapsed. His squatting feet seemed to be numb, and he sat on the ground, lying on the pile of rhizomes peeled by his classmates with inertia, covered in mucus, watching him funny with the bitter melon face that looked like a war criminal. Tom, who was peeling the soil next to him, couldn't help but laugh. The strength of his hand was uncontrollable, and another pus was sprayed on Alphad's face. "Playing with herbs again. Slytherin buckles 10 points." "Ha ha 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 ha." Tom threw the Godigan in his hand back to the ground, ignoring his own image and laughing. When the surrounding students heard the noise here, they didn't know what was going on. They looked at them one after another, and saw Alphad lying on the ground unlovable, roaring with laughter, and the flower shed was full of happiness. "There is noisy in class. Slytherin and Hufflepuff each deduct 10 points." Dean Hufflepuff's voice was drowned in laughter. Chapter 18 Dumbledore's Commission. Strange, it's almost a holiday. Where did our principal go? During dinner, Tom, with a leaf of lettuce on the long table at Slytherin, looked at the empty seat in the middle of the faculty seat, a little puzzled. "I don't know," I heard that he has been busy communicating with Wisingama to clear the Black Wizard. While Wahlburger handed Tom a plate of small tomatoes, he was busy grabbing his brother's ears and removing him from. He lifted his seat, lowered his voice and shouted in Alfred's ear, "If you let me know which teacher wrote to my mother because of you." I heard that Principal Dippet's family was bewitched by Grindelwald and gave up his job as a terrorist at the Ministry of Magic. He vowed to clean up the door by himself. Last year he only showed up at school at the beginning and end of the term. Nelson, he took off the Slytherin emblem that was splashed by the beef soup, took up a napkin and wiped it carefully, sharing the gossip I heard. I heard the librarian tell Og in the library last time, the school Dumbledore is responsible for everything here. He wiped the emblem clean, put it on his chest, glanced at Tom's theory of magic, frowned. "Why are you still using this second-hand book?" "My notes for the first few classes are on it, and there are also notes from the previous master for reference." "You are not afraid that the previous master was a scumbag? Did you learn from his notes and then practice?" "It's okay, I'm not without judgment." I heard that Dumbledore was a genius student at Hogwarts that was rare in hundreds of years. The old lady in the family also said, "Amanda Dupet is a hysterical old fool, still want to uphold justice. He should give this work to his beloved Albus, instead of letting the fool of the Ministry of Magic come to our house every day to ruin the cabinets." "Will we hide Getala Grindelwald in Grimmauld? Is it in the sewers of the square?" Ha 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 ha. Alfred, who broke free from his sister's naked twist, hunched back and imitated the family with a funny look, and then extended an invitation to Tom and Nelson. "You are coming for Christmas. Do we play at home?" "I have a lot of good things to watch at home." "But Dumbledore is really good. You can feel it just by taking his transformation class." "Now that the situation is so chaotic, he may have his own considerations if he doesn't come out. At least Hogwarts is the safest place now." With Alfred's eyebrows dancing, Nelson added gloomily, "Are you ready for the copy that Professor Sykes wants tonight?" Alfred's face collapsed immediately and was soon dragged away by his sister. "If I have Dumbledore's skills, I will kill Grindelwald, and after the morning, I can become famous in the afternoon." Tom has not actually seen Dumbledore perform magic other than transformation in class, but there is a blind trust and even fear for the wizard who opened the door to the magical world for him. He forked a small tomato vigorously, waved the fork like a magic wand, and his voice suddenly became high-pitched. "Those who want to achieve great things, the stepping stones are not ordinary. People like Grindelwald are worthy of me." "You can." Seeing the compliments from the Slytherins around, Nelson frowned. "A great wizard like Dumbledore will definitely do something," Nelson said to the side. "The greater the power, the greater the responsibility." "You can always say some epigrams, Nelson." Nelson felt a warm palm press on his right shoulder. He looked up and saw Dumbledore with his hand on his and Tom's shoulders. He smiled and looked at him through half-moon glasses. "Professor Dumbledore." Seeing the Dean of Gryffindor came to Slytherin's long table, the little snakes stopped the noise and greeted neatly. Tom also looked up to see Dumbledore's face. "Dumbledore." Leto turned his head and greeted Tom with a smile. Tom muttered hello and turned away awkwardly. "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore." "Mr. Williams, can you come to the office to see me after dinner? I have something to trouble you," Dumbledore whispered to Nelson, who felt the heat from the broad palm of his shoulder. "Okay, Professor." He nodded. "I hope I didn't disturb you enjoying dinner." Dumbledore clapped his hands and left the long table. The students on the table quickly became noisy. "Nell?" Tom asked worriedly while holding Nelson's forearm. "It's okay, Tom." Nelson patted Tom's hand with his other hand. "I'm not Alfred. No teacher will put me in confinement. See you tonight." Just as Tom was about to say something, Nelson spoke first, got up and left the long table. At the door of Dumbledore's office, Nelson paced back and forth on the carpet in the hallway. He didn't know what Dumbledore was asking for him, but his encounter with Professor Sykes let him know that it was always okay for him to enter the teacher's office. "Brother, can you please stop turning? Dumbledore tells you to go in. The door is unlocked." A pair of armor at the door suddenly said, "If you turn any further, I might fall apart." "Sorry, Sorry. Nelson waved his hand to apologize, stretched his hand to the handle. I don't know you. Well, can see me. Sit down. Something to drink? As soon as he opened the door, Nelson saw Dumbledore standing in front of the wine cabinet in the office holding a bottle and looking at the label on it. He stepped forward, looked around, and saw the whole picture of Dumbledore's office. The whole office is covered with a fuchsia carpet on the floor. The desk is placed near the window. The desk is very tidy. There is only a bottle of ink with a quill pen and a few upside-down parchment papers. The corner of the desk is placed. There was a bird's nest similar to a pen holder, and a pile of ashes fell at the bottom. On the side of the table lay several chairs with purple wood velvet cushions. And in the corner there are two purple knitted sofas with a small coffee table in between. The walls on the left and right sides are completely wrapped by huge wooden bookshelves. The bookshelves are divided into different categories, neatly arranged, and filled with books from small to large. There are a few grids that are empty and look very abrupt. On the wall facing the door are two huge arched windows. Amazingly, one window shows the view of the Hogwarts campus outside the window, and the other side of the window seems to be a house that has not been inhabited for a long time. The window, it shows a dusty room with tables and benches lying on the ground. The windows are full of holes. The beams and walls are full of scorch marks. Their common feature is the accumulation of thick ash. The wall showed the appearance of original stone bricks, and there were some pictures hanging on it. Strangely, in these pictures, only Dumbledore looked at the edge of the frame with a smile, and the others seemed to have left. There is a huge fireplace in the middle of the wall opposite the window. This fireplace has gorgeous to exaggerated reliefs. It seems to tell some myths and legends of wizards. To the right of the fireplace is an old cabinet that looks like it was moved from somewhere. Yes, there are some gadgets for enjoyment and a few bottles of good wine. To the right of the fireplace is the door, and between the door and the fireplace is a shelf with broken pots. Dumbledore won't press my head into the meditation basin. Nelson felt a little flustered, and moved 2 steps horizontally like a crab, a little further away from the basin. You can't drink wine yet, how about orange juice? I loved sweets too much when you were your age. Dumbledore was still playing with the bottle in his hand, which was spinning uniformly under his long, well-knotted fingers. It seemed that what was on the label fascinated him. No, thank you. I just drank a lot of lemonade. Sit down, Nelson. You seem to know what it is. Dumbledore walked to the 2 sofas. He didn't look at Nelson, but he knew exactly what he was doing. No, I just think it is very old. It seems to be an antique. Nelson queried, walking to the sofa next to Dumbledore. Ha ha, every chair in Hogwarts is antique. Dumbledore didn't say much, just patted him on the shoulder, sat down on him, and sat on another sofa. Nelson, did you hear that you are going home for Christmas? He waved his hand. 2 glasses appeared on the coffee table out of thin air, and from the bottom, they were slowly filled with orange juice. Yes, sir, I am going back to London. Looking at the cup that was twisting like a dog wags its tail, Nelson was afraid of the orange juice spilling on his robe, so he picked it up and took a sip. That's it. I want to ask you one thing. Dumbledore turned to his side, holding another glass of orange juice and clinking with Nelson. I have something to do after the Christmas holidays, so I found a substitute teacher. He arrived in London on the 26th. I hope you can meet him in Diagon Alley on my behalf and tell him how to take the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross Station. Dumbledore put the glass down. He left London. For a long time, the changes in the environment may make him feel unfamiliar. Okay, Professor. Nelson also put down the cup and nodded. Is there only these things? He couldn't help but doubt the intelligence of the substitute teacher. After all, the fact that an adult needs a guide to reverse the car in a city sounds a bit funny. Well, besides, Dumbledore got up and took out a small package from the bookcase behind, and put it on the coffee table, lowering his voice. If it's a man with chestnut hair, please help me bring this thing to him. If not, just leave it with you. Professor, such an important thing. Nelson looked at the small package on the table. and felt incomprehensible that Dumbledore trusted him so much. Minerva often talks to me about you. I think you are a trustworthy person. Dumbledore paused, blinked, and said again, I also believe in Melkin's children, and I believe that too. People who say, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This matter is very important. Can I trust you? Dumbledore stretched out his right hand and looked at him scorchingly. I don't even know who Melkin is, and you should believe in Peter Parker. Nelson was a little panicked, madly complaining in his heart. Looking directly into Dumbledore's eyes, he finally reached out his hand and Dumbledore shook hands. You can trust me, sir. Dumbledore smiled comfortingly, and he waved again. The orange juice of the two was full, and when he clinked the glasses for the second time, he looked at the back of Nelson's hand with some confusion. Nelson, why do you write the word backpack on your hand? Chapter 19 Hogsmeade. I don't remember, Professor. Huh? Dumbledore looked at Nelson with some bewilderment. Is there so much pressure to study? No, Professor. Nelson raised his hand, rubbing his other hand over the handwriting. One night 2 months ago, I went to the Owl House in Ravenclaw to send a letter. Is it the night of your first year night tour for all the freshmen? Sorry, Professor. Nelson scratched his head, a little embarrassed. It's okay, you can go on. Dumbledore straightened up from the back of the sofa and listened solemnly to what happened on the Mid-Autumn Festival night. Wait, you mean there is a picture of a little girl at the end of the corridor coming out of the Slytherin lounge to light you up? Yes, Professor. There has always been a big picture frame there, and sometimes there will be a little girl playing with fire. You go on, Nelson. Later I found Professor Sykes. Is Sykes staying in the office? Dumbledore leaned down, put his elbow on his thigh, crossed his hands to support his chin, thoughtfully. Yes, Professor. The rest is a bit strange. Nelson began to talk about how he would have forgotten his backpack since that day. Nelson, you should be good at the history of magic, right? Dumbledore asked suddenly after hearing his story. Fortunately, Professor, does it matter? Nothing. I think it's not your own memory problem. There may be something in your bag. That night Dumbledore suddenly pondered what happened that night. Nothing. If you find anything, you must tell me. I don't see anything now. Dumbledore got up from the sofa and walked to the desk. Okay, Professor. Take a rest early. Don't take a night tour tonight. He signaled that Nelson should leave, and smiled and took out a bag of honey cookies from the drawer of his desk. I have always dreamed of opening a store in Hogsmeade. Honey dessert shop. Take it on the road and eat it. Good night, Professor. Nelson took the cookie, put the small package on the coffee table into his pocket, got up and left the office. Are you okay, nah? Tom sat on the bed and cast a spell on a piece of parchment. The black snake is out of the cave. A black boa constrictor reflecting the phosphorescence came out of his wand, spitting a letter and swimming on the slate floor of the dormitory. The cold and hard scales rubbed against the ground and made a toothless rustling sound. Nelson squatted in the corner and looked at his bag. The snake's letter swept his ankle, and he kicked the snake's head aside. It's okay. Dumbledore asked me to bring something when I return to London. Oh, she's so beautiful. Tom was sitting on the bedside, looking at the python he just released with a dazed expression. It's fine. I thought you copied their transfiguration homework. No, Tom. What I copied for them was written separately. Tom, you are amazing. You can actually perform this magic. Alan Abbott turned over on the bed, and saw the python on the ground, exclaimed in surprise. Thank you, Ellen. Call me Riddle. Tom thanked coldly. Sorry, Riddle. I mean. Alan stubbornly apologized, and the other two roommates sat up when they heard the movement, saw the snake on the floor being kicked aside by Nelson, and exclaimed loudly, Stand up. You. A disharmonious voice suddenly came. Nelson opened his backpack and turned to ask his roommate, Have any of you touched my bag? The package is empty. In the restaurant at noon on Thursday, Nelson and his party sat at a long table chatting after lunch. Alphad, what are you doing sitting here after eating? Xioxia Orshi. Alphad smiled awkwardly at her sister. If I find you Ulbgia stared suspiciously at this brother who made her feel unconscious. We will have an event later, and it will be a holiday soon. Tom helped Alfred on the sidelines. Well, Tom, you must be optimistic about him. Wahlberger changed his face instantly. Are you really not coming to our house for your holidays? Our house is also in London. We can okay, we will go when we have time. Nelson put down the corn juice in his hand and helped Tom perfuse her. Leave some private space for the boys, Wahlberger. Alfred pushed his sister out. The restaurant, when I returned to the long table, brought the door. Let's set off. He stood in front of the long table in all directions. His temperament changed. Just ahead, Alfred crept through the corridor. It's daytime. Walking in the hallway doesn't violate school rules. Why are you sneaking? A dozen first-year Slytherin students followed behind him, and Tom couldn't help frowning and asked. The passing student's eyes looked like a thief, which made him very uncomfortable. Sorry, amused to it. Alfred smiled and straightened up. But after a while he became sneaky again. Walking along the corridor on the third floor, he stopped in front of a statue of an old and eyed witch. It's here. The crowd dispersed, leaving room for Alfred to perform. He walked to the sculpture and reached out to touch the hunchback of the old witch. Could you not be like this? It's a bit disgusting. Tom watched Alfred's movements, and took a step back in disgust. And everyone around him did the same. The mechanism behind this statue is a bit hard to find. Alfred quibbled. Then how did you discover it in the first place? Nelson couldn't help being curious. Alfred said something incomprehensible, and suddenly groaned in surprise. It's open. With a sound of kakaka resembling the deformation of a cyborg star, the old witch's hunchback split a slit from the middle, and slowly separated to the two sides, revealing a dark secret passage. At the end of the secret road was a plank. Pushing the plank aside and climbing out of the secret passage, everyone came to the basement of a bar with bleak business. Gentlemen, welcome to Hogsmeade. Alfred stood by and pretended to perform the wizard's salute. No one paid any attention to him. Alfred had to stay where he was. Everyone quickly slipped out of the back door of the bar one by one. The Gingy Arlong in the robes clashed against each other, and they couldn't wait to rush to Hogmore. Do I feel it? There is a heavy cloud over Hogsmeade today, and a looming mist is floating in the village. But this can't resist the excitement of these little snakes who came to Hogsmeade for the first time. We will gather at the entrance of this bar at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Tom stood in the middle of the crowd and ordered. Although the crowd was restless, they all stood still obediently. Well, see you then. People scattered in groups of 2. Noel, I want to buy some Wizard's special products. Do you want to go? Tom looked at Nelson, who was left in place, and asked. I want to go around first. Let's see you at 2 broomsticks in an hour. Okay. Nelson did his homework. Okay. Tom shrugged, turned and walked down the commercial street. Nelson wandered aimlessly in the alleys of Hogsmeade. The surrounding mist was getting thicker and thicker, and the humidity in the air made Nelson a little uncomfortable. He drew his wand from his pocket and carried it in his hand. Waterproof and moisture-proof. Nelson knocked on his sleeve. The damp feeling was still not relieved. He remembered the scene of thick fog when he first obtained this wand. This uncomfortable feeling made him want to find someone. After staying indoors for a while, he turned his head and saw a store in Mencroke. This is a store without a sign. A double-decked square building is exposed to the natural color of cement. Grey will make the building obsolete and dirty, but through the open wooden door, you can see the clean windows inside. Nelson walked in. The shop was full of lights, and the dazzling light made him squint. After adapting to the light, he looked at the shop. 4 sides of the shop were wrapped in shelves wrapped around the walls, and an inconspicuous small door opened at the corner of the wall facing the door. There was nothing on these shelves. Could it be that I entered a shop that is still being renovated? Nelson was about to quit. This guessed. What are you going to buy? A thick voice suddenly appeared behind Nelson, who clenched his wand tightly and turned to stare at him. This man has no hair, his face is too delicate, and he can't even distinguish between men and women, but he seems to be a man. He is wearing a crisp white shirt and brown and black checkered waistcoat. The Oxford shoes under the black trousers are shining brightly. His hands are behind his back, and his face is gentle. Nelson held his wand and did not speak. Guests, don't get me wrong, I'm the owner here, and the sign hasn't been installed yet. He took out his hand from his back, shrugged, showing a French expression. I mainly sell some magical gadgets here. Nelson relaxed a little, put his hand back into the pocket of his robe, but still did not release his wand. I'm from Ireland, want to buy something to take home with my loved ones. Is it for a relative who doesn't know how to magic? Dagger held his forehead with one hand, and put the other hand underneath, posing a thoughtful look. How about the magic iron? You can just pick it up without heating it. Iron clothes. He reached out and took out an iron from the empty shelf at the door. A little magic. Seeing Nelson's surprised expression, the shopkeeper explained. This is good, but there is a laundry shop next to our house. How about the camera? Magic Polaroid. You can take moving pictures without washing with potions. He stuffed the iron back into the shelf and fished out a camera full of scratches. Because it is second-hand, and you can only take black and white photos, so how about 2 gallons and a free butter beer? Laugh. He suddenly raised the camera and pressed the shutter at Nelson. Look, it's handsome. He stuffed a picture into Nelson's hand. It's really handsome. Nelson looked at himself in the photo, boasting. We don't have to buy it quickly, there can be no more cost-effective camera. The shopkeeper brought the camera over again. Okay. Nelson took the camera in a daze, and walked out of the shop with a butterbeer in a daze. Good sales promotion. Turning to look at the boss waving at the door, he couldn't help but admire. He held up the camera and looked at it carefully. There seemed to be an inscription on the bottom of the camera. Louis Jacquemart Younger, London. So the one who invented the camera was actually a wizard. Leaning on the window edge of the Hogwarts express box, Tom tilted his legs and played with the camera bought by Nelson. Brother Blake got off the train the last stop, leaving only Nelson and Tom in the box. Yes. Look at the name under the camera. This may be a camera he made by himself. It's you, historian. Do you want to take a picture? Tom held a red bibido bean in one hand and waved the camera in his hand. Yes, tomato flavor. I asked you to take pictures yesterday. You don't want to take them. Nelson slumped on the opposite seat, rolling his eyes silently. In order to trick the pet into the cage, he wrestled with his dead ghost Yingdan last night. That one the cat called ? Was lying on his head and snore comfortably at this moment, but he was not drowsy, with thick dark circles under his eyes. It was as innocent as a puddle of liquid. Isn't it because there were too many people yesterday? It was too shameful to be in front of so many people. Tom quilled with a scumbag, stood up and walked over to Nelson to sit down and took his arm. Come on, cheese! This kind of camera that doesn't need to be washed is really convenient. As a burst of green smoke slowly rose from the camera and drifted away, Tom held the photo spit out from the camera in his hand. Yes, it's handsome, he praised with delight. Let me see. Nelson looked up at the photo. In the black and white photo, he smiled brightly. The kitten above his head was sitting grimace at the camera, and Tom was holding his shoulders beside him, smiling brightly. Yes, this camera there is also a beauty function. What is beauty? Tom took the photo back and carefully stuffed it into the inner pocket of his clothes. Seeing Nelson's unresponsiveness, Tom turned his head to look at him. The question mark slipped down because of Nelson's head up, and one person and one cat began to fight fiercely again. I always wondered if you would emit exhaust gas when you rode a flying broomstick. When the fight was over, Tom stood by the window and breathed on the glass as the train was passing through the thick fog. This is just the weather in London, especially in the past 2 years. The factory has discharged pollutants every day. But I think it's handsome with the smog while flying. Tom took out his wand, pondered for a moment, and slowly floated, a black smoke billowing under his hunting wizard robe. He was in the air. Turning around, he raised his chin at Nelson triumphantly. How about it? Not bad. There are still 10 minutes to arrive at King's Cross Station. Please be prepared. The train's broadcast repeated the arrival reminder. Seeing Tom, who can levitate or even fly by magic without using any props, Nelson exclaimed, "It's amazing." but I think it might be cooler to bring out a rainbow when flying, like a fairy. Is your uncle at home today? Tom asked as he walked through the streets of London with his suitcase, and walked 2 blocks to reach Aunt Bea's house. DSK, it's disgusting. Tom's shiny leather shoes almost stepped on a pool of sewage. This year, London was full of such messy scenes. Residents on both sides of the street casually dumped garbage and sewage on the street. Beggars and other people could be seen everywhere in the street. Hummers and thieves, as well as foreigners in a hurry. Billowing black smoke from the chimneys of the factories in the suburbs casts a layer of grey in this city, which is already known as the City of Fog. When they got out of the car, the two changed into mole clothes in the box. Nelson was wearing a large black and white striped woolen sweater, thick overalls and jeans. A pair of brown cowhide gentleman's boots were stepped on under his feet, and a pair of leather men's boots were covered. A beige windbreaker with 4 large pockets, and a grey wool scarf that was loosely tied around his neck and hung down to his waist. Tom dressed very formally, covering himself in a black suit. The emerald and silver tie pins reflected the dim light on the neckline. He held the suitcase in one hand and the birdcage covered in black cloth in the other. Nelson's cat stood on top of Tom's head with his chest high, and it didn't seem to want to pay attention to his owner. In the months of campus life, the two of them grew a lot taller. Pedestrians on the street looked at the 2 well-dressed teenagers unscrupulously. Several vagrants even showed ill-intentioned smiles. The security of the British Empire is at this level. Tom sneered disdainfully, and then gave them a provocative smile. Chamberlain should bury himself in his backyard. If he is attacked, he will use magic to fight back. It is not a violation of the International Wizarding Federation's Confidentiality Act, right? Tom licked his lips with excitement. His handsome face was a bit hideous, and a scarlet light flashed in his black eyes. It depends on what the situation is. If you blow up a street, you should still be breaking the law. Nelson stopped Tom's dangerous thoughts, and the two approached an inaccessible alley. Opposite the alley where they grew up. Orphanage. Uncle should be at home, he wrote last week saying that he had left for home from Poland. Bang! A thin boy wearing a worn-out newsboy hat hit Nelson's arms as he walked through the alley. "I'm sorry, sir." He heard the voice of a 10-year-old boy. He apologized and backed away with his hands with the brim of his hat. He quickly turned and ran away. Interesting. Nelson looked at his back, blew his whistle, put his hand into the pocket of the windbreaker. Tom cocked his mouth, loosened the box, and shook his arm slightly. The wand slid out of his sleeve and was held by him, in the hands. That's magic. He was a little eager to try. Sure enough, going home on holiday is a good choice. There will be wizards stealing things in the mole community. It's magic. Nelson squinted his eyes and saw from a distance the child wearing a newsboy hat got through the back door of the orphanage. It's amazing. Just after we left, this kind of character came out of the orphanage. Miss Cole must have picked it up. I think she is almost exhausted, and she keeps picking up people in the orphanage like a nun. Tom raised his head and looked in the direction of the orphanage. What did he steal? It's just a wallet. I don't have a few pounds. Gallon is in the box. Nelson shrugged. The nuns of the church don't pick up children. They pick up a few gentlemen who are willing to collect donations. It really makes me sick. But it's unrealistic to want everyone to be like Mrs. Cole. Tom curled his lips in disgust. She's a really good person. Let's help Mrs. Cole educate this kid. It means that I would rather starve to death than steal. Let's go home first. I put a little thing in his pocket. Nelson took his hand out of his pocket and held the lever of the box. You have to put the luggage down first. Depending on how old he is. It should be next year. Freshman at Hogwarts. Well, I'm going to the orphanage anyway in a few days. Ha ha ha. I wonder if he has eaten the chocolate that Tom's brother left for everyone. Nelson smiled narrowly. Tom's face flushed red, and he walked stiffly towards Aunt Bea's house, holding the box. Wait, brother Tom, I want to eat chocolate too. Nelson ran after Tom with the box. Tom's pace was quicker, and he seemed to want to summon the broom and fly away. After a while, The two stood at the door of Aunt Bea's house. Nelson took a deep breath, took a step forward, and rang the doorbell. Nah, are you also deserted? Tom, who stood at the door for half an hour in the cold wind, wrapped his coat tightly, put his hand on the belly of the kitten in his arms, and had a relationship with Nelson. A sympathy of sympathy. It may be, Tom. Nelson fastened the big breasts of the trench coat and tightened the scarf, which looked like an anti-war sculpture. Two handsome gentlemen, what are you doing here? Two big hands fell on Nelson and Tom's shoulders, and they turned their heads slowly about. Uncle Jonas, Aunt Bella. Nelson squatted hello in the cold wind. Tom also nodded hello stiffly, pretending to be cold, but the sudden Cold War still let Jonasy and Bella behind him pushed and laughed. We're going to buy you something delicious. Bella raised her hand and showed Nelson and Tom the ingredients in her hand. Go in and make you Christmas dinner. Jonas took out the key to open the door, and Nelson and Tom, who followed the door, immediately rushed to the sofa near the fireplace and hugged the pillow. Jonas took out a bottle of fruit wine and 4 glasses from the kitchen, and placed them on the coffee table. Bella teased the kitten on the side. It looks so funny. It seemed to be very close to Bella. Rubbing her chin against the back of her hand, she made a comfortable snort. This is a fruit wine sent by a relative from my hometown over there. The degree is very low. You can also drink some. Jonas filled the 4 glasses with peaked fruit wine, and a fermented sweet and sour fragrance permeated. In the living room. I'm going to the kitchen, you guys talk first. Bella took a bamboo basket from the fireplace, picked a square pillow from the sofa and placed it in the bamboo basket. In the basket, it meows in a group, and soon lost its sound. She added some water to Tom's owl cage and opened the cage door. Tom, this bird is good. Can it eat corn? I brought fodder, Aunt Bella. Tom answered obediently. It's great. Jonas sat on the sofa, raised Erlang's legs, and took a sip from his wine glass. The gifts I brought you are in the basement. You can check it out later. Thank you, Uncle. Tom is now so well behaved as a other person's kid. He doesn't even touch the wine glass. Uncle Jonas, how about Poland? Nelson asked, playing with a wine glass. Not very good. I feel like war is about to go. People there are very enthusiastic, and there are tramps everywhere. Jonas said worriedly, I can't control you when you go to school. But don't run around. Jonas, come and help me chop vegetables. Bea's voice came from the kitchen. You go to the basement to see the gifts. Jonas stood up on the sofa and walked towards the kitchen. You will like it. The afternoon before Christmas, London finally ushered in the long-lost sun, and the run-down French neighborhoods in the outer suburbs also revealed a thriving energy. The capitalists were busy enjoying the family reunion days, and those in the city were braving the past. The chimney of heavy smoke also stopped, and the air was much fresher. The window of Nelson's room opened wide, and the cream-white curtains were drifting outside the window with the breeze. Nelson knelt down in his wardrobe and went to put his summer clothes in it. In such a good weather, even the wardrobe has a lazy warmth. Exciting taste. Nah, this looks expensive. Tom was sitting on Nelson's bed, holding an open small box with a note of Tom's name, holding a black gem in his hand, and playing with it. He squinted one eye and pinched the gem with his thumb and index finger. It is close to the eyes and directed at the sun. Under the sunlight, the black gems show a million translucent light. If you observe carefully, it seems that there is still a rosewood liquid flowing slowly in the gems, paving the room under the refraction of the sunlight. A layer of psychedelic colors. This is amber, a kind of amber. Jonas' voice came from the door of the room. He was leaning against Nelson's door, and the sunlight hit his face from the window, and the sharp features became deeper. This German man with long grey hair and a bushy beard looks like a black and white photo in such a strong light and shadow. Amber is a Polish specialty. Although this kind of relatively expensive, it is not very valuable in this age. It's just strange. Tom, this is your birthday present. Jonas grinned. You can make it into a ring or some small jewelry. I think this color matches you very well. Thanks. Thank you, Uncle Jonas. Tom's cheeks were red, and he didn't know if it was the sun or it was red on its own. "Come on, lads, go downstairs to eat." Jonas walked into the room and rubbed Nelson's head, who was sitting on the floor, rubbing his soft pale blonde semi-long hair into a mess. "Well, it looks more comfortable." Nelson turned his head and looked at the mirror on the closet. His hairstyle at the moment resembled David Bowie's Martian visitor. A blonde teenager with messy hair was covered in orange wood by the sun and hung on his neck. The small amber of the same color that he was holding was a lot of fun. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a helpless smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stood up on the ground, patted the non-existent dust on his hips, and walked downstairs with Tom on his shoulders. "After applying for a permanent residence in London with the newspaper, I will be eligible to adopt you." Jonas sat at the table and scooped mushroom soup into a small bowl. The creamy white soup was steaming. He took the first place. A small full bowl was placed in front of Bella, and he picked up the second bowl. "Seriously, I think some policies should be appropriately relaxed during special times. Today, when I went to the market to buy vegetables, there were thieves all over the street." "They are half-and-half children like you, Jonas." Bella gave Jonas a complaining look. "Adopt us." Tom took the soup that Jonas brought him, and said dryly as if without emotion, but Nelson saw that behind his pale face, the roots of his ears were red to his neck, and it might be a while later the back will turn red. "Yes, you've had this plan since you were young, but you have been stuck with the fools of the city hall with their fool's form. Oh, sorry Bella." Jonas brought another bowl of soup and brought it in front of Nelson. Retracted the hand that had just been tapped by Bella with a spoon. "They are already big kids. I knew William too was an old man who couldn't do anything when they were their age." Punch Nelson couldn't help laughing when he saw Tom's nape turned red, and buried his face in the bowl. "But if you want to study literature or philosophy, or want to be a reporter, I can help you with your homework." Jonas poured himself soup, stirred it in a bowl with a spoon, and shrugged at Nelson and Tom. Shrugged. "But since you have become magicians, I can only read some fantasy novels to imagine for you. Many myths and legends are adapted from the history of wizards." Nelson wiped his face with a tissue, and explained to the side. "For example, the great Master Merlin in the English legend is a real person who has existed in the Wizarding Council of Wissingham. The medal is named after him." "Oh, really?" Jonas raised his eyebrows in surprise. "I have been running around these years, but I have heard a lot of magical legends. Those stories may be true." "This is really amazing." After thinking about it for a while, "No, I should have reacted sooner after I heard that you were admitted to the magic school. But this magic school sounds like the level of education is pretty good. I always thought that wizards don't pay attention to humanistic education when they have magic." Na is outstanding in the history of magic, and even Professor Dumbledore praised him for his knowledge and knowledge. Tom said proudly from the side, as if he was a good man in the history of magic. "The needle doesn't poke." Jonas looked up and rubbed Nelson's smooth hair again. "Well, it looks much pleasing to the eye. But it's true that it doesn't pay attention to humanistic education." Nelson got up and followed Bella to return the empty soup deep dish to the kitchen, and helped her bring the last 2 dishes up. "We only have 2 sections of history of magic every week in class. Professor Binns is still an old ghost who is old. If the ghost can be said to be old. Most people in class are sleeping." He put a big bowl of stewed vegetables and beef on the table. "Other than that, there are no subjects such as language and society, and even subjects such as arithmetic and geography are not offered." He and Bella took their seats, and the 4 of them put dishes and bread on their plates. "I heard that there will be ancient magic and arithmetic divination in the upper grades, but I feel that they may still be pure magic courses. I wish everyone a good appetite." Bella raised the knife and fork, and the small family banquet officially began. "Divination? Do you use tarot cards?" Bella asked curiously while cutting the steak. Women seemed to be more interested in content such as divination and testing. "Anyway, our first-year divination class is talking nonsense to a cup of tea dregs or a glass ball on a moldy pillow, predicting his death next week." Nelson muttered vaguely, chewing on a broccoli with. Some predictions are still very accurate, especially for those who are spiritual in this area. Tom defended the divination class. Although his level of divination was ordinary, he believed these things very much. In history, there have been some masters of prophecy predicting the direction of some major events, but I think we use them as references at most, not superstitions. For wizards, it is not fate, but the one that can be trusted. Nelson swallowed a piece of bread. But if I can meet a certain master of prophecy, I'm still willing to do the math. You are right to think so, Jonas said eloquently. There is one in my hometown of Trier. Okay, eat your meal. Bella tapped the back of Jonas' hand with a spoon again. Okay, these are really not suitable for telling them. But Jonas turned around, stretched his arms sideways and fished out a book with cowhide cover from under the sofa cushions. This is my interview in Poland. I bought it from a well-known witch in the local area. Witch? Isn't it a witch? Nelson took the book curiously, and lay it on the table. Looking at it, there were some patterns that seemed so mysterious that people thought they were trying to make a fool of themselves. Tom stretched his head over and glanced at it again, retracted back. You are probably being deceived. Tom looked a little angry. Wizards have secrecy laws and try to hide their existence as much as possible. People who say that they are wizards are generally liars. And she also said that she is a witch. Not a witch. Nelson flipped through this booklet quickly, and he saw that it seemed to be explaining a complete set of magic techniques. Although he didn't understand what this technique was, the general reading made him feel that the contents of this book are at least echoed and self-consistent. If it is written casually by a liar, then it is too detailed. I think this may really be a magic notebook, but it seems to be quite different from the magic of Hogwarts. Nelson frowned and realized that things didn't seem so simple. Can this book be given to me? I thought it was fun, but I heard that someone had magic, so I bought it with a little money. Jonas leaned his fork on the plate, leaned back, and swayed the legs of the two stools. Began to recall his trip to Poland. I met that witch in Krakow. Her name is Lorien Conlow. She looks not much older than you. She is a girl with golden hair and brown eyes. What are you doing so clearly? Bella was knocking on the back of Jonas' hand again. Occupational disease, occupational disease. I am a reporter after all. He withdrew his hand in pain, sat down, and dropped the chair leg to the ground. Her accent is very strange, with a puppy. Ha ha, she actually said that it's a dragon. Ha ha ha. Tom seemed to be poked with a smile. This witch is most famous for her potions. I heard that her potions are very popular in the local area. The local church is said to have visited her. I remember that the church did not particularly like to hang ignorant girls on fire in the Middle Ages. Roast. As a result, there is a true witch here. But they are persuaded. They always bully the soft and fear the hard. Nelson cleared the remaining vegetable leaves on the plate and agreed. She said she fell from the sky and was always looking for someone with magic, trying to find a way home. After the meal, Nelson and Tom were walking down the street. They had changed their clothes on the journey and put on the normal clothes in the closet. Same beige woolen sweater, the same jeans and the same sneakers. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the two of them, adding a touch of gold to their faces. The two stopped in front of the alley where they had been stolen. Around the winter solstice, when the angle of the sun was at its lowest in London, the sun was about to set, their shadows very long. Nelson was standing in the middle of Long Street, and Tom was standing alleyway. Nelson stood on the empty golden street with a gold-rimmed shadow, while Tom's shadow was hidden in the deep alley. Have we ever performed this action? With a stack of photos in his hand, Tom looked down at a piece of paper while walking. He pulled one out and handed it to Nelson. Nelson took the photo. In the black and white photo, he and Tom were sitting on a small sofa with their arms around their shoulders in formal attire. Jonas leaned over and leaned down. The three of them grinned at the camera. There was a slender palm dangling on the side of the camera to make a victory gesture. After a while, Jonas straightened up and walked out of the edge of the photo. Bella ran into the viewfinder briskly and stood in the original position of Jonas. This is a photo taken by Bella. In the black and white photo, the hair color of the two people is not real. Nelson's hair color seems to be darker, Tom's hair color seems to be lighter, and the two look like real brothers. They have been fiddling with Bella for a long time, just like a little girl got a new toy that she likes. Bella loves the camera Nelson brought back. Compared with the popular cameras on the market, this magical gadget can be taken immediately. See, it's very convenient to avoid the process of waiting for the film to turn into a photo. What's more convenient is that it doesn't need to replenish the film, and it looks like a continuous supply of photographic paper. But I have to say that although quickness and portability are the eternal trends in the development of various products, the experience of walking into the photo studio with your lover to pose for a photo, holding each other's hand in a flash of light, and then waiting for the film at home is even more so a rare romance. Yes, my aunt took so many pictures. I can't remember. The camera was hung around Nelson's neck. Before leaving, Bella asked them and their former friends to take more pictures. But Nelson only had part of the time. Stay in the orphanage. Where's Tom? When did he make any good friends in such a place? But it's pretty good. Go back to Diagon Alley and let me copy a few. Seeing Tom ignored him, he turned his head and saw that Tom was flipping through the pile of photos again. He had no choice but to whistle to catch up, and tossed the cloth bag in his hand. Don't shake it. Tom turned around and raised his eyebrows at Nelson. I know that there is Tom's chocolate in it after all. Nelson did not give him a chance to interrupt the speech this time, but like an underground rapper, finished the speech that would make Tom look ashamed. And Tom's the reaction was indeed like this. Turned and walked away quickly, without saying a word. His ears and the whole neck were almost red. The two walked one by one and the other chased them, and soon came to the door of this run-down orphanage in West London. Looking at the peeling paint and revealing the rusty iron door, Nelson and Tom stopped. Through the gap of the iron door, it was the first time he looked at the place where he grew up so carefully. Compared to the pile of joyfulness that Tom held in his hand, the scene in this small courtyard looked more like a black and white photo. A small grey building stood alone in the not-so-small yard. Two ill-looking pine trees stood at the inconspicuous door of the small building, and a few faded coloured stripes hung on the trees. Nelson I have encountered them at Christmas for several years. The yard was bare, with only a few wooden swings creaking under the rusty iron shelf with the wind. The orphanage did not have enough funds to repair the ground, and there were not enough people to do it. What plants are grown and taken care of here? There are no children in the yard. It should be their dinner time now. Nelson saw a small face in the corner of the window where his room was originally on the third floor, and when his eyes met, he quickly retracted. Found him. Nelson smiled and poked Tom in the ribs with his elbow. Tom followed his gaze and looked up. His eyes stopped by the window, and the small face stretched out again. This time he was more cautious, only revealing a pair of black eyes under the newsboy hat and the brim. It is actually your room, as Tom said. He curled up his mouth and gave the kid a standard circumcision. He quickly retracted and never appeared again. Sir, seeing them, a dry old man ran out of the porter and looked at the small open door on the big iron gate. The door is unlocked. Why are you? He looked at the faces of Nelson and Tom, and the words on his lips suddenly stopped. Are you, Nelson? He looked at Nelson with some doubts, then turned his gaze to Tom's face, and asked in an uncertain tone, Tom? Yes, Mr. Button. Nelson raised his hand, and Tom nodded beside him. The old man's face burst into complex emotions including but not limited to surprise, joy, unbelievable, gratification, etc. Coming. He opened the small iron door and grabbed the two hands and pushed them inside. Tugged. When they faced the iron gate, they released their hands again, and ran to the small building, while turning back and shouting at them. Coming. Mr. Patton is a respectable old man. He lives in an old two building next to the orphanage. He is alone. I heard that he was originally an officer of the Allied Powers. I was hit by a stray bullet in front of my eyes, and the pregnant daughter-in-law couldn't bear the blow. There was no news on a foggy night. After the war, He donated all his property to the orphanage next to his home, and he came here as a concierge. Although he is grumpy and full of swear words, he treats every child as if he is a grandson. He has almost taken out all his family assets to help these children who have lost their families to the best of his ability. Sometimes the busy Mrs. Cole also entrusts him to take care of the children, but he never talks about wars with everyone. If someone asks them, he will say, "You have to be good people, and don't be interested in a butcher like me." This is a poor old man who has been devastated by war, but as he said, every stray bullet on the battlefield may create a broken family. Why didn't Lee Enfield, who had accompanied him, take the lives of others? The dead soul who died under a bullet with no eyesight may be a father, son or husband. War may be right or wrong, and soldiers will commit sins, but the children are innocent. One day Nelson was sitting on the roof while reading a book about World War I in the moonlight. Mr. Patton struggling to climb up and sit down to him. Smoking next to him, he rubbed Nelson's hair grinningly. "Before I became an officer, I was a sharpshooter. Later, I thought it was better to be a doctor than a soldier." Seeing him limping from the back while calling Mrs. Cole's name, Nelson patted Tom on the back with red eyes. Tom was closing his eyes and looking up at the sky. The old man who grew up with them really old. Patton took the two to Mrs. Cole's office, where she poured hot tea, declined the invitation of the three, and he returned to his post. "What are you doing back?" Mrs. Cole frowned and looked at the two of them. She used a spoon to stir in the teacup. The old tea leaves, which were originally full of broken leaves, were mixed to pieces by her. "You guys, it's not for you to come back." Tom and Nelson have long been accustomed to Mrs. Cole's sternness. They quietly listened to her admonitions and looked at this thin woman with black hair a few months ago. After 3 months, she was even thinner, with grey hair on her pale face. Her cheekbones were unusually prominent. She stopped stirring the tea and stared at them seriously. Suddenly she stretched her brows and smiled at them. "Tom, nah, you have grown a lot." "Mrs. Cole, how are you and the orphanage during this time?" Nelson relaxed and raised his teacup to say hello. "I'm still the same." Mrs. Cole laughed at herself. "The orphanage has been a lot busier than in the first half of the year. In the past 2 years, there have been more and more homeless children. A group of children came, and your room was occupied just 2 days after it was vacant. There are even older children who need 2 people to squeeze in one room. It is really possible to have rooms everywhere, but an orphanage is impossible. It's an empty room." "Is that nervous?" Tom asked. "Well, the situation in other orphanages in London won't be any better than us. You are the older kids. You should understand that although the newspapers are full of singing and dancing, but..." Mrs. Cole shook her head helplessly and pointed at Tom again. He smiled and said, "By the way, Tom, your chocolate kids love it. Many of them have never eaten chocolate before they grow up." She suddenly choked up, lowered her head and took out a handkerchief from her skirt and wiped her eyes. "Sorry, I understand, Mrs. Cole." Rarely, Tom did not maintain his cold appearance, nor did he blush because of the chocolate incident. Instead, he stood up and patted Mrs. Cole on the shoulder, comforting softly. "You are all good children." Mrs. Cole calmed down, her red eyes lowered her head and held up the teacup. "Although I love every child here like my own child, I hope they can be like you. Leave here and never come back." Chapter 23 Liar's Daughter. Let's go too. Let's eat with the children. Mrs. Cole stood up from behind the desk and glanced at the camera hanging on Nelson's chest. "Are you here to take a photo with everyone with this?" "Yes, Mrs. Cole." Nelson took a step and opened the door for her, and Tom waited at the door and made a please go first gesture. "Are there any taboos?" The flash of this camera is not dazzling. In fact, opening your eyes will not affect your vision. Nelson repeated the boss line when he promoted the product. "Nothing." As she passed Nelson, Mrs. Cole turned her head and gave him a deep look. The 2 juveniles who were still learning words when they first came, have now grown to be as tall as hers. "I mean, This may be the only photo taken by some of them in their lives. I hope you have better skills. Nelson twisted a knob on the camera. He recalled the instructions Younger had ordered in the store. According to him, this knob allowed the film to be adjusted back and forth between moving and stationary. This magic camera uses advanced alchemy, and the photos it takes often have magical powers that ordinary cameras don't have. Younger showed him the simple buttons on the camera. This is the shutter, this is... anyway, don't worry about this button. This knob can determine the shape of the photo, motion or static, and these knobs are used to adjust the aperture. You may not be able to do this. I will lock it for you. You just have to stand. Shooting here... He walked a few steps forward, standing 2 or 3 steps away from the opposite shelf. It's fine to shoot such a far-away scene. The moving photos are the result of magic potions. But aren't the stationary photos just ordinary photos? Nelson turned the knob to the still side, and pressed the shutter to take a picture at Younger. A burst of white light and white light. After the smoke passed, an ordinary photo was spit out from the top of the camera. It's just an ordinary picture. He frowned and looked at the embarrassed shopkeeper with suspicion. If it wasn't for Polaroid's creativity that was decades ahead and the price was really cheap, he might have turned and left. I'm just a seller, not a manufacturer. Production, distribution, and consumption are different links that are difficult to intersect with each other, you know. The shopkeeper began to entangle himself. But it is magical. I promise. I open the shop. It's definitely not for making money. Nelson rolled his eyes, picked up the camera and prepared to leave. He didn't open the shop to make money. He listened too much, just like Professor Sykes had already used a flying curse to attract Alphad's empty parchment. He would still say stiffly, I wrote it, but I didn't bring it. It was like going for a walk in the evening to a fruit shop to buy oranges and asking the owner if they were sweet. When I got up, I still gave my thumbs up, drooling and shouting, sweet. It's so sweet. At this time, customers are often willing to pay, because it doesn't matter whether the oranges are sweet or not. The shopkeeper is like a boulder on his chest. The shocking great performance is the key to his winning this business. Don't worry. I will use my heart. Mrs. Cole didn't say a word, but took a deep look at him, turned and led the way, crossed the corridor, and pushed open a wooden door with a rusty and creaking shaft behind it. The noise was suddenly released, and Nelson's head was slammed. As Mrs. Cole stepped in, the hall instantly quieted down. Said it is a hall, but in fact it is just a slightly larger room next to the stairwell on the 2nd floor. There are a dozen tables of different appearances densely placed in the hall. Some are high round tables, some are low square tables, and some wooden tables are dangling long. Some iron tables have peeling paint, and the surrounding walls are covered with golden olive branch-like wallpapers on a white background. This was a more expensive decoration decades ago. But in this winter of 1938, there was only black and green mold. The spots slowly seeped out from under the wallpaper. Those tall, short, large and small tables were surrounded by children of all sizes, men and women, obese and thin, children of various colors, disabled and healthy. Sitting down, to be honest, such a scene will only be seen in the orphanage in a few decades. Tom sniffed his nose with an imperceptible movement and quickly returned to normal. Nelson was also ashamed. Although he spends holidays like Christmas at his aunt's house, he lives here on weekdays and often stays here. He had a meal in the restaurant, but he could not bear the musty smell in the air just after more than 4 months. The children sitting around the table turned to look at Mrs. Cole, looking expectantly, and noticed the 2 people next to her, looking at them with different expressions. Come on, look here, Mrs. Cole shouted with a wave of her hand. She turned and asked, Nelson, do I need my nurse to come in and take pictures? No, you and Tom will take a photo. I just have to sign on the back. I don't like taking pictures. Tom took the cloth bag full of chocolates from Nelson. When Mrs. Cole heard the words, she shook her head with a wry smile, and stood at the back of the tables. Look at the camera. Come on, Smile. Nelson pressed the shutter. Mrs. Cole patted the shoulders of the two of them and turned to arrange today's dinner. They found a few people they knew before and walked to their table. After taking his seat, Tom fiddled with the cloth bag Nelson received, his face sinking. Although he is not well versed in the world, he also noticed that the people who used to eat at the same dinner table moved their stools to make positions so stiff and unreliable. Although they had only been away from the orphanage for a few months, they seemed to have become two people of the world. No, they have indeed become people of two worlds. Nelson Williams, I know you. A newsboy hat sitting opposite Nelson slowly lifted up. Nelson recognized it. This was the little thief who stole his wallet in the alley. He blew softly. Whistle. A little bee struggled to crawl out from the little thief's pocket. Ah, hello. Nelson was a little confused. How dare he take the initiative to say hello to himself? I moved into your room later. My name is Christian Jewel. Christian, is it a girl? Nelson looked at her carefully. Under the newsboy hat was dirty black curly hair, her pale little face was covered with thick dark circles, and the lower eyelid of her left eye had a thumb-long scar running through her cheek. Although she looked arrogant, but when I look at people, I don't look into their eyes. I just turn my face to the left and squint at the forehead of the opposite person. Okay, Tom interrupted Christian's speech. He threw the cloth bag on the table, got up very quietly, and turned over the chair behind him. We don't want to eat at the same table with the thief. I'm sorry. After Nelson apologized to the people at the table in a low voice, he also got up and chased Tom. The people around him were almost indifferent and watched the fuss. Why are you coming back? Christian stood up and shouted at Nelson. Do you think you are doing well? Come and show it to us. Why should I listen to a thief's preaching? It sounds disgusting. Tom walked back some time and stood behind Nelson. Do you think I want to steal something? Christian lowered her head. When she raised her head again, she seemed to be a little hysterical. Nelson noticed a crack in the teacup beside her and the airflow around her began to surge. He stretched out his hand, blocking in front of Tom, turned around and shook his head. When he got home, he wrote to Dumbledore explaining the situation of the little wizard. This matter should be left to professionals. I can't irritate her anymore. Little wizards without magic education, especially wizards from moles, can easily become silent due to mental stimulation. He whispered to Tom, who nodded and stopped talking. Stealing is not good. Nelson took a step forward and looked directly into Christian's eyes. I know that stealing is bad, but I am the daughter of a liar, and I should have been born with stealing, right? Her tone eased, but her words became more intense. A blonde girl next to her pulled her sleeve, as if trying to stop her. Nelson remembered that girl. Her name was Martha, who used to live next door to him. You know what, people like you are freaks here. Christian ignored Martha's dissuasion. She lowered her head, and said such a sentence in an unwavering voice. Sleepy, I'll come to you tomorrow, and we'll talk tomorrow. Nelson said a strange thing to her suddenly and without end, but she really sat down and lay on the table. Hurry up. I will write instructions to the Ministry of Magic later. He turned to catch up with Tom, who was almost at the door, and whispered, Nelson. Nelson and Tom were walking through the iron gate. While looking at the camera in their hands, they trembled, and they continued to make the click sound of gears twisting. It seemed that this large group photo of many people would consume more paper and more ink. General. Hearing his name, Nelson turned around and raised his eyebrows in amazement towards the dark courtyard. He looked at the small building. There was no one at the window. He thought it was a prank by someone, and was about to leave, when he suddenly saw the small courtyard. In the thick darkness, a figure wearing a grey skirt, panting, was squeezed out. Masha chased it out. This little girl, who was originally as thin as a bean sprouts and had nothing to do with anything but promises, yelled behind them, and quickly panted on her knees because of lack of energy. Nelson, you saved me, didn't you? She straightened up and looked straight into Nelson's eyes. Although her face and hair were thin and yellow due to malnutrition, it seemed that her eyes were exceptional big. This is a pair of dark eyes that are more transparent than the midnight sky, as if to reflect everything in front of them. She drew 2 steps forward, still looking straight at Nelson, but Nelson was a little afraid to look her eyes directly. He avoided his sight, and even took 2 steps back. "They say you are a freak." Martha pressed harder step by step, "but I know you are a good person." "I don't know what you are talking about," Nelson murmured, walked through the iron gate, and left the orphanage as if fleeing. After walking a distance, he turned and looked in the direction of the orphanage. There was a slender girl standing in the faint light under the doorroom window. She seemed to be shouting something, but the words were torn in the wind before they flew here. Inside. "Christmas gift cuckoo." The faint sunlight hit Nelson's face through the clouds, morning mist and curtains. He struggled to sit up, and the quilt slid from his belly to the ground following his movements. He looked up at the windowsill. The window was opened with a slit, and the heavy curtains occasionally swayed. The sunlight in the fog was never so direct, and it was always indistinguishable from morning to night. From the position of the sun, he barely judged that it appeared. It should be morning. Nelson reached out and touched the glass of water on the bedside table. The cold touch made him remove it from his lips for the first time. Thanks to it, he finally woke up from the state of fascination and staring, and poured the cold water in the glass onto the windowsill. In the flower pot above, Nelson was holding the cup, feeling the gradually satisfying, warm and even hot touch of the cup wall in his palm. He picked up the cup again and took a sip of hot water, completely awake. Suddenly he felt that his head was heavy and his face was aching fiercely, so he turned his head and looked at the mirror on the closet door, with a few small red paw prints on his left cheek. Nelson shot quickly and grabbed Tom's unhappy streaked owl from the top of his head. Holding up the grumpy little owl in his hand and enduring its frenzied peck on his forearm, Nelson took a roll of parchment from his ankle. "Nelson, judging from your 2 consecutive letters, the incident is urgent enough. Wizards who can learn to use magic before they are educated are rare in such a long history, let alone use them to take things from wizards' pockets. They are all brilliant people. Or people who died early because of a magical riot. In fact, you don't have to worry too much. The occasional agitation of magic is something every little wizard will encounter. Shattering a cup is too common. After all, special experiences may make some children's minds too delicate and sensitive." "Nelson, although it's a little out of place to ask you to do things on the holiday, please go to her as soon as possible and explain the situation to her. I will come to give you something at breakfast. It is specially made by me." Obliterate can effectively curb the potential of becoming silent. You give it to that girl. Although this is against the regulations, life is greater than these boring procedures. "By the way, I regret buying this owl for Tom. It is a bit grumpy. Your loyalty, Albus Dumbledore." Nelson tried to identify what Dumbledore had obliterated, but there was no result after watching it for a long time, so he had to give up. Folded the quilt, opened the window, hugged the spotted owl, threw it out, put the parchment paper into the pocket of the pajamas, put on the clothes, slipped on the slippers and prepared to go downstairs to Washington. As soon as he got out of bed, he tripped over something. Nelson looked down and saw that it was a huge red and white striped wool socks over a meter long. He bent over to pick it up and clamped it to the waist. There seemed to be a stick or something inside. He smiled. Only Jonas would do such a thing. "Noel, your hair really looks like a bird's nest right now." Tom was brushing his teeth in front of the mirror. He quizzed vaguely when he saw Nelson standing in front of the bathroom through the mirror, because it did make a bird's nest just now. Nelson just wanted to say hello, but suddenly he yawned and made a strange noise. He took out his toothbrush from the cabinet and squeezed toothpaste on it. "Merry Christmas." After washing, the two went down the stairs to the living room. The automatic ink refill pen is so easy to use. Jonas on the sofa lifted his head from the newspaper and bared his white teeth at the two of them. "Do you like Christmas gifts?" Tom pulled out a slender silver chain from the neckline, which was inlaid with some slender green broken gems, spelled out the runes all over the chain, which seemed to be some words of blessing and blessing. The silver chain was slender on Tom. On the bottom of his neck, There is a black stone inlaid in a silver ring. It is Tom's amber. In the light of the living room, the black gem resembles Tom's eyes, shining in the backlight of the fireplace. Very good for you, Tom. Jonas praised it heartily. Thank you. Tom shyly stuffed the necklace back. Nah? Do you like your gift? Nelson grabbed the large sock in his hand and shook the stick. Insidia cane fell onto the sofa. Nelson's mood at the moment is very complicated. It is hard to say that this cane is not beautiful enough. In fact, it is very luxurious. Its length is about 1 meter. The black stick handle is slender and straight. It hardly reflects light. You can't see what wood is. But after holding it, you can feel a cool and delicate touch. It has a solid weight and uniform texture. It is seen by a man. They all want to have a good stick to pick up and swing for themselves. The tip of the stick is wrapped in a thick layer of frosted brass, and the top of the stick body is hooped with a circle of golden metal strips, which are meticulously engraved with the content of the Tower of Babel in Genesis. And then look up. The head of the stick wraps his orange amber with a structure similar to a crown. Nelson believed that if he took it to the streets of London, he would be the brightest star in the night sky. As a literary and art worker, Jonas cleared his throat and shook his head triumphantly. I know British culture very well. What do you know? Bella came out of the kitchen in an apron, carrying a basket of bread, biscuits, and hot milk. There were still a few bottles of jam in the frame. She picked up her cane, and was at this the action touched the hearts of the other 3 people in the room, and they couldn't wait to take their place, picking up their canes and waving them. Not only nah, but I made one for both me and Tom. I know that every gentleman in London needs a cane. This is not only good for them to travel, but also Jonas continued to complacent. Bear's words were quickly broken by Bella. Every gentleman in London needs a cane. Bella poked Jonas angrily. Do you know when this was popular? At that time, my grandfather. Who else carries this thing besides the old man now? Do you want them to go to school and be laughed at? Actually, Aunt Bella, Tom said from the side, things like walking sticks are still quite popular in the wizarding world. Bella looked at Tom suspiciously, then at Nelson. That's it. Nelson agreed. The aesthetics of the wizarding world seems to be slower than that of the mole world. There seems to be an unimaginable network delay in the spread of fashion elements. Sometimes you can see men wearing medieval stockings and velvet shorts in the shops of Diagon Alley. In such a place, if you can go out of the street with a gorgeous walking stick, it will truly become the brightest star in the night sky. It's because of my foresight. Jonas felt he was getting better, then asked for credit, and then Bella smashed him with a stick. Christmas breakfast began amidst such lively laughter. Nah, why did you look around? Jonas looked at Nelson, who turned his head in confusion, as if fidgeting. Can you find anything? I'm waiting for Dumbledore. Nelson's eyes moved back and forth between the fireplace and the door. He said he would come and bring something. Is he coming to London for Christmas? Tom played with his cane and swished, chewing on slices of bread and looking at the fireplace. How come? Flu powder. This is what I'm curious about. Nelson looked up at his watch. He has something in the past few days. I guess it may be a messenger, or a clone ... or just got out of the telegram. Huh? Bella stood up. Does Dumbledore come? I'm going to make a pot of tea. No, thank you. Dumbledore's voice came from behind Nelson. He turned around and saw a huge silver-white bird leaping in from the window with its wings. Professor Dumbledore. Nelson and Tom stood up. The big bird in front of them had folded their wings, standing on the back of an empty chair by the table, bowed their heads and combed their feathers. Merry Christmas, Mr. Nicholas, Mrs. Nicholas. Dumbledore nodded to Jonas and Bella. Merry Christmas, Mr. Dumbledore. Jonas stood up, trying to reach out for a handshake. He seemed to think of a bird in front of him, and quickly withdrew his hand. Sorry, I didn't know that Na and Tom's teacher were one ... Phoenix. The silver-white bird slowly spoke, and there were shining feathers falling from his body, and then rose again, turning into a ray of white light and dissipating in the air. It's true that I am a person. One person. One bird suddenly laughed in the confused eyes of others, as if they had just said some funny joke. This is a guardian spell. and advanced use of emotional magic. Dumbledore's Phoenix Guardian said slowly, "If you are interested, I can teach you when you are in 3rd grade." "Thank you, Professor." "Well, time is limited, Nelson." Phoenix turned his head and looked at him, spitting out a nut from his slender beak. "Bring this to that kid." "Okay, he'll go in the morning." Nelson nodded, picked up the nuts and put them in his pocket carefully. "Thank you." Phoenix turned to look at Jonas and Bella again. "I'm sorry to borrow your baby nephew to help me at Christmas, but this involves a poor girl. I don't have time. When I have some free time, I will definitely visit my door myself." Phoenix fluttered from the back of his chair and hovered in the air in the restaurant. "Mr. Nicholas, I think we should be able to talk." "Okay, Mr. Dumbledore." Jonas reached out and shook Phoenix's outstretched paw. Dumbledore's patron saint glowed brighter. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Tom and Nelson. He didn't know what he was looking at. Then he burst into pieces, turning into dots of light scattered in the air, and then another. All went out. "Hurry up and eat, lads." Jonas handed them a plate of sausages. "Get on the road when you are full, and there is a poor girl waiting for you to save." Chapter 25. Christian Juval. "Merry Christmas," Mrs. Cole greeted anxiously, standing in front of the office door. "Come in and sit down, Nelson." Tom. After sitting down, she looked at them and said sincerely, "Sorry, I didn't expect something like that to happen last night." "You don't have to apologize, madam." Nelson looked at Mrs. Cole sincerely across the desk. "It doesn't matter. We didn't consider everyone's thoughts. But we should apologize to you sooner." Mrs. Cole didn't speak, but looked straight into Nelson's eyes. She saw the sunlight coming in from the narrow window hit his face, making her smile more gentle. She was in a daze for a moment, and saw that Nelson's face shallowed hair was sun-like golden, and the side of the backlight was gleaming silver hidden in the shadows, as if this was his original hair color. "It's not easy for Christian, even in a place like an orphanage. She is a poor girl." She blinked her dry eyes, and Nelson sat upright in front of her. The whole person went into the sun and became with a golden hole. She defended palely. "In fact, she is a kind, good boy." "I don't think anyone who has seen her would think so," Tom said quietly, leaning on the backrest, hiding in the shadows divided by the sun, unable to see the expression on his face. "Kindness. Your child can't steal things. You taught us this, don't they? I'll ask her to return the stolen thing and apologize to you. She's just a child." She leaned back and closed her eyes, buried her head in the back of the chair, feeling that the weather was a bit cold. He wrapped his jacket tightly and stopped talking. "Mrs. Cole, we are here to help her," Nelson said sincerely. "Our Professor Dumbledore, you have seen him. He has a lot of research on the psychology of teenagers. We all hope that the children in the West Side orphanage will be healthy growing up." "Okay." Mrs. Cole seemed to feel warmer. She didn't know whether it was because of her trust in Dumbledore or Nelson. She smiled reluctantly and stood up. "That kid is a little sensitive. I'll take you. Go find her." "No need." It was exactly the same as the scene when Dumbledore came to see Tom. After the office door was opened, a figure wearing a newsboy hat stood outside. She raised her soot-stained face, wrinkled her nose, and fearlessly, he held his head up and looked at Nelson, who was standing in the front, like a wounded little beast guarding his last realm. Nelson also lowered his head and stared at Christian. He wanted to put on a smiley and friendly expression like when Dumbledore came to him, but he couldn't do it. He could only stare at her openly and quietly, looked at her face carefully. Christian seemed to have just got out of a chimney or a boiler room. Her wrinkled nose and cheeks were rubbed with a layer of soot, and her face was cracked by wind and frost, revealing from under the black stains. The child's rossiness is unnoticeable. Although her dark hair is clean and bright, it is messed up by the tattered newsboy hat, and looks a bit rough. Children at this age are naturally active and rely on their mother to follow. Take care of your appearance behind your buttocks, and sadly, every child here has lost their mother. Nelson saw in her dark eyes a series of complex emotions such as doubt, fear, toughness, stubbornness, and disdain, which made the indifferent girl look more vivid, and this pale face with malnutrition seemed much earlier. At that time, Tom, he used to stare at Nelson coldly with such suspicion and stubborn eyes. Oh, Christian. After not knowing how long, maybe a few minutes, or maybe only a second, Mrs. Cole took out the handkerchief and touched Christian's face. She seemed to resist such contact, bowed her head and avoided, leaving Mrs. Cole's hand frozen in place. "I'll pay you back the money." She first avoided the eyes that met Nelson, threw a purse into his arms, turned and ran across the corridor to the stairwell. "It's okay, well, help her." Tom shook Mrs. Cole's stiff hand in the air, and went out to follow Nelson, who was running upstairs after Christian. "Trust Nell." When Tom ran upstairs, he saw the two men facing off at the door of Nelson's previous room. "Come to me to settle the account?" Christian glanced at Tom, holding his arms in the doorway, neither going out nor letting the two in. Tom looked at her and stood beside Nelson, without speaking. "I said, I will pay you back the money." She tried her best to put on a condescending posture, but because she was not tall enough, she looked a little ridiculous and a little pitiful. "You two big men are stuck here, don't think shame." "My name is Nelson, Nelson Williams." Nelson stretched out his right hand. "Williams, yes, you are a big man in West Side." Christian was a little excited. "Yes, I stole your things." "I admit it. I will return the money to you." Are you still not satisfied?" "I'm here to help you, Christian." Nelson did not withdraw his hand, but tried to show his affinity. "You can't go on like this." "I can't go any further. I think it's good for me." "You can stand proudly on the dry shore and watch us drowning in the water." She did not shake hands, but whispered every word, squeezed a nasty roar from his throat. "Why are you?" "You have to take care of my business, Christian." Nelson thought of the times that his uncle had read during breakfast. The front page of the news was "Police Caught a Kidnapping Gang for 10 Years at Large," recalling Mrs. Cole's saying that the police station had sent several children. He seems to have guessed the origin of the girl. Even in the modern society that I know well, this kind of heinous criminal behavior has been repeatedly banned. A purse sport on the roadside and a few pounds and a few pence of change are not important to the wizard, but the girl's eyes are more pitiful. "Don't look at me with such disgusting eyes, like the disgusting priests in the church. I am a thief." She was a little hysterical and could not control her emotions. She slapped Nelson's hand, then yelled at him with a suppressed voice, "Your eyes are just as disgusting as a client who looks at a prostitute in the red light district." The light bulb above her head shook slightly, and the shadows on the ground were big and small. From this girl's words, Tom felt the difference between her and the other children in the orphanage. She seemed to know a lot. She was really living in the dying world. In the stinking ditch of the British Empire that glamorously whitewashed the peace under the sun, or once lived there. "Why are you helping me? Why are you looking at me like that? Why can you sit in clean clothes and read by the stove? Why do you say that you can help me by helping me?" She had long endured tears. Her face filled her eyes. Weeping bitterly and silently, tears poured down like a river bursting a bank, and instantly covered her entire face. The soot on her cheeks mixed with tears, smearing her face with hideous soils. I don't know how long these tears have been endured, perhaps one morning, or maybe several years. The children in the surrounding rooms heard the shouts in the corridor, and carefully pushed open the door to probe their heads. When they saw the scene in front of them, they immediately retracted their heads in fright. "Why do you guys? Do you think I don't want to be like you? Do you think I want to be a thief? How can you people born with a golden spoon understand a bug in the sewer like me? Can you imagine a 7-year-old man? If a girl does not steal 3 purses a day, she will be sold as a prostitute. Can you imagine a person who is not only a thief by profession, but also a freak?" She raised her arm with an unimaginable explosion. Ming reverberated in the corridor, the ash from the overhead lights fell, and the air in the corridor began to become unbearable. "Williams, you have family, so they envy you. Riddle, they are afraid of you. But what do I have? I can only steal money to buy sweets to please them. and then they find me blocked in the hallway by two people, and they are scared to hide. Have you ever stolen something? People will never steal something as long as they have stolen something. It's clean, do you know? Christian cried and laughed, and it was already difficult to control her excitement. The wall of the corridor wall beside her cracked and peeled away under the distortion of a certain huge pressure. Go away. Get out. Don't get close to me anymore. Christian's eyes widened, her voice suddenly cut down, and she cried out in a sharp and feeble manner, "Run, I can't control it anymore." Nelson pulled out his wand and was about to stun the girl in front of him. Tom, who had been silent on the side, suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of him. Not a silent person, just emotional. Tom walked to Christian calmly, looked down at her, and said without a trace, "I stole something." Christian glanced at him, lowered his head with red eyes, and took a step back. The pressure in the corridor was less. Nelson took his wand back into his pocket and took a step back, leaving room for the two of them. "You are not a freak either." Tom shook his arm. His wand was swiftly held in his hand. He took a step forward, and Christian took a step back. "We didn't come to you for a tattered wallet. You and I are the same kind of people." Tom raised his wand and skillfully drew an arc in the air. In his left hand there appeared a top that was the same as the girl's head, but with the brand new newsboy hat. He went one step further. "You have magical talents. Christian Juville, you are a wizard." Christian did not step back. She raised her crying face and looked up at Tom. There was more expectation and more fear in her eyes. Tom knocked on the top of her head with a magic wand, and the old newsboy turned into a cloud of black smoke. He quickly rose and dissipated. He buttoned his brand new hat on the girl's head, then moved it upright with a frown, and walked sideways beside her into the room, and skillfully pulled out a chair from under the table. Christian turned his head and looked at Tom as if entering his own house. The abnormality in the corridor was completely calmed down, and the poor wall coverings didn't have to worry about leaving their home. "Don't you ask us to come in and talk?" Tom kept his frowning expression before speaking. "Sit whatever you want." Tom sat on the wooden chair, resting his chin on the back of the chair, leaning forward, swaying the chair creaky, the stool legs rubbing against the ground and making a toothless sound. "Let's sit down, say." Nelson followed Christian into the room and closed the door. With the bang of the door, the room and corridor seemed to be separated into two worlds, completely separated from the outside world. Christian is now like a little girl of his own age, feeling anxious in such a relatively closed environment. "I think it might be a bit impolite to sit on the bed." Looking at Tom sitting in the only chair in the room and Nelson leaning on the edge of the window, Christian, who doesn't know where he sits, smiles awkwardly, like the shy guests who came to other people's homes for the second time seemed to be at a loss. "Oh, sorry." Tom raised his eyebrows. "Get used to it. You may not know it. This used to be Na's room. I don't know if I violated the secrecy law just now." He turned his face to Nelson again, looking rather indifferent. "It doesn't matter. There are no muggles in the hallway. This kid is also a wizard. I will explain this when I write to the ministry." Nelson took out the wand that was just stuffed in his pocket and faced the one leaning on the corner of the table, an old umbrella with one finger. It grows as tall as a plant in a botany documentary. The umbrella bone opens and closes down with the black umbrella surface, slowly turning into a slender black high stool. "Anyway, we have violated several times. We have to use a piece of parchment for one thing and several things, right?" Seeing the chair floating steadily towards her, Christian's face was stunned and unbelievable. She knew that she was a little special since she was a child, but she still felt that she was in this magical scene in a fairy tale before her. "It's no longer a familiar room, but a whole new world. So you let me fall asleep at the dinner table yesterday. Is it magic?" Christian's previous ferocity disappeared completely, and she asked in a fearful and eager tone, "Are you all wizards? Like you? Are there many people? Can I be like you?" "You should say Christian Jewel." Tom looked a little impatient and a little disappointed. "You should be calm. I just thought you were a lot like me, but now it seems that I missed you." Christian opened his mouth to say something more, then closed his mouth angrily. Yes, we are all wizards. There are thousands of wizards in the UK, and there is even a magic school dedicated to little wizards. We are studying there. Nelson laughed. He felt very interesting. And Tom, the difference he said was that he increasingly felt that Christian's awkward personality and stubborn look were exactly the same as the Tom he met at the beginning. Except for gender, the two people were almost carved out of the same mold. This mold may it's a bit rough, so that the details of each product are different. We are here this time for this, Christian. You are a wizard. Really? Mr. Williams. The girl with tears on her face was like a fawn picking berries in the jungle. She unconsciously used honorifics and turned her head to Tom again, as if she was afraid he left him in the cold, and added, Mr. Riddle. Tom glanced at her squintingly, then put his chin on the back of the chair, playing with his wand like a pen, looking bored. It's true. Nelson nodded encouragingly. He even wanted to glue himself or beard, feeling that he smelled like Dumbledore. I felt like you used magic in the alley that day. You can do it all the time. Is it such a thing? Yes, Mr. Williams. Christian sat on the chair Nelson conjured and twisted nervously, as if someone under his butt had lit a fire. From time to time, he secretly reached out and touched the cushion. I've had this since I was a kid. Ability. No. Magic. It was Thanksgiving Day at the first 5 years old. That day it was very cold at home, and suddenly there was a fire in the fireplace. Our house obviously had no firewood from that day on. I knew me. It's different from other kids. Well, does it make a fire? As far as I know, the first thing many little wizards do is to set a fire. Nelson was holding a book that he didn't know when it was changed, and holding a book that might be changed. Together, Ben, meticulously taking notes like McGonagall, he raised his head and said after writing, this chair is no different from before the magic disappears, but you'd better not grab it, or your umbrella may break. Hole. Just call me Nelson. If nothing else, you will be our schoolgirl soon. How old are you this year? Are you almost 11? I'm sorry, William. Nelson, I don't know. Christian received her hand in her arms, her eyes lonely, which made her dark eyes lose their look. She lowered her head to think for a while, and said in a low voice, I think I will be 11 years old next year. Call me Riddle. Well, Tom would be fine. Tom, who seemed indifferent to the conversation, suddenly spoke next to him. Christian raised his head and peeked at Tom, who was looking at him frowning. The look seemed to be back again. Tom raised his wand's hand and said, what do you look like? Most people here don't know when their birthday is. Everyone regards the day they came to the orphanage as their own birthday. Clean up. He pointed at Christian's face with his wand, and his wrist was gently shaken to the right twice. The girl's dirty face was instantly cleaned as if it had just been washed, and it drooped down to cover his forehead and eyebrows. Broken hair was also carefully brushed behind his ears, and Tom turned his head in Nelson's direction, muttering in his mouth, I don't see such a poor bug. Christian only felt a breeze blowing on her face. She didn't know what was going on. She looked at Tom's wand and the back of her head, stretched out her hand to touch her cheek, and touched her clean, smooth cheeks and neat hair. Grinning with a huge grin that reached the back of his teeth, he yelled sharply at the back of Tom's head, thank you, Tom. Tom looked unmoved, but Nelson, who was leaning against the window, clearly saw him puck up his mouth and smile. He just wanted to say something to Tom, who was awkward, but saw Tom show him. What dare you say? I shouldn't say I'm going to be a ghost and I'll never let you go. Seeing this scene, Nelson, who had been showing a Dumbledore's kind smile, instantly couldn't stretch himself. He hugged his belly and laughed. Seeing Nelson's appearance, Tom blushed with anger, and looked like a little daughter-in-law with shame. Excuse me. Can I look at it? Christian looked back and forth between the wands in their hands. Is this a wand? Do you use it to perform magic? Nelson straightened his waist with an embarrassed expression on his face. In the first class of Defense Against the Dark Arts, the old-fashioned Professor Mel said to them, I suggest you write this sentence in on the first page of the notebook, Always hold your wand in your hand. A wizard without a wand is like a cat without paws. To be honest, he is a little afraid that Christian suddenly madly breaks his wand. Now, the wizard's wand. Sorry. Christian saw Nelson's look in the back of Tom's head, and realized the abruptness of her request. She hurriedly apologized and lowered her head. I'm really sorry. I don't know how important it is. Here. She raised her head and saw Tom's wand in front of her eyes. The luxurious and mysterious wand was shining. It could be seen that the owner was very concerned about it and often wiped it. Tom pinched the middle of the wand with 2 fingers. He stretched his arms and handed it to Christian. His head turned to the side, still with an expression that he didn't want to look at her face up. No, 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 no. She lowered her head and waved her hand again and again, indicating that she didn't want to look at it. The grunt from Tom's nostrils interrupted her speech, and she raised her head again and saw Tom lying on the back of the chair, facing her, with a face full of "why is this ink?" disgusting expression. Thank you. She looked into Tom's eyes and thanked in a low voice. She stretched out her hands to hold Tom's wand and placed it in the palm of her left hand. Just about to reach out her right hand to grab it, she glanced at her palm again. He quickly grabbed the corner of his clothes and kept rubbing, until the palm of his hand was red. Then he slowly stretched out to the wand and stroked it gently. After a while, Tom took his wand, held it and glanced at it, and didn't wipe it again, but put it directly into his sleeve. Seeing his movements, Christian showed a relieved expression, and his body relaxed. "Can you talk to us about you?" Nelson said helplessly as he turned his face away from the window again. I actually have nothing to say," Christian said intermittently, starting to tell his story. Her story sounds like a tragic story similar to Orphan Twist. This is already tragic enough. What is even more tragic is that such a story is everywhere in the streets of London and the whole world. There are many, even more illogical than in the novel. She is one of the orphans sent by the Times. She don't know who her biological parents are. She was adopted by a scammer since she was a child. It happened, but it was good for her. Later, her adoptive father went to the gang site to deceive and was caught, and was beaten to death on the street. She persisted in the rundown bungalow for a week and waited for her father to return home. That was when she found out. After losing her magic power, she was caught in a trafficker's den on the streets when she was hungry. She was too old and not enough to find a buyer, so she could only earn a living by stealing things and handing in. Chapter 27. Spotted Owl. I don't even have a name. The hard, thorny shell on Christian's body has been completely shattered and peeled off. She is telling her story with tears. It seems that for 10 years, she can only relax in front of these 2 people who have only seen it for a few days. Coming down, like a quail that managed to escape from a vulture's nest into the group, it waded through the mountains and water, dragging its fluffy wet hair to the arms of 2 big birds, crying to them about the wind they encountered during the journey, blowing rain and attacking insects and snakes. You don't have to pity me. Christian stared at Nelson with a stubborn little face. Everyone will always suffer. I just experienced it earlier, and there are many people who are hapless than me. You always said something that suits my heart. Tom rode a chair on the ground, turning to Christian, and said approvingly to her. Christian's pale skin was covered with blood. This look really looked more and more like Tom. She lowered her head, as if she didn't know what to say. She could only continue telling the story. At first I thought I was a freak, but then I thought I should have supernatural powers. I heard that Germany is recruiting such people. Are they looking for wizards? Do you want to form a wizarding army? Maybe I want to trick some wizards into anatomy and experimentation in the past, Nelson interrupted, leaning on the windowsill. Even if it is true, it may be a vampire, a werewolf, a giant, or some other magical creature. What? Are there such things as vampires? I thought they were just monsters in the book. Christian was shocked, and a little scared. After all, vampires are used to intimidate children who are not sleeping well for a long time. This is the first time she has shown such an expression today. Ha ha ha. Nelson and Tom looked at each other and said with a smile, "You are a witch, Christian." The kind of witch in the book that rides on a broom to make potions. Even witches ran out of the book. They are naturally too. Besides, those monsters are nothing to worry about. Tom added disdainfully. They speak bad words, let alone perform magic. Yeah? Christian nodded calmly and continued, I have always worried that my special body will be discovered by others. You know, those traffickers are not good people. To be honest, we are here for this. I saw you using magic in the alley before, and you were very emotional last night. Nelson took a nut out of his pocket and said sternly, some little wizards in a depressive environment for a long time, they may deliberately suppress it because of fear of their own magical power. If this situation persists for a long time, you may be eroded by it and become silent, a kind of magical riot. Magic monster full of destruction. But don't worry, we have been able to basically judge that you are safe. Seeing the fear on Christian's face, her eyes widened. It seemed that this was the most unacceptable news tonight. Nelson added, you can control your own magic power. The things in the corridor before have confirmed all this, and the silent one is uncontrollable. The fear in her eyes faded a bit, but the anxiety lingered. Don't worry, Professor Dumbledore is an expert in this area. He will come to see you when he has time. Nelson reassured, at least you have not become a cloud of black mist floating in the sky. Nelson seemed a little uncomfortable. He felt that Christian was getting more and more anxious. What's to be afraid of? Tom said impatiently. If you were the silent, Nelson had already thrown that nut on your forehead. You wouldn't have said so much here. His rough words seemed to be more trusted by Christian, and her anxiety eased a lot. Besides, you have also been rescued. There will be no rascals or rascals around here. There is nothing to be afraid of. Tom gave a final word. Yeah? Christian raised his face and squeezed out a small response. Speaking of this, I'm a little curious. The traffickers have been arrested. Why do you still steal? Stealing is bad behavior. Tom expressed his confusion and was a little angry. I don't think Mrs. Cole will if you're hungry. Even if she starves to death, she won't let you down to the point where you need to steal something to fill your stomach. Sorry, Nelson. He'll definitely pay it back. Christian was sitting on a chair with her legs together, restrained, clasping her knees with her hands tightly, bowing her head, and asking in a low voice, you didn't mean you steal too? Have you ever had anything? Oh, yes, I have caught the conversation. Tom replied nonchalantly. Yes, I stole something. The conditions of the orphanage were not good at that time, and we always had no food. Cole. After the wife took over the orphanage, I met Na and I realized that that kind of behavior was wrong, so I returned everything I stole and they all forgave me. So what about you, Miss Jewel? Tom asked coldly. Why are you stealing? I won't let a thief follow our ass into Hogwarts. Christian sat more restrained. She buried her head deeply between her hands, holding her head and shrugging her shoulders constantly. Pap. A drop of tears hit the dusty floor and splashed in all directions. Tom and Nelson froze in place. Although Tom's accumulated power in the orphanage has not dissipated to this day, I have never seen such a scene. In less than a minute, the small piece of ground has already been splashed with half a glass of water. The girl who yelled at others with her head held up even if she kept her tears was even said by Tom. I was crying like this when I asked, hey, don't cry. Tom was at a loss. He stood up, stretched out his hand to touch Christian's shoulder, then quickly retracted his hand, walking around in place, pulling out his wand thinking, looking like it seemed that he wanted to cast a coma spell on her directly. One hand held his wrist with the wand, and the other hand stuffed a handkerchief into his empty palm. It was Nelson who had just jumped off the windowsill. Oh, good defamation. Tom looked at the neatly folded handkerchief in his hand. The white base was embroidered with various green laces, and even embroidered a small with different looks on the four corners with gold thread. Snake. Here, wipe it. He handed the handkerchief to Christian. His tone was rare and gentle. I don't blame you. Actually, mole currency is worthless to us. But the act of stealing it's really wrong. I'm afraid that some traffickers will threaten you to steal things for them. If there is, I will catch him. Christian raised his head, covered his face with one hand, took the handkerchief with the other, and then buried his head in his arms. I just ... The few people who came with me were all rescued from the traffickers, she sobbed and said intermittently, they all know me ... I want to buy some ... I want to buy some sweets for them, I want them to play with me ... but I have no money. It's okay, it's okay. Tom gently patted her on the back, comforting her with his imaginary mother's tone, it's all over, and you can go to Hogwarts with us next year. The girl threw herself into Tom's arms, hid her face, and cried loudly with a mournful voice that Nelson had never heard before. Oh, damn it. Turning around the alley where he first encountered Christian, Tom glanced back, drew his wand from his sleeve, and wiped it with his cuffs. Don't she know that the corners of her clothes are dirtier than her hands? Is it too much? Didn't you give her the magic wand? Nelson was holding the magic wand in his hand, and tossed it around like an ordinary teenager playing with a branch he picked up. Yes, today's explanation is to write 2 pieces of parchment up. What can I do? I just can't see that look. You don't really think I am soft-hearted, do you? Tom expressed his hard-hearted heart with a stern face. No, 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 number. Question mark before leaving, Christian, who knew that the hat on his head was changed from the wall, and that he would disappear today, grabbed Tom's arm and looked at him eagerly. As a last resort, Tom could only pull Nelson to take the boss energy. Strengthened the transformation. They wanted to put a permanent setting spell, but unfortunately, even the 2 people whose learning progress is different from ordinary people did not learn it here. Tom is not even interested in transformation, just like Nelson's mediocre performance in potions class. Same. Christian, who heard that the newsboy hat can only last for 1 year, was also very happy. He took Tom by the arm and said that he would be asked to reinforce the spell every year until Nelson mastered the permanent setting spell. Could you not imitate Dumbledore's expression and look sick? Tom waved his hand in disgust, as if driving a fly away. I think this expression is very friendly. Nelson stood in front of Tom with Dumbledore's smile. Tom didn't speak, and walked away quickly, bypassing him, and the 2 of them chased after him and returned to Nicholas' house. On the sofa at home, Nelson was telling Christina's story to his uncle, and his aunt, who was preparing lunch, also ran to the sofa and leaned in his uncle's arms to wipe tears. What's the situation with this trademark? Nelson heard Tom's scolding from upstairs. Don't talk dirty, Tom. Jonas heard the noise and went upstairs. What's the situation? Jonas' voice came from the floor. Jonas, don't speak swear words in front of the children, the aunt roared. Nelson and his aunt rushed upstairs and saw the 2 standing at the door of Tom's room. They looked closer. Tom's window was wide open, and there was a thick, wet, twisted trace from the windowsill to the window. And Tom's streaked owl. The birdcage of the birdcage is already a piece of twisted scrap iron, with a few bloodied feathers hanging on it. I haven't even named him yet. Tom stood at the door and said startledly, I haven't even learned how to write the scaly owl. This was Nelson's voice. Chapter 20. Chapter Snake Action. It shouldn't be here. Jonas looked around the room and stepped forward and closed the window. What? Bella asked in confusion. Looking at the bloody sight in front of her, she closed her eyes and crossed her chest. She turned her head to the side and saw Nelson pulling out her wand, with a nervous look and angry eyes. Read Tom. This should be a reptile. Jonas knelt on one knee, leaned over the floor and looked carefully. He drew the thickness of the wet mark in the air. It should be a snake. It should be a python. He stood up, frowned, and lifted the birdcage. I saw pythons when I was interviewing in Brazil. They would hang their prey with their huge bodies and then devour them. The end is the same as this birdcage, but none of the pythons I have ever seen are like this. He looked at the traces on the floor of Tom's room and pondered for a long time, considering his words. Rough. Nelson raised his eyebrows suspiciously, a cold sweat from the corners of his eyebrows. Wouldn't it be a basilisk? It's at least this thick. Jonas compared a circle larger than a basketball with his hand. and opened his arms. It's so long. He found it hard to figure out the length of a python with his hand. Spread his hands and gave up. Why are the pythons in London? Tom gritted his teeth and popped out his confusion between his teeth. His hand holding the wand turned white with force, and his eye sockets were a little red. Why should I give them an address? Why should I receive Christmas gifts? Why should I open the window? His hand holding the wand dropped, his white knuckles vented his strength, and his expression was unclear when he hung his head down. "I'll buy you one more as a Christmas present." Nelson's hand holding the wand kept rising, and he wrapped Tom's shoulder with his other hand, and hugged him tightly. "Spot-headed owl, isn't it? I will buy you the same one." "It's not the original one." Tom's body trembled a little, although he always didn't care how Dumbledore gave him the streaked owl, and even called it the streaked owl. But this grumpy little owl has been with him all the time. Even if he would peck his hand when delivering the letter, it would always help him deliver every letter and every package on time. He patted Nelson's hand on his shoulder and walked into the room silently and took the deformed birdcage from Jonas. "Tom." Jonas looked at him worriedly. "I'm fine." Tom walked to the shelf where the birdcage was originally hung, and dumped it on the ground. He passed a beautifully packaged gift. He kicked it aside. There was a clear clatter of glass shattering. "Something seems to be completely broken." Tom strenuously hung the bird cage on the shelf, tried to break it back, but failed again. Nelson felt something under his feet, and when he looked down, he saw that the question mark, which turned out to be invisible when he woke up, squatted under his feet and licked his paws, rubbing his head and tail against his trouser legs. "Let him be alone for a while." Jonas covered the door of Tom's room, embraced Nelson and Bella and turned to leave. Nelson bent over to pick up the question mark. This time it did not scream or scream, and lay quietly in Nelson's arms. He licked the palm of his hand, plumped up and stopped moving. The three of them walked downstairs in silence, and a roar of grief and sternness came from behind that was not like a human. Nelson and Jonas sat down on the sofa. Bella stood behind Jonas supporting his shoulders, staring upstairs worriedly. Jonas put her hands on her knees and crossed her hands. His face was serious, and he said, "Boa is rare in Britain, especially such a big python." Jonas looked at him. "If there is a python running around in a residential area, the municipal department will definitely catch it, but it can come into our home, although ours is a suburban area, but not the outer suburbs." "You mean?" "I don't understand magic." Jonas lit his temple with his hand, "but I think it must not be an ordinary python. Do you understand?" "Nah." There was a long silence in the living room. The door opened and footsteps came upstairs. After a while, Tom slowly walked down the stairs, seemingly the same as usual. Seeing that all three people downstairs raised their heads and looked at him with concern, Tom pressed both hands. "It's okay, it's just an owl." At the lunch table, none of the four seemed to have any appetites. After having a quick meal, Nelson and Tom went back to their rooms. After eating, Nelson sat at the desk in a daze at a box with the ribbon unwrapped. He had experienced the owl, and he had no interest. "I want to understand something." Tom pushed open the door and saw Nelson with a blank expression on his face. He asked with concern, "Noel, what's wrong with you?" This teenager who had just experienced a pet tragedy actually in turn comforted his friend. "Huh?" Nelson recovered, shook his head in a daze, and turned to see Tom standing next to him. "Tom, are you coming? Are you better? Let's go to Diagon Alley to buy tomorrow." "No, nah, I don't want owls anymore." Tom Riddle couldn't see the grief, panic, or other emotions on his face, as if the pet's accident did not leave any trace on his heart. He repeated the previous topic. "I want to understand something." "What?" "Nah, life is fragile. Pets are not suitable for me." Tom took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. "The tiger hunts goats, cats catch mice, or snakes eat birds." "Yes, a very normal thing." "In a sense, yes. We can't keep some weak things alive because of our own preferences." Tom rubbed the corner of Nelson's table with one hand, drew out his wand with the other, held it between his eyes, and turned his wrist slightly. If not magic, I am still a poor orphan who lives in London and can't even eat meat. It is only natural for the strong to plunder and possess everything about the weak. It's not like that, Tom. Nelson realized that his friend seemed to have gone from grief to the other extreme. He wanted to offer relief or persuade, but he didn't know what to say. I know. Nah. Tom walked to Nelson's window and looked at the gloomy sky outside the window. The daily sky in London made his sunny face appear pale, and he had an incredibly calm tone, continuing, "This stupid reptile can eat any bird, but it just found me. I must grab it." Tom sat on Nelson's bed, clenched his wand, gritted his teeth and looked out the window. "Dare to break the ground on my head." Nelson sighed and didn't try to persuade him. He just asked, "Are you sure? That snake may be a magical creature. It may even be a basilisk. I have read some books about magical animals. The snake itself has very mysterious and powerful magic, let alone a special snake. To be honest, I really don't think we can catch such a powerful magic creature with the strength of a first-year student. We can't even find it. I have some ways to track it." Tom turned his head to look at Nelson, his clear black eyes gleaming with a strange red light. "Did you forget?" A snake-like voice. "Tom, what are you?" Nelson frowned. He understood that the red light that he saw in Tom's eyes before was not an illusion of light and shadow caused by emotions or circumstances, but a tangible, possibly derived from a change brought about by some unknown magic. "Snakes are nocturnal creatures, although I don't know why the beast came to climb my window in the morning." Tom replied, "I am going to leave tonight. Are you coming?" Nelson looked at Tom anxiously. He wanted to dissuade his friends from taking risks like a sane adult, but found that he did not have a standpoint to say such cold words, and a mindless beast is not a concern. Harry Potter single kid trolls in the first year. Finally he nodded. "I have to prepare something." "I knew you would." Nah. The red light in Tom's eyes became more intense. It flickered, and then quickly went out. He took out a slender wooden box from his pocket with a complicated pattern printed on it. The badge of, with an A written in capital swashes in the middle, seems to be a few years old. "This is the wand I asked Avery to send us. There is no disgusting trace on it. This is left by Avery Zoo. The owner of the wand has been dead for many years." Tom put it on the corner of the table triumphantly, and slowly pushed it towards Nelson. "Fir trees, dragon's heartstrings, 10 another an eighth of an inch. It's too rigid and easy to fold. Avery said it's very suitable for deformation. According to Ollivander's theory, it is now ownerless, and we will not be too sluggish when using it. Of course I use any A wand will not feel stagnant. They are just servants of the wizard. You don't have to write those boring reports to the fool at the Ministry of Magic." He carefully inserted his Usido wand back into his sleeve, and took out another scratched wand from his pocket. "Black Robuster, the heartstring of the dragon, 10 inches, stubby and sturdy." It is said that the previous wands of these two wands were a pair of powerful brothers, and even the dragon that took the heartstring was a brother who grew up together. "An ownerless wand." Nelson opened the box. "Yes, but I still like my wand, even if it's just a humble tool." "Pets." Tom looked at the blackthorn branch in his hand with fascination. "This story is so beautiful. The brother wizard uses the brother dragon. The wands made ... They passed on to another pair of brothers." "That's true." Now used the coldwood wand to turn the ribbon that had just been removed from the table into a ruler. "It's okay. It's almost better than my wand, but it doesn't affect it." "Nah." Tom put down his wand, his eyes hot. "On the beast tonight. Let us examine the results of learning magic." Chapter 29 Snake Catcher says Nal, "Let's get ready to go." In the evening, Nelson's door was pushed open again. He leaned back on the chair a little tiredly. In front of him was an unfolded magazine. There were some books, broom models, and magazines on the table. Crystal ball and other gadgets, and a pile of disassembled boxes. He spent the whole afternoon preparing for the battle that might happen in the evening, and took time to open the Christmas presents sent to him by his classmates. Nelson heard the noise and looked at Tom standing in the doorway. "Tom, you dress like this to go out?" Nelson held his forehead somewhat speechlessly. Tom was wearing a wizard robe with a wand in his hand. "Are you afraid that others won't be able to tell that you are a wizard?" "What's the matter?" Tom shrugged, non-committal. "Anyway, there is no hilt on the wand. So what can we do if we use the magic in front of those moles?" "You don't even look at the books you bought yourself." Nelson pointed to the cartoons spread out on the table. "Aliens know that they wear a pair of glasses to cover their faces. If you see too many moles cast by wizards, the magic will last. The ministry will also find out on your head. You should dress like me so that you can run faster if you get beaten." "Okay." Tom glanced at Nelson, who was wearing a pair of overalls and a grey linen blouse, nodded in response, turned and went out. "I'll change my clothes, and we'll set off when I get back." "Well," Nelson responded, calling Tom when he was about to walk out the door. "Wait, Tom." "Huh?" Tom turned his head, listening. "Do you think I should take this?" Nelson picked up the cane leaning against the table and waved it a few times. "If there is a blunt tool to hit someone on the back of the head, I think it will be very suitable." Tom rolled his eyes. "I think I want to hit the back of your head with it now." "Well, just kidding." Nelson leaned it against the table and called Tom, who turned to leave. "Wait a minute." Tom stopped in place, turned his ears, and didn't look back. "Thank you for the comics. I like this gift very much." Nelson picked up some of the Action comics on the table and raised it with a smile. "We're thicker. It's a bit cold tonight." "Oh, I really don't know how you like to watch this," Tom said dryly, and walked away quickly without looking back, closing the door, and floating in the corridor with an unheard of words. "You like it? So the way you look for prey is to stand on the street and try your luck," Nelson complained, standing in the middle of a crossroad 2 blocks away from home. It seemed that there used to be a military camp. He put a black windbreaker over the blouse and wrapped it tightly, stomping his feet on the ground. "If I knew it was so cold tonight, I would wear cotton clothes." "Don't worry, it'll be done right away." Tom stood by and wore a trench coat of the same style. The two are close in shape. When Bella buys clothes, he always buys 2 of the same, and then embroidered N on the cuffs, and T to distinguish a Nelson, NT combination. "This sounds too stupid. London in December is very dark early. There are no street lights, neon signs or full of overtime programmers on the road. The brightly lit building, so it's also exceptionally dark. The 2 men in their clothes even blend in with the night. It's a pity that Tom's pale face and Nelson's pale blonde hair are still a bit conspicuous." Tom looked at him and followed his body, shaking hair together. "There is a saying, in this case, black people will still have some advantages in the environment. Besides, didn't you let me wear more clothes? Why did I get cold?" "This is called survival of the fittest," Nelson said as his voice became quieter. He took out the warm hand in the pocket of the windbreaker, held his wand tightly, and put on a fighting posture. He heard the street. A burst of zai-zai-suo-suo sound was uploaded. This sound seemed to be made up of countless messy sounds, and it did not only originate from a certain direction, but from all directions. And not only from a certain distance, but far and near. Nelson stopped his words, trying to identify in the evening breeze the sound that would make you feel irritable or even manic when you heard it. This was the sound of countless scales sliding and rubbing on the hard ground. "Tom!" Nelson shouted, "be careful, it shakes people." "Don't worry." Tom stood by with a relaxed face like a bear with outstretched hands. "I called them." The sour rubbing sound became louder, and the ground nearby had begun to twist as if it had come alive, shimmering with black light. As the sound grew louder, the 4 streets connected by the intersection were like tides. Usually a twist. Fluorescence flickers. Nelson couldn't help but light up the light and pointed his wand at the ground. He saw snakes of large and small entangled with each other, crawling in all directions. Snake Laotong is more than just being able to talk to snakes. It's a natural magic, not a foreign language. Tom triumphed at Nelson and lifted his chin. He retracted his gaze. then drew out his wand and held it upright. On the side, the black that is stronger than the night is condensed around him. This black is deeper than all the blacks Nelson has seen. The light captured by it does not reflect or escape, they merge into a surging stream. Black smoke surrounds Tom's legs. He maintains this posture like the Savior in a church mural, and his body slowly floats. Tom floated about 1 meter above the ground, looking down like a king looking down on his own people, looking down at the snakes that had been surrounded by layers of layers. The snakes kept a distance from the two of them, leaving a standard 2 square meters. The ellipse drawn by the human as the focal point. The group of snakes raised their heads high, spit out letters, and looked up at Tom. Tom looked around without a trace of emotion. The red light in his eyes was particularly conspicuous in the night. The snakes suddenly fell silent. Only the sound of the wind remained in the night. Tom's lips did not move much, but there was a nasty, as if a low, snake-like roar that squeezed out of his throat. The hissing sound was very soft, but it spread far. As soon as Tom's voice fell, the snakes seemed to have received some orders, like an army that ordered and prohibited them, scattered at an astonishing speed into the horns and darkness of the night streets, creating a scene where the tide was receding. Nelson relaxed his body, lowered his arms clenching his wand, stretched his shoulders sore from tension, and looked at Tom, who had already landed on the side. "Where did you find so many snakes?" Nelson shivered, and occasionally the sound of scales rubbing and the hissing of sending letters could be heard in the distance. "I'm afraid there are hundreds of snakes, right?" "Are there so many snakes in London?" "Snakes are widely distributed animals." Tom opened the buttons of his trench coat and put his hands in the pockets of Nelson's overalls, pacing back and forth in the middle of the road. "Where do you need snakes in London? There are so many snakes in West Side, especially in a humid city like London, where a large amount of domestic waste is produced every day and the sewer system is intricate." "Do snakes eat garbage?" Nelson was a little curious. He knew that lions, eagles, or badgers shouldn't have the habit of eating garbage. A big question mark appeared on Tom's head. He resisted the urge to hit the back of Nelson's head with a cane and explained, "Mouses eat garbage, so there are a lot of rats in London. Snakes eat rats, so there are a lot of snakes in London." "I see, then how do they find that snake?" "The difference between a snake and a snake is very big." The triumphant expression on Tom's face grew stronger. "Mr. Encyclopedia, it is a great honor for me to add a sum of money to you. It is different from the arrival of a 3-meter-tall giant in London. It is more conspicuous than the moon at night. Have you noticed that a large part of the group of snakes are going to the same place?" Tom stepped onto one of the streets connected by the crossroads. He looked up at the sky. "But the moon in London at night is not very conspicuous." "I didn't find it." "Seriously, I didn't watch it at all." Nelson wrapped his trench coat tightly and followed Tom. "Although I am a Slytherin student, I really don't like snakes. I don't like this kind of thing. Slimy twisted and twisted striped creatures, not to mention hundreds of them rushing to me and tangling each other." "Oh, nah, I think you have a stereotype of snakes." Tom bent down and picked up a small green snake from the ground, wrapped it around his index finger, and handed it to Nelson. "You can't confuse them with caterpillars, you see." "How cute is it?" "You are a man of the cult." Nelson jumped back like a flash. "Take it away." "Ha ha." Tom played with the little snake in his hand, leaned his hand on his mouth and muttered in a snake-like voice, bent over and placed it in the grass on the side of the barbed wire. He turned around with a playful intimidation. To Nelson, "I hope you can slowly accept the life of a snake lying on your pillow every morning when you wake up." "Tom." Nelson pointed his wand out fiercely. "Hey, there is no need to be so excited." Tom put his hand in the pocket of the windbreaker casually. "I won't let you put a snake in your bed, bone to pieces. There are so many obstacles." At the moment when Tom shot the smashing curse with his backhand, Nelson's obstacle curse had wiped Tom's face and flew towards the big black snake that pounced on Tom in the dark. "It's really not a simple beast. It flashes fluorescent light." Tom ran to Nelson's side quickly, turned and raised his bright wand to stand with him. It will even sneak attack. Our spell doesn't seem to hurt it." Nelson frowned. Tom's smashing spell hit the ground, raising a lot of smoke. In the smoke, the light from Tom's wand seemed to illuminate a huge, beautiful, oppressive figure. At a height of more than 2 meters above the ground, a pair of shining green eyes were watching them faintly. The green vertical pupils slowly expanded into a heart-palpitating circle, and the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, which was not really true. The huge figure became clearer, and its ready-to-go posture gradually came into the eyes of the two. Chapter 30 Snake Catcher says too unexpectedly, "You delivered it to the door yourself." Tom, with a grinning smile, with scarlet eyes, staring at the big snake crawling out of the smoke with his head upright and slowly twisting, and licking his lips. The black snake comes out of the hole. He lazily used his wand to draw an arc in the air that was in line with the confronting snake. Compared with the last time he experimented in the dormitory, he had a firmer tone of the spell. A careless gesture was displayed at will. The black smoke that helped him float in the air when he summoned the group of snakes condensed on the tip of the magic wand, intertwined and entangled with each other, and rushed along with the arc he drew, forming a thick but extremely thick group of people. The long black plume of smoke, even in the darkness of night, the plume of smoke is so black that it is conspicuous. The giant snake on the opposite side seemed to feel threatened. It tightened its huge body, coiled its tail, raised its lower body, and looked down at the two of them 3 or 4 meters above the ground. Its upper and lower jaws were closed and its head tilted back. The two huge green pupils slowly narrowed, and a layer of invisible pancakes slowly covered the eyeballs from both sides of the eye sockets. Suddenly, it opened its big jaw, exerted its strength, and spread out cobweb-like cracks from its entangled face. A huge force struck from under the feet of the two of them. However, this was only the first force of its twisted lower body, like a stick. The compressed spring suddenly loosened its restraints, and the huge potential allowed the snake's head to keep a swallowing posture and rush forward quickly, and the distance between the upper and lower jaws had far exceeded the limit of normal shaku can be expanded. Roar. Snakes can't scream. This creature doesn't have the structure of vocal cords, but Nelson felt that he heard a roar. After the big snake's mouth thrust in front of the two, he smelled a command. The dizzy stench of the stench only heard the sound of the hunting wind aroused by the big snake cutting through the night. Its movements are so fast, the sound and smell can hardly catch up. Iron armor. Obstacles. Nelson waved his wand, like a fisherman fighting the waves. He waved his wand frantically. There are so many obstacles. Obstacles, obstacles, obstacles. At first, the swallowing stance of the big snake swallowing downwards seemed unhindered. Only a bang and crash was heard in the air. Nelson leaned forward, his feet firmly grasping the ground, and constantly replenishing the obstacle curse. Finally, Nelson's last obstacle curse took shape when the serpent's huge mouth came in front of the two. Bang, with a toothy muffled sound. The momentum of the snake was finally hindered. It was frustrated by Nelson's successive obstacle curses, and slammed into his last obstacle, the snake's head. He bounced high and leaned to one side, and the sound of the heavy impact also rolled towards Nelson, blowing open his neckline and hair. He resisted the discomfort caused by tinnitus, and yelled, "Tom, you still isn't it okay?" "Okay, okay. Go." Tom stopped arcing with his magic wand and pointed forward. "Tear it." The black mist turned into a snake shape and entangled around him. It didn't look like a real snake. Tom didn't spend his magic power on those unimportant appearances. At the moment, it looked like a tossing soul, with its head held high. The big snake rushed, like a vigorous dragon, biting hard on the neck of the giant snake that was still falling to the side. The big snake was in pain, raised its tail and repeatedly struck the huge body of the black mist. Two huge monsters were entangled and slapped on the ground fiercely. A burst of smoke that was larger than before lifted up high and lifted the two monsters. The snakes are completely enveloped. Nelson pulled Tom back slowly while observing the situation in the smoke. It seemed that the ground had been crushed by the battle of two behemoths. They could only hear the continuous fangs passing through the scales from the smoke. With Gia's sharp noise and dull crash, I don't know who is in the upper hand. Fly fast. Nelson waved his wand and pointed at the fragments scattered on the ground that Tom had previously crushed with the smashing curse. They flew steadily from the ground, stuck in the air high above the ground, and flew towards the two of them. Come, like a floating cannon in a science fiction novel, it revolves around the two at high speed. The gradually accelerating fragments and their shadows connect to form a ring similar to Saturn's rings. Nelson waved his wand toward the popping smoke. It means that the clods that have become extremely solid because of being stepped on by people line up and rush into the smoke and dust like a snake. The sound of a dense collision of heavy objects passed, and the smoke suddenly became quiet. Who won? The two onlookers looked at each other. Boom. Boom. Two giant snakes patted the ground again. The snake glared at Nelson viciously with its green vertical pupils, as if not tired and painful. He quickly climbed up, and opened his mouth to bite the black mist, and the black mist was Tom's magic is not exhausted, and it doesn't care that the black mist in some parts of its body has become thinner. It replied fiercely with an injury for injury style of play. The two giant snakes struggled, and then returned to the smoke and dust caused by the battle. Soon, the smoke and dust gradually thinned, and the noise inside gradually became thinner and eventually quieted down. Who won? Nelson took another shot of a pile of rocks scattered on the ground. He leaned down and tapped the ground with a magic wand. The two had retreated to a relatively safe position. Following his movements, they and the battlefield in the open space in the middle appeared one after another, sharp barbs gleaming with cold light. I don't know, I feel my snake is still there. Tom shook his wand's hand. He looked at the barbs on the ground, and gently kicked the nearest one. Iron, can you do it? Has it been deformed in such a large area? A little trick, Nelson explained, seemingly humble, but boasting. In fact, they are just the original ground material. Just the outer layer of skin. I deformed the material. The strength is about the same, but it saves time and effort. Yeah? Tom pondered. Shall we go over and take a look? I feel that my snake is still alive, and that beast may be dead. Don't. Nelson stretched out an arm to stop him. Wait for the smoke to clear. The two stood there waiting for the smoke to disperse, and the smoke quickly settled because of the lack of fighting inside. When the smoke was completely dispersed, the two of them raised their wands nervously and pointed to the front. The scene under the smoke and dust was shocking enough. The big snake was entwining the black mist firmly. It raised its head, and the two of them saw the mocking from the face of the cold-blooded animal, and its scales were slowly sliding on the black mist. Restrained its struggle, and then slowly tightened his body, playing with his prey in a way that the pythons in the jungle liked the most. A deep hole was left on the road where the two were fighting. They seemed to have penetrated the road and opened a sewer that was several meters underground. As the snake's body became tighter and tighter, the black mist was finally unbearable. It lost its shape with a bang, turned into the black smoke at the beginning, and scattered all around weakly. It stared at the two tiny mammals watching the battle, sliding its body, dripping over the ground with spikes, and slowly approaching them. Your black snake goes out of the hole at this level. Nelson looked at the giant snake that was approaching the two of them regardless of their abdomen rubbing on the ground and the blood stains. His mouth was not idle, and his hands were not idle. The stones scattered on the side turned into fork-like stabs. The serpent doesn't want to break its scales. Just keep it in place. Help me press it here. Of course not. Only, like a conductor, Tom raised his wand and pointed it at the black smoke that was full of smoke. They regrouped stubbornly. As long as there is a fragment still it will not perish. The fragments searched for their own kind, pieced together into a black python that was smaller than the previous one. It slipped silently behind the snake, suddenly violent, biting the snake's tail fiercely, and tightening its own body. Tightly lying on the surrounding ground thorns, Bucky turned his head in pain and looked back, opening his blood basin and biting his defeated general's neck with a big mouth. It's too late to say. Then soon, Nelson raised his hands high and completed the final deformation of the ground in front of him. The spiked ground was lifted up on both sides, and the hole was separated from the roadbed, like a carpet, rolled from both sides to the serpent, spurred by its fangs. At the moment of the black misty neck, the ground was tightly wrapped around the snake like a pancake often eaten for breakfast. The ground spines that were originally on the ground were able to pierce the snake's body from up, down, left and right, in all directions. Do you think that only you can restrain your prey? Looking at the dying prey in the cage, Nelson pressed down his wand, and the ground like torture in front of him slowly tightened, preparing to give it a final blow. The sharp bee thorns deformed into metal on the surface. As the space shrinks and penetrates deeper into the snake's body, Nelson feels that the resistance is getting smaller and smaller. It seems that he has given up resistance, and the fishy black and red blood is spilled along the openings on both sides. Ground. Seeing the tightly trapped snake spit out the letter, the green pupils were completely closed. Nelson shook his head, and raised his wand to prepare to give it a joy. Wait. Tom stopped suddenly. What's the matter? Just take revenge. There is no need to torture it. Nelson looked at Tom, who was frowning and listening, but he seemed to be listening. He didn't mean to torture the prey, so he put down his wand. The cage stopped shrinking, and he also heard a faint hissing sound in the air. What happened? What did it say? Nelson was a little confused. Is that snake begging for mercy? No. Tom was sweating profusely, his expression serious and flustered. It glang. Tom's words were not finished yet, but the big snake in the cage had regained its strength. Regardless of the spikes that penetrated deeply into the body, he slammed his skull against the stones and spikes that blocked it in front of him. The body broke free with blood, turned around and ran away quickly, drawing a striking blood mark on the ground. It's a person. We almost killed someone, Tom said quickly, and chased to the direction where the snake was fleeing, yelling something in a snake-like voice, but the bloodstain extended to the pit just now and disappeared. Chapter 31 Snake Catcher says 3 hiss it smells so bad. Nelson and Tom stood in front of the huge pit created by the battle between 2 giant snakes, leaning forward and peering in. The deep pit connects the sewers that extend in all directions in London. There is a foul-smelling sewage flowing in the drainage channel of the underground fortification, and there are some splashes of water on the walls on both sides. It seems that he has walked away from here. Tom covered his nose and mouth with his hands, and said earnestly, "Do you want to chase?" Nelson took out a handkerchief from his pocket and tied it to his face. After thinking about it, he took out a piece of paper, tapped it with a magic wand, and handed Tom a white cotton mask. "Thank you." Tom hurriedly took the mask and put it on his face. "It smells so." "Actually, it's not impossible to have to chase, but I don't think it is necessary." Nelson took 2 steps back and left the side of the pit. "It's all in the stinky water." "Don't chase the poor." "I think we have one now. The most important question. What should I do with this pit?" The 2 silently looked at the ground that seemed to have been forced to plow the plow after the battle, and the big pit in front of them that was difficult to jump even if they approached. Okay. I remember that the Ministry of Magic has a department called the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters, right? This kind of thing should be within their jurisdiction? Yes, they are mainly responsible for dealing with major accidents and disasters caused by magic. Normally, the Magic Accident Elimination Team will rush to the scene of the accident within an hour after the accident. I understand. Tom leaned down and looked at the deep hole under his feet carefully. He stretched out his hand and waved to the side. A long snake with red and black patterns crawled along Nelson's feet and onto his hand. Ignoring that, he was frightened and almost fell. When Nelson went to the pit, Tom held the snake head to his mouth and said a few words in a snake tongue, and then threw it aside. After a while, large and small snakes crawled up in the darkness on both sides of the street, one after another, puff and puff. The ground, like a dumpling, jumped into the smelly ditch. "What did you say to it?" Nelson kept a golden rooster in an independent posture, avoiding the slimy, slippery long creatures under his feet, and asked curiously, "Let them perform diving?" Look at the grass snake entering the water. There was even no splash. If I were a referee, I would definitely give it 10 points. We can't let that guy go. even if it jumps into the stinking ditch. Tom stood up, patted Nelson on the shoulder, and held him, who was so sharp that he almost fell, and said, "Magic accident ruled out. Will the group repair the road?" "Yes, they are good at this." This kind of small scene only takes 1 second by one person. Then why should they send a group? Tom and Nelson walked to the side of the street in the same way, naturally, like two people going out for a walk in the middle of the night. I don't know, but if you go so slowly, they might send another team of us over. "Come here." Tom bent over and tightened his shoelaces, trotting to follow. Turning the corner, the two people slowed down and walked slowly in a circle towards home. Just after they turned 2 blocks, a few figures in black robes appeared out of thin air on the street where the fighting took place. The staff of the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters arrived. "Human? Is that snake a person?" Nelson was a little confused. He sat on a dumped mailbox on the side of the road 300 meters away from his home, and looked up at Tom walking around. "It is absolutely impossible to be a person." "Yes, he is really a man. He told me personally." "Wouldn't the snake lie to you to gain sympathy?" "If I were a Jew, I would get up and shout in German 30 times every day, 'I am a noble and pure Aryan, long live the great Germany.' Clearly it's just a snake." Nelson stared into Tom's eyes, feeling that the child had been fooled. "It may be a smarter snake, but if you think about it, its fighting style and food are the same as ordinary snakes. Think about it. Your spot-headed turtle dove." "It's the bar-headed owl," Tom retorted weakly. "It used to be a person, but now it has become a snake." "Is he an animagus? An animagus who failed to transform, so he can't change back?" Nelson would think of the case he saw in the book. As an extremely sophisticated magic, a little mistake may lead to some unimaginable and unacceptable consequences. In fact, in every book related to transfiguration, the content of the first chapter is not an introduction or a summary, but a case of bloody defamation. Filioretta warned those who are scornful while studying. And the damage caused by the mistakes of transfiguration is also among the best in all spells, even mentioned in myths and legends, including but not limited to all kinds of Tauren, kobold and other poor people who have changed in half, if not with the help of the great wizard with profound knowledge in transfiguration. He can only be sent to Street Mungo's magical trauma hospital for treatment, and Street Mungo's treatment methods for patients who have made mistakes in transfiguration are often the simplest and rude. Go to the bed and feed some delicious food every day, and then pray that the mana of the patient is not deep, and the defamation will not achieve the effect of permanent setting. No, it shouldn't. Tom was about to speak, and Nelson retorted his words. If it's transfiguration, he should keep the habits of humans. It shouldn't really be like a snake. This snake is obviously from the inside. Besides, it looks like a snake from the body to the soul. Nah. It doesn't have to be polymorphism. What would it be? Nelson thought with a serious expression. Although I still insist that it is a snake, I have to say that your topic has aroused my curiosity. I think it can help me deepen my understanding of transfiguration. Understand that if I can do better transformation, Minerva will not taunt me so intensely after school starts. Okay. Tom shrugged helplessly. Are you going back to look up the book? No. Let's go to the pit. Nelson stood up from the mailbox, and a letter with yellowed and crisp paper slipped out of the deformed mailbox with peeling green paint. "We said on the road." "Sorry." He picked up the letter again, looked at the address and postmark on it. "It's outrageous. Sent from World War I to World War II. Then he stuffed it into the intact post box across the street. "What? Are you crazy?" Tom looked incredulous. "I heard that some criminals will go to the scene of the crime to look back again in order to find psychological satisfaction after the crime." "What do you think?" Nelson gave him a blank look. "I'm not you. I'm going to fight with my wand. This afternoon, I even went through the white paper of the Ministry of Magic." "Tom, do you still have this kind of book?" "It will be issued by the Ministry of Magic. It will be placed on the counter of the Broken Cauldron bar at the entrance of Diagon Alley. It is free to use." Nelson walked back to the mailbox where he was sitting before, and then said, If there is a magical disaster or a magical secondary disaster, they have the right to learn about the situation from the wizards registered to live around. And the local wizards also have the obligation to cooperate. I don't think there is a third wizard in Westside besides us. Maybe Christian will be next year, but they will definitely come to us for information. And so we might as well take the initiative and find out about the situation with them, so that we don't have to go to a defense lawyer to go to Weezingmao to fight for us. Nelson shook his finger and reached out to Tom. Give me your wand. Tom handed him the wand with a face of utter enlightenment. Nelson took the wand and stuffed it and his own furry wand into the broken mailbox under his feet. Don't worry. Looking at Tom with a worried look, Nelson reached into the collar of the trench coat and took out another wand from his inner pocket. His own wand, black walnut, dragon's heartstring, 10 inches, slender and straight. No. Didn't you bring your own wand? Nelson looked at Tom with a surprised look. Don't you give me the wand and let me bring 2 spares? Tom shook his head with the look of the person in front of him, and said, I used to think you were a gentleman, nah, isn't it? Nelson shrugged and pointed at Nicholas' house not far away. Tom's wand is flying. Smack! This is the sound of glass cracking. I just got rid of the habit of opening windows at will. Sir, there are 2 young people here, saying that they are nearby residents. On the street where snakes were caught, a thin black man in a wizard robe reported to a fat man with a red nose in a suit standing in the middle of the road, pointing his finger in the direction where Nelson and Tom were standing on the street. The 2 looked curious, looking at the wizards of the accident elimination team who were casting spells in the middle of the road. Oh, cough cough, cough cough cough. The fat man was a little young and bald, and the few brown hairs on his right ear stubbornly combed to the left, covering the Mediterranean Sea above his head like the emperor's new clothes, and he learned how to wear mules. It has to look different, but it's rare to see mules who put a summer suit jacket directly on a silk shirt on a cold day. Maybe that's why he can't stop coughing. Call them over. Are you Hogwarts students? Looking at the 2 immature faces in front of him, the fat man recalled his time as a student when he had a beautiful hair. Does your family live near here? Yes, sir. Tom answered obediently, and he reached out and pointed back. My name is Tom Riddle, and his name is Nelson Williams. We are first-year Slytherin students and live in the law over there. Descendants block, number 189, Nicholas's house. Okay. Needless to say so in detail. The fat man shivered and called for a subordinate to remove the wizard robe from him. What's the matter, sir? Nelson stared at the busy wizards in the middle of the road with concern, and asked curiously, we are playing wizard chess and suddenly heard something happening here. What happened? Is it serious? Chapter 32. A Ministry of Magic official with thin hair but diligent. As you can see, there was a battle here. The fat man shivered and put on the wizard's robe that had just been taken off from his subordinates, and sent him away. Who? Mole clothes are so cold on. You have worked so hard. A dedicated official like you is really rare now. Tom leaned over slightly and smiled flatly. Ha, I just happened to be free today, so I can't worry about them. Tom's praise seemed to make him feel very useful. The fat man smiled and asked the 2 of them, are there only you 2 wizards around? As far as I know, yes. Tom nodded earnestly, as if he asked a big question. There is a 10-year-old girl in the West City orphanage over there who is a little wizard, but she may not be able to be until next year. Entrance. There should be no grown-up wizards besides that. Well, this is hard to do. The fat man frowned, looked at the construction site in the middle of the road, waved his hand and called to the man who had just been sent away, whispered a few words to the trembling man, again turning his head and looking at Tom and Nelson, who was looking at the middle of the road. You better stay away from there. I'm not sure if there is any danger there. Danger? Tom knows too well whether there is any danger there. Except for the huge blow to the olfactory system, there is almost no danger there. Even the snakes gathered before have all dispersed. Sorry, sir, it can be convenient. Tell me. After all, The relatives who adopted us can't be magic. Oh adopted? You are such a good boy. The fat man stretched out his hand as if he wanted to touch the head of the lovely handsome guy in front of him. But when he looked at the tall Tom, he took his hand back to his mouth and coughed. He said, "You should also pay attention to safety. After all, first-year students are not much better than muggles. Come on. Let's take a closer look. You don't have to worry about being with me." He held Tom's arm with one hand, and with the other hand Nelson, who seemed to have been observing the construction, was taken over, and he held both. People approached the energetic wizards. "Look there. There is a large pool of blood under the rolled-up piece of land. Can you see it?" "I saw it." Nelson glanced sideways, then went back to look at the construction site, while Tom stared intently at the condensed and dim blood on the ground. "Ha ha ha, don't be afraid, you will see a lot of this kind of scenes in the future." He saw Nelson, who turned his head after a glance, thinking he was afraid. "Look, the blood on the ground is very large, indicating the amount of bleeding. It's very large. Has far exceeded the amount of a normal adult wizard." "What does this mean?" He closed the door and looked at Tom with encouraging eyes. Tom, with a timid expression, replied in a quiet voice, "Explain that the injured creature is very big." "Yes, it's big, and it's not so big." The fat man patted Tom's shoulder approvingly, then lowered his arm to point to his foot. "Look here, there is only a thick indentation on the ground. The color of the soil is different from other places. So we judged that the cause of all this should be a huge magical animal, maybe a dragon or something. After all, the traces here are too messy and too broken. We can only see it's big when it comes out." "You are so knowledgeable." Tom ignored Nelson, who was standing behind the fat man, and rolled his eyes at him. He just spoke in a respectful tone. His tone was extremely sincere. In fact, even though Tom faced Nelson, he will be sincere and mean, but no one I know at school will not praise him as an outstanding, personable, humble and reliable person. Even many teachers think so and are willing to answer questions for this positive teenager, even to teach some knowledge that cannot be learned in textbooks. At least most teachers are like this. Tom continued, "I understand. It is a huge magical animal that caused all this." "Yes, it's like this." The fat man nodded comfortably. "Most magical disasters are caused by magical animals. It seems that this time is no exception, but this time the situation is more complicated than what we have seen most often." "Quite a lot." The two followed his footsteps towards the rolled-up piece of land, dripping blood from the gap at both ends of it. The scene looked extremely brutal. "Look here, this ground is made by magic. Look at the spikes inside. Oh my God!" The fat man stopped the two people who were about to approach, and stretched out his wand to point to a broken thorn scattered on the side. "You little wizards like you dare not come close anymore. The thorn flies. Don't grab it." He held the spike with his magic wand. It was late at night, and the sharp spike floated on the tip of the rod and slowly rotated, shining with cold light in the moonlight. After showing the two of them for a while, he waved the magic wand. It spun out and plunged deeply into the soil. "Did you see it?" The cross-section is an ordinary brick, but the outside is an unusually strong and sharp metal. "I don't know what magic it is. I guess it might be transfiguration. This requires extremely deep transformation knowledge." "Oh, don't be discouraged. You are only in the first grade, and you can do it sooner or later." Nelson and Tom lowered their heads, looking like they were hit. The fat man didn't know what they were thinking, so he could only say a word of relief. "Look at that lump of cabbage. The ground is full of spikes like this." It seems that the bleeding magical animal got injured there and finally escaped. "I don't think magical animals usually make such a torture instrument to trap themselves. Live. And there are many traces of battles and spells around." He lowered his voice, bent over his ears and said in a ghost storytelling tone, "So this may be a brutal dark wizard and a huge head. The magical beasts fought, and then the magical beasts escaped. So you must be careful." At this moment, his blue-eyed men came over and whispered to him. Every word was trembling. After speaking, he straightened up and shrugged at Tom and Nelson, with a look of no way to go up. That's how it is stipulated. She spread her hands out. I'm sorry, gentlemen. According to the rules, I might have to check your wands. Don't worry, it's just an ordinary flashback spell. It won't make you embarrassed or embarrassed. Seeing Nelson's embarrassment on his face, he said briskly, "Who has nothing embarrassing?" "Well, check mine first." Seeing that Tom's face was still a little strange, Nelson handed over his black walnut wand happily. "Oh, it's long." The fat man took out his handkerchief and wiped his hands clean, took Nelson's wand and held it in his left hand, compared it with his own wand, and then angrily put his half-length wand and Nelson's wand. A line, shouting, "Flash back to the previous curse." A white light flashed, and the fat man's wand flew away. "Ah!" He scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. "Sorry, sir, it was a flying curse." Tom looked sincerely apologized. "I forgot to bring my wand when I went out. I was too anxious to come over and was afraid of danger, so I asked Na to call my wand with a flying curse." Cough. The fat man tried to cover up his embarrassment with a cough, but the cold purple subordinates who ran over with his wand still made the atmosphere even more embarrassing. He grabbed the wand and screamed, "Are you okay? What are you going around here? Go back and build the road. You are a wizard, can you not freeze yourself to death?" He waved his wand impatiently, and an orange light flew out from the tip of the wand and fell on his chest, and soon covered his whole body. His complexion instantly improved. Seeing this silent cast of the hand suppressed Tom and Nelson. He coughed again, and said pretentiously with his stomach upright, "The wizard must not leave his wand. Remember?" "Let's continue." He glanced at the two people who were being restrained with satisfaction, and spread his hands out again, this time casting the spell a lot more cautiously. Flash back to the previous curse. A white mist slowly emerged from the tip of Nelson's wand, and then condensed into a brand new newsboy hat in the air. The newsboy hat popped open again and became a cloud of mist in the air. "Sir, this is transfiguration. We broke a kid's hat." Tom changed her to a new one. "I helped him reinforce it. She is also a wizard. We will write a report tonight about spell casting during the holidays to the Ministry of Magic." Nelson explained. "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter." The fat man seemed to glance at the direction of central London contemptuously. When flashing back to the spell of the previous day, he closed his hand and gently handed the wand into Nelson's hand. He exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, "Transfiguration is good. Maybe you can reach the battle tonight. The level of a wizard ... but don't learn from him. It's too cruel." He took Tom's wand and started to cast the flashback spell. Then Nelson knew what magic Tom was doing in the room all day long. Unlike the mighty magic in his imagination, there was some mist in the mist from Tom's wand. The characters and patterns flashed by, but Nelson had no impression of them. The fat man was a little curious when he saw these strange spells, but it seemed that it had nothing to do with tonight's affairs, so he returned the wand to Tom. "Okay, you should go home and sleep." He stretched his waist and yawned. "What is your name? I may find you later to find out about the situation." "My name is Tom Riddle." "My name is Nelson Williams." "I don't know your name yet. If we find anything later, we can let you know." "Oh, I'm Dorian Weasley, the leader of the Magical Accidents and Disasters Division Reversal Incidental Magical Incidents Team. If you write a letter, you can use flu powder to throw it into my office." He blinked at the two of them. Nelson only then did he see that the few remaining strands of stubborn hair were glowing red in the night. 33rd chapter Night Bus. Unexpectedly, the earliest Superman was like this. Nelson was lying on the bed, leaning against the head of the bed, flipping through the Action Comics that Tom had given him. "I don't understand why you like to watch this kind of thing." Tom sat on the floor, leaning on Nelson's chair to relieve the fatigue of fighting. He held a handkerchief and wiped his wand carefully. "I think the author is really stupid." "Yes, how could an extraordinary person live so stretched out?" "Because of the bottom line, Tom." Nelson leaned his head back against the wall and covered his face with the magazine. "Society depends on order. Even if you are a magical wizard, you have to do so, otherwise you will be raised, hunted and killed. We are the one who makes the core of the wand. Perhaps, who knows? Tom was non-committal. Don't you often say that the fittest survives and the fittest survive? That's not what I said, but Darwin said, and Darwinism can only be applied to the natural world, for okay, if you listen to it, your ears will become callous. Tom waved his hand disapprovingly and interrupted Nelson. How do I feel that you always think that I am a wicked villain? Every day, I am influenced by high intensity. That's not enough. Nelson took off the magazine, looked down at Tom who was wiping his wand a second time, and explained lightly, I just like to preach. It's true, ha ha. Tom laughed and teased. Did you know that in Slytherin, those fools who don't write homework well call you the Dark Lord, because you are always when they borrow homework. Preaching with a black face is more rigid than Professor Binns. Didn't I lend it to them in the end? It's really impossible except for spells. After all, I was caught by Professor Sykes. Yeah, you finally lent it to them, so they will call you the Great Dark Lord. Unexpectedly, I enjoyed this title first. Nelson felt a little speechless. I think I still write less homework. I will leave it to them in the future. The two chatted while doing their own things. Nelson continued to flip through the comics. Tom carefully stuffed the cleaned wand into his sleeve and took out a crystal ball from his pocket to play. Do you want a divination? He placed the wands that they had thrown on the table side by side, and rolled the crystal ball between the wands like railroad tracks. Do you still believe this? Nelson has always sneered at prophecy. In his opinion, the conditions of so-called prophecy were so harsh as to be a dumb canon to prove that he was a funny trick created by a wizard. Don't you believe it? I think the classmates and teachers in the fortune-telling class praised you a lot. Tom knew that Nelson had always disliked the fortune-telling class, but he only thought that Nelson had always been able to spy on his tragic destiny, so he used divination. The disgust was aggravated, but he didn't expect that he didn't believe it at all. In history, there are many famous masters who have made accurate predictions about the direction of major events. Yeah, Nelson slumped weakly on the bed. How strange, billions of people in the world, everyone is nonsense. There are always two people who can meet. He jumped out of the bed, put on his slippers, walked to Tom's crystal ball, held the crystal ball in his palms, muttering words, and babbling and spoofing for a while. He put down his hands, rolled his eyes, and spoke. Nonsense. I explained that Germany will attack Poland at the beginning of the new year, which will trigger a mole war that will sweep the world. He rolled his eyes. Maybe there are just 364 people in the world talking nonsense, prophesying war. Among us, there is always a master of prophecy. If there is a war next year, please call me a prophet. It's settled. Tom looked at Nelson so slanderous of a subject he liked, a little frustrated. I will write to my classmates and let them be a testimony. What did you write? Nelson grabbed the crystal ball and played with it. You don't have owls anymore. Sorry, your mouth is coming soon. Nelson looked at Tom Hikari, who was looking at him with a grimace on his face, apologized. For the sake of the spotted partridge, I was wrong. It's the spotted owl. Tom looked so angry that he couldn't let it out. Did you forget? You said you were going to London in the morning. I'll go to the post office to send the letter. Noel, do you mean that wizards also take the buzz? At 6 o'clock the next morning, the whole street was dark, and Jonas and Bella stood at the door watching Nelson and Tom waiting for the bus. I mean, trams are still used on the streets of London. But I don't think magic cars don't need trams. That's what Dumbledore told me. It was on the road in 1865. Nelson frowned, took out his wand and stretched it out, making a taxi. If you stop the car like this, he will jump out. Wizard. The transformation of scientific and technological achievements is sometimes very high. Oh, Tom, look after Noah when you go back to school. Don't let him fight. Bella is trying to help Tom tidy up his collar. Tom is suffocating his breath and enduring hard. It looks like his face has been reddened. It's really advanced. I heard that some countries are also studying this kind of positioning system. Jonas agreed. Aunt Bella, our vacation is not over yet. Tom waved his hands like a fish struggling on the beach. We're just going to do Dumbledore a favor. and take a stroll around Diagon Alley. We'll be back in the evening. Magic is still very convenient in some senses, Nelson said. Yes, and I think that most of the time, it is much more convenient than ordinary people's life. Jonas nodded in agreement. Nah, the camera you brought is the gospel of photographers and reporters. No need to wash, even when taking pictures. It's just a little bit of ink sometimes. Oh yes, the picture you took at the orphanage the day before yesterday, it was washed out early this morning. It was so good. I want to use it it's in the newspaper. You may have to discuss with Mrs. Cole. I will. Honestly, that photo is really great. Jonas put his arms around Nelson's shoulders. If you are not a wizard, I must train you to be a journalist. Oh, I forgot. There was no embarrassment on Bea's face. Are you eating out at noon? Are you rich? She asked with concern, kicking Jonas with high heels without a trace. Calf. Even children know that they are going to go shopping during the festival. Jonas, don't you have any opinion? You and the bus. Go with the camera. Take you around today. Jonas turned around and assured Bella righteously, as if Bella was pulling him not to go shopping. Suddenly a white light flashed on the street, and he rubbed his eyes. Wow, is this the magic bus? A tall, thrustery, bright purple bus suddenly appeared on the road. It had its headlights turned on, and the front windshield was written Night Bus in golden letters. It looked crooked, as if it would be too heavy at any time. It fell down high, and it looked bulging again, as if it would explode due to stuffing too much at any time. Tom, the color of this car is really disgusting. It appeared out of thin air. A sudden brake stopped in front of the four people. Before it stopped, the car door opened. Looking at the long, weirdly curved tire tracks on the ground, Tom swallowed. Can we switch to another mode of transportation? It's okay to take a taxi. Don't worry, sir. A young brown-haired guy with thick round eyes jumped from the bus that hadn't stopped. He staggered on the ground due to inertia, and at least no slippery shovel flew out. He stood firmly, took off his hat and saluted. Three gentlemen, but also this beautiful lady. Welcome to the night bus, which is an emergency passenger transport for witches or wizards in trouble. Just stretch out your wand and go. Get in the car, and we can take you wherever you want to go. My name is Ernperin, and I will be your conductor tonight. The service attitude is really good, Jonas exclaimed. Thank you for your compliment, sir. I have to say that your glasses are very handsome. Ernpran grinned. His teeth seemed to flash a bright light. Where are you going? As long as it is on land we can deliver it anywhere. Can the United States too? Jonas asked curiously. Of course it can. But the fare and time are more. It's us who want to hitchhike. Tom leaned over Bella, grabbed Nelson and pulled into the car. The two of us. See you tonight. Aunt Bella, Uncle Jonas. The two said goodbye as they got into the car. Two gentlemen, please sit here. Ernpran greeted the two of them to the two window seats on the second floor and asked, where are you going? Diagon Alley. Nelson was a little sleepy, already closing his eyes and resting. From here to Diagon Alley, you need 13 silver psychos. If you can add 3 psychos, you can get a cup of hot cocoa. If you add another psycho to make up a gallon, we will give you a pair of wool socks and a discount ticket for 2 Westgos. We want cocoa, thank you. Nelson handed out 2 gallons. Okay. Do you need us to warm up your socks by the boiler? I think the happiest thing every morning is to put on warm woolen socks. Nelson looked at the enthusiastic conductor earnestly, hoping to see that he was joking, and he really thought so. But unfortunately he couldn't see anything through the thick glasses, so he reluctantly gave up. No need, thank you. Okay, wait, 2 cups of hot cocoa. He hummed and walked to the first floor. Wait, Ern. Don't you lose money every time you give coupons like this? A hoarse voice came from the back row. Sir, this is economics. The glasses under the conductor's glasses couldn't make a clear look, but Nelson felt that he seemed to be smiling. He cleared a cough and said seriously, yes, we are losing. We lose every day. You can only live on the bus. Chapter 34 Revisit Diagonal Alley. Nah, wake up. The vague shouts from his ears awakened Nelson from his sleep. From the moment the two of them sat down, the magic bus entered a kind of swift crash. Nelson leaned his forehead on the window and took a mouthful, taking a sip of the hot cocoa that was magically not spilled while driving at high speed, looking at the scenes that were rewinding fast on both sides streets like revolving lanterns. The bright windows that flashed past, and the post boxes and streetlights dodged to avoid the bus. And the pedestrian hurriedly stared at this rampant behemoth like a pedestrian who was nothing. This kind of swaying driving not only makes people irritable, but also makes some sensitive people dizzy and drowsy. Nelson opened his eyes, rubbed his swollen eyes, and turned his head to see Tom sitting side by side with 2 cups in his hands. "Thank you." He straightened up weakly, then leaned back in his chair and looked out the window. The sky was already bright. "Where are we?" "I don't know. It's too fast to see clearly, but the conductor said it's coming soon." Tom raised the cup in his left hand. "Your cocoa. Look at your thirsty look. Would you like a sip? It's still hot." "Ah, okay." Nelson felt his dry mouth, and reached out his hand to take the cup and approached his mouth, thinking that Tom had been holding it for a long time after he fell asleep. "Sorry, I fell asleep without knowing it." "Thank you for taking the cup." It didn't take long. Tom picked up his glasses and clinked them. "Look, it's still hot." Nelson sipped the cocoa in the cup. He felt that the reason for his dry mouth might be that he had drunk this high sugar drink before going to bed. At this moment, he felt like drinking poison to quench his thirst. Looking at the empty bottom of the cup, he turned his head again. "Lean on the car window." Christmas has passed, and the highly developed capitalism has also plunged the City of London into fast-paced anxiety early. On the second day of the statutory holiday, most factories have resumed work. It is now 7 o'clock in the morning. It hasn't fully emerged yet, but judging from the sky and the chimneys billowing in the distance, many factories have been under construction for a while. It seems that today is another day of heavy fog. He looked at the white sky in the distance. The rising sun could hardly penetrate the twilight that shrouded the city. No matter morning, night or night, it looked like dusk. It is not clear whether the fog haunts people's minds on the streets or the haze. "Isn't it someday?" Tom agreed. Sitting on the second floor of the Cavalier bus, Nelson could look down on the pedestrians on the road. All of them wrapped themselves tightly in old grey cotton coats, wearing hats and scarves, and holding an umbrella under their arms. Depression? Not really. Those who wrote wonderful chapters are sleeping or drinking cocoa in the restaurant. "Sir, do you need water?" The young conductor suddenly appeared in front of them like an apparition. He stood aside with his wand holding 2 glasses with water. "Water is our free service, but if you pay you can get a fully automatic toothbrush and a towel for 1 seek. And you can go to the rear of the car to Washington. It will take about 10 minutes to arrive at Diagon Alley. After drinking this glass of water and washing your face, you are ready to get off the car." "Okay." Nelson looked at Tom, shrugged, and handed out an empty glass and 2 silver coins. "This money is really good." After getting out of the car, Tom stomped his feet on the ground, and the 2 looked very energetic. "Fortunately, it's the service industry after all." Nelson looked around. Out of the need to avoid moles, the night bus could not stop at the door of the Broken Cauldron during the day, so they went around in a big circle and stopped to the real Diagon Alley. "I used to go around the block where the Broken Cauldron bar is located. There is absolutely no way to fill such an alley, not to mention the knockdown alley next to it. I suspect that we walked past the wall of Broken Cauldron bar at the time. It may be through a process similar to touching a door key or passing through the flu network. Maybe, but what does this have to do with us?" "That's true." Different from the similarity, seriousness and tension on the streets of London, Diagon Alley is filled with all kinds of strange wizards and various shops. The only thing in common is that they are very interesting, even the originally boring things, in such interesting things. It will be interesting in the environment. The sky above is clear and blue. It can be seen that this place is far away from London. The residential area across the alley is full of wizards in wizard robes. It looks like a wizarding community. Several old men are wearing sportswear and seem to be from the Napoleonic era. The silk stockings passed down were running on the street in the morning, and when passing by 2 people, They turned their heads to intimidate them. "Hey, boys, what are you doing standing stupidly? You have to move, otherwise you will regret it when you are my age." "What are they?" Tom asked, dumbfounded after the old men ran past. "What are they wearing? What are they doing?" Nelson tried not to think about the picture just now. "Let's go." Diagon Alley has been bustling early on. Vendors carrying wooden boxes hawked on the street, weirdos in cloaks rushed in front of pedestrians, and an old witch who set up a stall on the side was even trying to sell themselves to the two. Amulet. "Two brothers, would you like to see this amulet made by Merlin himself? It can effectively fight off the werewolves and vampires." "I don't want more, just 80,000. "You better sell it to Bella Swan," Nelson yelled at him, turning his head to ask Tom in a low voice, "Can't she see that the stall next to him is a vampire?" The old witch who set up the stall stood up and asked who Bella Swan was behind, but it was a pity that the two had long since disappeared in the crowd. To be honest, I didn't see it either." "Oh, you may not have seen that." Seeing Tom a little embarrassed, Nelson explained to him, "Although the difference between a vampire and a wizard is very small, you can still see it carefully. There are a few things." Okay. Tom hurriedly changed the subject. He pointed to a tall woman carrying a birdcage across the street. "Do you think that woman looks like Mrs. Cole?" "Oh, God, it really looks like it." Nelson looked at it for a moment and saw that the two had walked to the door of a pet shop. "Let's go check it out and buy you a toad or something." Tom didn't seem to want to step into the door of the pet shop. "I don't." "Hey, you two." It is not a good habit to talk about her appearance behind others. A female voice that sounded very upset remembered behind them. Nelson turned around and saw the tall woman carrying a birdcage standing behind them. She wore a purple top hat, her black hair was firmly tied into a ponytail, and her eyebrows pierced straight and slanting upward underneath her black eyes were domineering. Her features were extremely three-dimensional, and her cheekbones and bridge of nose were especially high. The facial features are easy to make people look mean, but when you put it on her face, it will only appear that she is a resolute person. In fact, she is indeed a resolute person. It can be seen from her crossing the street to ask questions. Nelson even suspects that in seconds, she would take out her magic wand and give him and Tom annoyed, "By the way, who is Mrs. Cole?" "Sorry, ma'am." Nelson saw that the corner of the black cloth covering the birdcage was lifted by the wind, and it turned out to be a vulture inside. People who can play this kind of bird are generally not good stubble, and his urge to survive is bursting. "Come out. Mrs. Cole is a famous beauty in our place, isn't it, Tom?" "Yes." Tom looked indifferent, and even saw the people coming who were a little eager to try, and he had the momentum to take out his wand and put on a stand. "Okay." She nodded and stared at the two of them. "You are students of Hogwarts." Nelson was about to answer. Her eyes suddenly popped out of the joy of finding a treasure, and she looked at Nelson with a look of scrutiny. "You are the one that Nell William Moose." "My name is Nelson Williams. Are you our senior sister?" He did not remember that he knew such a person. "It's almost the same. My name is Augusta. I know you. Are you the Minerva's child?" she said to herself. "That's right. I kept saying that she can't talk to muggles. In love." Let me interrupt." Tom really didn't know what their man was talking about, so he interrupted. "Are you talking about Minerva McGonagall from Gryffindor?" "Yeah. I often see them get together." "That's just learning transfiguration," Nelson explained. "Is there any difference?" Augusta's thoughts seemed to go wrong. With all due respect, if Nelson Williams and Minerva McGonagall can come together, I wouldn't be surprised that Noah will suddenly marry Professor Armando Dupont tomorrow. He seemed to be his own. The thought was amused and couldn't help but laugh. "Sorry, senior sister, we still have something to do. So let's go first." Nelson, who couldn't stand the arrangement of the two, took Tom away. "I will ask you when the school starts." "Well, I'm going to find Minerva too. Goodbye. Augusta shrugged and joined the crowd. When does that person arrive? Tom and I have been shopping for half a street. They are sitting in the Sheldon cold drink shop eating, and their feet are full of things that can't be mailed. Sheldon launched a seasonal menu. It's still overcrowded here. I really don't know. Is it so difficult to take a train to London, find a hotel to sleep all night, and then take the train to Hogwarts? And he still knows where Diagon Alley is. Is it really necessary for someone to pick you up? It's really unnecessary. Is that what Albus told you? He always likes to pick and describe people as mentally handicapped. A man wearing a khaki coat and his boots covered with dirt. Sitting next to them, Nelson raised his head and saw his tired face, the stubble he hadn't taken care of for a long time, and the messy chestnut hair on top of his head. Are you Nelson? Did you bring something? Chapter 35. My name is Albus Dumbledore's brother. You can also call me Abuffus. May I ask who you are? Excuse me, that's right, it's your ass. The man who suddenly inserted into the conversation seemed to have not heard Nelson's question. As if he didn't think of himself as an outsider, Damar sat on his ass with a knife on the empty chair at the table. He squeezed Tom's chair aside. By the way, hey, are you dating? It's hot enough to run this way. His sudden appearance, lively appearance, and greasy words made Nelson and Tom a little nervous, and they all dropped their spoons and reached out to touch their wands. Put away your hands that you touch in your pockets. You really deserve to be Albus students, sneaking like him. It was obviously winter, but he looked very hot, and wiped his forehead with his sleeve. Khan took off his khaki coat with one hand, and shouted at the busy shopkeeper in a rude tone, Sheldon, let's get a glass of lemonade, add a lot of ice, hurry up. Sir, who are you? Nelson did not withdraw his hand as he said, but took out his wand, stared at him warily, and asked the question again. Me? He raised his head with a look of surprise. Are you asking who I am? Oh, sorry. I didn't expect someone to be curious about who I am. I thought you were asking someone, Sheldon or something. Does it matter who I am? He looked indifferent, and while taking the lemonade from the shopkeeper, he threw a few silver coins over, took a sip from the straw, and asked and answered indifferently, no, it's important. It's not important. Who cares who I am? I forget what my name is. Naturally no one cares what my name is. They all call me the genius Albus Percival Wolfer, brother of Rick Brian Dumbledore. If you must call me by a name, you can call me Aberforth. Oh, Mr. Aberforth Dumbledore. Nelson looked at the man who was frantic in front of him, with a clear mind, and put away his wand. He didn't expect that Professor Dumbledore would have invited his younger brother's contemporary teacher. Call me Aberforth, thank you. He seemed to resist the surname Dumbledore. Don't call me Aberforth Dumbledore. This name sounds a bit disgusting. Well, Aberforth, this is what Mr. Dumbledore asked me to hand over to you. Nelson nodded helplessly, and took out from his pocket the small package Dumbledore had handed him before the holiday. Also, the two of us are not dating. Sorry, Aberforth dealt with dryly, seemingly unapologetic. Maybe I'm a bit of a dead end, and now I see two men walking on the street as if they are dating. He took the package, opened a small seam and took a look, then carefully put it into a zippered pocket on his right hand, suddenly raised his head and stared at Nelson with interest, and asked, Albus, didn't you teach you how to tell a person's truth from false? What if I pretended to be a dark wizard? Then you too would be dead when you just touched the wand. Mr. Aberforth, I don't care about those. Nelson picked up the spoon that had fallen on the table, wiped it with a piece of paper on the table, and stirred the cold hot drink with the spoon. Said Professor Dumbledore, now, as long as it is a man with chestnut hair, I will give him the package. Sorrel hair? Ha ha. He smiled nervously. This is really the most proud part of me. The only difference from the genius Albus Dumbledore, besides, what Dumbledore can entrust students like us to do shouldn't be very important. Tom has always been inexplicably wary of Dumbledore, which created a more inexplicable trust. He followed Nelson. He said, this package must not be very important, and even if something goes wrong, he will protect us. Hey, boys. I have to give you a piece of advice. Aberfers picked up the glass and slammed it until the air made the sound of the ice pushing the ice cubes against each other. Then he slowly said, "You better don't." Mixing with Albus, everyone says that only he can defeat Grindelwald. But do you know why he didn't make a move? Because of Grindelwald's most famously for the greater good. No, Sakai is the person who knows best. As he talked, Aberfaz's tone gradually increased. His reckless temperament disappeared, and his words became angry and exalted. People dining around looked at him because they heard about the Dark Lord. Turning his head away from the topic, he only used his peripheral vision to aim at the flushed man with a swollen neck. He held up the cup with only ice cubes in his hand, looked up and poured all the ice cubes into his mouth, chewing vigorously, making a crunchy sound, and after chewing for a long time, he seemed to have completed some ritual. He swallowed the ice scum in his mouth, groaned contentedly, and said softly, "Albus is not the kind of good person you imagine. He likes to give the most dangerous things to the weakest. If people do it, he will just hide behind him despicably, put a cold gun and pretend to be someone." Aberforth snorted heavily, put the cup on the table, and looked at the two thoughtful men with interest. "We are not weak people." Tom also snorted. He stared at Aberforth's face dissatisfiedly. He was disgusted by being described as the weakest person, but he couldn't learn from Aberforth. Such a rough tone sounded like a prefect despising a student who violated school rules. Aberforth was non-committal. He shifted his gaze to Nelson, who was looking straight at him, and he spoke slowly when he heard him say a word. "Mr. Aberforth, I'm not interested in these things." Nelson clasped his hands on the table and supported his chin. "Besides, I believe Professor Dumbledore is not such a person." Hearing this, Aberforth was overwhelmed with joy. He laughed impolitely for a while, and soon the laughter stopped abruptly. He leaned forward and stared at Nelson's face with no change in expression. His voice low, asked, "Oh, do you think you know Albus better than me?" Nelson recalled the scene when Dumbledore came to the orphanage a few months ago, recalled the news about Dumbledore's academic achievements he had read in the Daily Prophet, and recalled what he knew about the old, remorseful, weak, liberated, and brave Dumbledore. Nelson also leaned forward and looked directly at the man in front of him. Looking directly at him twisted into strands of chestnut hair and beard that had not been taken care of for a long time, looking directly at him. His cheeks, who looked older than his brother, looked straight at his blue eyes that were exactly the same as Dumbledore, as if they had the power to see through. Nelson nodded and said solemnly, "I think I know Professor Dumbledore better than you." Aberforth also looked directly into Nelson's eyes. From those sapphire blue eyes, he could see nothing but his own eyes. He could feel the boy in front of him saying that ridiculous thing. Definitely, he even wanted to see what this kid was thinking with the use of Pantheon. In his wild imagination, this man who could fight Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore took the lead to look away. "I like you, boy. I will teach you well in the next period of time." He smiled bitterly and shook his head, grabbing the coat hung on the back of the chair and stood up. "I'm not a tongue-cheek man. I just help you don't be ruined by Albus." Professor Dumbledore also asked me to tell the substitute teacher how to take the train, so Nelson also hurriedly got up to see him off. Tom lingered in his chair for a long time. He didn't seem to want to be polite to this vulgar person. "Well, my home is in Hogsmeade. Albus really considers me a fool." Aberforth put his coat on his shoulder, took a cigarette out of his pocket and held it in his mouth, turned and stared. He said to Tom, "And you, kid, I hope I can see what a not weak person is after school starts." Then he squeezed sideways and disappeared into the crowd. "He's so cool, isn't he?" Shelton, who came to pack the Aberforth cups, suddenly said quietly in Nelson's ear. Nelson was shocked, and when he saw the shopkeeper next to him, he took out his pocket and prepared to pay the bill and leave. "He paid it off for you, and even made a little balance." Sheldon spread out a hand, with a few copper plates lying in his palm, hurting the spring and autumn. "I wanted to be such a wizard back then. In fact, I used to be such a wizard until I— Thank you. Nelson and Tom quickly left the cold drink shop. Looking at the sun above them, the big clock on the Gringotts gate was pointing a few degrees above 11, and the two prepared find a place to eat first, and then go around in the afternoon. Nah, what shall we eat? Whatever I want. How about you? Just like you. December 26, 1938 is destined to not be an ordinary day. Two talented young wizards walked hungry on the streets of Diagon Alley. They almost starved to death because they didn't know what to eat. This magical world almost starved to death. Two legendary stories are missing. Come with us. Augusta, who met in the morning, suddenly appeared behind Nelson and Tom, who were hesitating in front of a French restaurant. She patted the two on the shoulders and pointed behind her when they turned around. An inconspicuous small shop inn. You have been around here a few times, and we are all anxious to see it inside. Come on, let's eat together. The two of them have basically lost the ability to think. They followed Augusta into this small shop. As soon as they entered the door, they smelled a sweet scent of thick cream, and a harmony was playing on a table by the window at the moment. Another weird scene opposite Flitwick, a short stature, sits a large boy who seems to be at least 2 meters long, and McGonagall, who is always straight-faced, says something beside him happily. Chapter 36 Poetry Wengbide Story Collection. Oh, let's see who's here. Flitwick jumped out of his chair and applauded in welcome. His tone and movements were exaggerated, but his figure was too short, so standing on the ground looks even better than sitting on a bench. It's even shorter. Felius. Nelson greeted him, nodding in greeting. What's this handsome gentleman? Flitwick ran up to the two of them. In fact, his speed was like walking, but his movements looked like trotting or walking, which made this short man look like he was walking. Energetic, he raised his head, looked at Nelson next to Tom, smiled and led the two to the table, and asked as he walked, "Don't you introduce us, Senior Flitwick? This is Tom Riddle." Tom agreed with a solemn expression. Although he said that he was disgusting and the mentally retarded all day long, he was full of respect for the real strong Flitwick. The winner of this duel contest obviously meets the criteria of strong man. Oh, I know you. Professor Slughorn likes you very much. Flitwick supported with his hand, jumped vigorously on the chair he was sitting on, snapped his fingers, and made two of them at the empty table next door. The chair flew slowly behind the two men's buttocks. Tom dropped the big and small bags he was carrying on the ground. Augusta squeezed next to McGonagall, which caused McGonagall, who was chatting with the big boy, to stop talking and turned to see Nelson. She closed a book in her hand and ignored the winking eyebrows. Augusta, looking at the two through the glasses. Nelson, Riddle. Merry Christmas. I hope Augusta doesn't bother you. She always speaks without going through her brain, and sometimes is a little crazy. Who do you think is crazy? Augusta teased the vulture who was sitting on the edge of his seat and said dissatisfiedly, seriously, I suggest you go to St. Mungo. If you don't go now, you may go more often in the future. McGonagall rolled his eyes and waved his arms flatly, as if sending one away. Like a fly, you even failed the spell class. Don't say this in front of the schoolboy. Augusta covered McGonagall's mouth with a surpassing human agility, and saw Nelson, Tom and the big boy next to him looking around and pretending that he didn't listen to anything. When he arrived, he vented his energy and sat down on the chair helplessly, muttering some incomprehensible words. What's so easy to learn in the curse class? What's the use of this thing? Augusta, you can't say that. Flitwick is best at learning spells. You can't say it's useless just because you can't learn a course well. Hello, are you also a Hogwarts student? Seeing that the surrounding atmosphere became tense, Nelson hurriedly extended his right hand to the bewildered boy. He seemed to be more than 2 meters tall, even at 3 meters. I tried my best to nest myself in a small chair in the restaurant. It looked funny. This funny feeling became stronger when he and Flitwick next to him were brought into the eyes together. His hair was very long and his body was very funny. The coat was covered with patches, but the paste was very clean. There was an equally round garlic nose in the middle of the round face, which looked simple and friendly. He saw that Nelson's hand stretched out was a little bewildered, and he hurriedly stretched out his generous right hand and wiped it on his coat, then smiled at Nelson shamefully, took a napkin from the table and wiped his hands vigorously. While speaking timidly, his voice does not match his height, and he can tell that he is a fairly immature child when he speaks. Yes. Yes, my name is Ruba Hagrid. If nothing else, I will go to Hogwarts to study. Nelson saw the hand slowly reaching him, grinned, got up and took a step forward and held Hagrid's big hand tightly, then leaned forward and patted his shoulder vigorously. Welcome to Hogwarts. The three seniors stopped their argument, and looked at the two people who were struggling to hug with some relief. Hagrid looked a little happy and said happily, I should be in school the next year. Merlin's beard. Dad thought at first that I would not have the talent for magic. You can tell me that you have it here. Tom nodded reservedly. He flipped through the menu, and under Flitwick's guidance, poked the top dishes with his fingers. I think you'd better come to Slytherin. Slytherin lettering is the best college, and Na can help you with your homework. I have reservations, McGonagall and Flitwick said in unison, and Flitwick added, but tutoring is okay. We are about to graduate. Ha ha ha. Hagrid just smiled honestly. He had his own thoughts. Soon the waiter brought the dishes, and 6 people were sitting around the table eating while continuing the topic interrupted by 2 people. McGonagall quickly ate, wiped his mouth, pursed his lips, and opened it. The book that was closed before. So you guys gather here to read fairy tales? Nelson took a small tomato that Tom handed him, held it in his hand, and asked curiously. This is not a simple fairy tale. This is the collection of poetry and pidgin tales. McGonagall cleared his throat. Many people who specialize in this book think that everything that happens in the story has real prototypes, such as it is believed that in Babette's story, she used a sophisticated transfiguration technique called animagus. There are also many magic props, and magical animals in the story that have never been discovered, possessed or used in real life. But they are extremely magical even for wizards. Many people spend their entire lives without finding any clues. But this has aroused people's desire to explore even more. No one can endure temptation of advanced magical props, or powerful and beautiful magical animals. Augusta said, we are no exception. Actually we even have some clues. But it's just a fairy tale after all. Nah, Flitwick said sternly. In fact, the clue we found was discovered more than 130 years ago and proved to be a fruitless one. Clue. I just like these stories. Hagrid looked silly on the side. My dad has this book on his bookshelf. It accompanied me through my childhood, and even I rely on it to read words. Mr. Dumbledore asked some seniors to take me to play. I didn't expect them to have read this kind of book. I thought they all only read that kind of advanced magic book. Mr. Dumbledore, do you know Dumbledore? Nelson was curious. Yes, my dad goes into the mountains every winter. Hagrid looked worried, but when he talked about Dumbledore, he became admired again. Every time he entrusts me to Dumbledore's care. Now I grow up when I get older, I don't think I need to bother him. He also thinks I need to get in touch with other people more. He waved his arm vigorously, showing his strong arm. Are you really born in 28? I'm still a little skeptical. Augusta looked up at Hagrid's arm with a look of distrust. Okay, he's just a big skeleton. McGonagall interrupted her. I'll tell you, I was so tall when I was in the 1st grade. I really like this story. Tom lifted his head from the book and gently read the title of an article in the book, The Wizard's Hairy Heart. Hey, Augusta looked disgusted. I think this is really disgusting. Actually, I think this is a very in-depth story. McGonagall murmured to himself with reminiscences in his eyes. A heart lacking love can only bring pain. There are many things compared to love it's not worth mentioning at all. Yes, Tom seemed to agree, and then asked casually, and I'm a little curious, is this kind of magic that hides the heart or some other weakness and becomes powerful really exists? In fact, the heart is not a wizard's weakness, Flitwick explained. for the doctors who are proficient in healing magic working at Street Mungo, it may only take a second to repair a broken heart, but if you dig it out like a book, the doctor may not be able to save you. Oh, Tom thoughtfully, so it is. Well, many of the stories in the poetry story collection are full of metaphors, except for the witch who turned into a rabbit that McGonagall just said. Oh, can I have one? It looks delicious. Get Tom. After agreeing, Flitwick waved his hand, and a small tomato flew into his mouth. He chewed intoxicatedly, and then explained to the two who had never read the book, besides, jumping the pot may imply advanced alchemy, which can even be refined into magical props with autonomous consciousness. The fountain of good luck may represent the prototype of the blessing agent, and the legendary spring can bring luck, and the most famous the one is the story of three brothers. Oh, it's delicious. I feel I am in love with this kind of fruit. Flitwick swallowed the small tomato in his mouth. Tom, this is a vegetable, continued to speak, and while he took out his wand and drew a sparkling figure on the napkin, he drew it and said, there are three things in this story. The powerful Deathly Hallows. Legend has it that anyone who owns these three holy artifacts can be the master of the god of death. They are the invincible old ones that can increase the magic power and can resurrect the dead and call people back from the god of death. The Resurrection Stone, as well as the invisibility cloak that can evade everything, is completely invisible. Countless wizards have searched for these three sacred artifacts one after another. They use this symbol to represent their ideals of treasure hunting. The last stroke of the wand fell, and on the napkin was a gleaming symbol. There was a vertical line in the circle, which ran through a triangle. Looking at Tom and the thoughtful Nelson, he spoke slowly. The original sharp voice even sounded a little low. This is only a story after all. And besides, the power of a wizard can't be sought from foreign objects. You are right. Tom nodded and added, but from another perspective, powerful magic items also need to serve powerful wizards, don't they? Yeah, Flitwick nodded in agreement. It would be great if you could think so. But hearing the conversation between the two, McGonagall said solemnly in a worried tone, it is said that the old wand of the eldest of the three brothers is in the hands of the dark wizard Gelot Grindelwald at this moment. The powerful magic wand is mastered by a more powerful black wizard, and it may cause an extremely terrifying disaster. Even his group of black wizard followers use the symbol of the three hallows as their own sign. If they get more hallows, several people around have expressed their worries about the wizarding world, their trust in the social order, and their determination to display their ambitions and set things right. Just like the common dormitory talks in college dormitories decades later, these people have their age, knowledge, and ancestry. Each has its own highs and lows, but at this moment, there is a feeling of just a classmate boy with high spirits. But Nelson's eyes drifted, and the wizard's magical world had a strong trace of fatalism. The old magic wand in the three holy artifacts was passed down in the hands of a dying master, the resurrection stone was hidden in a tragic family, and the invisible cloak was destined to be destined. It was passed on to the protagonist of the story, Harry Potter, and the owners of the sacred objects were also destined to kill each other and chase each other. A phoenix's tail feather was destined to defeat its other brother. A glass ball recorded by a crappy wizard madly can determine the fate of the world for decades. Then why am I here? Nelson thought, leaning on his forehead. He had thought about this problem countless times. Whether it was the first time Mrs. Cole brought him and Tom to meet him when Ravenclaw's tower met a girl named Myrtle, or at this moment, he didn't want to understand the meaning of his existence. Is it good for this story to venture into a complete story? He thought again. I don't know whether this fate includes me, maybe I did play a role in this history, but I have to do something. Nah, what's the matter with you? It's nothing. Nelson regained his senses. He saw Tom with a concerned look on his side. Hasn't this changed? Thinking of this, he smiled triumphantly. There is a bone in this piece of meat that hasn't been picked, and some choked on me. Ha, so strange. Tom had doubts written on his face. I'm so happy to be choked. After finishing this slightly heavy topic, the atmosphere on the table quickly became warm again. Minerva, Speaking of it, not really in love with moles? If you want me to say that you don't have anything to eat, even if the old cows eat young grass. Augusta cared for McGonagall, and turned to Nelson. She turned her mouth in the direction, and she was not idle under her hands. She asked for a plate of fresh meat, cut into small pieces and fed the vulture in the cage, iron armor. She put the one that she didn't know when she picked up on the table and said proudly, "Want to attack me? It's too early." Nelson couldn't help but glanced at her high. He didn't expect that the person who failed the spell class would have such reflexes and spellcasting skills, and the combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. He deserves to be someone who can only take intellects at the age of 80 in the future. Augusta, don't say this in front of them. McGonagall put down his wand angrily, then turned to look at Nelson with a tangled look. I heard you were born in Mole. If a mole knew his, well, a good friend was a wizard, what would he do? Nelson was a little uncertain, thinking for a while, and then he thought about it. Maybe he will adopt his good friend's child. Nelson could feel a big question mark appearing above McGonagall's head, and Augusta on the side was already smiling from ear to ear holding the birdcage. Sorry, senior sister, Nelson said. My father seems to be a wizard, and then his good friend, my uncle, adopted me. And my good friend, you know, Tom is also a wizard. McGonagall lowered her head in disappointment, as if to maintain her habit of being strong. She raised her head carelessly and heard Nelson say, but I think if you care enough, what is the difference between a wizard and a mole? Yes, Minerva, as far as I know we have a lot of mixed-race classmates. They still have a happy family. Flitwick stood on the chair and waved his hand. Besides, the wizards and moles are both humans, so they don't seem to have much the difference. Chief Hagrid's eyes flushed, and he took out a handkerchief the size of a towel, blowing his nose, choking and taking out a photo from a patch, and then Nelson could see that the patches were all sewn to the clothes. In his pocket, he spread the photo on the table. Hug. Sorry, I think of my dad. Only then did Nelson react. In the huge body opposite, there was a child under 10 years old. A child who had been treated as a monster from an early age and was treated as isolated and discriminated against. He looked at the photo of Hagrid on the table. It is an old black and white photo that has long been yellowed. A short man with a round head and a round head is riding on the shoulders of a child with a tender face but a tall figure with the same round head and round head. The position of the father and son taking pictures seems to be reversed, but love did not diminish in the slightest. As Hagrid sobbed, he was telling his worries about his father who entered the mountains in the 12th winter of the winter. He intermittently told about his life experience. My mother is a giant. A giant, in a newspaper, that kind of cruel giant. But my dad still loves me very much. He goes to the mountains to find his mother every winter. He'd rather him an ordinary mole. This way I will save my dad less trouble. McGonagall and Augusta, who were still staring at each other, exuded the brilliance of motherhood, and patted Hagrid on the shoulder to comfort him. Flitwick also showed sympathy, and even Tom had an expression of shock and pity. I have a camera that can do color photos. Nelson stood on tiptoe and rubbed Hagrid's head, which was hugged in a chair. Your photo is a bit old. I'll take a new one for you another day. Really? Hagrid raised his head, making a surprised voice, tears still crisscrossing his face, looking very funny. Hagrid. Tom, who was silent for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth and caught everyone's attention. You can't tell other people about this. In the dilapidated suburbs of Seeking, in the evening, the weather is the same as when the two left in the morning. Seriously, I regret it. I would rather be treated as a pervert by others. I still prefer to die from exhaustion. The two put down the big bags in their hands and sat on the post box on the side of the street to rest. McGonagall saw that they were holding them hard. Originally, he wanted to lend Nelson the small bag that he had cast the traceless stretching curse, but when he saw the exquisite when the lady adorned with a pink cat made of pearls had her handbag, she justly refused. He regretted his decision at the moment, I have decided I will learn the U and stretching curse as soon as school starts. I thought the story of our orphans was miserable and bizarre enough. Tom fanned the wind with a book of the story of poetry and Perdue, which Flitwick gave to him, who was very interested. Yes, like the daughter of a squire in a small Welsh countryside slapped her father's feather fan brought back from the city, and exclaimed in an old man's tone of seeing the world, "I didn't expect that today is really a little witch." That's not it. After all, there is magic, and weird things are no less than the mole world. Indeed, the most unpredictable thing in the mole world may be the human heart, but in the magical world, there may be something more outrageous. That's it, Nelson asked deeply, and asked curiously, "I didn't expect you to care about Hagrid." "Am I that kind of indifferent person?" Tom asked back, and then explained, "I just think he is a bit like me. He is a giant in the wizarding world. I am the wizard in the mole world. I think if not you, I will be like him." Tom, feared by ordinary people around, isolated and even bullied, Tom said to himself, "Maybe I will be stronger than him, not so weak, but I think I will not be what I am now after all. People, I'm not a fool, nah." Tom lowered his head and said, "I know what you are worried about. I don't know why you have this worry, but I think you should have missed it this time." "Tom, I just hush." Tom suddenly reached out and grabbed Nelson's arm, raised an index finger and pressed it on his lips, making a look of listening. "Come." "What's coming?" Seeing him like this, Nelson held his breath and tried to listen, but he could only hear the whistling wind and the looming noise of boiler burning and gear churning in the factory in the distance. He was about to speak. "Tom, take out the magic wand." "She is coming." "She was." "Remember that snake? I said it was originally a person." "Remember." "How? Are you still a woman?" Nelson wondered if Tom had some hallucinations, but saw Tom put everything on the ground into the discarded mailbox under his buttocks, covered the lid of the mailbox, and used his magic wand. Knocked, while making a strange hiss noise from his mouth. He grabbed his arm and walked to another street, so he had to follow. "Yes, it's a woman." "Tom, I think I didn't lie to you. She is now in the underground pipe under our feet." Tom explained very quickly, "Her story is perfect. I think it is true. She was originally a person, and she had a kind of the black magic that cannot be dispelled. This kind of magic will merge the human soul with a beast, and eventually become an animal completely." "Blood curse?" "This snake is a blood curse orc." Nelson thought of the dangerous circus legend he had read in the tabloid. "Yes. Her name is Nagini. It's almost here. Just ahead." The two trot to a place further west than the western suburbs. There are fewer pedestrians and houses on the street, and the surrounding haze has become so thin that it is imperceptible. As time goes by, the surroundings appear a field scene with rare moon stars. "Tom, do you think you can learn Snake Mania?" Nar asked as he ran. He was very curious about the language he couldn't hear. "I think if you just say a few sentences, it should still be very simple," Tom said out of breath, thinking that the snake tongue is different from learning an ordinary foreign language. Normal language learning starts from listening to simple communication, then to complex sentences, and snake voice is the opposite. But I think it may take some effort to understand or even communicate. Oh, Nelson was lacking in interest. After all, this was a rare magic skill, and he was just curious. "But I will teach you. I think you can learn from your ingenuity." Tom walked to the edge of a cliff that lay in front of the two of them, put his knees on his hands, and leaned down to look down. "We're here." Nelson stepped forward, looked into the cliff, and saw the cracked riverbed at the bottom of this shallow canyon. This is a river that doesn't know why it was diverted. The side of the riverbed near Nelson and Tom is steep. The side was flat, and there was a concrete pipe protruding from just below Nelson that could allow a person to pass through. "Is it here? Do we need to go in?" He frowned and looked at the pipe. It seemed to be a sewage pipe connecting to a long-abandoned factory in the distance. Not far away there was a pipe that looked like something. The narrow passage created by the friction between east and west leads from the shore to the entrance. Just below the pipe is a black, radially distributed black ground. This river, which seems to have been diverted for a long time, should have developed a vigorous ecology on the fertile riverbed. Now it is bare, and it can be imagined that this barren environment must have something to do with this sewage outlet. She won't ambush us below, right? As long as we enter, we will eat away our hearts and die with hatred. What are you talking about? Tom gave him a blank look and turned over. The other snakes will only listen to me, and she is already injured. That's not necessarily true. Nelson also squatted down to support the ground, jumped to the edge of the water pipe. Oh, good fellow. He walked up to Tom and looked up at the concrete pipe. It seemed to be 2 meters in diameter. Gravity made some sinking dust and dirt form a flat path. The ground was dry enough for 2 people to pass side by side. A smell of musty escaping from the inside. You can already imagine a damp environment inside. There is no light in the pipe, but it swallows all the light coming in from the outside, like a huge mouth. Same. Waterproof and moisture-proof. Nelson bent down, poked his own shoes with his magic wand, and tightened his shoelaces. Tom was also preparing for it like a cat. Well prepared, Nelson was about to lift his foot into the water pipe, but was stopped by Tom. Fluorescence flickers. He took a step forward and raised his wand into the pipe. Nelson smiled and shook his head, and followed. In this dark underground world suddenly broke into 2 uninvited guests with a light source from the moment he stepped into the water pipe. Nelson's hearing has changed. He used to live on the ground and in the crowd, all the time. The whispers that existed and the silent wind lingering in the ears became neglected white noise, and there was no wind and no crowds in the underground world. The water that originally flowed in this pipe network was also cut off because of waste. He fell into a kind of absolute silence. He could only hear the sound of footsteps coming from the 2 feet on the ground, the echo of the footsteps echoing in the distance, and the echo of the echo. The 2 were breathing nervously. There are also heartbeats. These sounds are at the bottom of the bottom in life, and they are the bottom sounds that will be forgotten to ignore. It's not as wet as expected. Tom turned back and said, "Dana." The echo went on for a long time, and it seemed that he was also a little nervous. It's probably been abandoned for a long time. Nelson stretched out a finger and wiped a thick layer of dust from the wall of the tube. He had to use his wand to make clear water and rinse that finger. Hey, hope it's not poisonous. If it was poisonous, the snakes here would have been poisoned to death. Tom walked forward without looking back. I know this may be a psychological reason, but I really feel that my fingers are a bit itchy. He wanted to find a topic to alleviate the horror atmosphere brought by this absolute silence. Besides, some poisons may not be a big deal to snakes, but to human, but it is very toxic. The 2 chatted together like this, walking along the wall of the pipe. After a while, the echoing words in the pipe stopped abruptly. The 2 stood in place with their glowing wands at the end of the pipe. Their vision suddenly opened up, and their ears suddenly became noisy. The sound of scale armor passing over the gravel, the sound of wings flapping the air, and the ubiquitous sound of sorrow suddenly appeared, and soon became clear and clear. It turned out to be a huge void created by the collapse of the ground, and it does not seem to be smaller than the banquet hall in Hogwarts. Nelson could see bats flying in groups in the distant air, and many luminous insects clinging to the wall, filling the cavity with a touch of orange enough to see things, underground creatures and the ground. There is a big gap between them. He tried to compare them with known biological illustrations, but pessimistically found that they are too different from ordinary creatures. And they may even be magical animals. They don't look great, like little fairies, flower fairies, etc. He comforted himself. Adapted to the light in the cavity, the 2 extinguished the light of their magic wands, and saw that there was a long and narrow passage similar to a covered bridge at their feet, leading to a flat platform in the middle of the cavity. There was a large stone pillar on the platform, and one was dark. The giant pythons entangled on the pillars, looking at them with their heads up and spitting out the letter, the green pupils reflecting the cold light. Soon, the various creatures flying in the air scattered to the surroundings, away from the bridge. Nelson stretched out a foot and stepped on it, and it madly dropped the dross on his body. It is estimated that it was left by the previous pipes, and there is nothing in the foundation steel. Nelson said to Tom, "If you walk from here, you may have to fall to death." Huh? Tom squinted at the giant snake in the center of the hollow and turned to Nelson and said, "You wait for me here first, and if it's okay, I'll call you over." After all, he did not wait for Nelson to speak. His hands were raised on both sides of his body. A thin black mist began to form from the hand holding the wand, and gradually grew into a slender serpentine shape walking around Tom's arm. Sometimes he raised his head and roared at the python in the distance. Nelson noticed that the green pupils of the black python actually flashed with humane fear. Tom smiled disdainfully, and held the snake-like shape on his arm with one hand. Black mist, then crushed it in one hand. The black mist continued to twist and swell, and soon covered Tom's lower body. A gust of wind swept up in the calm underground cave, lifted him to float, and then jumped and flew in the direction of the black python, rolling behind him. The black mist draws a tail flame with a pretty line of beauty. Handsome to be able to fly, Nelson muttered to himself, yearning for it. He watched the distant Tom lands gently in front of the black python, and the black mist withdrew from his feet and condensed behind him into a big snake that was not inferior to the day the black python confronted. His lips moved slightly, as if to say something. Soon, Tom raised his magic wand and pointed it at the black python with a grim expression. One person and one snake froze for a while. When Nelson and the big snake behind Tom were waiting impatiently, the black python slid down from the entangled pillar and hung down. He leaned his head in front of Tom and closed his big eyes. The black mist snake behind Tom disappeared with a bang. In fact, Nelson was not sure whether it was a bang or not. He wasn't even sure if there was a sound. He just thought that the disappearing scene should be dubbed bang. Tom put his hand on the giant python's head, turned around with a smug smile, waved the other arm at Nelson, and shouted, "I can come here. Do I need to come and pick you up?" "No." Nelson also yelled at Tom, the voices of the two reverberating in the hollow for a long time, and even the high-risk bridge was shaken by the sound, and it was even more shaky. Nelson felt like he was being provoked. He squatted down and stuck his wand on the bridge in front of him that seemed to fall at any time. He held the wand with both hands and said something in his mouth. In return for a cool magic, it's almost exhausted all the energy. I saw that the clumps of soil on both sides of the bridge peeled off and turned over and pasted back. When returning to the original place, they really became hard stone slabs. The surface of the bridge widened as the stone slabs thickened. Short and stubby stone pillars emerge on the left and right sides, and chains grow from the top to connect each other. The whole bridge is like a domino, turning inside and out from the wand inserted by Nelson, turning into a real simple bridge. Nelson pulled out his wand, wiped off the dirt on it with his hand, and stepped on the brand new bridge in front of him. Coincidentally, the rate of deformation of the covered bridge was ingeniously consistent with his footsteps, and it seemed as if every time he took his steps, he made the ruined wall under his feet embarrassed and took the initiative to renovate himself. Tom on the opposite side looked at the friend who came to him lightly, put down the hand holding the magic wand, and greeted him. At this moment, he doesn't care who comes here. The way is more cool, building a bridge and flying. It is difficult to find a standard for comparison. He just feels sorry that no audience has come to applaud the magic of the two geniuses at this moment. It is regrettable that no audience has to promote the scene that seems like a miracle at this moment. Her name is Nagini. She is a blood-cursed orc poisoned by black magic. She has just escaped from the United States and returned to London. Tom greeted him and took Nelson's hand. "I forgive her. She is mine from today. My subordinates are also my friends." "Hello, how do you say in a snake-like accent?" "Hiss goodbye." "Hiss shiss." Is there any difference? Listen carefully, study hard, and try it out for yourself. Hiss shiss. "Nah? Why are you scolding me? Didn't I say how are you?" "Well, I think we still have the opportunity to learn Snakemon again next time. What do you think?" I couldn't agree more. On a cold winter night, Nelson and Tom walked from the moon-starred suburbs to the gloomy city, seemingly no different from when they came. But in the pipe under their feet, there was a big black snake slowly following them. Contrary to what Nelson had always believed, Nagini is a viper, not a python. She loves to hang her prey to eat, not because she has no fangs. On the contrary, she is extremely toxic. She uses strangling instead of preying on her. Deliberately keep herself away from the habit of snake. Ash still pretends to be a human in the depths of her soul, but sadly, the magic power stolen from her body by the blood curse has been accumulated to the highest level, and her body has completely become a snake, and it cannot be reversed. It doesn't matter. Nar is very good at transfiguration. He will help you get back to normal. On the hollow underground platform, Tom caressed Nagini's head lying on the ground, and said softly, he rarely faced this. The alien among the snakes developed a sense of identity. You need to pay me an owl at that time. Nelson saw that Nagini's huge eyes were closed. The snake had no lacrimal glands, but he clearly saw a drop of tears squeezed out of the gap in the closed pannier and fell to the ground along his cheeks, echoing in the silent cavity. The sound of water dripping. She is too lonely, Nelson thought. As a human being, she must be disdainful of eating rotten corpses with fangs like the same kind. She must be used to living a solitary life, and as a person, she can see, hearing but unable to speak. There are countless voices in her heart, but it is difficult to express. A lonely wandering snake trapped in a person who cannot communicate with the outside world is too cruel. At this time, a human who mastered the Snake-Lao accent may be the only light in her dark life. I'll figure it out. Even if I can't help it, Dumbledore can definitely do it. Nelson couldn't help but put his hand on Nagini's head and stroked it lightly. Her skull was hard and angular, but the scales were not. Cold and smooth. The wizard has animagus, and it won't be difficult for a snake to become a human being. Hearing Dumbledore's name, Nagini opened his eyes, and the whole body of the snake trembled slightly. Do you know Dumbledore? Then you must know his prowess in transfiguration, Nelson said optimistically. The problem is not big. Tom was communicating with Nagini while telling her story to Nelson, and it seemed that the streaked owl had been left behind. Hi. Nelson took a breath. He has been cursed with blood. Is the person close to him still a silent one? But why don't you write? He felt that he had said something out of place, because when the voice just fell, the whole cave was quiet. Why did you two come back? Bella stood with arms akimbo, wearing thick cotton-padded clothes, angrily waiting for the two of them. Don't check what time it is. Do you know that the street is messy recently? Your uncle almost went to the police. I'm sorry, Aunt Bella. Tom sincerely apologized. They could have arrived home before 12 o'clock, but it took too much energy to open the abandoned mailbox that hides the shopping results without making a sound. I will tell you in advance. And next time? Bea's already raised eyebrows almost flew into the sky. Are you going to stay at night next time? If you don't go home before 12 o'clock, there will be vampires in childhood. Didn't you know that you were attacked in the alley? Actually, the vampire. Nelson closed her mouth obediently when she saw Bella staring at her. Coming. She waved her arms irritably. The things you bought arrived earlier than you. I didn't let you go out to play, but also pay attention to safety. Your mother only has you as a son. Cold. Tom. Turning his head to catch Tom, who was winking at Nelson, Bella was once again angry. You too. Tom lowered his head and followed Bella into the room. This kind of scolding felt warm to him. You go to the fireplace to warm up first. Bella turned into the kitchen. I'll bring you milk. Nah, go tell your uncle, you are back. Tom rushed to help, and Nelson put down his bags and walked upstairs. Nah, you are back. Pushing open the door, Jonas' room was filled with smoke, and Nelson coughed. Through the smoke in the room, Nelson saw Jonas sitting on the chair in front of the desk, wearing an old writing-at-desk in tartan coat. Hearing someone push the door open, he pressed the cigarette in his hand into the ashtray, turned and squinted at the person coming. Sorry, uncle. It doesn't matter. When I was a kid, I loved to play more than you. At that time, I went to explore the abandoned mines in the rural area. My neighbor's children and I stayed in it for 2 days. Jonas took off the gold glasses hanging from the bridge of his nose, rubbing his temples with both hands. His face was exhausted. Sit down and wait until I finish writing this manuscript. Instead of sitting down, Nelson walked behind Jonas and helped him rub his shoulders vigorously. Ah, it's so comfortable. Nah, when did you rub my shoulders last time? He leaned back in the chair, relaxing his shoulder muscles. It was 2 years ago, and you rarely go home after that. Nelson's technique is very skillful. While pressing, he helped his uncle wipe the soot falling on his shoulders. I will often press it for you in the future. Ha ha ha, Jonas laughed, but was choked with his own smile and coughed. Nelson hurriedly put his hand on his back and patted gently. I didn't mean to blame you, you've grown up. I went to school, but this kind of opportunity will become less and less in the future. No. Seeing his uncle stopped coughing, Nelson continued to pinch his shoulders. You should quit smoking. Your aunt always said that. But how can you quit if you want to quit? It should be less. Nelson glanced at the beginning of the manuscript. Is this going to be a war? Yeah. Jonas picked up the cigarette that hadn't been completely extinguished in the ashtray with a melancholy expression, took a hard sip, and said with a suffocating breath, I have traveled to many places in Europe in the past 2 years. The situation is getting tense. So does the magical world. Nelson agreed. Actually, I have provided the newspaper with no less than 10 warnings about war warnings. Jonas opened his mouth and spit out the smoke he inhaled into a thin plume of smoke. But the editor-in-chief has reviewed the manuscript. But they are always knocked down at the end. They say that such a manuscript is not conducive to harmony between nations. Maybe only Chamberlain feels harmony. He sighed with a wry smile. I just went to Poland last month. Did you know? There are all Germans there, and the streets are full of sneaky Germans. Now everyone is. I feel like I'm talking about dreams, or I'm preaching something from my hometown. Uncle Nelson knew that the war was coming, but he didn't know how to speak. After a long silence, he supported Jonas' shoulder, as if he was about to press up all his weight, and said softly, you might believe it or not, we have learned divination and we are indeed going to fight, so we must be careful. Don't worry. Jonas put his hand on his shoulder and placed it on Nelson's. Feeling the roughness coming from the back of his hand, Nelson put away his wild thoughts, but silently squeezed the shoulders of the elders. To be honest, you have always made me feel at ease, and even a long time ago I no longer looked like a child. Jonas turned his head and said with satisfaction, I won't say more about protecting yourself. Such nonsense. You are a good one. My child, I know this better than me. I wrote a letter to my friends who used to be in common with your father. If they are people like you, they will definitely write to you. Jonas patted his hand firmly on his shoulder. If one day, I mean if, seeing Nelson's accusing face, he smiled and shook his head, and continued, if one day I am gone, you will find them, and they will definitely help you. Downstairs Bella called Nelson to drink milk, breaking the depressing atmosphere in the room. Go. Jonas smiled and saw him off. This year, no one can be alone. Jonas turned his head and called his nephew who was opening the door to leave, and said seriously, I still hope you can become an editor or help me become a poet. Dream. Did you sleep last night? Tom handed out a bottle of unscrewed cucumber juice. On the Hogwarts Express early in the morning the next day, Nelson had not had much energy. No, I'm just thinking about something. Nelson leaned the window and looked at the deserted meadows and fields outside. Their luggage was all packed by the train. Only a camera hung around his neck. Bella thought he seemed to need it more. Jonas, magic is so convenient. So convenient that it will degrade my photography skills. Hold it and use it. He seemed to think of something, and his expression was shaken. Oh, the photos taken at the orphanage that day were on the camera. In his photo bag. Let me see. He took out the photo as if anxious to change the subject, but fell silent after seeing it. What's the matter? Tom probed over to look at the photo. This is a photo that shouldn't be taken in a place like an orphanage. The children in the image are all smiling, Their tables are full of Christmas dinners, and a few children sit next to them. Unfamiliar, but similar-looking adults. Mrs. Cole is sitting in the center of the photo. Her hands are tightly holding the hands of a stranger. The happiness that seems to overflow the paper is incompatible with the real situation. I don't remember this picture is like this. Tom leaned close to his eyes and looked carefully. Let me see, Nelson. There was a rough door opening, and an uninvited guest broke into the cubicle where the two of them were. He sat down beside Nelson and slapped a handful of kittens nestling in Nelson's arms, stretched his legs and folded up. On the opposite chair, Tom resisted his anger and looked at the incoming person. The kitten leapt up to the table, arching his back and grinning at him. Dumbledore ... Professor? Seeing the appearance of the man, Tom looked surprised. Ha ha ha, very similar, right? Dumbledore proudly raised his index finger at Tom, observing while avoiding the photo in Nelson's hand. Oh, is this the orphanage where you grew up? Now in England, are the conditions in the orphanage so good? Mr. Aberforth? Nelson asked, eyeing Dumbledore beside him, lifting his brows. It seems that you are not too stupid. Aberforth turned to look at Nelson and raised his eyebrows. The compound decoction is really useful, isn't it? So I don't have to spend my tongue explaining why to a group of little fools. The venerable Albus is gone. Are you Mr. Aberforth? Tom also reacted, and the kitten hid where it started. What a silly boy. Aberforth laughed loudly, and hurriedly said when he saw Tom's self-esteem hurt, you won't be exposed to the compound soup until the 4th grade. This is still the control demon of the Ministry of Magic. Medicine. It's normal not to understand. By the way, you are going to call me Professor Dumbledore. Aberforth seemed to enjoy his current identity, and added briskly, I want to salute when I see me in school. He continued to look down at the photo, and Nelson handed him another magical photo taken in the same place. His frivolous complexion became solemn and looked exactly like the real Albus Dumbledore. Let me see the camera. He reached out for Nelson's camera, rubbing the inscription on it, and slowly said, Nelson, do you know the magic mirror of Eris? What's that? Nelson didn't speak, and Tom couldn't help asking. It looks like you know it, Aberforth explained to Tom, staring at Nelson's expression. The mirror of Eris was a mirror brought back by the school teacher centuries ago, and its origins are unverifiable. What is that? Since it is a magic mirror, it is always different from other mirrors, and I happen to know it very well, he said slowly in a calm, almost gnashing tone. What I show is not yours, mirror, but the desire in your heart. Note, the inscription on the top of the mirror of Eris reads I show not a face but a heart's desire. That is, I do not show your face, but the desire in your heart. This is a magic mirror that can reflect the desires in people's hearts. Nelson said from the side, looking at his camera worriedly, I took some pictures with it, will it? Don't worry too much, it's too small, Aberforth said sternly, but never believe what can snoop into your brain unless you can hide your brain. Tom sent a faint smile to Nelson, and the two have been practicing a clumency since the first day of school. So I thought. Boom. Aberforth's words were interrupted by a huge roar from the front of the car. The entire carriage leaned forward with the huge inertia brought about by the pause. Nelson fell forward under the influence of the inertia, his arms. The kitten jumped on his back quickly, but after all, he was a human with a slow reaction speed. The weight of his entire body was gathered on the small board on the chest against the compartment, as if he was hit hard by a sledgehammer. After a moment, his eyes went dark and he lay on the table. Wake up! Nah, are you okay? Tom pressed Nelson's shoulders with anxious expression on his face, and Nelson opened his eyes when he heard someone calling him. He tried to swallow a sulking breath in his chest, but he was a little sick when he was shoved. Oh, fortunately, it was just stretching, and Tom hurriedly patted his back. Are you all right? Tom asked with concern. Oh ... cough cough. Okay. Don't shake it. Nelson raised his head weakly. What happened? I don't know. The train stopped suddenly, and there were even a few cars in front of the car overturned. Aberforth asked us to hide here. He went to the front to check. He opened the window and looked ahead. A red light suddenly turned towards. He flew over, Scared that he immediately retracted his head, and said with lingering fear, "I know, we were attacked. Let's go see it too." He pulled out his wand and tightened his shoelaces. "Let's go." Nah, seeing Nelson still sitting on the spot, motionless, "Although he let us hide here, we can't sit still." "I know. Can you wait?" Nelson took his wand out of his pocket. Oh, Tom could only come over and continue to pat him on the back. "I'm fine." Nelson cleared his throat and stood up to move his limbs. "Will you spell it?" "No." Tom looked calm. Nelson thought forcibly, "It's good too. At least the friendly forces won't hit us." Tom opened the door of the compartment, probed out and quickly looked for a few seconds. "No one is outside. Let's go." He looked like he was preparing for battle, but he turned his head and saw Nelson put his school bag under the chair. Simple cat litter, rubbing the kitten's chin and putting it in. At the junction of the two carriages, Nelson hid at the door, took out a paper towel and threw it to the ground. The magic wand in his hand did not stop. The moment the paper ball hits the ground, it has become a running forward, go chasing the free grey mouse. Tom's ear was against the wall next to the door shaft, and his wand was held in one hand and aimed at the preview point. Squeak! With a scream, the grey mouse who pursued freedom got rid of the shackles that life brought it. "Finally met someone." Nelson shrugged and whispered to the opposite Tom. This was already the third carriage they had passed, and it would be the front of the car after two more carriages. In the first two cars, only a few sporadic lower-grade students can be seen hiding in the cubicle. According to them, the upper-grade students were arranged by Dumbledore to evacuate the students in the back, and they have to go to the back car. The previous section seems to be a dining car. Tom said softly, "How are we going to get in? By the way, why didn't I meet Alphad and his sister, none of Slytherin's? They may be in the back compartment." Nelson took out the baby that had just been taken out of an empty compartment from his pocket. "I counted 3 and 2 and we rushed in and hid behind the storage rack. 3.2. Wait nah, don't we 1. Go." Nelson grabbed the poke-like bead in his hand and threw it into the front door. With a puff, it turned into a slowly opening tent. It turned out to be a tent. Portable tent. I don't know what its owner is doing to get it to Hogwarts, but the safety of this luxurious life magic item is very trustworthy. Nelson and Tom followed behind it and rushed in. The dining car then rolled on the spot and hid under the meat rack. Tom quickly crawled over from under another shelf, and said carefully while crawling, "I thought for a long time, this is what Aberfas did. I really can't think of anyone else who would do such a thing." Nelson didn't know what to say, so he could only pretend to observe the surroundings, and suddenly caught a furry thing. "Take your hand away." Aberforth's voice sounded beside him. It was a goat. Nelson always thought it was the food in the dining car. Riddle: in the next half semester, you will there are a lot of homework, I promise. It slowly crawled out from under the meat rack, revealing a pale, black-haired man sitting under his ass. "It's disgusting. These mice." Aberfas cursed and turned back into a human form. "The principal is not here, and the mighty Albus Dumbledore is not there, and they punched the hole right away. I have to say that we still have a tacit understanding. I am lying in ambush under the meat rack. You first throw a mouse in to divert his attention, and then throw a tent out to cover his head while he walks over to check." Realizing that there are two students next to him, he stopped the swearing for a minute and praised him. "It's a genius idea. I will buy 2 tents and bring it with me when I go back." Realizing that his flattery did not improve the atmosphere but made the surrounding air more embarrassing, Aberfas finally stopped, and found that Tom had gone around the dining car and checked, and Nelson was about to take off the clothes of the attacker who was lying on the ground. "Up, Mr. Aberfas." Nelson squatted next to the attacker, holding up a necklace with an ugly expression. Under the golden necklace was a delicate ornament, which had a very delicate shape. There was a vertical line in the circle. The line runs through a triangle. "Look at this." Sure enough, he did it. I% and ... and Aberfas saw the pendant and began to yell again. After a while, he looked tired, shook his head, and explained, This is the sign of Grindelwald. It seems that this person is his subordinate. This is no longer an ordinary attack. You must go behind and hide. Tom grabbed Nelson's arm and shook his head. Nelson had to shook his head with a wry smile. Well, I'm not talking nonsense anymore. Aberfas spread his hands. This kind of behavior is a bit resolute. They came 3 people in total, and one was lying there. He pointed his wand at the shirtless man on the ground, and a rope spit out from the wand and tied him firmly. There are 2 more at the front of the car. He quickly explained the battle as he walked to the door leading to the next car. They are fighting a teacher and 3 students I don't know. As Aberfas walked into the last carriage with 2 people, the tables, chairs and benches here were all broken, toppled, and there was nothing intact. He sighed. Boy, you really are not weak people. Chapter 41. Every medical institution will have a Miss Joey. There was a chaotic sound of ping-pong-pong at the front of the car, and all kinds of light flashed from the cracks in the broken wooden door of the front of the car, mixed with chaotic curses and vague screams. Boom! A red light bombarded the floor of the carriage through the wooden door, scaring Tom, who was lying on the door observing the situation inside the front of the car. How should we get in? Tom turned to look at Nelson, who was playing with his pocket. Hey, you should ask me. Aberfas hummed and stretched out his hand behind his back, as if he had pulled out a delicate little spinning top from his butt. This is not a child's playhouse, it's a real battle. You should hide behind the adult wizard. You should ask me who got 12 Os in the Newt's exam. Okay, 12 Mistro, what should we do now? Nelson slowly pushed the sight glass that had just been taken out of his pocket through the crack of the door, rubbing his chest, and replied weakly, we must first figure out what's going on inside. Aberfas nodded. The sight glass is a good choice, but it will affect your judgment in this kind of melee. There are at least 6 wizards in the front of the car, 2 an accomplice of that guy, a teacher and 3 students. If you rush in, you will be torn to pieces by at least 6 spells. Tom withdrew his hand reaching the door. I'm fine, but you may not even be able to release a decent iron armor curse. Iron armor. Nelson was still weak. He leaned against the wall and heard the cursing in the front of the car less and less. Mr. Aberfas, you will almost be finished if you don't go in. Okay. Aberfas shrugged and picked up the little spinning top in his hand. So we need this thing. What is this? Tom was a little curious. He was far away from the door now. Flashbomb. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Aberfas' mouth. Fainted. Are you awake? Nelson opened his eyes and saw 2 dazzling suns in front of him, so he closed his eyes and prepared to speak, but found that his lips and throat were so dry that he could not make a sound. He wanted to sit up, but found that he could not even lift up. Get up. The operation was successful. You are already a girl. Nelson ignored the noise in his ears, but lay quietly on the bed. When the double images in front of him slowly merged together, he saw that there was a bright chandelier above his head, surrounded by white walls, floors and hospital beds. I turned out to be lying in the hospital. A water glass was handed to his mouth just right, with a straw inserted in it. Nelson grabbed the straw and took a big sip. The temperature was moderate and even a little sweet. How does the life and death water taste? The voice said again. Your ribs are broken, and the doctor said you have to. 35 minutes to grow well. You should lie down before that. Before Nelson could scream, he fell asleep to death with dark eyes. Before going to bed, he heard a sharp female voice calling vaguely, Professor Dumbledore, you can't give sleeping pills to students! When he was awakened by the noisy surroundings again, it was already dusk. When he woke up, his eyes were full of warm orange. The bedboard had been shaken up, and the small table board was very intimately supported, and there was a soup full of soup on it. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes with some effort. Oh, Nelson is awake. You go and bring the soup to Narshing. Okay. You said he would put his homework in his school bag. Let's ask after he finishes eating. When he opened his eyes again, a small bowl of soup was already on the small table. The cover was lifted, and underneath was a silver plate full of sausages and fried eggs. Now, I really didn't expect it. Nelson turned his head and looked to the side. Tom, who was lying on the bed next door, confided to him through the people surrounding the bed. I really didn't expect that he attacked two students actually still use this kind of insidious trick. Neither did I expect. Nelson glanced at the greasy sausages on the small table, with no appetite at all, leaned on the pillow and closed his eyes. What happened in the end? I don't know. The crowd gave Tom away a passage with enough eyes and voices to pass through. He also sounded confused. I am here as soon as I wake up. I don't know what the end result will be, but I know he is sure. It's the person who knocked down the most. Hey, visit time is up. You guys are too noisy. Hogwarts School Dr. Miss Joey rushed over, waving a rag, and the crowd around the bed was scattered like birds and beasts. When he left, Nelson seemed to hear Alphad's nah. After you go back to the lounge, lend me your homework. Black, are you going to copy homework in front of me? Deng. Professor Dumbledore. After dinner tomorrow, go to the trophy showroom to sweep the floor. Okay, Professor Dumbledore. The door closed and the room was completely quiet. Professor Dumbledore, you can just call me if you have anything. Okay, thank you, Joey. When the sound of high heels went away, Nelson saw Dumbledore standing between him and Tom's bed, smiling at him. Professor Dumbledore. He looked at the red-haired man in front of him with some bewilderment. It was a standard Dumbledore smile. He was a little unsure of who was in front of him. Nelson, your observation skills are still not sharp enough, the visitor said with a smile. Does it feel better? Miss Joey's bone spirit has been awarded by Wisingamo, and I used it when I was in school. Over. Mr. Aberforth. Nelson knew who came. Why are you attacking us? Tom expressed his confusion first, and grabbed his wand from the head of the bed and pointed it at Aberforth. Are you in a group with them? No. Aberforth took out his wand and waved it lightly, and Tom's wand flew into his hand. Oh, it seems you love it very much. We won, and the three of them have already gone to Aziz. Kaban is a guest. He put the wand back to Tom's bed. The position is exactly the same as before. You have helped me a lot, and the battle will soon be over after I enter the front of the car. But why are you attacking us? Tom was still puzzled. He didn't think the two of them were cumbersome. I know you are not or eek person, Tom. On the contrary, most adult wizards are no different from you than cowards. He blinked. But you don't really think I will let my students go to dangerous places, right? No. Okay, Tom said dryly. Although he still thinks that his injuries from fighting will not be heavier than getting a stun spell, he is still a little touched, but he still wants to be stiff. It's not in the front of the car. Are there three more students? Do you still want to compare with them? Aberforth sneered, seeing his face full of dissatisfaction, and then added, I'm not saying you can't, but it's just not long after you have been exposed to magic, and they are even about to graduate. It is conceivable that they will be outstanding alumni of Hogwarts in the future. Are they Minerva and Phileas? Nelson thought about the outstanding students he knew. Maybe, but I don't know what their names are. He pinched a greasy sausage from Nelson's plate and threw it in his mouth to chew. Among them is the Hogwarts schoolgirl president. There are also two prefects. One is the champion of the fighting competition, and the other is Albus' protégé, who has won the annual award of transfiguration today. Tom said nothing, but nodded in agreement. It looks like you know each other. Aberforth nodded and looked at Nelson. By the way, who else knows about Albus looking for a substitute for me? Let me think about. Nelson closed his eyes and recalled. There should be no one else. Even the small package that Professor Dumbledore gave me has been in my pocket and never taken out. I see. Aberforth nodded thoughtfully. What happened? Do you know what your principal is doing? Aberforth answered the question. Instead, he raised a strange question. He picked up a sausage and looked at them while chewing. In fact, all first-year students, I almost forgot what the principal's name was and what he looked like. I don't think you guys know either, Aberforth said in a low voice, looking at the two of them looking confused. Amando Dippet may be the toughest man in the UK. Even though he has fallen down, he is very old, but he has never given up his attack on black magic. Since Gellert Grindelwald escaped from prison 11 years ago, he has also assembled a group of stubborn old men from Wisingamo to attack the group of Grindelwald. Encirclement and suppression by fanatical followers. Aberfers sipped to the ground with a bit of ill will, as if he accidentally uttered some disgusting word, and continued, Albus Dumbledore is his protégé, and he thought he could enjoy it. In his old age, I didn't expect to have to run around to wipe the students' butts, especially after Grindelwald gathered more people in the past 2 years. He even had to go off in person, but the elders of Wisingamo are all old. In fact, only the UK has a relatively good situation on a global scale. And my brother, Aberfers, sipped on the ground again, and Albus Dumbledore, who is said to be the only person who can defeat Grindelwald, shrinks in this small corner of Hogwarts. A corner of peace. Can Professor Dumbledore defeat Grindelwald? Tom is already considering whether to change his famous goal. Who knows? But this also makes Hogwarts the safest place in the world. Aberfers shrugged. Until the full moon night 2 months ago, he wrote to me, who was still in the United States. Let's not hide it from you. This is our first contact in more than 10 years. 42. Chapter Joey Miss So Dumbledore is ready to go to war? Tom asked with some excitement. He was already looking forward to the magical war. Who knows? Aberfers swallowed the third sausage, raised his arm and wiped his mouth. The expensive fuchsia silk robe was embroidered with gold on the cuffs and was soaked in oil for a moment. Great. What does Albus Dumbledore do? What do others have to understand? Since Professor Dumbledore is ready to take action, it must be resolved soon. Nelson was a little puzzled. Did he have any concerns a few years ago? Because Dumbledore is here, Grindelwald and his minions are afraid to reach out to England. This is basically the consensus of the wizarding world. Aberfers shook his head disdainfully. Let's just take a look. At least a few more years to watch the show. His unfavorable speech caused a brief silence in the ward, and even Tom fell silent, as if he was planning how to turn the tide after Dumbledore's failure. But they are also considered smart this time. They attacked the train at Hogwarts while the principal and Albus were not there. If they got in, it would be a big trouble. Fortunately, I was in the car. Such a master they didn't expect. Aberfers said smugly, I didn't expect Grindelwald. If you do your job, your subordinates still went to Azkaban. You obviously have to rely on our help to attack that person. Tom's voice interrupted his appeal. Aberfers widened his eyes and said, why are you innocent like this out of thin air? What innocence did I see you under the me track before I entered the door? And I was beaten until I turned into a sheep and hid. Foss blushed. The blue veins on his forehead bloomed, and he argued, I was afraid that my magic might be too powerful to hurt you by mistake. Protect you. The most important duty of the teacher is to protect yourself. The students of, do you know that there is a series of incomprehensible words, such as animagus needs to use it at any time to be unfamiliar, tactics are more important than spells and so on, which caused everyone to laugh, and the ward was full of joy. Professor Dumbledore, the patient should rest. Miss Joey's voice floated from the door. You are too loud. Oh good. You'll leave soon. Aberfers responded loudly, reminding them to take a good rest. Before leaving the house, he stared at Tom with a serious expression and slowly spit out. Boy, I remember I said that I will give you some additional homework for improvement. Tom, no, you don't, you are blessed. After a while, Miss Joey walked into the door carrying a silver tray full of bottles and jars and various medical equipment, and began to examine the two of them. I feel a little stuffy in my chest, Miss Joey. Nelson opened his shirt and groaned as he lay on the bed. This is a normal condition for regrowing ribs. Miss Joey poked his chest hard. Call me Miss Joey, am I that old? Hi. Okay, Miss Joey. The law and order is getting worse now. Even the Hogwarts train will be attacked. She frowned and complained, prying Nelson's mouth open and filling him with a small bottle of spicy green liquid. For a second, Nelson felt the chi and blood surge, and it seemed that the heat from his body was converging on his forehead, and his brain was struggling to rush out of his nostrils and mouth. "Don't move, or I have to fill you with another glass." Seeing Nelson's lying down, Miss Joey picked up a small tweezers from the tray to clamp his nose, and then covered his nose with one hand. With his mouth, the other hand supported the back of his head and shook it desperately. Nelson really did not expect that the British Empire in the 20th century had such a special medical treatment, but he could not help regretting it. When the half bowl of soup was spit out, Miss Joey stopped her movements. What is peculiar is that a cool and comfortable feeling quickly flowed through Nelson's head to the heart, and quickly flowed to the limbs. "Let the whole body feel comfortable." "It's amazing medical skills," Nelson exclaimed sincerely. He squinted his eyes and rubbed his hair comfortably against the pillow, ready to take a long breath, but because his nose was clamped by the tweezers, he spit out a mucus. The crisp sound of nasal blisters awakened him, and he suddenly realized that, in fact, whoever was tortured by shaking his head first would feel full body comfort when he relaxed. "Thank you, by the way. I really like the radial pattern of your ribs with cracked bones, so I specially used a special dyed bone spirit for you, which can make the newly grown bones appear faintly golden, just like a tattoo if you ask any enough. You can even see your ribs glowing through your chest at night." Miss Joey was very pleased with this kind of heartfelt admiration. Satisfied with feeding Nelson another bottle of medicine, she asked curiously, "Mr. Williams, I heard that you are from a mole family. Do you know the medical care of moles? Is there anything we can learn from?" "There is." Nelson did not expect that someone would even choose to avenge revenge in the face of gratitude. The second bottle of medicine she fed to herself was completely opposite to the previous bottle. It was a bottle of orange viscous liquid with a taste. June 10, he felt that his taste buds had cracked, and even the whole tongue had begun to be unwilling. He forced to drop the sentence "Mole medical treatment is more gentle to the patient," and fell asleep on the pillow. Gentleness is the only way to cure people. Miss Joey walked towards Tom, who was shivering. The expression under the mask was not real. "Moles with a broken heart can't be cured, but I can, so I'm more gentle." "Did you say so, Mr. Riddle?" "Yes, it is." Early the next morning, Nelson woke Tom to prepare to leave the hospital. The moment they walked out of the school hospital gate, the two were relieved. "I never want to go to the school hospital anymore," Tom said with lingering fear. "I never want to go to the hospital anymore." Nelson's psychological shadow was much larger. "That's really great." Miss Joey's voice came from a corner 2 steps away in front. She was holding the meal from the cafeteria and looked at the two with a smile. "To be honest, I want to work freely." "Maybe a doctor." "Sorry, Miss Joey." Nelson and Tom bowed their heads to apologize. When they saw her last night, they could only tell through the mask that she was about her beauty, less than 30 years old, with long eyelashes, a high nose, and a tuft under the nurse's hat. Her short blonde hair is very perm, and her green eyes are shining like a pool of water, full of love for saving lives and healing the wounded. However, when I saw her again this morning, Nelson finally understood why she was always not seen at the faculty dining table. It turned out that she had come back to the cafeteria early for dinner. The young doctor's cheeks under the mask were covered with big cheeks, small crisscrossing scars. With her magical skills of regeneration from severed limbs, presumably this kind of skin scars can be healed with a wave of her hand. And there are only 2 possibilities for them to stay her. If these are magical wounds that are difficult to heal, or these scars left her with more pain than a broken hand or foot. And both of these injuries were enough to destroy a fragile person. "I'm so sorry about this. I wish Hogwarts were safe enough to not have my position." Miss Joey still smiled. "Sorry, I mean, are you talking about my face?" Miss Joey smiled and pointed to her cheek. "I'm used to it. I just hope it doesn't scare you." "Don't follow me. You have to cherish your body." Professor Dumbledore asked you to go to his office to get a camera after dinner tonight." Miss Joey's voice came from a distance, but Nelson couldn't face the brisk and cheerful voice. "Nah, I got your homework." At the table, Alfred stirred the milk glass with a teaspoon, and said with excitement, "Help me a lot." My sister said if I had homework for this Christmas holiday, if you can't hand it in, she will write to her family to pick me up. I remember my homework was at the bottom of the box. Nelson took a sip of the creamy soup and hiccuped too secretly with satisfaction. How did you find it? Don't you know? Your cat has spread the contents of the box all over the floor. Alfred looked at him with a sympathetic look. When I arrived at your dormitory, it was trying to put your box. It was also demolished and laid on the ground. It's okay. Alfred will clean it for you. Tom handed Nelson a plate of small tomatoes and touched his dog's head. You say yes, Alfred. I just ... Why? Turning his head to see the sister who smiled at him kindly, Alfred twisted his neck helplessly. Well, who made you sick? Tom, I heard that you stayed in the school hospital last night. Wahlberger showed 8 shiny teeth at Tom from a perfect angle that he practiced many times at a glance. Have you had a good rest last night? I have a sleeping pillow sent from home. Alfred has already been put on your bed. Remember to use it at night. Thank you. Tom showed full politeness. I take good intentions, but I don't sleep on a pillow. Ah! Wahlberger blushed when he heard snickers around him. Staring around and looking around, struggling to find a topic to divert the subject. You stayed in the school hospital all night. Have you seen what Miss Joey looks like? I heard that no one saw her face under the mask. Miss Joey. Tom's expression was in a daze, as if he was thinking of an unbearable experience last night. He just opened his mouth to say, but Nelson held the back of his hand. Miss Joey is the best-looking lady I have ever seen. Tom slapped the hand attached to the back of his hand with his other hand, and said conclusively, 43rd chapter office of new resident's brother, it's been a long time. After dinner, Nelson, who had just cleaned up the dorm messed up by pets, dragged his tired body. He was standing in front of Dumbledore's office and was about to knock on the door. He was called by the armor brother who hadn't seen him for a long time. Lived? Where did you get rich recently? Ah. Hello. Nelson greeted the armor flatteredly, and arched his hands like a gangster on his face. Brother, you love to fix this empty head. The armor looked a little embarrassed and raised his arm to scratch his head. The Barbell-like laughter echoed in the hollow shell of the armor, as if it was too much movement. The armor it raised fell to the ground with the hand armor. Oh. It's embarrassing. Your injury seems to have contributed a lot. Nelson picked up the half of his arm that fell to the ground and set it back, and touched his hand ashes. May I wipe it for you? Excuse me. The armor nodded. Nelson took out his wand and pointed at it. Clean up. Thank you so much. I've always wanted to take a bath for fear of scaring the students. The armor continued to laugh like a barbell, and it bent and opened the door of Dumbledore's office. Go in, Dumbledore. I have been waiting for you for a long time, and there will be brothers in the future, so you don't need to say a password when you come over. Thanks. Thank you. Nelson nodded slightly and bowed to express his gratitude, and walked into the office, while worrying about the security of Hogwarts. He walked into Dumbledore's office, which was now Aberforth's office, and saw Aberforth lying on his side on the high-backed velvet sofa behind the desk, with his legs up on the table, full of muddy Martin boots rested recklessly on the crystal inkwell. At this time, the sun had not yet set, and the setting sun outside the tower shot into this small office from the window behind him that showed the view of the Hogwarts campus. The backlight made the face of this fairly young man completely unrealistic. You are here, Nelson. Mr. Aberforth. Nelson looked at the office that he had visited once before. Compared to his arrival a week ago, it seemed that there was no difference here. Maybe Aberforth didn't want to change the furnishings of this office too much. Perhaps the brothers' preferences are the same. Nelson was keenly aware of the difference in this office. Compared with Dumbledore's emptiness at the time, this office looked less deserted. There was one more person in the picture by the window depicting the dusty house. This can't help but he didn't notice it. If there is a person suddenly added to a monotonous painting, it would be a strange thing to not notice it. He looked at the girl in the portrait carefully, and felt a little familiar. Wasn't this the girl in the portrait he met halfway to the Ravenclaw Tower that night to send a letter? That night, I was scared enough by the corridor at the entrance of the Slytherin lounge. Nelson didn't even take a good look at what she looked like. This time, she had a real look. It turned out that she was not silver-haired, but a sickly pale brownish red. But somewhat similar to Nelson, she wore outdated braids, quietly hanging down to her shoulders. Her complexion was fair without a trace of blood, but her facial features were very soft. She wore a clean but old blue dress that didn't fit. The lace looks like it was from the last century. Nelson blinked secretly at the girl who was hiding behind Aberforth, who secretly looked at him, and the girl responded with a grimace and hid behind Aberforth. "Oh, you seem to know my sister?" Aberforth straightened up, turned his head and glanced back, then turned to stare at Nelson, and as he straightened up, the sunlight that enveloped him from behind hit him. The face that resembled the girl's brows and eyes behind it became clearer. "Your sister?" "Yes, my sister." Aberforth stood up, turned and walked to the front of the portrait, looking at the girl in front of him who was caught embarrassingly sticking his tongue out because of making a face. The rough man's eyes were full of eyes. Gentle, he stretched out his hand to touch his sister's head, and it seemed that when he approached the canvas, he remembered that his sister was hiding in a painting, and quickly retracted his hand, and then moved closer to the chandelier next to her ear to observe carefully. "Is the painting dirty by myself, Anna? Ariana Dumbledore, she is cute, right?" "Yes." Nelson nodded and looked at Ariana sincerely. "She is a kind and enthusiastic lady." "Huh? Anna, have you done anything to help this kid?" Aberforth turned half of his face to Nelson, raised an eyebrow and asked. Ariana seemed to be different from the other portraits in the castle. She couldn't make a sound, just he lip-synced to Aberforth, but Aberforth listened carefully, responding while listening, and sometimes interrupted her to ask some questions. "Oh, I almost neglected you. Move a chair you like and sit there. There is wine in the cabinet. Take whatever you want to drink." Aberforth listened as Ariana was talking, and suddenly found Nelson standing there. So he waved his hand to settle himself. "I don't recommend you choose his mead. It smells like it's for an old bee, the kind of nesting under the eaves of your house. And be ready to sting your old bee at any time." Nelson had no choice but to summon a chair honestly, and sat down and waited in place. "Why are you just sitting like this?" Aberforth walked to the side of the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of dirty old wine, conjured 2 cups, and muttered, "Don't drink." "If you don't drink white, are you afraid of breaking school rules, or your guardian does not allow you to drink?" "Boy, when I was your age, I could drink 2 large bottles of whiskey for a meal. As for French brandy, I'm both when drinking water." "Anna, you say yes." He turned to look at his sister, only to find that she was looking at him reproachfully, so he had to put the wine back into the wine cabinet. "Okay, well, minors can't drink. Orange juice is always okay." He opened a bottle of orange juice, filled 2 glasses on the table, walked back to the sofa and sat down. "So, you have seen it a few months ago?" "Yes." Nelson nodded. He couldn't control his curiosity about the way the two communicated. He couldn't help but ask, "How did you and Miss Ariana lip language?" Aberforth interrupted him impatiently. "Can't you see it? Lip language is a good way to communicate with people who are not hearing impaired and can only speak, but everyone's lip language it's different. But I don't care. I don't pay attention to what other people are saying at all." "I understand." Nelson nodded, and he stopped talking. "Sorry, Mr. Aberforth, may I ask Miss Ariana?" There was an anxious silence in the office. Aberforth turned around and looked at Ariana. Seeing her nodded, he slowly said, "You may not know, this is the grievance of the older generation. To be able to end in our generation, this matter has something to do with Albus, me, Gellert Grindelwald, countless involuntary wizards, and even your parents." "My parents?" Nelson's expression was shocked. "But this short story I'm going to tell has nothing to do with them." Aberforth stopped Nelson's interest, took out a box of cigars that looked and smelled inferior from the drawer, and drew out one. He didn't cut his head, just slapped it in his mouth and bit out a cigarette holder. He stretched his hand to his back, received a small shiny silver box from the side of the picture, and pressed it lightly. A faint blue flame ignited the cigar in his mouth. He took a strong inhalation and exhaled it slowly. His head was soon covered by smoke. Grindelwald, this old miscellaneous hare, seduced when he was young with Ariana's brother and I. They became lovers, just as you understand. Yes, this is the expression, exactly the same as the expression I had when I heard about it. Aberfas coughed violently. It seemed that he was choked by the smoke he vomited, and he seemed to be smiling. Later, he used his ridiculous theory to hook up Albus. I was still in school at the time. Aliana was recuperating at home alone. How could I let their two shameless dogs wander around the world? And then I beat Grindelwald. You beat Grindelwald? Nelson's expression was even more exciting than before. Who knows? Maybe I beat him, maybe he beat me, maybe any of us beat anyone. In short, it was a three-way melee. I lost a kidney, and Albuzia broke nose. Grindelwald picked up his severed finger and ran away. And Ariana lost her life. This was definitely done by Grindelwald. I checked it. It was a black magic that I had never seen before. Coming at me. Aberfas' eyes flashed with hatred, while playing with the small silver box in his hand. This is my trophy. The small box full of fierce fire in Grindelwald is designed for prototypes, but their power can be said to be very different. But it is still quite a delicate gadget. I prefer to call it a lighter. Since Anna likes you so much, then it is yours. Speaking of which, you are still the same age. Aberfas slid the lighter down the table, but seemed to be amused by his own thoughts again. But you don't seem to be young at all. It's disgusting. Albus is the same. Mr. Aberforth. Nelson was about to decline. I don't want to see him anyway. It can only be regarded as a bad thing for me. Aberforth waved his hand impatiently. Smoking is harmful to health, but for wizards, it can only be regarded as a small thing. Question. What if you get tuberculosis no. Lung cancer? Miss Joey can cure you in just 1 second. Anna waved her hand with a smile behind him, and looked at her brother reproachfully, seeming to discourage Nelson from learning how to smoke. Speaking of, Anna doesn't have a few friends of the same age. She said that she moved her to Hogwarts for so many years and only met with 2 people, one is you, and the other is a little girl who learns lip language because she is too lonely. There wouldn't really be such a miserable person. Ha 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 ha. Aberforth laughed wanton, because he laughed too hard, too loudly, and tears broke out. 44 Chapter Camera. Mr. Aberforth. I'm fine. Ha ha ha. Aberfas raised his sleeve and wiped his tears, then grabbed Dumbledore's tablecloth and blew his nose. I just choked. Ariana stood behind Aberfas and looked at him distressedly. However, she was the one who should be loved the most. She ended her life at the most innocent age, and the eyes of this girl who should have been inexperienced were full of eyes. Complicated emotions that shouldn't belong to her. She's metal, do you know? Aberfas was curious about the girl who was favored by her sister. Do you know which college she belongs to? By the way, her parents gave her a fancy name. Really, won't you be laughed at by your classmates? I think I know, sir. Nelson nodded, reminiscing about the quirky girl shivering in the Lion bookstore but in the Owl Room. She is a Ravenclaw student, and I won session. Oh, it looks like there will be a transformation class for the lower grades of Ravenclaw next Monday morning. Aberforth looked at a piece of parchment that had been placed on the table with shoe pads. It turned out that it was Dumbledore's class schedule. The book is back to the main story. Let's talk about your camera. He pointed to the camera that had been placed next to him, and his expression instantly became serious. I remember we talked about the Eris mirror on the train before, didn't it? He grabbed the camera and rubbed the inscription on it. You seem to know it well? Yes. That is a magic mirror that can reflect the deep desire of a person. Nelson nodded, but it can only present false fantasy, especially when the person looking in the mirror is addicted to it. Yes, Nelson. Aberfas held up the camera and looked at Nelson through the aperture. It looks like you know a lot better than Albus. What happened to Professor Dumbledore? Speaking of which, You may not believe it. He moved that mirror home a few years ago. He looked in the mirror every day, like a certain narcissistic queen in a fairy tale. Aberfas shrugged, but no one knowing what he saw in the mirror. I would rather he saw Anna, but it seems that the truth is not as good as I thought. I don't think anyone wants to expose their deepest desires to others. Nelson said casually, I am like this anyway, and maybe you are the same. No, I'm not the same. I can tell you exactly that my desire is that Anna has not suffered from those sufferings since she was a child. We are still a warm family. Aberfas put down the camera and used those clear blue looking at Nelson's eyes. Nelson even had the thought that he couldn't bear to look directly at him for a moment. I have seen that mirror countless times over the years. It is such a beautiful picture. Nelson was speechless, and Ariana also hid behind Aberfas and wiped her tears. The image of the man in front of her became infinitely tall in Nelson's eyes. He was no longer his brother's younger brother, and even became a man who was not inferior to Albus Dumbledore. Giants. But your camera, Tut. Aberfas suddenly pulled out of the atmosphere just now, picked up the camera again, flipped the button, and suddenly pressed the shutter at Nelson. It's much better than that mirror. The strong light of the spotlight made Nelson's eyes pale. As he squinted his eyes and raised his hand to cover his face, he felt a slight bump in his stomach by something. When the paleness in front of his eyes disappeared, sitting in front of him were two Aberfas, two Arianas, and the afterimages of the odds and ends in the office filled with vision. Nelson blinked vigorously and saw that the camera was thrown into his arms. Aberfas stretched out his wand. A small wisp of silvery white mist escaped from the tip of the wand and drifted towards the camera in Nelson's arms. The gear mechanism inside the camera seemed to speed up, making a sharp and hurried sound. The photo was spit out slowly, with the back facing upwards and steaming. It didn't feel like developing a film, but like a printer. Take your photos, don't pick them up and look at them. Beware of what kind of surveillance Albus has left in his office. Aberfas frivolously looked at the ceiling and bookshelves, as if he wanted to say hello to the non-existent brother. When Nelson had a playful expression on his face, he quickly added, I'm not trying to provoke your teacher-student relationship. In fact, he really did this kind of thing. When I was still at Hogwarts, Nelson put away the photo and hid it carefully in the pocket of his shirt. He looked up and saw that a ball of paper hit Aberforth from the painting interrupted his words. Your camera can capture the desire in the lens. Aberfas lowered his voice, turned his head and glanced at the tightly closed window behind him, then leaned forward, holding a picture, and pushed it along the table to Nelson. He whispered, as long as you press the shutter, it can put the heart of the person being photographed into the photo naked and naked. Nelson lowered his head and saw that the picture Aberforth had pushed was the one he had taken in the orphanage. Look at the adults in the photo. Aberfas guided Nelson's gaze. The ladies in the middle should be the staff of the orphanage. Look at the adults around you, all in suits. But have you noticed that the styles of their clothes and jewelry are too similar? Even the looks are different. Nelson nodded, and he also saw the clues. In the photo, the happy people were surrounded by a gentleman who was very similar in height, clothing, and appearance. This scene seemed even scary. I thought it was their parents at first, but then I figured it out. Aberfas continued. Since it is an orphanage, these children have a high probability of not seeing their parents. I think it should be in the near future. There is a person who looks like this, probably dressed up, has been there. It may be a gentleman who goes to donate money, or it may be an official in charge of government procurement. They are eager for such an elder to fill the vacancy in their hearts. Imagine a father like this. Nelson hugged the photo and was fascinated. Serious and diligent Mrs. Cole put on a pink dress for herself in her heart. The helper girl from South Wales even wore her long hair and put on the clothes of a diplomat. Those little ghosts who were noisy all day long were leaning on their parents. Even Martha next door wore gorgeous and avant-garde dresses, gold wire glasses, and a tape measure in her hand. Nelson seeing this happy scene, I couldn't help laughing. That's fake, Nelson. Aberforth couldn't help but said, I know, sir. Nelson looked up, still an uncontrollable smile, but their yearning for a better life is true, isn't it? After all, Mr. Aberfers, I know. Nelson put the photo on the table, pointed to a person and said to him, Mrs. Cole is the director of the orphanage. She has dedicated her life to the homeless. My child is not even married when she is about to retire, but I know she likes to read romance novels the most. Ms. Amanda, she came to London last year to find a job, because her spoken English frequently hits the wall, but I know she is trying to learn English every day. All kinds of people, including the children in the orphanage, have always had a dream of being a diplomat in her heart, and these children, they may not see their parents, but this does not prevent them from becoming like this in the photo. Decent parents. Their children don't have to stay in an orphanage if they and society work hard. Aberfers was silent. He even thought his worry was a little ridiculous. He stretched out his fist and hit his forehead a few times. He shook his head and smiled satisfied at Nelson. Seriously, although I don't have a system, but it still made me find the sense of learning that I'm a good teacher. Since you know the truth, I'll make a long story short. Aberfers took the camera and placed it on the table, took the wand and knocked upon its side. The prototype is now. The level of alchemy used in this camera is no less advanced than the magic mirror of Eros. I suggest you find a wizard who is proficient in alchemy to check it for you. Magic items that can see through the soul are always very dangerous. Abufu, while suggesting to Nelson, continued to touch the corners of the camera with his magic wand. With a click, he smiled. Found it. The camera lens on the table retracted toward the fuselage. The buckles on both sides snapped back like doors, wrapping the lens tightly, and the shutter button retracted downwards until it shrank into a pit. Well, it looks like a piece is missing. Did you touch it? Aberfers rubbed his chin and turned his wand to point to the tabletop. Restore as before. A short metal rod grew out of the pit just now. The fuselage, the peeling black lacquer and cowhide have also been restored, and they look like a famous camera called Shikuman. With the restoration of the lacquer and decoration, a sentence clinging to the inscription also emerged: people always want life to be better, but desire always makes them ugly. DSK, really cynical. Aberfers smacked his lips. Suddenly, an armored helmet came out of the fireplace and shouted like a ghost, "Brother, here comes someone, it's time to drink medicine." He glanced at Nelson with his back to him again, and greeted loudly, still like a ghost, "Next time we will have 2 glasses. Can you knock on the door next time? I'll be surprised." Aberfers patted the table angrily, took out a star-shaped bottle from his pocket, walked to the cursing helmet and kicked it back into the fireplace. He unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip, his facial features distorted and changed. "Hi, is this the nose?" I interrupted. "It makes me intoxicated every time." "You can just sit there." "Well, talk later." Aberfers, who has become Dumbledore, raised the small bottle in Nelson's hand. "Be sure to drink the drink you brought with you. No one can guarantee that someone will poison you. This will be the first truth I teach you." Chapter 45. Aberfers, are you sure you didn't ask me to lift the tank? Albus, we really need to talk about it. Even though the corridors and offices are covered with thick carpets, the answer of high heels hitting the ground is extremely loud, and the high-pitched female voice suppressing anger is even louder than the movement of high heels. We must have a good talk. Why do you keep avoiding me? The office door was violently pushed open, and a lady rushed in. She sounded very angry. "You actually, to hide from me? You went outside at Christmas. Do you dare to cause trouble? Are you so afraid of it?" Albus. Nelson felt a little familiar when he heard the voice. He stood up and looked at the door. Within a thousandth of a second after seeing the coming, he bowed his head heartily, performed a textbook standard wizarding ceremony, and bowed his head to say hello. "Professor Sykes, Merry Christmas." "Oh, Nelson." Then Sykes noticed that there was a person sitting in the chair opposite Dumbledore, which made her feel a little bit angry. So she had to calmly say hello. "You too, Merry Christmas." Nelson stood there, looking at Aberforth. He felt that it was a mistake to appear here. "Oh, yes, Nelson." Professor Sykes lowered his head to see Nelson still sticking here, frowned, thought for a moment, raised his arm and pushed a piece of silver chain originally wrapped around his index finger, and told Nelson to stretch it out. He shot it and put it in his palm. You learned the spell class very well. I have finished reading the midterm essay. This is a reward for good students, and it can be regarded as your Christmas gift. Professor Sykes stared at Nelson with loving eyes, but the murderous aura when entering the door could not be suppressed at all. Nelson could even clearly see a few big words on her face. Why are you still not going? She finally looked at Aberfers, who was sitting awkwardly behind her desk with a calm face, but actually didn't know what was going on, and who had become like her brother. Hello. Aberfers grinned and showed white teeth, just like a mentally retarded child who failed the treatment at St. Mungo. Raising his arms and swinging weakly, what wind is blowing you? You just sit down. What would you like to drink? Professor Sykes is a tall, mature woman with sharp facial features. She usually twists her black hair into a bun tightly on the back of her head, wears a pair of thick black framed glasses, and wears a constant black wizard all the year round robe. When she came today, although she also wore a bun, there were a few strands of blue silk scattered on her forehead and sideburns. She did not wear glasses either. Although she still wore the same black wizard robe, she did not have any of the little accessories that were carefully matched. It looked scribbled to wear it. It seemed that she didn't care about these details at all in order to block Dumbledore. Albus, I found you are really good at pretending to be a fool. Her tone has calmed down, and she stood next to Nelson with her hands in her arms, and said coldly, sit whatever you want. Where do you want me to sit? Sit on the ground? Professor Sykes, sit here. Nelson crouched, trying to make himself look smaller, while moving small steps to make room for her. I won't bother you. I have something else. Just first wait, Nelson. Our business is not over yet. Aberfers finally showed the expression that a normal person should have. He stared at him and stopped Nelson. The two of them performed in an instant that was unimaginable by ordinary people. Eye contact. What do you want to do? Are you going to run? I don't want to take this muddy water. I'm just a child. I don't even know what Albus did. This woman is just as crazy. Believe it or not, she will attack me as soon as you go out. But what does this have to do with me? Mr. Aberfers, you have no reason to let an innocent passerby accompany you to endure this inexplicable pain. Who knows if you and Albus colluded to frame me? So I was waiting here. I really don't know what happened. I only know that if I don't leave now, I might be punished by the teacher immediately. Goodbye, Mr. Aberfers. I wish you happiness. Wait, at least tell me what happened. Nelson blinked and cut off the call unilaterally. He hurriedly saluted Aberfers and Professor Sykes, moving lightly and swiftly towards the door. Nelson, tell the kitchen to make a pot of tea, prepare some biscuits, and deliver them later. Aberfers called Nelson again a second before closing the door. The kitchen is in the Hufflepuff lounge opposite. By the way, you delivered it yourself. Brother, you're out. The headless armor standing at the door stopped Nelson, who closed the door so hard, although the noise he made by closing the door hard is still far inferior to Professor Sykes in case. Excuse me. Put my head back in. Nelson picked up the full armor helmet that fell across the hallway. I really don't know how Aberfers kicked it from the fireplace to this side. He held the helmet and installed it on the head of the armor brother. The position of the full mouth is still moving and chattering. To be honest, I can put my head back on my own, but you know, I can't scare the passing students. Besides, the kid Aberfers kicked me. When I came out, I was face down. I can't see it. I don't know where I am. If a pair of armors squat down to find out where my head is, you know, this scene looks so stupid. It will look like I am a person. Armor with secondary intelligence problems. Yes. While resetting the helmet, Nelson took out his wand and wondered if he could change the buckle to make his helmet and body closer together. If he could jam the visor by the way. He couldn't speak. It couldn't be better. The armor is still chattering. His thinking has spread to the heroic deeds of blocking Merlin's two powerful wands. Okay, man, I'll go first. Nelson finally added a buckle to the back of the armor's neck, enough to keep his head firmly on the neck if he has a neck. Abufusi asked me to get something and come up to you later. This kid just likes to support people. I think he will become a fat man who can't wear me sooner or later. The looming voice of the armor floated to Nelson's ears, who was going downstairs. He shook his head and drove the voice out of his mind. Said, I think no one wants to wear armor. Passing through the long and unmanned corridors, randomly moving stairs, and singing and dancing activity rooms, Nelson finally reached the corridor where Hufflepuff's lounge was located. The strange thing is that he didn't see the door to the Hufflepuff's lounge or the kitchen here. He could only see the wall paintings and piles of wood like the rest of Hogwarts. The barrels are placed in the stone trough at the end of the corridor. Instead, it is more like a storage facility with rich traces of life. The air is filled with the sour smell of grain fermentation. I don't know if the barrels are filled with vinegar or deteriorated liqueur. Nelson is a little bit troubled. His knowledge of Hufflepuff cannot be said to be very little. It can be said to be ignorant. In fact, he only knows that the people here are very friendly. Of the college. Nelson looked around the walls of the corridor. There was no one on the portraits around him, and he couldn't ask. In order to avoid going the wrong way, he decided to wait for the people on the portraits to come back and ask questions before going to the kitchen. So he walked to the pile of wooden barrels, saw that the wooden barrels in the second row seemed relatively smooth, and sat down. However, the buttocks hadn't been hot yet, but the wooden barrel leaning on the back came with a vigor, accompanied by a knocking sound. The urn shouted from the barrel, Hey, is there anyone who blocked the door of the lounge? Liv, wait. I am hearing the sound of the countdown before breaking the door from behind. Nelson hurriedly got up and stepped aside. The moment he avoided, with a boom, including him sitting the lids of the 4 rows of wooden barrels, including the hanging barrels, all flew up and hit the huge still life painting on the opposite wall. One of them hit the frame and bounced back, hitting the barrel that had just been opened on the head of the witch who came out. Oh, I knew it. She squatted down, clutching her forehead. Are you all right? Nelson hurried over to support the witch of Hufflepuff. Sorry, I didn't know that Hufflepuff's lounge was here. I blocked the door and it's okay. It's not bad for you. Amused to it. The witch took her hand away, and tremblingly took out a small bottle from her pocket. Baixian, apply it to my forehead, thank you. Nelson turned to the small bottle, unscrewed the bottle cap, poured some white powder into the cap, stabilized the witch's head, and saw a big bag. He took a breath and sprinkled the powder on as quickly as possible. He took a piece of gauze that the witch handed over, pressed it to the wound, and helped her sit on the barrel next to it. When she was relieved, Nelson began to apologize again, and she waved her hand, stood up and twisted her neck. It's okay. I'm the physique that is easy to get into trouble but won't get hurt. She is tall, wearing a shaman's robe that is not properly cut. There are many holes. A large gold chain with a solid texture hangs around her neck. Her face is healthy wheat color, and the skin on her wrists and shoulders is very fair. The most distinctive thing is that she has a dirty braid. Oh, you are that senior in the fireplace of Professor Sykes that night. Nelson regretted it as soon as he finished his voice. As soon as she was injured because of blocking the door, she should have talked about her embarrassment. That night, she frowned and recalled, suddenly smiling as if she was thinking of something. After supporting the gauze with her left hand, she stretched out her liberated right hand to Nelson. Then we are very destined. Get to know. My name is Jocunda Sykes. Chapter 46. Chapter Know How Self's Kitchen. My name is Nelson. I know who you are. Jocunda interrupted Nelson's introduction. I hadn't left when you were scolded in the office that day. Eat it? Jocunda took out a bunch of small pieces of gadgets from his pocket, picked out 2 candies, chose one and handed it to Nelson. Blowing bubble gum, strawberry flavored. It is said to be able to blow a lot. It said. Nelson took the bubble gum, and because of Aberforth's warnings, he didn't put it in his mouth immediately. Yes, it is said. Jocunda tore the wrapper of another bubble gum, threw it into her mouth, chewed, and slowly blew out a purple bubble that was so huge that she looked like she had 2 heads. Because I haven't blown too much, Does it taste like grapes? Upon seeing Nelson tearing open his own wrapping paper, he also learned to chew. I have to say that there is still a huge difference between magic bubble gum and ordinary bubble gum, at least in terms of taste and texture. There is no comparability. After taking the first bite, he felt a bottle of good strawberry jam exploded in his mouth, and then the marshmallow-like touch filled the mouth, and it was wrapped tightly with the bite of the upper and lower jaws. The tight ball, even the taste faded a lot. But when the teeth were separated, the explosive taste and strong fruity taste reoccupied the whole mouth. He praised, "Sister-in-law, what you are actually talking about is already very big. What do you want? This is purple cabbage flavor. You don't think Hufflepuff will keep the delicious food for yourself?" Jocunda popped the bubble and rolled it into his mouth with his tongue. White Nelson glanced, and then blew a bubble larger than just before. "Senior sister, do you think I look very old, huh?" Nelson tilted his head. He secretly glanced at Jocunda's bumpy figure, which was much taller than him, her unruly dirty braids, her three-dimensional coordinated features, and her open white complexion. There was a ruddy face in the middle, letting the pink bubble that had just been blown burst, and photographed his face, just staying there, showing a confused expression. "You? Could it be that you and I are the same?" "No, I'm in 7th grade." Seeing the appearance of this junior brother seeing a ghost, Jocunda pushed and laughed. "I am teasing you. Look like you have never seen the world. But still, don't call me senior sister, this sounds so old. So call my sister, so younger." Nelson didn't know what to say, so he secretly put his wand behind his back, turning a piece of hair on top of his head into the shape of a question mark. Ha 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 ha. Jocunda didn't care about the image, leaning on the wine barrel, and laughed. As a result, the wand touched the wine barrel, and tears came out from the pain. She stretched out a hand to cover the wound and lay down on the pile of wine barrels on the side, piping and crying and laughing. Ha 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 ha, you can ha 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 you must teach me. Ha ha ha, transfiguration can still be used like this. Ha ha ha. Nelson didn't know whether to help her, standing and watching coldly, blowing bubbles. Ha ha ha. Jocunda looked tired with a smile, lying on the barrel and twitching like a stranded fish. She reached out to Nelson, and when he saw it, he stepped forward and pulled her. "Stand up, sister, you and Professor Sykes." Nelson noticed that she had the same surname as the Dean Ravenclaw who had just met, and asked curiously, "That's my sister. You saw it last time, and I was in her office." Jocunda sat on the barrel, raised his eyebrows with an expression of "I'm so annoying." "Remember, don't call me a student, sister, just call Jocunda." "Talking with flu fans in the stove?" Nelson took the conversation. "No. She actually stuffed me into the stove. She was at home and raped me." Jocunda turned his head, staring at Nelson solemnly, and said to him in a sincere tone, "You can help me give power." "Did Sanjama write an anonymous report letter?" "Just say that you saw with your own eyes Melissa Sykes, who currently works at Hogwarts, and her sister Jocunda Sykes, who hopes Wisingham Moroccan can have a fair trial and deprive her of custody." This Nelson's mouth was muffled with bubbles again. "Ha ha ha, kidding." Jocunda shook his hand and asked with a smile, "What are you doing to Hufflepuff and blocking the door of the lounge?" "Sorry, Jocunda." Nelson looked at the gauze on her forehead apologetically, and explained, "I'm here to find the kitchen. I heard people say that Hogwarts kitchen is here." "Oh, I knew it." Jocunda walked to a huge still life painting across the corridor. The lid of the wooden barrel just flew onto the painting and bounced back to hit her. She fumbled back and forth on the painting. Seeing sneaky students next to Paki, he must have come to the kitchen. Pinch the apple's nose, and then shake hands with the milk jug. After a complicated operation, the still life painting lifted upwards, revealing a huge doorway enough for 2 people to pass through. "It's really troublesome. I must put this on before graduation. The mechanism on the picture is painted." Nelson saw the apple in the painting grumbling, rolling down the tabletop, hiding himself under the tablecloth. Just inside, coming. Jocunda was already in the kitchen. She seemed to have stuffed something in her mouth, muttering vaguely, "Did you not have dinner either?" After eating, "I want to make a pot of tea." Nelson jumped into the kitchen. Unlike imagined scenes of a group of house elves working in full swing, Nelson only saw a cozy room that looked like a mini lounge. The room was about 23 square meters. The wall is made of large yellow bricks. The fire in the fireplace is burning. Although the room is small, the ceiling is high. A crystal chandelier filled with candles hangs in the middle of the high arched dome. Right below there is a long black oak table that has been up for years, and a circle of chairs of the same material is neatly placed around it. On the table is a corkscrew, a box of smokers and 2 ashtrays. In the doorway of the paintings, on the opposite side, there was a huge iron gate that was hidden, almost occupying half of the wall area. There was red firelight from the cracks in the door, and the sound of clanging. It seemed that the place where they were working in full swing should be behind the door. "What are you looking at?" Jocunda called to Nelson while sitting at the table, pulling a chair away. "Come and sit down." "Okay." Nelson went to the chair and sat down, still looking around curiously. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the kitchen?" "No." "Great." Nelson picked up the ashtray on the table and played with it. "I thought I would see a lot of hard-working house elves here." "Do you want to see house elves?" Jocunda asked suspiciously. "What do you look at them? What's so good about house elves?" "If there are no house elves here, how should we find the food we want to eat?" "It's the same as the school banquet. All you need is this," Jocunda said to the empty table. "Bring me a double beef burger with more pickles, thank you." Soon there was a silver platter on the table. Inside it was a thick hamburger that was obviously more than double layered, and a small flag was inserted on it. Jocunda grabbed the hamburger and squeezed it by hand and bit it down. "Well, it's delicious." She nodded, full of praise. "Americans know what burgers are. So we should let Hogwarts open the branch school and popularize food culture for them." Regarding food culture, Nelson was non-committal. He looked a little hungry, so he ordered a sandwich in a similar way. "Make another pot of green tea, remember to match it with a tea set and a basket, and I will take it away later." "Nelson." Jocunda put down more than half of the burger in his hand, looking a bit of a toothache. "You will live a long life." After that, she picked up the burger and fought again, but it seemed that she had no appetite, and only the belief in not wasting supported her. Nelson solved the sandwich and took out a piece of paper to wipe his hands. The fallen breadcrumbs, the sandwich bag and the used paper disappeared as soon as he touched the tabletop. He thought about it and got up to the iron by the door. "What are you going to do?" Jocunda called to him, who was about to pull the door. "I think I should thank them in person." "If you really want to thank them, don't go in." After she finished the burger, she took out a tissue, clapped her hands and explained, "Thank you for not complying with their values. The house elves are used to giving and working. Your gratitude will make them nervous and apprehensive. Not to mention that one of their creeds is don't let the master see yourself. If you go in and catch them, it will be a very embarrassing thing." Nelson nodded in agreement. Besides, Jocunda threw the paper ball on the table, throwing a beautiful arc. "They are probably preparing tomorrow's breakfast now. It is troublesome enough to help 2 greedy students cook and make tea. You are now when you go in, they will come out to welcome them together. Then all the work will have to be redone. Don't you want tea?" "The best thing you should do now is to say that the sandwiches are delicious, and then leave here with tea." Following her fingers, Nelson also saw the delicate wooden box appearing on the table. He walked over, picked up the wooden box, and followed in Jocunda's footsteps out of the doorway, the huge still life painting slowly falling behind them. "Jocunda, are you going upstairs too?" "Yes, it's a coincidence. I didn't expect us to drop in." "Yes it is." "Nelson, did you fall in love with your sister at first sight?" "Tell you, I won't fall in love with a boy younger than me, let alone so much younger." "You worry too much. Then why are you still following me?" "I'm going to Professor Dumbledore's office." "It's a coincidence. I want to go too." Chapter 47. Albus Dumbledore sits in front of his desk with a smile as if everything is under control. Jocunda, You really know house elves. Nelson embraced the wooden box containing the tea, and Jocunda climbed up the stairs, passing through the towers, corridors and halls of Hogwarts. Although Christmas has passed, the festive atmosphere is still hidden in the festival that has not been completely cleaned up. In the decoration, if they don't have you, they will have to cook breakfast again. It's okay, after all, the Hufflepuff lounge is next to the kitchen. Jocunda yawned, tore off the gauze from his forehead and stuffed it under the saddle of a bronze statue of a knight on the side of the road. Besides, they are actually very commonly, they are responsible for the hygiene of the entire castle, but you generally don't pay attention to it. Soon, the two came to the door of Dumbledore's office and saw that Nelson was not coming up alone. The armor shook slightly and stopped moving. Dumbledore, you can't think she's a spy just because she's been to America. She's still a Hogwarts student. Even through the thick solid wood door, Professor Sick's voice echoed clearly. In the hallway, you can have an opinion on me. I know, you have not waited to see me. After all, you are Albus Dumbledore. But why do you want to? Professor Sykes' voice lowered. She seemed to challenge Aberforth on a different topic from the beginning. Out of instinctive curiosity, Nelson's ears got closer and closer to the door. No need to listen, she was talking about me. Jocunda took out the purple cabbage-flavored bubble gum wrapper from his pocket, spit out the remaining bubble gum from his mouth, sealed it, and looked around. Circle. Seeing the armor standing upright in front of the office, she lifted the visor of the armor, pretending to be careless, and threw the wrapped bubble gum in. Nelson saw that the armor shook again. Strange, why is this armor moving? Jocunda tapped on his breastplate suspiciously, and a clang echo came out. Maybe it's been too long. Nelson also stepped forward and knocked on his good brother. Wait to pour the tea, slow down, please. Nelson heard the armor whisper. Aberforth said, yes. Can you help me throw that trash out of my body after I'm done? What sound, Nelson? Did you hear anyone talking? Jocunda put her hand to her ear in confusion and listened attentively. No, you might have heard it wrong. Nelson shrugged. Or maybe you are a snakehead and can hear the murmur of the Slytherin basilisk hidden in the Hogwarts chamber? No problem. Nelson whispered to the armor's ears. This is a good idea, I will write it down later. Jocunda nodded, seemingly pleased with the joke. By the way, did you go to the United States to study abroad? No. Jocunda shook his head. I got there smuggled. Riding a broomstick across the Atlantic. Before Nelson had time to digest the news that shocked him enough for a whole year, the office door slowly opened from the inside. Aberforth seemed to be unable to withstand Professor Sykes. His voice came from the office, revealing a faint feeling of relief. It seems that our tea has arrived. Melissa, sit down and rest for a while, I believe you are tired too. Nelson didn't know what happened during the time he went to the kitchen. He only felt that the air in the room at this moment was heavier than the thickest cream soup, and the embarrassment that was close to the substance was coming from the door. Escaping outside the door, stretched out his claws to wrap him. Nelson bit his head, shrank his neck and walked into the office, and Jocunda followed him spookily. Oh, Jocunda? Aberforth asked uncertainly. He seemed to have just heard of the student from Professor Sykes. Are you treating everyone else as a fool? Albus, Professor Sykes couldn't help it again. She patted the arm of the chair hard and said heavily, pretend you don't know her now? Melissa, you have to calm down. After all you said, I haven't seen her before. Aberforth gave Nelson a frantic wink, and he tried to make Albus Dumbledore sitting in front of the desk with a smile as if everything is under control. Nelson, can I trouble you to pour us 4 cups of tea? I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Nelson tried hard to make his already hard scalp harder. In front of the 3 of them, in silence, he gently put the wooden box on the desk, and took out the tray and teacups from the inside. Spoons and wooden grids with gadgets like candied sugar cubes, and put them one by one into the matching box. His movements are extremely slow, as if he has experienced it in the simple work of pouring tea, the enjoyment of art. He placed 4 small porcelain plates painted with blue and white in the middle of the 4 sides of his desk, and placed 4 teacups of the same material and color in the center of the porcelain plate, with their hands facing the same direction. After experiencing a series of drags after the unstoppable confusing operation, his imagination was finally emptied, and he filled all 4 teacups with just the right amount of tea. Cough cough. Sitting across from Aberforth, Professor Sykes, who had not spoken for a long time, broke the silence. "I hope Aberforth won't treat me badly when I'm done." Nelson closed his eyes and prepared to welcome the squally rain from Professor Sykes. "Ahem." Professor Sykes spoke softly and took a sip from his teacup. "Nelson, I blamed you before." "Sorry, Professor Sykes." Nelson's mind hadn't turned around yet. "I mean, I didn't expect you to be such a person full of life atmosphere." Professor Sykes nodded. "Although the subject I teach is spells, I actually don't want these life-scented activities to be caused by wands or servants to complete. I think the hands of wizards should touch their lives." Flap. Aberforth clapped his hands hard, flattering. "Melissa, your attitude to life alone is enough for me to learn for a lifetime. I think Albus." Professor Sykes interrupted his compliment that might make the atmosphere even more embarrassing, frowned and said, "Seriously, I think you are really weird tonight." "What's the matter?" Aberforth crossed his arms on the table, cushioned his chin, and revealed the pair of Albus Dumbledore sitting in front of the desk smiling as if everything is under control. "Looks like." "Don't you think you told me nonsense all night?" Mrs. Sykes' eyebrows seemed to be twisted together. Her expression was like a learning teacher staring into the grade. "I even suspect that you cast the forgetting curse on yourself. If it weren't for you, all right." Aberforth waved his hand quickly and begged for mercy. He turned his head to face Jocunda, who was sitting at the table boredly after drinking 2 cups of tea, and said sternly, "Jocunda Sykes, the situation provided by Professor X is somewhat different from what I know, and I hope I can learn your own views from you." "Okay." Jocunda put down his teacup, leaned back in his chair, and looked at Dumbledore. "In the summer of 1935, when you were in the 5th grade, you used to fly across the Atlantic Ocean on a flying broomstick, and smuggled to the east coast of the United States controlled by Grindelwald. Didn't you?" "I was flying across the Atlantic on a broom, but in fact I was only in 4th grade at that time, and the second half of what you said is not important at all, because the United States is across the Atlantic, right?" "I have to say, it was really a feat." Aberforth placed his left hand slightly on the table. His right hand gently patted on the back of his left hand, and Dumbledore's face looked uncomfortable, but again, not surprisingly, it seems that Dumbledore would applaud at this time. "Thank you." Jocunda nodded, his cheeks flushed. "That's what I thought at the time. I like flying very much. I heard that a wizard was going to challenge the first flight across the Atlantic with a broomstick, but he prepared for a long time. Bring a team that can rescue him at any time." "Well, I have heard about it. In fact, there are many people who really smuggled in that team." Aberforth nodded and motioned for her to continue. "I don't think his well-prepared adventure is an adventure at all, so I rode a broomstick and set off directly." Jocunda's eyes were a little blurred. The focus of her eyes had already drifted to that summer night in 1935. "The wind over the Atlantic Ocean. I just wanted to try it out. I didn't expect him to fall into the sea halfway and wait for a while, and finally I arrived first." "Albus," Professor Sykes said angrily. "Many newspapers have reported on this matter. There are also 2 editions of the topic in the Daily Prophet. It is clearer than she knows. Why do you read it?" "Not, Professor Dumbledore." Jocunda's hands were tangled together under the table, and she glanced at Professor Sykes, who was fighting for her. Her eyes were full of complex emotions: apology, trust, and fear. There was even a trace of disgust. She raised her head and said expectantly, Will I be expelled or even deported?" "No." Aberforth shook his head. "Only the board of directors has the power to expel students. Besides, if you didn't expel you back then, how could it be possible to reverse the old accounts?" Nelson noticed that the hope in Jocunda's eyes had disappeared, and she seemed willing to be expelled or even deported. "But you are turning over the old account now," Professor Sykes said. "You are investigating a student who was only in the 4th grade." "Albus, I know you are in the magic world, so I dare not relax. But she just..." Nelson Aberfers did not respond to Professor Sykes' questions and pleadings. He suddenly turned to look at Nelson, who was sitting aside trying to hide himself, and asked, "Nelson, you should know Jocunda. What kind of person do you think she is?" "Me?" Nelson felt that Aberfers was unjust, and he was about to succeed in stealth soon, but was found to fall short. "I think she is a very kind, adventurous, and attractive person." Jocunda lowered his head and grinned open. "Yeah?" Aberfers lowered his head, thought for a moment, then raised his head and asked, "Then why did you land at the gathering place of Gertler Grindelwald and his followers?" "Nelson." In the potions class, Alphad stabbed Nelson in the back at the back table, threw a ball of paper on his table, and slammed it on the back of his hand into Tom's cauldron. Tom opened the ball of paper and took a look, and threw it on Nelson's desk with a disgusting face. Nelson opened it and looked at it. It read, "I analyzed it all night, and now I seriously suspect that Professor Dumbledore and Professor Sykes had it. An old relationship." "You thought about this without sleeping all night?" Nelson turned his head, staring silently at Alphad with a pair of dark circles under his eyes, and asked in a low voice, "I have to say that gossip is really human nature." Alphad leaned forward and said excitedly, "Yeah, you know what, Professor Dumbledore hasn't been since he was a student." Blake Slughorn squeezed between the two of them with his beer belly, tapping Alphad's forehead with the back of his hand. "It looks like you think you need to add a paper ball to the hiccup potion to be more effective, right? Sorry, Professor Slughorn. Alphad has more experience in admitting mistakes and apologizing than anyone." He immediately stood up and lowered his head, admitting apologizing suffice. Try explaining begging for forgiveness. No, you don't have to apologize." Slughorn stiffened his stomach, and the flesh on his face trembled. He glanced at Alphad's thick dark circles, frowned and pulled out of his robe a small glass bottle filled with golden potion, unscrewed the cork and dripped a few drops on Alphad's forehead, then turned to face Nelson and stretched out his hand, raising his voice, "Come on, Williams, give it to me, let's share the fruits of Mr. Black's all-night labor." Hearing this, Tom, with his head down, couldn't help but shook his shoulders twice, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He resisted the urge to laugh loudly, and snickered silently while lying on the table. After regaining his calm, Tom and Nelson looked at each other for a second, then turned around and knocked the cauldron to the ground with his elbow. The live frog he had just put in jumped 5 feet high and rushed to Ravenclaw's table. It just stuck to Dwight's face, then leapt on top of Myrtle's head with one knee, and then began to run wild in the classroom. Seeing such a brother seeking freedom, the frogs in the cauldron couldn't bear to be lonely, and they all began to jump. "Close the lid." Slughorn turned and roared angrily, then took out his wand and pointed at Tom's frog. In an instant, the warrior who was embracing freedom froze in the air, and then slowly flew back into Tom's cauldron. "Tom, why are you frivolous? You must pay attention to picking a docile frog next time." Slughorn rubbed Tom's head with his free hand, and blamed himself softly in a fatherly tone. The proud protégé, as if he had just been beaten by a frog. As soon as he turned around, he saw Nelson, who was stuffing his wand into the drawer, and he asked angrily, "What are you doing, Williams?" "Oh, Professor, my wand is too long." Nelson took out the wand from the hole in the table and showed it to Slughorn. "Tuck it into the table." Well, it is very long." Slughorn nodded in agreement. "Such a slender wand is indeed rare," and then he stretched out his hand. "You can give me the ball of paper, so that everyone can learn more." The classroom was soon filled with booing boos. Seeing Nelson handing out the ball of paper without hesitation, Alphad leaned back in his chair in despair, looking at the ceiling impeccably. Okay, it's all quiet." Slughorn pressed his hands virtual, and the classroom gradually became quiet. He glared at Alphad, then opened the paper ball in his hand and cleared his throat. Let's take a look at Ling. What did Mr. Black find that he couldn't bear even a lesson? Ahem, let me see, Nelson. I think obviously. The appetite of the classmates was stunned, but he suddenly stopped his voice, crumpled the note into a ball and threw it on Alphad's table, and snorted coldly, although this is also very important. You still have to be serious about class time. Listen, Alphad, your mother asks me to take good care of you. I don't want to take care of you as an unlearned person. Well, continue to make your hiccup potion, Tom. You go and guide Alphad. Slughorn walked back to the podium with his hands back, and began to pace around the aisle in the classroom, knocking on his head. Touch that pot. A lesson passed quickly, as if nothing happened just now, but Alphad sat in place at Tom's mercy, looking immortal. Your hiccup potions are all pretty good. There will be no homework for this class. The bell rang. Slughorn put away the handouts, threw the rest of the medicinal materials into the crucible he brought, and walked off the stage. Walking to the door. When he came to the door, he stopped as if suddenly remembering something, and looked into the classroom. Alphad sat on his seat with his gaze dull, and seemed to have seen the tragic situation of himself being dropped out of school by Dumbledore and Professor Sikes wearing small shoes and then being burned from the genealogy by his mother with a cigarette. But Alphad, Slughorn raised his voice. Alan Abbott, who was at Alphad's table, stabs him in the ribs and whispered, Alphad, the professor is calling you. Huh? Alphad slowed down and looked at the door. It's for sleeping at night. He'll talk about other things during the day. Understand? Slughorn smiled at him and turned to leave the classroom. The others also packed books and crucibles one after another, and left in twos and threes. When Slughorn's footsteps drifted away, until it disappeared completely, the rest of the classroom came up and asked curiously, Alphad, what did you write? Alphad reacted and hurriedly rushed to the paper ball on the table. Alan Abbott was a step faster than him, picked up the paper ball and threw it into the crowd, and then the voice of reading aloud came from the crowd. Nelson, I think Professor Slughorn is very kind to us. I have never met a second teacher who treated us like him in Hogwarts for so long. He is like my father. Huh? It's not. How did you write so many words on a small piece of paper? Unexpectedly, Alphad, it's hard to think that the idea of deliberately passing a note was discovered by you. A weird hiss of yin and yang came from the crowd. What did you do with that note in the end? Tom asked curiously on the way to the cafeteria. When you helped me distract Professor Slughorn, I deformed it. I know, after all, you can use transfiguration in that case. Tom nodded. You shouldn't use the vanishing curse or burn it. Then it's not Alphad's problem, but you. Problem. I turned the above words into a big confession that you get goosebumps when you see it. Confession? Who do you want to confess to? A voice suddenly penetrated behind them. Professor Slughorn. Nelson didn't react. He walked forward and said to himself. He didn't react until his voice fell. He turned to see the person coming and looked around. Abufu Mr. C. It's me, but I want to call me Mr. Dumbledore. Aberfers stroked his beard and nodded in response. I heard you right. Are you going to confess to Horace? What's wrong with the two of you? No. Tom told him about what had happened in class, adding at the end, so did Dumbledore and Professor Sikes really have an old relationship? I want to know too. Aberfers spread his hands. To be honest, I'm also very curious. So nothing really happened last night? At the table, Tom was holding a stack of pickled cucumbers and was trying to sandwich them with a stack of sliced tomatoes between two thin slices of bread. Seriously, you can add some meat. It doesn't look good. Nelson forks a piece of sausage and tilts his head to look at the strange thing in Tom's hand. I don't know anything about the cause and effect. Abufu probably didn't know much more than me. I didn't even figure out the meaning of my presence the last night. Maybe it was just to ease Aberforth's embarrassment. I guess they must have some conspiracy. Tom squeezed the slices of bread in his hands, and some pickled cucumbers fell off. Except during class time, I have never seen Professor Sykes in school. I always feel that what big thing is she doing? I don't know this. In the end, her sister, Kiaokunda, left school, but she can still come back next year to get her graduation certificate. Nelson also picked up a slice of bread and squeezed the sausage on it, while squeezing the sauce. Juice said, "Really, if I can, I want to do something that I like, and then come back to get my graduation certificate in the year of graduation. I'm already thinking about finding a school as an exchange student or something. I can't stay here all the time." A place. I also think, Tom said with a frown, if Old Mills does not retire, I suspect that our group of students may not be able to beat an owl or even a hamster after graduation. Not really, maybe he is a kind of theory and basic a more solid teaching method, the kind that requires a lot of accumulation. Nelson argued weakly, recalling the course taught by Professor Mills. I really felt unable to wash, so I opened my hands and shrugged. We are also practicing on our own, and the effect is good, right? I hope I can keep Hogwarts as a teacher after graduation, and teach defense against the dark arts. Tom held the fork and waved it. Or go to the Ministry of Magic. If someone else teaches like this, I will put him in as class. Nelson Williams, Dumbledore shouted from the stage. Nelson was still entangled between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Under Dumbledore's guidance, he stepped onto the stage, sat on the four-corner stool, and took the tattered sorting hat and placed it on his head. While he was about to speak, he heard the sorting hat whisper in his ear as soon as he uttered the first syllable. "Do you really think you are suitable for Ravenclaw? Isn't it? Doesn't my future depend on my choice?" "Very good." The opening in the sorting hat grinned into a big mouth, and said mockingly, "If everyone knows how to make their own choices, then I will be able to relax a lot." Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw. Nelson closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, his knuckles were white and he kept praying. "Very well, he has made his own choice." The sorting hat opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Then the final result is Azkaban." The people on the 4 long tables under the stage took off their school uniforms neatly, took out the black robe with a hood from under the table and put them on their bodies, then put on their hoods, raised their wands, and swarmed them up. Call. He woke up from the bed in sweat, opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. The sweat on the top of his head ran down the broken hair of his forehead to his face, dripping through his chin onto the quilt, leaving behind a huge flower-like flower, dark red water stains like blooming. He stretched out his hand from the quilt, kept pinching and releasing it, feeling the touch of grasping only in reality. The dream just now made him trance, so that even if he went to Azkaban in front of the branch, it was so absurd. He also feels convinced that the scene of crowds in black hoods swarming up is too real, and his wrist still retains the soreness caused by being grasped, pinched or even scratched by the crowd, except for this. In addition, the feeling of being hit by various spells is no different from the real one. Although he has not been injured by the spell, he knows that if he is hit by the spell, he will suffer that kind of heart-wrenching pain. "Are you awake?" He raised his head and looked around, obviously awakened from a nightmare. The surroundings were still bright as daytime. The 4-poster bed he was used to sleeping seemed a bit cramped. The people standing by the bed couldn't really see it, and there were dazzling figures around. Maybe it was because his eyes were crushed when he slept. He twisted his sore neck and asked, "Have I slept for so long?" The man ignored him, but asked him with a smile, "Does the clothes and bedding still fit?" "What?" He lowered his head and looked at himself wearing a brand new cotton-padded jacket made of silk and brocade. It was warm and fitted. The bedding was also replaced with a new, festive red. "Did you change it for me?" "Yes." "Does it fit?" "Although it feels a bit ashamed, it fits well." He nodded and lifted the quilt to get out of bed. "How long have I been in bed?" "Is the breakfast in the restaurant? If not, go to the kitchen to get something to eat." "Hey, don't move." The man held his quilt horn's hand and pushed him back on the bed. "Don't move. I just laid the quilt. You can't mess it up." "You let me down first." "I'm hungry." He was a little irritable, grabbed the hand holding the quilt, and wanted to remove it. You can't go down. Do you still have any nostalgia? He saw the familiar face of the man by the window that he had forgotten his name. He held an ice cream stick in his mouth, smiled brightly, and had tears on his cheeks. The man sucked his nose and pushed him onto the bed. You can't cheat the corpse. You are dead. Chen Yang. No. His voice was sealed forever by a slowly closing lid. At the last moment, he saw the faces of the figures beside the bed through the gap in the coffin lid. The apologetic mother was holding the child's hand and standing at the farthest point. The child was innocent and didn't know what happened, and didn't know the relationship between the person lying here and him, or even whether to call him uncle or brother. He carried an elderberry wand and waved it like a fencing. A middle-aged man in a fat suit stood aside. The style of the suit was very old, and the elbow was still patched. The man gave himself a pair of leather with sleeves. His face was haggard. He was holding a pair of labor protection gloves in his hand, and he was muttering words, as if he was apologizing. Everyone around him was kneeling on the ground, and some were silent like a statue, and some were crying, grabbing and grieving. The only thing they have in common may be only one, that is, they can't remember their names and can't see their faces clearly. No, I'm not dead, Nelson yelled, and sat up suddenly from his sleep, his muscles tense and shuddering. His hands were firmly grasping upwards, like a drowning man grabbing the water weeds floating above his head. It's a pity that he didn't catch anything, which made his tightly clenched fist knuckles turn white. His nails pierced deeply into his palms, and a drop of scarlet blood dripped down his arm. Nell, what's the matter with you? Tom turned over and jumped off the bed, ran to Nelson's window, and firmly supported his shoulders. What's the matter? Have you had a nightmare, Tom? Nelson felt quite settled when he saw Tom next to him. He gasped and nodded with lingering fear. Who eyes? It seems to have had several nightmares in succession. Every time he woke up another nightmare. It's okay. It's okay. Tom patted his back and reached out from the bedside table to reach Nelson's water glass. There was boiling water in the glass that was cold before going to bed. Nelson took the glass, took a sip, and suddenly passed from the door. Come to slap the door. I'm going to open the door. Tom put down his water glass and walked to the door wearing slippers. The other two roommates were also awakened. They lit the lamp in the bedroom, rubbed their eyes and got out of bed. Alfred, why did you come in the middle of the night? Tom heard Alfred calling the door, rubbing his eyes and unscrewing the lock, but Alfred ignored him and squeezed in as soon as the lock was opened. Waving, a newspaper rushed to Nelson's window. Behind him was a group of Slytherin classmates, as well as senior and other college students. While waving the newspaper, he shouted excitedly, Nelson, I didn't expect you to be a prophet. What prophet? Nelson still had no response due to sleepiness. Instead, Tom at the door asked sleepily, what did he prophesy? Did you forget, Tom? Last Christmas holiday, Alfred yelled, waving the newspaper in his hand. It is estimated that there were only stones in the entire tower and his voice could not be heard. Last Christmas holiday you wrote to us to witness you, and have you forgotten Nelson's bet? He drew a crumpled piece of letter paper from his pocket and read out loudly, Na said, when school starts next year, Germany will attack Poland, which will trigger a war that will sweep the world. If the prediction of school next year is not established, you can slander him as much as you like. So, is there a war? Tom curled his lips. Are you coming in the middle of the night to practice the gambling contract to discredit him? You are in the 2nd grade. Can you be more mature? Of course not. Alfred waved the newspaper in his hand, and the headline of the Daily Prophet printed such a photo. German tanks neatly lined up in squares are running unrivaledly across the plains of neighboring countries. The borderline that seemed to be undefended, the planes roaring in the sky dropped bombs at the enemy's position like rain, and the position had already been reduced to rubble, and only a few remnants were left groaning in pain in the broken walls. A soldier with a big beard was squatting behind a low wall with only half of it left. He tore the half-red and half-white national flag in half from the middle, and the red half was torn into a strip of cloth to hold the wounds tightly. At the base of the thigh of his left leg, he tied the other half of the white flag to the barrel of the gun and stretched it over the low wall and dangled it gently. You know, the Daily Prophet generally does not pay attention to the Mole War, but this time they made an exception. Alfred was excited to spread the newspaper on Nelson's bed, and the headline on the front page was sensational enough. Germany to Poland launched a blitz, and the Polish defense line was completely defeated the next day. With the subtitle "The German Mole Army's New Weapons Are Enough to Kill Wizards. Please withdraw to the UK as soon as possible in Europe." He spread the newspapers one by one and pointed to the 4 pages. The full text: Dancing and dancing. Yesterday, September 1st, the day our school started, German moles used these iron gadgets to attack Poland, and they will soon occupy Poland in one day. The commentator of the Daily Prophet said that this is extremely, it may be the beginning of a world war. I also bought other newspapers, and they all think that this war may have a wider spread than the First World War. So what? Tom squinted, staring at the newspapers on Nelson's bed, quickly scanning the paragraph headings. Poland has broken the French record and became the fastest defeated country in the world. The Polish Ministry of Magic has drafted the first A group of evacuees. Polish magic affairs will be postponed. Exclusive of this newspaper, the Dark Lord Grindelwald has controlled the German Ministry of Magic and violated the confidentiality law to affect the Mole Army. Even if he does not read the content, he can know it only by the title. When it came to the seriousness of the problem, he asked, "This is a mole war. What do you read about the Daily Prophet? What about the Mole newspaper? Did you buy it? What did they say?" "I ordered 2 copies, by the way. Here." Alfred picked out 2 from the remaining pile of newspapers. "Well, 1 Times, 1 Le Figaro, but it's useless to report this on the front page. Look at this Times. This is a British newspaper. The news is that the wages of female factory workers are lower than that of male workers. They protested in front of the town hall." "Forget it. It's better to read the Wizards newspaper." "Don't we?" "Saw the Prophet first." Alfred's face slowly grew thick black grey hair. His eyes glowed green, showing a cruel smile. His teeth became sharp and protruding, and his saliva flowed. As he transformed, the classmates behind him also turned into werewolves, and Nelson felt like he had strayed into the wolf's den. Yes, kill the Prophet. Tear him to pieces." Tom's face by the bed also gradually distorted and changed until he became the appearance of Grindelwald on the wanted list. He held the old magic wand and laughed sharply like a crow. "I will never allow other people to predict as I did." It looks like him not awake yet. Nelson lay on the meeting bed and let the werewolf fly on him and bite him. Chapter 50 Prophet on the train. Nelson, I didn't expect you to be a prophet. On the train back to school, Alfred happily pushed open the compartment door and awakened Nelson, who was sleeping by the window. "Why do you look so spiritless? Today is the first day of the new semester. You should be happy." Alfred looked enthusiastic and sat down beside Nelson, spreading the newspaper in his hand on the small table. "Am I still not awake?" Nelson rubbed his forehead, opened his somewhat swollen eyes, glanced at Alfred, who was squeezing around him, and twisted his head out of the window. "What do you want to do this time?" "Continue the knife, Prophet." "What are you talking about?" "Sleeping, silly." Alfred sat closer again, making room for the sister who came in on the back foot, and looked at the opposite Tom. "What's wrong with him? Why does he look so sluggish?" "I don't know. Maybe it's jet lag." Tom closed the book in his hand and placed it on Christian's lap, who was sitting next to him. "It's enviable. You are so energetic every day." "How can there be a jet lag when returning from the Czech Republic to the UK?" Christian held Tom's book in his arms and covered his mouth with a smile. "It has been a whole year since the last time they took this train dedicated to carrying Hogwarts new students. Unlike the turbulent undercurrents in the magical world, life at Hogwarts this year can even be called calm. Principal Armando Dippet is still missing. The affairs of the school are handled by the 3 deans who assisted Aberforth and Dumbledore, who is disguised as Dumbledore, and his performance in Dumbledore's position is unexpectedly not bad. Not only did the school manage the school in an orderly manner, but the teaching work did not fall. In the words of the students, this year's Professor Dumbledore feels closer than ever before, and even in the teaching of life, compared to his brother, Unfourth's Justice seems to be closer to the ordinary people who are stuffed with a few sections of wagons, and they are more likely to be understood and recognized by people like us. As Tom said, the group of them just returned from the Czech Republic. In fact, Jonas began preparing for this summer trip when he received Nelson's letter last year. When the two returned home from the holiday, they took out their transcripts. At that time, Jonas was the first to code 5 ferry tickets onto the coffee table. You don't need to read the transcript. I believe that under my guidance, your grades will be excellent. Jonas helped Tom and Nelson take off their coats and smiled carelessly. Really, if you fail, it will be a surprise to me. What are you talking about? When did you teach them? Do you know how to cast spells? Stretched her hand and flicked her husband's forehead, and said to the two with a smile, the transcripts have been sent home long ago. Jonas, after reading the report card, I was so happy that I couldn't sleep for 2 days, and even ran to the Seeking orphanage to invite Mrs. Cole to eat. If she didn't go, he would drag me around the door of her office every day. Puff, a young girl with long hair, walks downstairs. Her black hair reached her waist, and her black eyes looked alive. Christian. Nelson looked at the girl who came by, and said uncertainly, compared to last Christmas, she looks very different. I don't know if a stable life allows her to take care of herself. She looks clean, much more beautiful, wearing a simple but well-fitting linen skirt, more like a girl. How can your hair grow so fast? Maybe this is magic? Christian raised his hand, grabbed a bunch of hair that fell to his chest, and twisted it around his little finger. Nelson blinked, wondering if it was because she had an inexplicable affection for Tom. She even looks like Tom now, like a female version of Tom Riddle with long hair, a skirt, and softer features. Nelson blinked, and this sense of disharmony quickly disappeared. It was a terrifying illusion. Although I don't know how to cast spells, I will take care of witches. Jonas grabbed Bea's hand and wrapped it with both hands and blinked. I heard you say that Chris is a little witch and will be enrolled this year. Mrs. Cole also said that she likes you very much, so I'll take her home to play for a few days and show her the books on Na's shelf. Christian walked downstairs, without the slight beast-like irritability and sharpness when she first saw it. She smiled and nodded at the two of them. Brother Tom, Brother Nelson. Nelson stepped forward and touched her head. Tom, with a stiff face and pretending to be a sculpture, couldn't stand the gaze of Christian and Nelson, and reluctantly reached out his hand and tapped her bangs, which was regarded as a greeting. Let's see if she looks like a little English lady. This is the result of my good teaching. Jonas triumphantly touched Bella's hand to his mouth and kissed gently, making Bella flushed. He took out his hand and slapped his back vigorously. He raised one hand to block, and the other hand wrapped Bella's waist, showing his white teeth to Nelson and Tom. You don't need to pack your boxes, just take them away. Well, 5 of us will go to the Czech Republic for vacation this summer. Noel. Bella suddenly pressed Nelson's hand that reached out to the box. You don't know how to bring your clothes back without washing them. Isn't it because you want your middle-aged aunt to help you wash the clothes? How come? How can you say that you are middle-aged? Nelson pressed the handle of the suitcase, and put on the bright smile with 8 teeth. Although you are my aunt, you look no bigger than me. How many? Don't teach them something good. Bella began to slap Jonas on the back again, muttering, just let them be glib. Glib. The cruise ship departed from the port of London, steamed into the North Sea through the Baltic Sea, landed in Poland, and then turned overland from Poland to the Czech Republic. Although Britain is a European country, it is far away from the continental shelf after all. The wind and clouds on the European continent seem to have difficulty crossing the English Channel and spreading here. Only by really setting foot in the hinterland can you smell the tense air that permeates Europe. Taking this trip as an example, Poland was filled with a strange joy and optimism. Their troops even stationed in the hinterland of the Czech Republic, riding on the heads of the Czech people, and known as escorting the Polish people traveling to Prague, has actually occupied a large area of the neighboring country's territory. Uncle, are they really equipped with more than 100 German armored divisions? On the train to Prague, Nelson looked at the Polish soldiers who seemed to be incompetent while drinking and bragging, and asked in a low voice, "That's different from what I imagined." That's why the Poles believe the news in their newspapers. Jonas slept on Bea's shoulders, sipping vodka in small iron bottles sold on the train. If there are 100 German armored divisions, they will attack. It shouldn't be the Czech Republic. They should go to occupy Germany and the Soviet Union at the same time. There won't be so many Polish soldiers in Prague. Christian in the back row asked worriedly. I hope that's not the case. Tom next to him squinted his eyes and looked at the alcoholics around him. Then what are we going to do? They are really disgusting. Oh, after half a year, you finally feel sick about something again. Nelson handed Christian a newspaper. It shouldn't be. You read what they said in the newspaper. For the long and great friendship with our neighbors, we commit to not interfering in the internal affairs of the Czech area after it has recovered. What about him? No matter who occupied the Czech Republic, what does it have to do with us tourists? Yes, if you want me to say, it will be Poland next. Don't forget, you made a prediction last year. So Nelson, will you really predict? Wahlberger sat upright next to his brother, with his hands crossed on his knees, like a real lady, who could not see the person who had just been looking for Tom in the full carriage. With a sense of urgency, she twisted her neck secretly, raised her chin and looked at Tom. Tom, did Nelson usually make any predictions? No. I only know that in the prophecy class he was very good at predicting his own way of death, and he was imaginative. Only this time, Tom lifted his foot, kicked slightly and sat on the opposite side and looked out the window. Nelson's thoughts have drifted away. I ask you, you haven't woken up yet, huh? Nelson's consciousness was disturbed by several dreams. He opened his mouth. He didn't know what to say, so he had to lie down on the table, buried his face in his arms, and muttered angrily, I'll give you perform one. Alfred, look at the headline of the Daily Prophet in your hand, listen up. Alfred sorted out the stacks of newspapers, stacked them on the small table one by one, and placed the relevant news pages upward. Several people around were all leaning forward to look at the headline. Christian also couldn't hide his curiosity. Put the book on the chair and stood up. All right, listen carefully. Nelson's distorted voice squeezed out from under his arm, still weakly. Germany launched a blitz war against Poland, and the Polish defense line was completely defeated the next day. The new German Malami weapons were enough to kill wizards. Residents in Europe, please withdraw to the UK as soon as possible. Poland has broken the French record and has become the fastest defeated country in the world. Really? This is true. Alfred danced excitedly. You are really a prophet. Nelson, you are really a prophet. Have you read the newspaper before? Tom was also shocked. He thought that the bet last Christmas was a joke. Even if Germany really played Poland, it was like Nelson said that he was fooled by him. It's just to stand out from the other 364 people who would have thought that Nelson would actually predict it. He looked at the label on the footer of the newspaper and shook his head, and asked himself, no, this is printed today. The first batch of special issues. It was impossible for Na to have seen it before.